at all costs. Following their leader's signal, they began chanting in unison, casting the wind prison. Countless emerald magic circles formed in the air from which roaring cyclones burst forth, surrounding the area where Jin and Suri stood. The winds twisted violently, sealing off all movement within the enclosed space. Seeing this, Jin smirked faintly and commented that a spell of the 8th circle was indeed impressive. Yet, as his hands moved swiftly, he remarked that he had already prepared a small surprise of his own. Between his palms, a glowing sphere of blue mana began to form, floating gently above his hand. As he infused more power into it, the orb swelled, its pull growing stronger until it started drawing in the surrounding whirlwinds themselves. One of the Zippel mages gasped in horror as he realized what was happening. The orb was absorbing mana from its surroundings. It could only be what they feared most, a mana reversal sphere. Down below, Jin watched calmly as the enormous cyclones were devoured by his creation. While the mages of Zippel could do nothing but grit their teeth in pain and disbelief, they shouted furiously that the Runendel clan had violated the treaty by using magic, and worse, that Jin, merely a provisional flag-bearer, dared to wield such forbidden power. Jin replied coolly that he bore no personal grudge against them. It was simply unfortunate that they belonged to the Zippel family. With a final flick of his wrist, the massive reversal sphere detonated. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the entire harbor and obliterating everything in its path. In the aftermath, the enormous golden constructs of Zippel were swallowed by the vast, merciless sea below. Summons Phoenix. Miss Quick, Candle bows down and greets the master of the flame. Mirren acknowledges that it has been a while. Phoenix unexpectedly hits him with his beak at his face, and Morin interrupts asking why he did that, and reminding Phoenix that he can speak casually as he's a free entity. Phoenix apologizes, saying he's sorry. Jin Run Candle experiences a refreshing feeling while Morin interrupts, saying he has something to say, and that he'll pass on the message word for word. So Jin Run Candle should please stop. Meanwhile, Phoenix hits him, and Quickle remains bowing down. Moroccan insists seriously that Jin Runcandle should recall this elder quickly. Jin Runcandle agrees, saying, "Okay, sure," and recalls Phoenix back. Mirren questions why he is hitting him seriously. Jin Runcandle calls Phoenix, and Phoenix responds saying that he would want to know why the great Marin is sucking up to a bluebird. He explains, that's not the real form of Tess. Its real form can only be seen in the fire realm. Jin Runsendel asks what the fire realm is, and wonders if that is the name of the world where the phoenixes are. He confirms that there is another world. And although this is the first time Jin Runel has heard about the fire realm, it's not surprising as it's a term that only the gods and dragons use. He explains that it's a term they use to call it comfortably, and not even the highest-ranking gods know the real name of that place. Jin Runcandle asks if the gods don't know if that means that place is beyond the authority of the gods. He confirms that it's correct, which is why even the flame god Shinu can't use the flames of the fire realm. What he's about to say next is the important part. He continues stating that in the past there was a time when several gods left the fire realm, including dragons like Quickle and him, but a few gods started to get on Tessa's nerves. He explains that was the day when they saw Tessa's true power, and the enraged Tess burned 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin Runel asks, "Wait, is Tess that incredible? Then how strong does one have to be in order to bring out that power?" He asserts that it's impossible no matter how strong he is, and explains that he can't bring out all of his strength. He emphasizes that it doesn't matter who he is. He can't perfectly wield someone else's power from another world. He compares it to a penalty, explaining, "That's why the gods who came to this world couldn't do anything. It's the same reason why Tess is unable to use his full power in this world." However, he adds that in saying that someone like him would be burnt alive. Jin Runendel questions how such a dangerous old man can fight as soon as he is summoned, and asks if he knows how surprised they are, fearing that if Tess gets angry, he will burn him alive. The elder clarifies that if he was going to do that, he wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. He relays a message from the elder saying that he likes Jin Runendel very much and congratulates him. He contemplates that Tess is someone greater than he thought, even greater than Shinu, the fire god, who controls all the fire in the world. He considers Tess's power against Shinu's contractor Kel and the guardian dragon Kajina. He concludes that fire of any type will not work against Tess. However, having Tess during the Run Candle and Zipple family's fight will be of big help due to his blue flames. The scene shifts to the 2nd of January in 1796, where Chiron Runcandel mentions that he got chosen by Tess, finding it quite interesting. But he's not interested in phoenixes. He notes that this is all he wrote about Jin Runandel's swordsmanship. He explains that he allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, but he's a Runcandle. He then calls Knight Conan, who confirms that Ron Heron has a grandson. Knight Conan acknowledges that he did receive some information about the Heron family's grandson a couple of days ago. Kieran Runcandle expresses his luck, and Knight Conan agrees, stating that it's about the Cosmos competition request, which is to assassinate a pirate participating in the competition. He notes that on the list of participants, Dante Heron registered with an alias. He recalls that the Cosmos competition is a fighting competition hosted by pirates, and he remembers that 10 years ago Mary was the runner-up. He mentions that it was young Mrs. First's defeat, and 2 months later she had a rematch and sent the youngest there too. He acknowledges that there are lots of eyes watching, so he won't be able to use magic and shadow energy. He will have to use his sword to win. He predicts that in a match with a genius who is polishing his swordsmanship, the youngest will realize something that as a Runcandle, he needs to prove himself with his sword. After a while, Morrison arrives and politely asks Jin Runcandle if he may take a look at a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires about the paper's content, and Mayan explains that it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jin Runcandle expresses surprise, questioning why he suddenly wants to enter a pirate playground. Merkin responds that it's something he prepared for Jin Runcandle considering how hard he has been working recently. According to the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Heron from the Heron family is participating in the competition. Merkin further explains that Dante Heron is less than Unk is greater than S grandfather, the current patriarch of the Heron family. Ron Heron used to be on equal footing with Sir Karen Runandel before becoming the head. He adds that Dante Heron is Ron Heron's most treasured grandson and asks if Jin Runandel isn't curious to find out how strong he is. Jin Runcandle takes a moment to think and then asks if he really needs to participate. Moroccan responds by saying, "No, young Master Jin, please think about it carefully, as he is the next head of the Heron family, and Jin Runcandle won't get another chance to clash swords with him." Jin Runcandle acknowledges that since Kashmir Alphen is going so far as to say this, he has no choice but to participate. Kashmir Alphen responds with thanks, stating that Jin Runcandle made the right decision. Jin Runal realizes that he gets it now and requests to speak to Kashmir Alphen separately. As he walks away, he wonders if Kashmir Alphen asked him to do this behind his back. He thinks that for him to make him fight against the grandson of the Heron family on purpose means that swordsmanship is the top priority. Jin Runcandle also notes that Kashmir Alphen seems like she has her hands full. Kashmir Alphen mentions that he must leave tomorrow and that the timing is a little tight. Jin Runcandle asks for pardon, and Kashmir Alphen replies by saying, "Then please have a safe trip," and walks away. Jin Runcandle stops him, saying, "Wait, sir." The scene shifts to Bao Empire, an island in the south, where a person reflects that this is the first time he has done something on his own since he traveled to Mammoth, and it's a place even more sickening than Mammoth. He considers the Cosmos competition a fighting competition in a place like this. It's a competition where he can kill his opponent, and there are no restrictions on weapons. He can even assassinate or poison his opponent before the match. He wonders if the patriarch there is crazy for allowing a grandchild of the great Heron family to participate in such a competition in such a place. He concludes that regardless of the reason getting to compete against him once is a good thing, and he thinks it will be a valuable experience. He remarks that this place reeks as usual and declares, "All right, let's have some fun." Pirate King Cosmos asks who this person is, and Jin Runcandle responds that he has come to enter the competition. Pirate King Cosmos states that applications are closed and tells Jin Runcandle to get lost, even suggesting it would be better if he died on the way back. Jin Runcandle counters, saying he's sure he heard that applications were open until sunset today. Pirate King Cosmos dismisses this, saying he's not in the mood to take out applications right now and asks if Jin Runcandle does not understand. He tells Jin Runcandle that he's incredibly busy and to stop annoying him and get lost. He then questions what Jin Runcandle is doing and throws some coins at his face before punching him. He asks if this is enough, and tells Jin Runkandel to put his name down. Pirate King Cosmos gets angry and shouts loudly, acknowledging that Jin Runkandel is intense, but he likes it. He agrees to put Jin Runkandel's name down and writes it on paper. Pirate King Cosmos then shows Jin Runkandel a paper informing him that he's in Group 13. He tells Jin Runandel to take it as the people inside will kindly guide him and welcome him to the competition with romance and love. After a while, a person wearing a head cover takes the paper from Jin Runkandel and announces Group 13. Jin Gray confidently suggests that they pair him with someone decent. If there isn't anyone suitable, then he doesn't care if they feed Jin Gray to the sharks. He comments that this year is full of young guys and mentions another individual, a rascal, who beat up the captain. He expresses regret that they are not in the same group as he wants them to fight each other. However, he wishes Jin Gray good luck and suggests that they might meet in the finals, although he acknowledges that Jin Gray will need a lot of luck. He then points out the area for Group 13, indicating that Jin Gray should head there. He adds that he'll see Jin Gray later if he survives. Jin Runkandel asks about his room and the person responds by telling him to figure it out himself. Jin Runkandel wonders if there weren't enough rooms to begin with and notes that there are 2 or 3 people per room. He speculates that the organizers want participants to fight each other in the cramped rooms, making it more like a survival game than a fighting competition. Another person asks who Jin Runkandel is and questions why he doesn't see that there are already 3 people in the room. The person tells another to get lost, while Jin Runkandel declares that he's going to count to 3, and by the count of 3, everyone should leave. He begins counting 1, 2, 3 while another person abuses him. Jin Runkandel fights back, and then a person enters the room. Jin Runkandel grabs his sword and asks who wants to stay with him. Some punks rush to attack him, telling him to die, but Jin Runkandel counterattacks. He remarks that even though this place is a lawless zone, it doesn't compare to Mammoth, and for the time being, he won't be sleeping. The person with the head cover arrives again and expresses annoyance, asking if Jin Runkandel plans on killing everyone before the match starts. Jin Runkandel responds by saying that this was just the event before the main course. The person with the head cover replies that he thought Jin Runkandel was just an arrogant idiot, but as the captain said, he's an intense guy. He explains that there was a reason why he said to put him with the decent guys. He mentions that groups 1 and 2 will start their match soon, and he will be fighting some of those guys later so Jin Runkandel can go and watch the matches if he wants. He invites Jin Runkandel to come with him, offering to personally escort him. He adds that wielding a sword around in the spectator stand is forbidden, so Jin Runkandel should just sit and watch comfortably. Jin Runkandel thinks this is great and observes that many people have come to watch. He doesn't think there will be anyone here who will recognize his face, but he realizes he should have paid more attention to his disguise. He asks if the person heard the rumors about half the guys in Group 13 getting knocked out and questions if he put a bet on one of them. He then asks who did that. The person clarifies that besides that incident among the participants in the competition, he heard that there was a reserve flag bearer from the Runkandel family. A person in a green dress asks what a Runkandel reserve flag bearer is and questions why a Runkandel would come here. His friend responds that he heard this information from the Cosmos pirate executives when he was drinking with them yesterday. He mentions that there is a strong boy among the participants, and if the rumor is true, he is from the Runkandel family. The friend laughs and speculates that if it's true, the boy could be Daytona Hona or Jin Runkandel. He adds that it would be great if it were Jin Runkandel, considering how things were crazy when that young guy became a 5-star. He considers the possibility of it really being someone from the Runandel family and thinks it's normal for them to know Jin Runandel's name. But it surprises him that they know about the Tona twins too. He reflects that it's about time the Tona twins' name got around. If they really are participating, he decides that he'll find them and make them sit the night watch while the fireworks start. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos arrives there and addresses all the ladies and gentlemen who have come to the arena. He asks if they haven't dropped dead from waiting and introduces himself as the Pirate King Cosmos. With a laugh, he remarks on the number of people who have come to fill up his pockets and comments that they don't know how to look after themselves. He suggests stopping the small talk and getting started. He mentions that there are 14 participants per group, and there are 13 groups totaling 182 martial artists on standby. He announces that the main character of the first match was in the octafinals and introduces the cute fighter from the Shark Pirates Mez as his opponent, someone participating for the first time this year. He questions what's behind his pretty face and introduces the boy swordsman Paul Mick Jin. Ran remarks that Paul Mick is quite young, noting the presence of many young participants this time, but considering his age, he finds it a bit too young. He wonders if the boy is 13 or 14 years old and thinks it's crazy to involve such a young boy. Suddenly, a person with a face scar mentions another participant, not the boy, but an idiot who beat up the captain. As a person arrives, they announce that the battle will start. Paul Mick swiftly attacks another person and cuts his neck. Pirate King Cosmos questions what just happened and if anyone saw it clearly, expressing annoyance at the shark idiots. Another person remarks that the head just fell off, finding it nonsensical. Meanwhile, Jinru Nandal observes that Dante Heron was beheaded in an instant with sword energy. Veritan Zippel declares that the match ended abruptly, announcing Paul Mick as the winner. He expresses excitement, calling it a real fight, and placing all his bets on Paul Mick. He cheers for Paul Mick, emphasizing his support for Dante Heron. Jinrunel wonders why Veritan Zippel is present. Hearing people shout for Paul Mick, one person expresses their intent to bet as well, while another encourages betting on Paul Mick. Veritan Zippel asks if they can't see that Paul Mick is the future, urging everyone to bet everything, even their life savings on him. Jin Runkendel considers whether Veritan Zippel is also on a mission, but decides he's too engrossed at the moment to be on official business. If he were caught, it would lead to significant trouble, so he decides to pretend as well. Vareed Zippel notices Jin Run. Kondelin greets him, mentioning that it's been a long time. Paul Mick looks at them and recognizes Veritan Zippel, recalling their encounter at the Zippel family's banquet. He's surprised to see such an open greeting in an unfamiliar place. Paul Mick also extends his hand and expresses his pleasure in seeing Veritan Zippel. Pirate King Cosmos approaches him and suggests listening to the winner before starting the next match. He asks Paul Mick how he feels about the victory. Paul Mick responds that he's glad to have eliminated one of the world's evils and jokes, that he hopes the defeated opponent doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos chuckles and places a hand on Paul Mick's shoulder, remarking that becoming a pirate isn't advisable for children. However, he jokes that saying such things might upset the pirates present. He laughs and adds that all the pirates would be pleased to hear Paul Mick's words. Pirate King Cosmos then announces the start of the next match and calls for the participants to come forward. Jinrun Candle observes the matches that occur afterward, but no one catches his eye except for Paul Mick. He is convinced that Paul Mick is Dante Heron. He acknowledges that Paul Mick appears young, but his swordsmanship suggests otherwise. The most plausible explanation is that he's a Heron Jin. Run Condell believes that winning will require using magic and shadow energy, as relying solely on swordsmanship won't suffice. He concludes that it's premature to make a judgment and looks at a magical stone. He notes that starting from tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, meaning he has 4 days until his turn. Until then, he must survive the nights here. Sir Elder sits in his room and remarks that he didn't give it to him for him to play around with like that. It's an item that the SC Young Patriarch will use when he absolutely needs to. He asks to please keep it in a safe place. On the other side, Veritan Zippel stands near him, waving his chain, and apologizes, saying he feels much lighter with it in his hands. He then asks if that is why he was called over. Sir Elder explains that every year around this time, a martial arts competition opens on one of the northern islands of the Bahu archipelago, known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena. He asks if perhaps Veritan Zippel knows about the Cosmos Competitive Arena. Veritan Zippel replies that it's his first time hearing about it and questions how he would know about such a martial arts competition held by a pirate. He laughs, finding ignorance, and wonders where Sir Elder disappears every year. Around this time, Sir Elder mentions Dante Heron, the future patriarch of the Heron family who attended last year's banquet and is participating again this time. He encourages them to take advantage of the opportunity to witness it firsthand. He emphasizes the level of the man he must overcome one day. On the other hand, Veritan Zippel arrives because he has heard something like that. He comments that it's great that he can make some side money as well, but wonders why there wasn't a single fun match for 2 whole days. He acknowledges it was great seeing Dante Heron's skills, but finds the rest to be so. He expresses his disappointment in this year's competition, wondering where all the pretty good ones went. He looks at a list of candidates' names and sees Jin Gray's name. He asks who Jin Gray is and ponders if this is actually Jin himself. Realizing he didn't come just to watch, he finds the situation already so exciting. After a while, Jin Runkendel observes that the surviving participants number 147 with 35 already dead. As he sits down exhausted from the fight, he notes that only 5 died during their matches, with the rest dying outside of the arena. He anticipates competitors from other groups bursting in, soon making it impossible to let his guard down even a little. He contemplates the consequences of falling asleep, recalling his NOS sleep training during his cadet years. However, holding out for 3 days in this barren place without hiding their presence is a new challenge. He surmises that they must be quite confident in their skills. Meanwhile, Paul Mick interrupts, acknowledging that it's rude to say this in their first meeting, but asking for a moment to speak. Jin Runsendel thinks about Paul Mick, or rather, Dante Heron, while Paul Mick requests a moment to sleep and promises to stand guard the next day so Jin Run Candle can rest. Jin Run asks what all this is about, suddenly coming out of nowhere. The person replies that he had been watching since yesterday, and it seemed like Jin Run was at least a true martial artist, so please let him sleep. Jin Run Candle says he can't even do the Heron no sleep training as he falls to the floor and falls asleep. Jin Run Candle thinks about the overwhelming smell of blood and how he's been pestered by quite a number of people. Meanwhile, an old man arrives outside and whispers to wait. He'll signal so he's arrived, but Jin Runendel catches him and attacks him with his sword. Jin! Runendel asks if he didn't hear the rumors and says anyone who comes to this room ends up dead. A masked man says to wait. He knows Jin Gray has killed each and every one of the group's 13 guys, but they didn't come here to strike him. They came here for a different reason. He states that if Jin Run Candle hands over Paul Mick, who just went inside, he will throw an arrow at him. But Jin Run Candle blocks his attack, grabs the arrow, looks at it, and asks if it is poison. Regardless of the situation, doing all this to a child is unacceptable. He doesn't know who's behind all this, but wonders if he can handle it. Jin Runel mentions the scoundrels chasing after him, stating, they were underlings of the pirate One-Eyed Joe. He explains that the last guy spilled it before dying. They were planning to swindle some cash by kidnapping a Run Candle. Paul Mick thanks him for protecting him, someone without any relation to him, and expresses surprise at Jin Run Candle's situation, wondering how he got mistaken for those uncaring and ignorant individuals. He asks where Jin Runel was during all this. Jin Runkendel says he should explain, since he's indebted to him. He clarifies that he's nobility like they were targeting, although not a Run Candle. They should think of him as a B meant nobility. He apologizes for not being able to provide detailed information. Paul Mick expresses his gratitude, stating that he owes Jin Run Candle his life and asks how he can repay this debt. He suggests an eye for an eye, a life for a life. He promises that from this point on, whenever Jin Renondel is in danger, he will also protect him with his life, regardless of the situation, and vows this in his honor. Jin Renondel responds by saying that Paul Mick should figure that out on his own. He needs to sleep first, so please wake him up before the Group 13 matches. Jin Renondel notes that Paul Mick's current protection is unrelated to the vow he made, so there's no need to worry. He thinks that although Paul Mick seems cold on the outside, he's a man who fought for him, someone he just met, but who already seems like a good friend. Another person arrives to attack Jin Run Candle, but Paul Mick counterattacks and knocks him out. He declares Paul Mick the winner as he finishes his opponent in one strike again, leading to cheers of Paul Mick's name from the crowd. They claim him as the victor, and also mention Jin Gray as another strong contender, with people shouting Jin's name as well. A person comments that Jin Gray is quite impressive, and might even be stronger than Paul Mick. However, his friend disagrees, stating that Jin Gray is still no match for a reserve flag bearer of the Runkendel family, and asserts that Jin Gray is not a Runendel. Another person mentions that this year's finalists seem to be those 2 kids, indicating that because of these young contenders, this year's competition is effectively decided. They question whether their friend will continue to remain inactive. Another warrior arrives and suggests that although they may be decent, it's just 2 guys and they should gather their group before the winner's group starts. However, a person with a head cover intervenes, advising them to quit their plan, as their group can't handle Jin Gray, whose nickname is the God of Death, for a reason. He mentioned that they shared the same room and asked if their plan would work. They explained that they're stopping the others because Jin Gray is quite popular and it would be troublesome if they all die before the matches start. They walk away, concluding that there's no helping it and that they should stop there. The warrior questions their decision, suggesting they leave, to which another person agrees, noting that according to the program, they won't face Jay's group. They agree that they don't want to die there and affirm that they are the only ones aware of this plan, emphasizing that Cosmos must never find out. Pirate King Cosmos places his hand on the table and asks who's manipulating the winner, mentioning that plans were made behind his back. A person with a head cover asks what he plans to do, pointing out that the competition will become boring, and the spectators will notice Pirate King Cosmos responds that it's better to scrap the whole program since Jin Gray and Paul Mick are heading to the finals. He explains that aside from those two, all the remaining participants will become sacrificial lambs. And he plans to increase the dividend rate as high as possible, so high that people won't sleep if they don't bet. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there will be lightning speed from the winner's match to the finals, emphasizing the goal of making money. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to cheer. Paul Mick's name repeatedly. Viridin. Zippel arrives and remarks on one participant being a shocking supernova from the start, while the other is a god of death steeped in blood since the beginning. He asks who his companion thinks will win. When a masked man calls for Paul Mick, and his friend agrees, mentioning that Paul Mick's swordsmanship seems more refined, he asks if he also bet on Paul McVeridin. Zippel mentions that he bet 1,000 gold on Jin Gray. His friend points out that Jin Gray's dividend is 3 times that amount. And even if Jin Gray wins, he questions whether the pirates will actually pay 3 million gold. Veritin Zippel explains that Cosmos is a well-known pirate, with several islands, so he can make a profit by selling them. Pirate King Cosmos, impatient, announces himself as the Pirate King and urges them to hurry up and start calling for Paul Mick. Someone in the crowd shouts for Jin Gray, referring to him as the Grim Reaper of Group 13, and they start throwing wine mugs and rotten vegetables at him. Pirate King Cosmos thinks he's going to double the entrance fee next year, and suggests skipping the lengthy talks and calling out for them. Loudly, Paul Mick enters the battlefield in response to the call. He further announces that Paul Mick's opponent is the unknown young swordsman from Group 13. Jin Gray, who also joins the battlefield, Veritin Zippel, expresses his belief in Jin Gray and puts all his faith in him, while Jin Gray wonders why he keeps telling him to do so. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there's no need to wait any longer and starts the match. Paul Mick pledges to fight properly, and Jin Gray also draws his magical sword, inviting Paul Mick to attack as much as he wants. They both start fighting and rush to attack each other. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are attacking each other, trying to defeat their opponent. Jin Gray believes he made his initial attack swiftly, but is now conserving his energy, only increasing his speed when necessary, which means he must match Paul Mick's pace. A person comments that witnessing such a fight in a place like this is incredible. Another person urges them on questioning how this can be considered a mere children's fight. Paul Mick notes that Jin Gray is holding up well, but if he's concealing something, it would be wise to use it now. Jin Gray decides to increase his speed and launches an attack, but Paul Mick manages to evade it. A person shouts, "Yeah, Paul Mick, that's it! Get him! Send that scoundrel into the abyss!" Paul Mick looks at him and thinks, "That's right! That's his strength!" Destructible swordsmanship and a blessed physique that can make that possible. He considers his superior stamina as the foundation for that physique, purposely dragging out the fight using it. He acknowledges that Jin Gray is also using an alias Jin Runkendel, but if that's all he has, he's made a mistake. Paul Mick then attacks Jin Gray, who counterattacks and pushes him away. Varadin Zippel observes them, and Jin Gray asks why he's suddenly calling him by his real name. Paul Mick wonders what just happened. If he had slashed Jin Gray, he would have been attacked by something else. Jin Gray realizes he has almost used his shadow energy, and braces himself for a tough battle, asking, "Is it my turn now?" He launches another attack, which Paul Mick blocks. He thinks that's not a simple cut. All his sword attacks have the same force as his first swing. Paul Mick considers that he has no faults and maybe he should have gone all out from the beginning. However, he thinks, no, if this continues, I might end up killing him. Jin Runel says to stop messing around and asks why Paul Mick thinks he's standing in front of him to be hesitating. He declares, I'm Runandel, and tells Dante Heron not to. Make this fight shameful. Dante Heron replies, okay. Acknowledging the challenge, he showed a shameful side of himself and asks if he will fight him again. As they resume their battle, Jin Gray and Paul Mick are fighting each other, trying to defeat one another. Jin Gray attacks him and pushes him away. Paul Mick shouts and runs to counterattack, but Jin Gray quickly attacks him again. Paul Mick just looks at his face and gets scared a little bit. Trying to counterattack, Jin Gray thinks Paul Mick must be at his limit by now and asks how he is still enduring. He considers Paul Mick a genius who appears once every few centuries, judged to be a talent blessed by the gods. However, Jin Gray notes that Paul Mick was born with a fragile and weak body, proving to be a lacking vessel for his talents. Jin Gray recalls how he has swam through hell because of the damned curse, which is how he knows Paul Mick or Dante Heron. He remembers his lonely suffering through the seemingly eternal darkness and his despair when he glanced at a thin, bony body. Meanwhile, Jin Gray attacks him again, and Paul Mick blocks the attack. He thinks about how he pushed himself to the brink of death to get to where he is now and pushes Jin Gray back. Paul Mick runs at him again in anger, thinking about Jin Runel, Runel's 13th child, born with everything. He attacks him, and Jin Runandel blocks the attack. Paul Mick thinks Jin Runsandel has a blessed body, talent, and everything, but he feels desperation from him. He wonders why he is this pitiful and desperate, and considers if it is perhaps rage because he is the youngest and not in the line of succession. He dismisses this idea, thinking it is not because of some foolish reason, but that he just aims to become the strongest. He thinks about how long he has endured to get to where he is right now. They attack each other again, and Paul Mick thinks he can't even recall anymore, pondering how many times he has fallen into despair and how many times he has given in to despondency. While Jin Gray throws him away, Paul Mick regains all his powers and reflects on how many times he has picked himself back up, unable to recall any of those moments. He charges back to attack again. Jin Gray blocks his attack and counters Paul. Mick starts coughing blood, wondering what's happening. He notices Dante Heron's body breaking, but refrains from withdrawing his sword, despite seeing cracks in Paul Mick's body. He considers it to be an insult to him and pushes him back, apologizing and asking for understanding as he attacks, bringing his sword near Paul Mick's neck. Paul Mick starts laughing, causing him to stop and look, finding the situation enjoyable. Paul Mick falls down, and Jin Run Candle looks at him, shouting for the medic. Veritan Zippel approaches. Paul Mick checks him and remarks that this situation is worse than he anticipated. He assures Jin Run Candle not to worry, saying he'll ensure Paul Mick survives, and begins his healing magic. Jin Candle summons Veritan Zippel, who reassures him to just watch. However, Jin Runel realizes, it's too late. Paul Mick's condition is already beyond the point where magic can heal him. Not only are his bones affected, but nothing in his body, including his organs, is healthy, and his aura is running rampant. Jinran Candel understands that using healing magic in this state would only intensify Paul Mick's pain. Veridan. Zippel instructs him to listen carefully and reveals his chain, saying it will be their secret. Another warrior arrives and advises against using it, saying it's not something that should be employed. Veritan Zippel dismisses this, telling the warrior to cover them with his cape, which he does as instructed. Veritan Zippel remarks on the warrior's lack of tact, noting how he fails to read the room. Jin Runandel inquires about the object, to which Veritan Zippel responds affirmatively. He explains that it's something gifted to him by his clan relatively recently, and asks if Jin Runandel happens to know about the blood of Numerous. Jin Runel recalls that Numerous was the god of hope just before the founding of the holy state Vanilla, and was believed to have been wiped out in a particular event. He reflects on how Numerous left behind teardrops and 100 drops of blood as they were annihilated. The tears allegedly revived the dead, and the blood instantly healed any diseases or injuries. He notes that at the time it became of great interest to the public, and was an object that no one even dared to price. He reflects on how major factions like Zippel once desperately searched for these artifacts, which now had become the legacies of a god, passed down only through legends. He mentions that he's going to use one of these artifacts now on Dante Heron. wondering about the reasons behind it and questioning if Zippel and Heron don't have a good relationship. Zippel would go to such lengths for him. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel retrieves a pill asking if Dante Heron would understand him and places the pill in Dante Heron's mouth. He comments that losing an equal is as sorrowful as losing a friend. As Dante Heron swallows the pill, his body begins to heal, emitting a bright light. He regains consciousness, coughs, and opens his eyes. Veridin Zippel expresses happiness at seeing him, while Dante Heron inquires about the situation, asking Veridin Zippel what he's doing there. Jin Kandel reflects on how the blood of Numerous instantly revived Dante Heron, who was nearly dead, and considers that Veridin Zippel is using such a powerful tool for that purpose alone. Veridin Zippel mentions that the cost of using the blood of Numerous is immense, which he is aware of. Tapping his head, Dante Heron asks about Numerous and how he could repay such a favor. Jin Runcandle thinks this is more in line with what Veridin Zippel might demand. Veridin Zippel then states that first of all, Jin Runcandle will buy a hearty round of drinks after they finish everything. He insists that he will stick around this time and won't take no for an answer. Veridin Zippel adds that when Jin Renandle sees him elsewhere, he shouldn't act as if he doesn't know him. Did he get it? Jin Runcandle reflects that Veridin Zippel, whom he initially thought was just an idiot, turns out to be rather cool. He says he'll consider Veridin Zippel's proposal. They gather in a hotel and Veridin Zippel praises Jin Runcandle for his remarkable actions when he is asked to choose one of the victory prizes. He comments on how spirited Jin Runel is for wanting both prizes. Jin Runcandle thinks back to when he nearly died in this place and wishes Veridin Zippel had only asked for one prize, as there is a limit to mismatch levels. He chuckles and acknowledges that both of them almost died. Veridin Zippel responds by saying that while he doesn't particularly need both prizes since the situation arose, he decides to give the bag of coins to Dante Heron. He mentions that it's as if Heron doesn't have money, but this gesture will be commemorative and he plans to keep the coin framed. Veridin Zippel suggests giving something in return, catching Jin Runcandle's attention as he examines a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires if it's the treasure map he's only heard about in stories and questions whether Veridin Zippel intends to gift him something so valuable. Jin Runcandle clarifies that the map is his, and Veridin Zippel raises the bag asking if it's an empty chest. Jin Runcandle expresses gratitude. Jin Runcandle then asks Dante Heron a question, wondering why he didn't use his secret technique as instructed, emphasizing the need to do things properly. Dante Heron replies that he doesn't know what Jin Runel is hiding, but feels it's unfair to hide things and then mention them only afterward. From the listener's perspective, he acknowledges that he has good intuition, as expected, and denies understanding what he's being told. In response, Dante Heron offers to fight again without hiding anything from each other should it be necessary. Veridin Zippel agrees, expressing his anticipation for the day they lead their own clans and face each other in battle. He jokes about repeating himself, but suggests that it might be better for them to settle down and maintain a friendly relationship. Jin Runcandle remarks on the softness of Veridin Zippel's words, to which Veridin Zippel explains that he's merely stating that if anything goes wrong, it could lead to trouble. They should be cautious and mindful of their actions. Dante Heron contemplates that even if they're sitting in a circle clinking glasses together, it's inevitable that they'll face each other in battle when the time comes. He considers the paradox of being both an enemy and a friend, and they toast their drinks in a moment of camaraderie. Veridin Zippel wonders how the contradictory relationship will end, and mentions the Veridin impersonator, asking if the others have heard about it. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos heads to his storage room and finds all his treasure missing, expressing frustration at the noble scoundrels who took everything. Dante Heron questions how an impersonator could impersonate him in Zippel family territory, expressing surprise at their audacity. He admits he doesn't know who it was, but acknowledges their boldness. Veridin Zippel explains that recently, due to what happened to Uncle Andre Zippel, their family's honor has been tarnished. He clarifies that he's not mentioning this for Dante Heron's sake, and adds that the rumor about Jin Runcandle being involved isn't confirmed either. Jin Runcandle inquires about Veridin Zippel's plan regarding the impersonator. Veridin Zippel responds that while he does need to catch them, he's considering hiring a high-ranking mage to search for them. Jin Runel disagrees with this approach, suggesting that if it were him, he would use the rumor to improve his public image. He explains that publicly announcing the search for an impersonator in Zippel territory could make him appear weak and foolish, causing others to look down on him. Meanwhile, he mentions that he can catch the impersonator. Later, Varadin Zippel agrees, saying that now that he thinks about it, he's right, and they should discuss it upon his return. Jinrun Kendall asks if they will end the conversation here. Then, Dante Heron questions what's already settled, and Jinrun Kendall explains that if he stays any longer, he might start to like Vid and Zippel. Unlike the two of them, he has many other tasks to attend to. Veritan Zippel asks if this is related to the reserve flag bearer matter, and Jinrun Kendall confirms saying yes, let's say it's because of that. Veritan Zippel replies, all right, and he'll see him next time, calling him a friend. As Jin Runendel walks away, he questions whose decision it is. After some time, Kiran Ranadal receives a letter from Kashmir Alphen. He mentions that he had advised Alphen to keep his letters concise, so receiving this brief note makes him feel like he's being toyed with. Knighton asks if something happened to the young Master Kiron. Renadal clarifies that nothing has happened. Rather, Jin Candle has defeated Heron's grandson, a 6-star accomplishment indicating Jin's diligence. He instructs Knighton to inform Kashmir Alphen that they will meet for a drink soon. Chiron Run Nadal then performs a magic spell to disappear, indicating his urgency to meet Alphen. Knighton acknowledges his understanding. Meanwhile, Jin Run Candle is sitting with Kashmir Alphen, who asks if Jin feels a cold breeze despite sitting near the fire. Julia is playing nearby with a kitten. Jin Candle remarks that he does feel a cold breeze, even though the fire is burning, and wonders if he might have a cold. Kashmir Alphen suggests taking some medicine and apologizes for interrupting, asking if he can see the map. Jin mentioned Jin Run Candle pick out the map and explains that it's a bit rough. Perhaps Kashmir Alphen might recognize it. He places the map on the table. Kashmir Alphen responds that it's the first time he's seen a map like this, and isn't sure if he can locate the destination with just this map. He holds it in his hand and examines it. Julia approaches and asks about the map, expressing excitement at the idea of it being a treasure map and wanting to join in the search for treasure. Kashmir Alphen is startled by her sudden presence and looks at her in surprise. He points to a location on the map and says there's something important here, then points to another location and says there's something very precious being guarded carefully. She starts crying, and Kashmir Alphen is shocked to see her tears, asking her to stop crying. Murren grabs her and says her authority is going out of control, and they need to call the guardian dragon to calm her down. He tells Kashmir to quickly call Luri. Kashmir replies that he's got it and calls Letter, who arrives within a minute. Miran explains that she suddenly lost control after seeing something, and now Luri should be able to calm her down. Luri takes her in his arms and says to leave it to him. He tells her to take a deep breath, assures her that it's okay now and that he's right there with her. He comforts her, saying she doesn't need to be afraid and that everything will be all right. Alicia Badger arrives and asks what's going on. Questioning her husband about why she's crying, Luri assures her that everything is all right. She falls asleep while being hugged by Luri. Alicia Badger takes the child into her lap, and Luri mentions that she has calmed down. Miran praises Luri, which Lur replies that he couldn't greet him earlier due to being preoccupied. Miran dismisses the greetings and asks what the child saw. Was it the future? Lori clarifies that she saw the past. Moran inquires further, asking what he means by the past, questioning if it's a grudge. Lori explains that when a mills contractor delves into the past, they often see a deep-seated grudge or attachment. This occurred because the child saw an object or location associated with such emotions. If they had arrived a little later, something very bad would have happened, and it was quite terrifying. Moran requests more details, asking Luri to describe what she saw in a scene from a primeval land. Luri covers one eye and recalls past incidents. He describes how the natives of that land believed in their own god and isolated themselves from external civilizations. This isolation allowed them to live peacefully and maintain the present peace until outsiders arrived. He explains that the people who arrived suddenly were mages. They initially approached the natives under the guise of wanting to learn their culture. However, they began digging up the ground in search of something and started making increasingly difficult demands. Eventually, they resorted to violence, killing a native child and eliminating any obstacles threatening the natives to retrieve something. The item they sought was a divine relic that the natives worshipped. Jin Renandel reflects on the concept of natives worshipping a divine relic. He asks Sir Lotri if they can see what this divine relic looks like while he attempts to write something down. Lotri confirms and asks for a moment, describing that it appears as an ordinary silver mirror but emits light. He proceeds to draw something on paper. Jinindel examines the drawing and concludes that without a doubt it's the artifact mirror. He recalls the mirror once famous for its magical properties before it became known to the world due to a brave reporter who exposed the Zippel family's brutality. He reflects on how the Zippel family exploited the citizens of the Kholin ruins in their quest to locate the artifact. During one of his cadet missions, he personally confirmed the nefarious actions of these individuals, linking the primeval landscape of the Kholin ruins with the mages affiliated with the Zippel family. Jin Runsendel realizes that this map is indicating the mirror's location. Sometime later, a person in a purple dress sits at the edge of a building sipping wine and laughing. They remark on the temptation to become attached to those scoundrels if one stays too long, noting the loneliness. They express appreciation for the taste of the alcohol. Meanwhile, Lady Lisa sits in her room, expressing relief that the time has finally come. She prepares herself to welcome a guest, praying and shedding tears in anticipation. Jinron Kandel examines the mirror pattern and contemplates the incredible significance of a map. He obtained it from a mere pirate, which turns out to be the key to something so significant. Juan notices his expression and inquires about what's on his mind. Jin Runkindel realizes he can't reveal his knowledge in this situation and simply says that something feels off. Moroccan accepts this and moves on. Jin Kandel then contacts Kashmir Alphen, who apologizes for Yura's experience with the territory. Jinron Kandel reassures him, saying it's part of the experience that all contractors of a god must face eventually, and he was expecting it. Luri assures Kashmir Alphen that they will always be there for Yuria and will protect her. No matter what happens, Kashmir Alphen expresses gratitude and acknowledges that now they understand the map is no ordinary one. They must take action. He plans to inquire about someone who can decipher the ancient language on the map. Entrusting this task to the seven-colored fowl, Jin Runel agrees to leave it to him, but privately doubts the task's difficulty. He reflects on how the residents of the Cologne were slaughtered by Zippel centuries ago, nearly wiping them out entirely. Those who survived are currently imprisoned in Cologne, leading Jin Runkandel to speculate that they might find the mirror before Zippel does. The scene shifts to 2 weeks later in the year 1796. On February 17th, Pan is seen dancing on the road, commenting on how everything is spiraling. His life, the world, and he even twists his foot and falls down, remarking that it's all spiraling out of control. Jin Runel notices that Pan looks very worn out, and suggests that since they are both in similar situations, they could talk as friends. Pan asks who Jin Runel is, and Jin Runel responds that it's not important, mentioning that he has plenty of drinks left. Pan appreciates the gesture, calling Jin Runtendel a good man and requests a drink and some food. He jokingly asks if Jin Runel is an angel. Jin Runsendel assists Pan, offering to help, and mentioning that his younger sister at home will appreciate his kindness. Jin Runs then remarks on Pan's distinct skin color. Pan responds that he has heard a lot about that and mentions that his tribe is like Zat. Jin Rantandel asks about his tribe, and Pan explains that his homeland is actually very far from their current location. Taking a sip of his drink, he decides to stop there, as continuing the topic will only make him sad. Jin Candle mentions that his homeland is far away as well, showing him something from a distant place, but he can't decipher what's written on it. He asks if the man recognizes it, showing him a paper. The man becomes angry, breaks his bottle, and states that he doesn't know. Noticing Ri and Moroccan nearby, commenting on their presence, he asks who they are, questioning why they approached him. Knowing he's from Kolon, Janindel explains that he is the freeloader of Tan's defense, Captain Elisa, and indicates that the black-haired guy and the green-haired boy next to him are dragons. This revelation shocks the boy. He questions why Jinrun Candle is sharing all that information, while Jinrun Candle responds that he will eventually have to disclose these details anyway. He clarifies that he understands the implied meaning and advises Jinrun Candle to be more cautious. Jinrun Candle assures him that everything is fine and there is no issue. He points out that they are not part of the Zippel family and asks how Jin Runkandel managed to find him. Jin Runkandel explains that they came across the map by chance, mentioning that the green-haired boy is the dragon of Osmil. The boy is surprised and confirms if Jin Runandal means Asmile. Jin Runcandle confirms this and explains that they gained access to the map's contents with the authority of Asmile, revealing the grudge contained within it. He adds that they have been searching for people who knew about the map but couldn't find anyone until now purely by coincidence. He mentions that they managed to find him even though he wonders how they did it. It must have been a coincidence, though. He muses that perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. He suggests they follow him and proposes that it would be best for them to meet his sister. After a while, they arrive at the tribe where Lady Elisa welcomes them, expressing that she has been anticipating their arrival, along with the esteemed individuals from Tanpan. Apologizes for bringing guests without her permission, but she reassures him that he did well. Mirren inquires about the reason for her anticipation, to which she responds that it's different. Jin Runcandle agrees, and she further explains that it's not just a feeling of holiness, rather, it's a presence that shouldn't be felt in a dilapidated place like theirs. She attributes this presence solely to the individual present, likening them to the noblest bloodline of Cologne or a person chosen by their faith. She elaborates that this person is born from the head Temple of Swords, chosen by the Shadow and the last dragon of the Shadow tribe, and serves as the guardian dragon of the child treasured by the great Azil. She dismisses any surprise, attributing everything to mere tricks. While Jin Runcandle ponders the transcendental aura feeling he has encountered it before, he directly asks Lady Leosa if she is a god. She denies this, stating she's merely a vessel, and adds that if she were a god, she wouldn't need to live in hiding after losing her homeland. Moroccan speculates that she might be the physical embodiment of an old god, and acknowledges her remarkable insight, wondering if that's all there is to it, and noting that even her presence will fade eventually. She acknowledges the discomfort when Sir Black Dragon hits where it hurts, and he disregards it, expressing surprise at hearing about an old god residing in Cologne. Jin Runandel notes that even if she told him, he wouldn't necessarily know. She then asks him to show her the map again. He complies and asks if she can decipher what it says. As she examines the map, she carefully reads aloud its message. To the one who reads these letters after winning over the hearts of Cologne, please, do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply want to live on. She expresses a sense of resentment toward the heavy task given by God without the strength to fulfill it. She reveals that her grandfather, now deceased, created this map, originally destined for catastrophe, under the name Zippel. It now holds hope under Jin Runel's name. She reflects on the worthiness of her daily prayers. Morrison interjects with humor, suggesting a deal. Jin Runel inquires about the nature of the deal, prompting Morrison to clarify that it's about helping Lady Leosa, who is about to lose all her strength. He encourages honesty about the help needed. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that they were already planning to go to Cologne, and suggests that Lady Leosa should be upfront about her desire for assistance. She chuckles and advises against trusting help rooted in sympathy or compassion. Lady Leosa informs Jin Runcandle that it has been a while since he last heard Sir's voice. She presents him with a pendant as the only reward she can offer in this situation, explaining that by using all of his remaining god power, he can call out to Salit. Moroccan describes him as the astral body of an ancient god, and as Mill's contractor. He notes the presence of many people lurking in the neighborhood, and asks Jin Runcandle about his plans. Jin Runcandle acknowledges this, and agrees to prepare for their journey to Colon. However, he expresses uncertainty about being able to save everyone, and guarantee their safety. Lady Leosa intervenes, promising to provide information about the internal situation in Colon, which could be official. Jin Runandel expresses his gratitude towards her. After a while, they arrive at the closure of Cologne's historical site, where they see a no-entry board. Kashmir Alfan expresses concern, suggesting that he should have sent the 7 colors to scout ahead. Moroccan remarks that even if they send their subordinates, it won't change the fact that it's a restricted area. Jin Runel agrees, acknowledging that this area used to be open before he regressed. But it appears that the time he spent here during his cadet days had an impact. He reflects on how normally the horrors of this place would have been discovered by a reporter 11 years later. But it seems that won't happen now. He concludes that there's no helping it. Kashmir Alfan inquires about Jin Runendal's plans, asking what he will do, and suggests that they could have entered if this place was being used as a magic testing area, as Jin Runkandel previously mentioned. Kashmir Alfan then calls Jin Runkandel in Moroccan. Jin Runkandel questions the stranges of having only one sign in a restricted area without any guards or precautionary magic, despite it being common practice. He wonders if the Zippel family would be so careless with such an important place. Kashmir Alfan reflects on this and asks if they found the artifact. Jin Runkandel speculates that they might have given up since they haven't found anything for hundreds of years. Morrison suggests that they are likely using it as their vacation spot, and interrupts pointing out some people working there. Jin Runkandel notices them and identifies someone with silver hair, asking if he is a pure blood Zippel. The person confirms this, stating that he's Moran Zippel. Given his behavior of drinking in the middle of the day, Jin Runkandel recalls Moran Zippel as also being known as the lunatic of the Mag's Tower. He reflects that rather than being recognized as KC's sixth son, Moran is more famously known as the lunatic mage due to his numerous eccentricities. Jin Runel observes that Moran is a pure-blood Zippel, but lacks any escort guards. Kashmir Alfan notes that Moran is the master of the 7th Mag's Tower in Zippel, an 8-star mage with a wealth of possessions, hence his confidence. Moroccan suggests eliminating Miran and evacuating everyone from the area, which is facilitated by the microbe they brought along. However, Jin Runkandel disagrees, cautioning that their adversary being a pure-blood Zippel due to the killing of Andre Zippel could lead to significant repercussions. He emphasizes the need for a justifiable reason if they were to eliminate Moran Zippel, preventing any retaliation from the Zippel family. Dino Jaloon arrives discreetly, catching Jin Runkandel's attention. Jin Runkandel approaches him and demands to know his identity firmly, stating that he won't repeat himself. He responds that he's Dino Jagoon, a reporter. Jin Kandel recalls that Dino Jagan is the reporter who covered events about Kolon in his past life. He wonders if Dino Jaglin managed all of that reporting by himself since the report was published 10 years later. Jin Kandel instructs Dino Jaglin to turn around, noting his young age and frail body. He admires how this young person dared to challenge the Zippel family. He asks if Dino Jaglin is here to uncover the next big story and what the content might be. Dino Jaglin in turn asks Jin Kandel where he came from. Jin Kandel reassures him not to be nervous, explaining that they are just passing through. He mentions that a friend from the area asked for a favor, and since Dino Jaglin mentioned being a reporter, their paths seem to align. Dino Jaglin confirms that they are aware of the situation concerning the citizens of Kolon Miran. Jaglin interjects, questioning whether they should disclose everything to him. Kashmir Alfan responds that this is part of their strategy to achieve their objective. Moroccan then asks what his goal is exactly. Kashmir Alfan explains that the newcomer is likely here to uncover the truth about this place, and that young Master Jinandal will collaborate with him to find a pretext for attacking the Zippel family. He adds that Dino Jaglin probably has already gathered information about that as well. Dino Jaglin retrieves a book from his bag and invites them to examine it, noting that it contains detailed notes about the natives. Jin Kandel examines the book and remarks on Dino Jaglin's boldness, mentioning the potential consequences if the Zippel family were to discover such a notebook. Dino Jaglin reassures them, stating that it's fine as he has already engaged with Myron Zippel. He explains that Mayron Zippel has been drinking for the past few days and is not on high alert. He concludes that there's no need to exhaust all resources to extract information from him, since interrogation or elimination would be simpler. Jin Runendel acknowledges that he understands, then turns to Dino Jaglin and asks for a favor. He comments on how the old elders tend to send people to unpleasant places for trivial reasons and berates them, glancing at Myron Zippel, who is still drinking, and questions if Myron Zippel shares his sentiment. Jin Runkandel then refers to Myron Zippel as an insect. While looking at someone seated nearby, Dino Jaglin arrives and questions Myron Zippel about drinking alone. Myron Zippel greets him warmly, waving his hand and joking about waiting for him until he thought he might die. He expresses frustration at not being able to communicate effectively with others. Dino Jaglin introduces himself and explains that they are travelers and storytellers, bringing them along because Myron Zippel might find them interesting. He apologizes for bringing them without permission. Myron Zippel reassures Dino Jaglin that it's all right and asks where they met. Dino Jaglin explains that they met in the Phelan Kingdom while gathering medics, prompting everyone to introduce themselves. Ginrun Candle expresses his honor at meeting Sir Myron Zippel, who smiles in response. Veritan Zippel comments that brother Moran Zippel is a despicable person and that his deceased uncle Andre is evil, but mean Zippel surpasses them, both. He mentions that thinking about Myron's actions makes him feel nauseous even in his sleep, and he questions the Eeler's decision to make Myron the master of the Mag's Tower. Dante Heron interjects, expressing surprise at Veritan's harsh words about his own brother, and asks what Myron Zippel is like for Veritan Zippel to speak so negatively about him. Veritan explains that Myron is a monstrous being from the abyss, something too horrifying for someone as innocent as Dante to comprehend. He advises Ginrun Candle to avoid any potential confrontation with Marunzippel in the future, as encountering Myron would lead to dreadful consequences. Meanwhile, Veritan Zippel inquires if Ginrun Candle tells stories as he travels, to which Ginrun Candle affirms mentioning their exciting experiences, as mentioned by Mr. Dino Jaglin. Veritan Zippel acknowledges that Jin Candle must have been through a lot, but he comments that it's nothing compared to a high-ranking member of the Zippel family on a mission on the other side. Miran Zippel calls Dino Jaglin and recalls their meeting 2 weeks ago, expressing curiosity about Dino Jaglin's identity. He wonders if Dino Jaglin is also curious and remarks on the audacity of a mere reporter venturing into a restricted area of Zippel. Mayan Zippel asks about Dino Jaglin's interactions with the natives, expressing concern about potential repercussions and the additional work involved in singling out those who spoke to Dino Jaglin when he was not around. He questions his pseudo-intelligence, asking if Dino Jaglin comprehends that all those who conversed with him have vanished, and he wonders why Dino Jaglin didn't realize this until now. Laughing, he mentions that if Dino Jaglin tries to match his level, he'll continue to rise with confidence. Miran Zippel wonders how Dino Jaglin can be so fearless, expressing his inability to understand and laughing about it, noting that he's getting goosebumps. He remarks on Dino Jaglin's audacity. Dino Jaglin asks for clarification, to which Miran Zippel replies about the Garden of Swords and the scoundrels supporting him as Miran Zippel moves to attack Dino Jaglin. Mayreen intervenes and pulls him aside, saving him. Ginrun Candle wonders about the shield and questions why he couldn't detect any magic power that would have been used to create such a shield, considering the power of the magic was concealed within the campfire. He finds it puzzling that he couldn't perceive the flow of the magic and contemplates what exactly occurred. Miran warns to be cautious, mentioning that while it's possible to conceal the presence of magical power, it cannot be completely erased, indicating that the person in question is hiding something. Miran Zippel inquires if Ginrun Candle is present, noting that the girl had made a request to run Candle. But even if he asks how Miran recognizes his face, he receives no answer. Ginrunendel draws his sword and mentions that he will have to gradually coax information out of Miran Zippel. In response, Miran Zippel recalls that Ginrun Candle is still a reserve flag bearer and inquires how he obtained the request, wondering if it's something personal. Ginrun Candle remarks that Miran Zippel's tone is irritatingly superficial and laughs, expressing his growing weariness. Miran Zippel acknowledges his rudeness and suggests they pre-create a shield around himself as Ginrun Candle attacks him with magical projection. Proy's Moraine intervenes to protect Dino Jaglin and others from the magical projectiles, while some individuals position themselves in front of the projectiles, shielding Miran Zippel from harm. Miran commands everyone to get out of the way and take them away while Dino Jaglin issues the instructions, amidst tears and curses. Dino Jaglin questions why Miran Zippel would act in such a manner, referring to him as a piece of human trash. He asks what these people have done to deserve this treatment. Miran acknowledges Dino Jaglin's reaction, expressing his curiosity about the expression on his face. He enjoys seeing Dino Jaglin's reaction, calling him foolish Miran. Zippel questions those who don't know their place, labeling Dino Jaglin as a useless person who only engages in flattery and spying. He rhetorically asks if Dino Jaglin believes he'll find solace in saving things more pathetic than himself. Miran Zippel blames Dino Jaglin for the plight of the people, stating that he can't stop his actions and proceeds to attack them again. He tells Dino Jaglin to stop talking as he plans to eliminate them soon. Kamir Alphen contemplates the extent of the destruction caused. Even though he attacked when Miran Zippel lowered his guard, noting the power of shadow energy, Miran Zippel finds it annoying that this non-magical force is depleting his magic as if the shadow itself is in motion. He realizes it's shadow energy, concluding that Jin Runel is indeed cunning. Laughing, Myron Zippel suggests that Soldier is once again supporting Ron Candle. Breaking his earlier pledge, Jin Ron calls upon his shadow energy and positions Murin and Kashmir Alphen above them, launching an attack on Myron Zippel. Murin remarks that he can't sense anything again, while Jin Runendell notes that Myron Zippel is concealing his mana flow, making it easier to fight under the assumption that he's continuously using magic. Meanwhile, Myron Zippel acknowledges Jin Run Candle's quick response, noting that he had secretly prepared for this moment. However, he expresses doubt about saving all those involved and rushes to attack Jin Run Candle, who also charges towards him. Murin joins in the attack as well. Myron Zippel retrieves his magical stick and launches an attack which Jin Run Candle blocks. Jin Run Candle vows to use all of his abilities and warns Myron Zippel not to approach him. He realizes that regardless of the magic he uses, Myron Zippel's shadow energy negates it all. Jin Run Candle performs a magic spell to retaliate, feeling relieved when he hits his target. Myron Zippel laughs, finding the situation thrilling and anticipating the satisfaction of defeating Jin Run Candle. He thanks Jin Runandel, believing that his efforts will make the place he cultivated shine, continues. Meanwhile, Jin Run Candle recognizes the trap-like nature of Myron Zippel's magic and decides to focus on dodging rather than directly countering the attacks to conserve his stamina. He signals to Moran and Kashmir Alan, and Moroccan acknowledges the plan and joins him in the attack. Macon urges them to move quickly and take everyone outside the magic circle, which Dino Jaglin also agrees with. Myron Zippel dismisses their efforts, stating that the magic square covers everywhere he can see without any gaps due to its sincere construction. He then challenges Jin Runkandel to enjoy the confrontation, launching an attack. Jin Runkandel manages to evade the attack but falls to the floor. He notices that the ground is eroding where the attack lands, causing the group to split into two. He realizes he has no choice but to move forward, and uses his sword to block the energy. Jin Runcandle finds it odd that Zippel, despite being an 8-star mage, can control such a vast amount of magic power, and wonders if he's concealing an artifact. Myron Zippel considers that Jin Runandel comprehends magic, noting his evasion of the fire pillar and avoidance of the eroding earth. He observes that Jin Runcandel advanced and nullified his fire pillar, a decision indicating a deep understanding of magic. Myron Zippel expresses disbelief, acknowledging Jin Runandel as a magic swordsman and chuckling. Jin Runcandle reminds him to conceal his expression, to which Myron Zippel agrees, attributing Jin Runel's actions to his expertise as a magic swordsman. He acknowledges that the situation may have become more troublesome due to Jin Runsandel's abilities and prepares to counter with stronger magic power, launching an attack. Myron Zippel contemplates mana counterflow, considering it the most fatal symptom for those with mana. It's an event where mana erupts within the body, causing organs to rupture and break down during mage battles. He notes that individuals with less mana would experience mana counterflow first, which was an efficient way to rank mages until now. Unlike martial artists, he acknowledges that Runcandle lacked mana, making counterflow impossible. Yet, they still used magic on those less powerful. Myron Zippel states that as someone with mana, there's no need to waste time and suggests they fight. Jin Runel confirms his expectation, closing the distance and presenting a magical ball for closer inspection. Meanwhile, Myron Zippel remarks that he can't see in front of him and questions the darkness, wondering if it's the power of shadow. He dismisses this notion, feeling something different and noting a strong light in front of his eyes. Myron Zippel wonders about the source of that light, speculating that it could be an explosion of light that blinded him, followed by an attack of ancient light magic, which he hadn't anticipated. He sarcastically comments on the power of light and shadows, likening the situation to a protagonist in a novel. Jin Runcandle observes that the dark energy in his wound is dissipating and that his senses and reaction speed resemble that of a beast rather than a mage. While he acknowledges that his mana is not as strong as Andre Zippel's in a one-on-one battle, Myron Zippel proves to be a more irritating opponent overall. Myron Zippel ponders his next move, wondering if they will engage in another fight, and he chuckles to himself. He believes that given his extensive combat experience, in addition to mana counterflow, Jin Runandel must be concealing something else, which amuses him as he walks away. Myron Zippel acknowledges that Jin Runcandel probably thinks he's insane and doesn't want to associate with him, but he sees a similarity between them. Jinrun Sindel questions if he's stalling by talking nonsense, noting it's not appreciated if that's his intention. Myron Zippel apologizes, stating it will be challenging for Jin Runkandel to defeat him since the barbaric individuals are still supporting him. Counts the number of times they've used their power so far, estimating 3 times. Jin Runkandel warns him not to go too far and asks for clarity on his intentions. My Zippel responds affirmatively, indicating his growing interest, and highlighting how people like them will do anything to achieve their objectives. He acknowledges that he noticed, noting that Jin Runkandel's magic control surpasses that of an 8-star mage, which surprises him. He performs a magic spell and asserts that there shouldn't be anything under Zippel's blessing, referring to Dino Jaglin and the other individuals. Yet, he's utilizing them effectively as his mana amplification weapons. He remarks on their conversation, stating that, although they appear lifeless, they are still breathing, indicating that they are alive and capable of replenishing his mana. He emphasizes that since Jin Runkandel expressed the desire to kill him, he must eliminate these obstacles first. He reiterates that they are similar, both being individuals who will go to great lengths to achieve their objectives and urges. Jin Runkandel to dispatch them swiftly and set off the final fireworks. After some time, Lakamaka arrives and asserts that Moran Zippel is lying, claiming that everything he's saying is false, especially regarding the item that allegedly amplifies his mana. She reveals that she discovered the truth after torturing the collapsed individuals, learning how to utilize the divine relic. Miran Zippel ponders what a divine relic is and demands an explanation, questioning what Jin Runandel is currently up to. Lakamika points to all the collapsed people and her unfortunate fellow compatriots, indicating their dire state. Moran Zippel orders her to stop insulting her as an insect, but she continues, stating that they are all deceased. He angrily tells her to be quiet, accusing Jin Runkandel of being a demented murderer who deceives and manipulates people for his own gain, using them as experimental subjects and then discarding them. He realizes that Jin Runkandel lied to him earlier to gain control over him. She pleads for someone to end that disaster while tears stream down her face. He calls her a rat that doesn't know its place, telling her to die as he launches an attack. He questions how she dares to ruin his spectacle, mentioning that the scream he will emit after cutting up those corpses is the highlight of the night. He kept her alive because she was useful, but now he wishes for her death. Dino Jaglin emerges from the woods and urges Jin Runsendel to save her, explaining that she is Tika, the acting leader and the only pillar of support for the natives, so he must rescue her. Jin Runkandel recognizes the Zippel family's secret magic, the Evil Eye Blue. Flames. Recalling hearing about it before, he asks if they've heard of the blue flames. Jin Runkandel remembers his sister telling him about the blue flames, describing them as a secret technique exclusive to the Zippel family, capable of continuously burning without ceasing. She warns that trying to extinguish them would only lead to being consumed by them. He wonders how to combat such a flame, and she suggests using a hotter flame to burn away the fire, casually enjoying her tea. In the present, he returns to the scene where Jin Runkandel employs the hotter flame to rescue Laka. Mimika Zippel remarks that it is indeed a hotter flame. He then questions whether this should suffice and inquires if it's tests, while Jin Renandel secures her in his arms. Moran Zippel questions how a mere magic swordsman and a Runkandel at that could receive the title of the strongest mage of their generation, which Tess had the right to bestow. He challenges how someone could become the best in their generation. A feat he could never have imagined Tika feeling the heat, but without any burns believes the flames are protecting her, expressing her gratitude. Jean Runel states that if it weren't for her, he might have been deceived, reassuring her now that she can relax. However, she insists that it's not the time to relax, as Mayron is utilizing the power of the divine relic that he does not possess. She explains that he only knows a few activation words acquired through interrogation, but the relic remains hidden in a location known solely to them. She inquires whether he came here at Priestess Laus's request. She adds that after the fight ends, she'll disclose the location of the divine relic, urging him to put an end to their suffering. Jin Runandel remarks that his expression is now worth observing, indicating that Moran Zippel appears shocked that Tess chose him and utilized trap magic and the evil eye, questioning if he has revealed all his tricks. Jin Runkandel declares that playtime is over. It's time for him to descend into hell. Now, Moran Zippel asks what Jinrun Candle means by hell, using his magic to assert that he was once the lover of the witch Helm and someone who drank with the kings of the Black Sea, challenging Jinrun and Del about his understanding of hell before attacking him with what he describes as a pressurized flame. Tess intervenes, blocking the attack, prompting Jin Runel to wonder if Tess is angered by that spell. Moran also arrives on the scene. Jin Runandel questions why Moroccan is there and inquires about the natives. Moroccan confirms that he has evacuated everyone, so they should concentrate. He explains that the spell just cast was a possession spell targeting the Demon King Oral. Therefore, when Tess interferes, they need to act quickly to stop it. While he blocks the attack, he advises Jinrun Candle to gather his shadow energy, unleash his sword to its fullest potential, and strike with all his might. Moroccan instructs Jinrun Candle to step on his shadow energy and run, intending to slice open the dimensional door as they both run to attack with their swords. Jinrun Candle gets injured, realizing the overwhelming demonic counterflow. He understands he can't sustain Tess any longer, but manages to do so just in time. Jinrun Candle contemplates that he may become a person whose once glorious life will gradually fade due to Hello Arm's dagger, ultimately receiving death's reverence as he walks towards hell. Regaining his strength, he grips his sword tightly and charges forward to attack, realizing that even if he swings 1,000 times, the outcome will remain the same as the beginning. With determination, he puts all his will into his sword, aiming to cut through and successfully stab his opponent. Myron Zippel attempts to counterattack while regaining his energy, but he cannot, and he transforms into a burning figure screaming Jinrun Candle, gazes at his sword, pondering that the release of shadow energy felt different this time. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. He wonders if it was a fragment of the Heart Sword. Despite this, he attacks again only to witness Myron Zippel's body turning to ashes and slowly vanishing. Jin Runandel then looks at his magical stick, noticing a faint glow still holding it before completely destroying it. He declares it's finished and collapses onto the floor with Moroccan and La Mamua watching. After a while, Moroccan explains that the wands used by the master of the Zippel family's Mag's Tower have a specific function indicated by a small rune character at the top of the wand. He asks what it does, and when he waves the wand, the character activates, sends an emergency signal to their own Mag's Tower. Moroccan emphasizes that they don't have time to relax and urges Jinrun Candle to wake up. Jinrun Candle opens his eyes and responds to Moroccan, who asks if he's awake and instructs him to swallow something while pouring power into his mouth. Jinrun Candle questions what it is, then stands up, spitting it onto his hand to inspect it. Moroccan explains that Jinrun Candle nearly died due to the Mona counterflow, but he just consumed a unicorn's horn, a potent medicine effective against counterflow. Jinrun Candle expresses feeling much better with his mana calming down, although his shadow energy and aura are still mixed up. Kashmir Alphen compliments Jinrun Candle on his fighting, and Jinrun Candle thanks him, asking when he prepared this. He responds that he didn't prepare it. They were given it, gesturing towards Dino Jaglin. Jinrun Candle asks how he acquired it, and Dino Jaglin explains that he heard about it while he was Miron's drinking companion, and that Mayron had a unicorn's horn stolen from his family, which she found. Lamua introduces herself formally as Lamadia, the proxy saint test from Miss Leosa. She inquires about the situation and asserts that even in death she won't forget bowing respectfully before them. She explains that when the Saint Miss Leosa requested their rescue, it likely meant assisting in restoring their column's divine relic rather than literal salvation. Jin Candle wonders what restore means if it's broken. Moroccan interrupts, expressing surprise as a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years. He's never heard of a divine relic like that before, and initially believed it was merely a bluff. He mentions that the lunatic's magical power was on another level, attributing it to her divine relic. Moroccan inquires about the owner of that divine relic, and whispers asking for the god's name. She reveals that the god's name is Clam, to which Moroccan responds that he has never heard of that name before, and asks about the god's era. Kashmir Alphen interjects, suggesting that if this is true, they should quickly escape after locating the divine relic. Even though they are in a remote area, it is still within Zippel territory, and they don't know when they'll be noticed. She explains that there is a slight issue regarding this plan to retrieve the divine relic. They need to restore it first, and to do that, they require the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Mirin questions this, pointing out that it's the middle of the night. She affirms that they indeed need to wait until noon and perform a ceremony with the tribe members, necessitating gathering everyone there. Mirin questions why it has to be so complicated and emphasizes the urgency of finishing before the Zippel notice, instructing them to stop standing around and move. Jinran Candle ponders the Zippel, the divine relic and the midday sun, contemplating what could be missing, something crucial. He notes that my Zippel can no longer move with Tess having put an end to him, considers this remote location abandoned by the Zippel family as long as no signal is sent to the Mags Tower. Mirin mentions Mirin Zippel's status as a master of the Zippel family's Mags Tower. Assuming everyone is aware of that, Kashmir often disagrees, stating there's no time to spare, and Jinrun Indel warns that they'll soon be discovered as he activates his magical stick, coinciding with the appearance of Midor Elner, Vice Master of the 7th Mags Tower. The staff was given to him for being a Tower Master. It's a huge deal. Kashmir knows little about the Zeals, but the staff is a special object which helps gather sorcerers in time of need. Murakhan is stumped that Jin somehow knows this information when he doesn't. The Zyphals are continuously evolving at an immense rate. Jin excuses what he heard from Luna when in reality he remembered thanks to his teacher's memorable words. Nearly 100 sorcerers exist in every Zeal Tower, and a lot of them are around the 8-star level, engaged against them in an actual fight when they also have to defend civilians. It's going to be a brutal battle. Jin inquires how long it would take them to arrive, and he learns that it's going to take a minimum of 2 hours. Given that time limit, he requests Kashmir for a favor in the time of need. Kashmir is alarmed as Jin's secretive plan could end up killing everyone involved. He wants Kashmir to relay the message to a person immediately, or else they are all doomed. The man accepts the condition and begs Jin to make it out alive. Murakhan and Tika are in preparations to restore the divine artifact. The locals have gathered, but Jin's condition is stagnating. His body reacts harshly as he's driven himself to his absolute limits. Merkin is pissed that Mehran refused to remain honorable in his defeat, and instead called the sorcerers of the Watchtower. Jin requested for Luna's help last time as she was their only hope. Murakhan is worried about Kashmir failing to reach them in time, because if he really doesn't, then they'll have to struggle and survive for as long as they possibly can. The Minor Tower Master and his troops are on their way. They located the Kolin territory where the signal was received. They see no sign of Myron, implying his death. Hearing this news, Midor is vehemently enraged, promising to kill those who planned against his brother's demise. Murakhan scouts them from afar, confirming at least 30 powerful sorcerers boarded on 6 dragons. This is a lower-level fleet, which means an even powerful force will be sent after them if they subdue these guys. Murakhan could have annihilated every single one of these chumps in his prime, but because of Tamar's blade, he's still far from recovering his full strength. The Zephal sorcerers descend with the younger fire dragons. They're actually red dragons, which are even weaker. Midor furiously introduces himself as the Minor Tower Master of the Zales, demanding for Mehran to be shown. Jin plays around feigning ignorance. He doesn't remember this guy from his past life. Midor questions why they targeted his brother, and if they share association with the Run Candles. Before he can unleash his wrath, he calmly asks if Mioran is still alive, ensuring that he will not harm them if they confirm his life. Jin is intrigued by his words, who is worried about his brother yet couldn't show mercy to the people of this land. A provoked Midor barely responds before he realizes that Mehran has already been killed. He cannot forgive their sinful acts for mocking the clan. Midor readies his troops to attack their enemies, aiming for their capture. The charge spells are all at the 8-star level, so it's not going to be an easy fight for him. Fortunately, help has arrived in the form of an icy blizzard. Midor is shocked as all 8-star levels were interrupted. The one who is here to protect them is Terrace, the beautiful ruler of the secret palace, as well as her daughter. Her terrifying ice magic easily froze their spells. The Zyphals immediately recognize who they're dealing with. Thankfully, Kashmir sent them help just in time. Murkahan is impressed. Terrace has summoned the legendary snow toad Mott. She helps create an icy wall to talk to Jin. After all, Sir's mother is intrigued by the boy who gave her daughter a hard time. She's astonished to witness his critical condition. Terrace wants to know if he's the one responsible for killing Alcaro. This is bad news because it means Cirrus ended up ratting out the information to her mother. Terrace reminds the boy that she bears no ill intent towards him. Instead, She's looking for a different lover, like Murakhan, for example. They're out here flirting with each other while Jin is near the brink of death. Terrace tells her daughter to look after Jin while she's wiping out those fools. Also, she's a strong believer in her daughter's love interest for Jin. She teases him endlessly and leaves Jin with a reminder that if it weren't for her daughter, she would not have arrived to save him. Jin is left speechless, barely able to stand on his own 2 legs. Sir catches him just before he hits the ground. She expected them to fight each other, but didn't know he was going to be this busy behind her back. Kashmir took the flowers and handed them to Terrace, as if he was desperate. He was clinging for his life to seek help from Taurus. Jin is happy to receive so much support from the kind people who have always helped him in the time of need. Jin coughs out dark blood, adding more concern. Siri helps him with a medicine. Unable to comprehend why anyone would go this far to fight, she almost feels embarrassed for him like this. Back to the fight against Midor. Teleris learns that he isn't a pure blood at all. Midor knows that he's in deep trouble, and the only way he will survive is by stalling for reinforcements. Terrace doesn't take kindly to their words and has no intentions of backing off from Zeal territory. With a glimpse of her power, she kills the Elder. The sorcerers deploy a bunch of barriers to help survive her wrath. Terrace takes care of the dragons with her ice magic. She's impressed that they're still keeping up with this farce, thinking that they'll be able to defeat her. Midor is confident that the Zyphals will come after the secret palace after his death. He activates a spell in point-blank range. Midor has been granted divinity to control Heil Flame magic. But despite his spatial explosion magic, Terrace is unimpressed and happily decides to remind Midor what the secret palace is really about. She commands the technique of the Endorma clan, the same sort of sea ice that Cirrus used against Jin. Terrace launches a strong gale storm. It freezes the sorcerers to icy statues, crumbling Midor's resolve. The monster approaching him has just crushed their cute barrier. At the same time, she ripped an arm off of the Zeal half-blood. That's how easy it was for her to defeat him. Terrace mocks him for being a stupid martial artist who can't even look at their opponent. Midor realizes that this woman is crazy enough to kill every single one of his reinforcements. After they arrive, he contemplates the thoughts of death when, suddenly, a portal opens from underneath, interrupting their fight. She is confused at first, but then realizes what just happened. More sorcerers from the Zyphals have arrived just in time to save the minor tower master. Terrace's barrier fades, but she's pissed more than ever. The Zyphal clan has brought along a giant battleship for Myron and Midor. Jin realizes that this situation has gotten much worse than he intended. Way too many of their important figures have been killed. While the battleship is a problem, the crew boarding the ship is an even bigger threat. The White Knight is an elite unit of the Zyphals sent for missions just like this. Terrace assesses the situation and recommends a retreat. She doesn't want to around with those guys either. She's ready to help the natives leave the land, but Jin emphasizes that it's necessary for them to complete the ritual. Terrace does not take his response lightly. She has issued a strict order for them to follow. Jin tries his best to explain that they'll never have a chance to stop the Xyles if the ritual is incomplete. He begs for Taurus's help on behalf of all the natives of the Colin. She accepts his offer, assigning him an hour to hold off the White Knights. More importantly, she wishes to speak to Kieran after the fight ends. Whoa, looks like things are getting spicy. The ritual is underway when Jin begs Tika to complete the ritual at a faster rate, since they won't have time to survive the attack for the ship. Tika instructs the young Run Candle to leave the battlefield, especially in his dire state. She knows that they won't be able to subdue them until they discover the artifact. Jin stops Tika and places importance on completing the ritual. He didn't sacrifice this much just to leave things unattended. Tika knows of one way to complete the ritual faster, but it would have only been possible if Rauza was around. Siri learns that she's in Taken and tells Jin to board the Great Toad so that they can bring her over. Tara sees them taking off. She's surprised by her child's guts to act by herself. She's got an even bigger role of delaying the White Knight Battalion until then. Our dragon boy, Murakhan, joins the fight, promising to help her out on this mission. The White Knight, an incredibly powerful unit of the Zyphals, announced their one and only order to the ruler of the secret palace. They want her to leave and let them handle the killer of Muron. Terrace points her blade, ordering them to bring the patriarch of their clan if they want a chance to negotiate. Since she didn't comply with their whims, the Zyphals unleashed the might of the battleship. A powerful spell descends upon Murakon, who punches through the attack, allowing Terrace to use her powers and send an icicle wave at the ship. The sorcerers defend using a powerful barrier. They know about Terrace, but what they don't know about is the guy who tanked their strong spell with just his fists. They view him as a competent fighter that must not be underestimated. The leader of the White Knight issues an order to link with their headquarters so that they can deploy the full might of their battleship. Meanwhile, Jin desperately arrives in Tikon, begging to see Rusa. She had been anticipating his return and was prepared to go along. Taurus maintains her attack on the battleship, while Murakon takes care of any damage incoming from the ship, acting as her perfect defense. She even helps him by coating his arms in ice, alleviating his pain. Murakon feels motivated. This dude chucks an entire boulder at the battleship. I'm telling you, he's the best character in the whole series. Terrace thinks they're good for now, since the White Knight unit shouldn't be able to use their strongest weapon in a place like this. They want their artifact, which means the fight is prolonging in their favor for the meantime. But that's exactly where she is wrong. The commander of the unit is simply waiting to deal the killing blow. And after receiving a direct order of approval from his clan, the battleship goes all quiet. Murakon wonders if they've decided to give up, but Terrace realizes they're in grave danger. An enormous amount of energy is concentrated into one powerful attack. Kilak has just given them direct permission to annihilate the Cullen territory using the cannon. The leader of the unit issues a final warning for Terrace to obey their demands. She knows they're trapped with no way out. Ciri arrives at the final moment. Jin and his friends meet eyes with only destruction waiting before them. The cannon is released as an apocalyptic beam destroys everything in its path. Terrace casted a final attack right as the beam struck down. She was able to soften the beam strike with her sword of sea ice. Jin and the others are barely able to hold on. He activates Shadow Force to slash the remnants of the beam with his sword. Ciri notes that he's improved impressively, and despite his condition, he was still holding up with her. But with how they're currently holding, Jin is afraid he won't be able to help Razaur reach the ritual site. The ship isn't an easy opponent. It's just as powerful as Terrace, but the commander of the unit is shocked that she was able to stop the beam with her sword. He issues yet another warning for Terrace to stand down. But all she could afford to respond with is a laugh. Terrace isn't worried. The confident ruler of the secret palace emphasizes that she can't be defeated. Even if they brought out the best Zell sorcerer, she turns the table on them, reminding the Zeals how outclassed they really are. In response, the White Knight pitches that they could instead target the ones she is trying to protect. Taurus learns that if they're successfully capable of delivering Ryosa to the ritual site, they will win this battle. She's prepared to hold them down, allowing her daughter to get to the altar. This fight will decide the very existence of the secret palace. The Zeal commander prepares for another beam strike, preparing to annihilate the Colin territory from the face of the planet. Jin tasks Ciri's the duty of protecting Rausa. He's going to carve a path by clearing the battle ahead. Cirrus doesn't approve of his reckless approach, as he could very well risk dying in the process. He's okay with risking his life, as he would never have made it this far without their sacrifices. So now he's ready to risk his life for others. Ryosa reminisces a bitter memory of her past. She was forced to flee from the land so that the Zyles could never do her any harm. After, all their mission would be jeopardized as they would fail their god. The poor locals begged for her survival, prioritizing her life instead of their own. They wanted her to bring someone who could end their suffering. Unfortunately, those people were all incinerated by the Zyphals. In the end, she was forced to flee the territory all on her own. Then she survived on an island with her flailing powers, waiting long for a savior to finally come to her. It was then Roasa had made her decision. Jinrun Candle is hell-bent on getting her to the ritual site, even if they die in the process. A tear runs down her face. Rausa had been waiting all her life to sacrifice her life for her people. The second destructive beam is about to be launched. Jin and Cirrus make their way while Terrace slices the beam to hundreds of pieces. Jin has to protect Rausa and Cirrus, trusting in his sword and sword alone to help him survive. Murakon warns them of the incoming beam. The Zyphals are relentless in their attacks. Murakon and Jin are fighting for their lives, protecting Cirrus and Rausa. Just when the Dark Dragon thought they were doing well, Jin suffered a brutal attack from one of the beams, sending him down. Even Sir cries out in worry. She remembers his words as he was ready to put down his own life to protect them. In her ferocity, Cirrus loses her cool and gets injured in the process. She collapses on the ground, leaving Ryosa to fend for herself. Sirius commands her to keep on going, or else their sacrifices would be in vain. With a heavy heart, Rusa prays to her god and keeps on moving. She has long since realized that prayers are not enough to overturn the war. Rusa is firm and has come to a decision. Jin Runel is in a space of emptiness. The void calls for his name, commanding that he wake up. When Jin opens his eyes, he bears witness to a future where Cirrus has been killed. The Zeal sorcerers won the war with the help of the blazing fire dragon. Murakhan was also killed by Kadun's hands. The patriarch of the Zayas unleashed an all-out attack where not even Jin himself survived. Then the penetrating voice of a god comes to welcome him, reflecting his choices to keep the battle going even after coming this far. He asks the boy if he is filled with regrets after involving so many people all at once. Despite his wavering resolve, Jin claims that he has yet to regret the decisions he made. His anger stems from a feeling of hopelessness, that he could not help influence the future, and that all of his friends fell to ruin because of his helplessness. He thinks of himself as a powerless warrior. The goddess likes what she hears and reminds him to maintain this mindset. She cleanses the future and at last introduces herself as Clam, the god who has waited many years for the boy's arrival. Jin fails to comprehend the meaning behind her words. The benevolent god explains that they don't have time to discuss. The path that lies ahead for the boy is full of pain and suffering. Jin, in his anger, realizes that the future he fears has yet to come to light. He regains his consciousness and wakes up after another headache. He was scared at first, but then he saw Cirrus all alive and well. Murakhan smacks him for giving them a damn jump scare. The boy feared the worst, but it was all for nothing. Terrace is impressed that Jin was able to invoke the presence of a god. He still doesn't get what is happening. Ruza helped call forth a goddess with Jin's powers. It led to the destruction of the battleship. The White Knight sorcerers were defeated the moment she arrived. Now that she's using Rouse's body, she has donned a new appearance with longer hair and milky white eyes. Rouse has sacrificed her vessel-like body to bring forth Clam. She offered Jin a glimpse into the terrible future as a lesson. Basically, she pranked our boy. Murakhan isn't having any of it and inquires what her true goal is. Clam manifests the well of mana in her hand. She is the god of mana, and once nearly destroyed the world when the god of darkness helped her. Soldaret sealed her powers into the divine artifact. Murakhan is clueless about her divine origins. To prove that her words carry weight, Clam shows them the seal casted by Soldaret himself. The seal has since become weaker, so Clam continually helps maintain its power. The Well of Mana is basically access to infinite magic. It's powerful enough to destroy the entire world. The people of Kalin exist to prevent that reality from ever coming true. Murakhan is pissed because those poor natives sacrificed so much in their lives just to protect the artifact. Clam reveals that she couldn't help them when she was sealed until today, when Jin Runendel helped in her manifestation. Both Siri and Terrace are shocked to learn that the boy is actually a contractor of the god of darkness. She offers Jin the invaluable object. Now that he has Sold's powers paired with this artifact, he has gained an ultimate weapon. Clam entrusts the faith of the colonites within his hands. She clarifies that the Well of Mana was always a weapon Soldier intended for the boy to use. Soldier created the seal at the height of his powers. It's a direct reference to his divine existence. While Jin is happy, he remembers Rouse's reward. She promised to help him speak to his god. Clam knows it's impossible to make it happen, as the god of darkness wouldn't speak to the boy. Even with Murakhan by his side, Jin accepts as he wasn't looking for a reward. As powerful as she is, not even. Clam knows that the boy is reliving his life. With her mission completed, she returns to her spiritual form. Thanks to Jin's actions, Colin is free at last. Clam is indebted to the final contractor of the god of darkness, who helped free them from their chains. Terrace is impressed by what she saw. It's not ordinary for a god to be thanking a human. She recommends they make their escape soon since the Zeals could attack at any moment. Ryosa, who is now a part of Clam, realizes that her god couldn't answer her prayers because she was sealed within the divine artifact. Clam apologizes as the woman had to sacrifice her body to save her people. The pain that she endured helped free them. Rausa thanks the deity for answering their call and preventing a dark future. She's the happiest she can ever be. Clam is satisfied to be serving the people of Colin in return. She awaits Jin's strength to help free the world of suffering. After all, if the mirror had fallen into the Ziful's hands, then all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Tika is immensely happy that it all worked out in their favor. Jin is grateful to the sacrifices made by the Colonites because he's the only one who really knows the destruction the Zifuls ended up unleashing in the future. The Runendale prodigy is prepared to reward the people of Colin by offering them a place to stay. Since he's incapable of helping them directly because of his mission as a flag-bearer, he has given the journalist a note to seek Luna's help. There's the possibility that the Zyles will retaliate and threaten more lives. But Jin is prepared for that. He wants the journalist to publish all his findings to gather many supporters and fend against them. His career as a journalist will illuminate with success. After that, Jin meets an acquaintance of Terrace properly without all the fighting going around them. She's so chill that she called their mission easy. Jin is worried that the Zifuls might come to hunt her down. But Terrace isn't worried. She believes the Zeal Patriarch will instead act with caution. After all, he doesn't know about Clam's manifestation, which means he is under the impression that Terrace wiped out the White Knight unit all by herself. Jin is happy to hear that, but Terrace reminds the boy that she didn't just help him out of goodwill. She treated him as a client, and now it's time for a hefty reward, especially from someone who is a legendary spell sword and the contractor of the God of Darkness. Jin waits in anticipation, wondering how big her request would be. In a hearty laughter, Terrace lets him off with a freebie. She thinks she has acquired enough information and even teases her daughter for it. Jin is utterly stumped that she's not asking anything. The ruler of the secret palace prepares to make her leave. Cirrus wants to settle her score with Jin next time in a real fight. Her mother thinks she's still stuck being a hard-ass. She's making a fool out of her own daughter by messing with her. And now, since we haven't revisited Sierra and Runcandle in a while, it's time to come see him. Terrace and Dorma has personally stepped into the Dark Sea, all for the sake of a marriage proposal for Jin. What a queen this woman is. Over to Luna's place, she learns about Jin's incredible adventures, taking on incredible adventures like Mion and the White Knight Fleet. Like the caring sister she is, Luna asks how her brother is faring. After hearing that he's okay, Luna turns to Tika, wanting to know if she's got some skills. After all, she can't promise a good stay if the people of Colin aren't promising to work. She tasks her maid to help the Colonites settle and find work for themselves, which is much better than receiving a favor. As for Diano, the journalist, Luna is interested in supporting him fully so that he could execute Jin's wishes to the best of his ability. 1 month after their epic battle, word of the Colon genocide was published, terrifying the world. They were told that a bunch of travelers ended the conflict and pushed back the Zifuls. Even the Runcandels came to hear of the news. The Ziful clan pinned the blame on Mayron for the incident since he was no longer alive. But some remnants of the battleship cornered the involvement of the clan. It enraged some kingdoms while others remained unaffected. The Weymouth Emperor broke his silence and even spoke in favor of the Zyles. But his announcement did not come lightly as it was met with public outrage. The Zifuls made sure to reward him properly for taking their side in this political battle. The reputation of the Zifuls took a major hit, and they're incapable of plotting a major attack for now. They have coped with various losses, all thanks to Jin and Luna's help. The journalist receives much support from the people who are taking his side. The people of Cullen will pray for Jin's help, waiting for the day he unveils his name as the traveler who stopped the oppression of the Zeals. They desperately pray for Jin's success so that he could be the one to annihilate the Zifuls forever. Circling back to Kieran's encounter against Terrace, Khan is shocked when he sees a huge wall of ice emerge from afar. Terrace gave a warning shot to the approaching Kieran, who was upset by her nonsensical words. The ruler of the secret palace admits that she's not here to fight him. She ends up accidentally slashing Khan, who barely blocks the attack, avoiding his death. Saren doesn't care about the woman and simply wants to read his next letter from Kashmir. He quickly learns that the boy defeated Miron and that an unnamed traveler helped free the people of Colin by stopping the oppression of the Zeiss. What shocks Kieran is the mention of the battleship of Ketch, because it's far too powerful of an opponent for Jin to have overcome. That's where Taurus chimes in because she took it down. She's surprised to learn that Kashmir has been mailing him letters. Kieran is furious that he didn't mention one word of her involvement. Terrace counters that the man deserves praise for taking Jin's side, favoring him over the fate of the run candles. The patriarch accepts this suggestion and realizes that he could have made a mistake just now. Siren wants her to just off with the marriage proposal. Terrace somehow sees the two of them as the perfect couple. Jin feels a sudden chill run down his spine, and for appropriate reasons. Jilly thinks it's probably a side effect of obtaining more mana. But Jin doesn't believe that to be the case. He improved in strength and ability, having reached 6 stars in swordsmanship and 7 in his mana. All he has to do is maintain the object in his hand to achieve a surplus of mana. But Jin doesn't want to risk using it too much, because it would risk breaking the seal. Kashmir's assistant informs him about an unexpected visitor who wants to work for him. This mystery man even knows about one of his bases, so it's clear that he's someone important. Jin is curious, just as anyone, until he sees a familiar face. It's the same information merchant, the dumbass Jetu. Jetu may have ruined Jin's life in the past, but it wasn't the case anymore. He was spared and came before him. Kashmir is intrigued how he came to discover the location of their bases. Jetu explains his former association with the Akan Kingdom. Kashmir realizes that this guy is connected to Jin and helps bring down the auction house. He still wants to know how he came to find their base. Jetu tries to skip around the specifics of how he managed that. Kashmir is enraged, which causes Jetu to blurt out information on Alu. Intrigued, Jin wants to know more. When Jetu turns around, he is stunned to see Jin run Candle, calling him a fraud for betraying him so much. After all, he did impersonate Veridine. Kashmir is infuriated by his accusations and nearly cleaves his head off. Murakan barges in, extremely annoyed that he didn't receive his ice pops. To the Dark Dragon, his ice pops are more important than any investigation. He's even more pissed when he sees Jetu, remembering how he kicked his ass Black and Blue. Jetu is stunned that they're closely related to Kashmir and realizes that Jin supersedes everyone among the group. Hey, apologizes, by smashing his head on the ground. Jin is looking for new information on Alu. Jetu reveals his real name, a former Runkindel cadet. Jin is somewhat familiar with the name Marius, but Jilly knows for certain. After all, they share the same surname as Luna's nanny. Jin's face grows pale. Alu belongs to the Kingdom of Delki, one of the many kingdoms of Huster. He was a nobody who passed the test and trained as a cadet. That was the last time he used his real name before dropping it and never using it again. Jilly confirms this. Kashmir put his blade next to the merchant's neck, suspicious of his words, as the commoner couldn't have taken a test to become a Runandal cadet so easily. While he's pestering him, Jill explains that it's possible someone from within the clan helped Alo serve his cause. Jin suspects that it has to be one of the pure blue dudes, or even the nannies behind their backs. After all, the nannies are more capable than their simple task of caretaking. They've got influence of their own from within. When Luna Runandel boasted the top rank, she was referred as the leading candidate to lead the clan. At the time, her nanny had a major influence in the clan. So, if Alu and Tyan are related, then it's actually possible that Luna cursed him in his past life. But such a thought is inconceivable. Jin thinks Tyan is on her own without sharing any involvement with Luna. Jetu confirms the validity of the information, prompting Jin to use him as a bait for Delki. He wants to scavenge more information about Alu and Tim. In the Kingdom of Delki, a delinquent is bullying a commoner when a woman donning purple hair kills him with an agonizing death. The commoner begs to be spared, thinking that they're heroes of some kind. But these guys are straight-up villains. He kills the man while the woman collects his powers. Kashmir states that only one group in Delki frequently uses the name Marius. It's an orphanage, a facility once used by royalists, which at first helped the children form bonds with each other before ordering them to kill each other. The only children who survived the harsh treatment of the facility were hired as assassins. The orphanage was shut down eventually. 10 orphans were released, and one of them happened to be Alu. Kashmir hands Jin each of their addresses to investigate in Delki. The Runandel prodigy is confident that he will be able to locate the culprit who cursed him in his previous life. Jin has arrived in Delik with Jetu. The first person they have to investigate is a man called Gabber Marius. Jin isn't planning to extend their stay and prefers they get the mission finished quickly at first. Jetu knocks on the door, but there's no response. Jin observes a bunch of people hovering over a scene. He discovers the case of murder, a brutal one at that. One man was poisoned to death while the other was slashed clean with a wind spell. One man shouts, believing that Gabber deserved the treatment. Jin uses him as a lead to ask questions. The man states that he and his friends discovered the corpse at night. The guy who owed Gabber some money died in the process. Jin is certain that their real target was Gabber, and in order to leave no traces, they disposed of the witness with a magic spell. He wonders if the criminals were hasty and botched their operation. Jin comes to a sudden realization and asks Jetu for their next target. He senses something dark behind the scenes. Jin's suspicions are confirmed when they arrive to find their second target killed via poisoning. The man was disposed of only a while ago, and the method of poisoning is the same. Jin believes that someone is specifically targeting the survivors of the orphanage to erase evidence. They rush to their next few targets, all of whom are decapitated and killed in brutal ways. Jin notices the remains of an 8-star spell. That means with every target, the assassins are using stronger and stronger spells. Jetu thinks it's bad if they keep pursuing them like this, as even the authorities have grown suspicious of their sudden findings. Jin argues that there isn't much time to waste. He's in a pinch, and despite his rank as a reserve flag bearer, Jin wants to make sure to exact his revenge. One last target remains on the assassins list. They're happy to have wiped out the entire list with ease. It turns out that these guys also survived the orphanage. The both of them were selected as the best of the bunch, and they step towards their final target to erase all evidence. After forcing their way inside, the assassins are surprised to find no one. Clearly, they didn't account for this case. Meanwhile, Jin and Jetu have already rescued the last survivor, and they're en route to escape. The reason they were always one step behind the killers is because they were close to the portal. That's how they managed to save the man and his daughter. But there's still a problem. The assassins hunting them down are Varys and Kuzan, the deadly duo and the best of the orphanage. Jin is shocked because there were supposed to be 10 survivors, but in reality, there were actually 12. Varys and Kuzan launch their attack. They've already arrived. Varys is happy to kill her dear brother while Kuden isn't in the mood to play games, but their plans are interrupted thanks to the powers of a sorcerer they weren't anticipating. Jin is glad to take them on in his clan's own territory. They're both young by their appearance. Varys is not as Eiffel, but she's powerful enough to pose a threat. They take Jin for a lightweight. Varys is confident in cutting him down, but Kuzan wants her to be cautious around their opponent. Varys ignores his warnings and launches a powerful wind spell, all for Jin to block it with a defensive barrier. He wonders if Varys is out of energy after depleting her mana the entire day. But the thing is, Kuzan seems to be more of a threat. He's the one deploying poison. Kuzan takes out his poisonous blade, preparing to fight his opponent. Jin orders Jetu to hit the road with their target. The fight starts with Kuzan overwhelming Jin in a show of strength. He's impressed by the existence of a spell sword and even recommends that Jin prioritize his own life over others. Jin counters his attacks and orders the dumb merchant to just go. Jetu finally listens to his advice and runs off, leaving Jin to fend off Varys and Kuzan all alone. Varys thinks their opponent is arrogant to assume he'll defeat both of them at the same time, but they just don't know who they're dealing with. Jin casts his special light spell, blinding both assassins right when they were most vulnerable. Kuzan is instantly slashed, but somehow reacts to Jin's attack. Varys is still blinded and defenseless. She doesn't know that her brother has already been injured. Enraged, Varys swears her powers to kill this guy. Kuzan recommends that she maintain her sanity as he can still heal his wounds. There's the fact that she used too much mana, which could overwhelm her with a mana backflow. Instead, Kuzan takes a poisonous potion and drinks it without hesitation. An astonished Jin reflects that some people can develop resistance against poisons and use it as a healing mechanism. However, it greatly hampers their lifespan in exchange for strength. Now that Kuzan is ready for round 2, he's ready to face the mysterious Spellard who can cast even light magic. He has his personal questions, but takes priority in completing the mission. Kuzan has ceased the intent to capture Jin alive and instead bursts full speed to blitz him. Jin barely has the time to react to his attack, and at the same time he could hardly dodge the wind magic. Kuzan is stumped. It's inconceivable that a 6-star swordsman is keeping up with someone of much higher rank. Jin is happy to introduce his powers and sets his target on Varys. He unleashes the flames of tests, the ultimate fire phoenix, engulfing Varys' entire body to ashes. Next up is Kuzan. Our boy casts Shadow Force to entrap him in a void of darkness before slashing him to pieces. The assassin had never seen such dark energy before in his life. He just faced a monster who could summon the Blue Phoenix and even command the Shadow Force. However, he does wonder if the effects of his poison will work against someone like Jin. The thing is, Jin received an injury which led to the poison kicking in and driving his body to its limits. With Varys nearly annihilated and Kuzan compromised, Jin is near the brink of death. It seems that all three fighters have come to a stalemate, but our boy isn't planning to die so soon. He takes his stance, preparing to confront Kuzan again. Before he can, the Imperial Guards arrive to seize hold of the assassins. Like Adulki is the third prince of the kingdom. It seems that Jetu called for support. Kuzan takes Varys and reminds Jinran Candle that they will come for him and make his life a living hell. Saying those words, Kuzan takes, leaving Laika to call a healer for Jin at once. He's exerting every last bit of his strength to maintain his consciousness to remain alive. Jin wakes up in his bed with the third prince by his side. The man had moved him here without knowing about the boy's identity. 3 hours flew by, and he's lucky to survive a poison that could easily kill an 8-star knight. Laika somehow seems to know that he's dealing with Jin Runendell because he remembers seeing the boy at the banquet. He inquires information from him, shocked that he was able to corner the 8-star assassins, even with his current skill level. Jin thanks Laika for his support and asks if the man will report the incident to his clan. Laika has no intentions of doing that, as he's being observed by Kashmir's forces who are scouting for Jin. Laika wants a favor in return for his help. He wants the boy to help Delki by assigning them more guardian knights. He also wants some of the shares of the run candles from their gold mine. At first, Laika is sweating bullets, thinking Jin will be offended. But in an interesting twist, Jin offers him double the reward for his support. In due time, Jin states that he will be able to do anything that he pleases. Laika searches for the meaning behind his words, wondering if the boy has ambitions to become the patriarch of the Run Candle clan. Jin returns to Jill and Murakan, who are equally frustrated in his stupid attempts to get killed again. The reason Laika didn't bother leaking the information is because of Kashmir and Quintel, which would have stirred trouble for the Delki kingdom. Jetu, the lousy information merchant, is happy that Jin returned alive. Kashmir talks about Dan Marius, their target, but he's not saying anything worthwhile. Jin takes the initiative to speak to the man and emphasizes the lengths he had to go to save his life. Hesitantly, the man finally reveals a bone-chilling fact. It was Timmy and Marius who trained the assassins, as she is their mother. As a matter of fact, they're cowering before her presence for failing the mission and even exposing their identity. Tyan is dead serious about their shortcoming and commands them to get lost. She doesn't even want to acknowledge them as her own. Vera begs for her mother's consideration, apologizing for having failed her. She doesn't want to be abandoned. Yet, that is all the cruel nanny has to offer. She kicks them out and reminds both of her failures to never come back. Kuzan wishes for her health, almost as if he's praying for her downfall. Timian goes outside reflecting that they definitely fought Jin, who used Shadow Force. Now that the boy has ensured a connection back to her, it's clear that he will come looking for Luna. Shockingly, she believes that not even Luna would be able to kill her. Town has access to information on the boy. She thinks threatening to expose his powers would be enough to make a toy out of Jin. Anyway, Dan learns from Jin that Alu was killed in battle, but before death, he uttered that his master wished the boy to be assassinated. Jin wants to be concerned if this secret master is Timayan herself. Tyan secretly shook hands with someone inside the clan. The contents of the deal are confidential. Jin is starting to suspect Tyan's association with this mysterious man. He hurries to see Luna at once. Luna is enjoying a meeting with Tika, who is happily settled with the rest of the colonites. She's surprised to see the boy waiting at her door from afar, almost as if he's depressed. Jin comes to reveal everything in front of her face, but Luna can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. She thinks that Jin is for sure wrong about everything. desperately hoping that her baby brother confirms that he's wrong. Luna erupts in rage, slowly accepting the situation for what it is. She even thinks that the people of the orphanage must be framing Timonian behind their backs. Luna is ready to accept every reason except the one that causes suspicion on Timon. Frustrated and confused, she wants to speak to her nanny at once. Timonian knows that both Varys and Kuzan will be eliminated in secret. She doesn't care for her children as she could always make new servants. Taimoon is confused how Jin was able to get this far. In the middle of her contemplation, she hears a knock on the door. There, the run candles. Both Luna and Jin. Luna does not hesitate for a moment before accusing the nanny's involvement. Without any signs of denial, Timian confirms the fact. Confused, Luna digs deeper to infer her motivation for raising actual assassins to get in Jin's way. She counters that they weren't sent on a mission to dispel Jin, but rather she was the one who was surprised that they encountered him. Luna grows furious more than anything. A feeling of betrayal and sorrow overwhelms her. Timon requests to pass a trial to prove her innocence, but this facade, this side of her. Luna was expecting her to deny the ridiculous claims, but she's just avoiding her confrontation. Luna is infuriated. So, Timian finally reveals that she was forced to raise assassins to ensure her survival. Because of an enormous number of enemies within the clan, they were under constant threats. Luna doesn't get this excuse as she was powerful enough to fend off any threat on her own. But she doesn't even know that most of the Run Candle servants never make it past the first year. It's the same for the Guardian Knights. Every single one of their lives were taken by the pure bloods who plotted against them. This is a lie, and Luna knows it well. She's devastated that her cherished nanny has to come to this. Timon stops her with a simple question. Would she have killed her siblings? It would not have mattered. Because Luna didn't care about the bloodshed. She loves her siblings and wants to stop the infighting. Back then, she was a weeping mess who stepped away from her obligations. Just when she rejected the throne, the people around her suffered. It all started 35 years in the past. Timoon had clinged to power for the first time in her life. Living a shitty life in a terrible orphanage, she was just a tool to be discarded by powerful people. The Renandals sought her potential, and that's how she learned how to become human. They treated her kindly and looked after little Luna since day one. She was happy to have been comforted by the little child's warmth. After that, many pure bloods were born one after another. All of them stood to become a rival and enemy to Luna. Still, the child possessed brilliant talent and outshone her siblings. She had unprecedented talent. But the truth was, Luna didn't want to fight others. She just liked training. She was an innocent child, and Joshua was jealous of her. Luna became a crime monster that overwhelmed everyone in the clan. She was the definition of blood, lust, and terror by the time she reached the age of 14. More time passed until one day Luna crumbled under the rain. She couldn't desire a life where her clan dictated everything. She did not want to become the ruler of the clan in her father's footsteps. Timonian begged her not to lose her way. But that was the day Luna decided that she would never pursue the path of the throne, as it would require her to face her siblings. She wanted to carve a new path for the clan to become their protector. That was the decision of a 9-year-old prodigy, but everything faded with her desire. Timian wanted to exact its revenge against the orphanage after being tortured for many years. She wanted her to come to power so that she could carry out her own revenge. But when Luna made her decision to step down, Tyan was forced to support her will. She was the only one who stayed by her side. She accepted her happiness by killing her own. Ever since the run, Candle Pure Bloods noticed a shift in their older sister. They began targeting her servants. They killed everyone all around, with Timian barely surviving their wrath. She did not want Luna to find out because it would cause her even greater pain. So for Luna's sake, Timian persevered and came up with the plan to use the orphans of the orphanage as her own. One day, Timian was captured and did not bother speaking a single word. She would accept death long before anyone could make her talk. But the man was no stranger to her fear. He knew all about her weaknesses. He knew that she secretly harbored the desire for revenge. That was the day the lifeless Tyan felt truly alive once again. She allied herself with that man and desperately hoped against a day where Luna would uncover her connection. Her confession has left the White Whale in a complete mess. The fact of the matter is clear. Her assassins nearly killed Jin, and that she did commence treason against her own clan. Timian is courageous enough to confess her crimes to the clan. The execution knights are already here because she knew this would happen. Jin mocks the nanny for believing she has a way to escape punishment. He reminds her that no one could get her out of this pinch. Timon is happy to accept her fate, but Jin secretly knows. He knows that she was talking way too much for someone who had anticipated this death. He questions Timon, wondering if her master will reliably get her out of this mess. The nanny leaves with a strong impression of the youngest Runendel. He is not only strong, but also sharp. She still thinks she's got the upper hand on him thanks to the information she possesses on his powers. Just then, Taeyum receives an official message from her leader, who bears no interest in protecting the nanny. Saying as much, the executioner knight tries to kill her. The attack didn't make it through. Luna's terrifying rage is at an all-time high. The fact that someone could attack her own nanny before her eyes is unforgivable. She happily reminds them of their place. The knights are operating under the direct orders of their master, but they're still assassins who were sent on a mission. One of them is bold enough to attempt to kill Timmy, all for Jin to intervene and stop their attacks. He clears their head clean for treason. The ones left are demolished by Luna's rage. She crushes each knight into the ground before breaking their limbs piece by piece. Seeing such a sight, Timon is left cold. Jin's suspicions proved correct. Her master shared no intention of keeping her alive. Now that it has come to this, Luna squeezes the life out of the knight only to realize that he poisoned himself to prevent torture. Jin goes on to interrogate Timon for a chance to talk, especially since she just got betrayed. Luna is suspicious of the nanny as she lied to her about the investigation involving Jin's attempted murder. Timun breaks her silence, but it's already too late. She's affected by the poison and won't make it soon. It's the same poison she gave to Kuzan, only to end up wasting her life by it. Luna becomes a whining mess. She didn't wish for her death. The old nanny reflects on her actions. She simply wanted to stay by her side for as long as she could. It all spiraled out of control when she prioritized vengeance over her obligations. That's why in her final breath, Timian reveals an important piece of information before her death. She names the man responsible for placing a curse on Jin. Kiddard Hall placed the curse, but the one who commandeered this mission was none other than Joshua Runendel. He knows everything about Jin's current abilities. Tyon in her dying breath apologizes for her betrayal, reminiscing the memories of the very first time she held Luna in her arms. The nanny hopes that she doesn't remember her for too long. Luna grasps the lifeless body of the woman who had stuck with her through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Joshua Runendel, hopes for an easy death for the nanny. Joshua is greeted by the abandoned assassins. They're prepared to pledge allegiance to their new master to help change their mother's mind. Varys is desperate for her mother's attention and is prepared to do whatever it takes. Rising from his seat, Joshua approaches the hopeless assassins. He tells them that Timian rejected them for a reason. It was the only way she could save them. Joshua then pins the blame on Jin Runkendel as the man who killed their mother. He makes himself act as a hero who sent his knights, but it was of no use. Enraged, Varys wants to kill the spellsword responsible for bringing down their mother. Joshua confirms Jin's contract with Soldaret. Kuzan is confident to find their mother's killer. He wants to avenge his mother at once. But Joshua knows that their blind outrage will lead to nowhere. It's clear that Jin will try and hunt them someday. He becomes their benefactor in kind, and at the same time recruits them on his team. Joshua makes fun of them underneath, and even feels indebted to Jin for helping take care of the nanny. Joshua instructs Kuzan and Varys to leave as he's got something to tend to. That something is actually the outrage of Lunar Runcandle. Furious as she is, she trashes Joshua's place, demanding his presence. She breaks the rules of her clan and commands the knights to stand down. While they're hesitant, they still choose to rush into battle to attack her. In response, Luna unleashes a powerful energy wave that drops them dead without even using her weapon. Joshua comes out in the open to meet his sister, clearly provoking her with every word. He knows what he's done. Luna calls him a pathetic man, hiding behind the Black Knights. But Joshua is still feigning ignorance to the matter, acting as if he's uninvolved in their affair. It's her intent to kill, and that's exactly what Joshua wants. He wants her to become enraged and act recklessly so that the Runcandle clan takes his side. Instead, Luna chooses to react with patience, claiming no intention of killing Joshua. Instead, she's here for a final warning. Luna tells him that Jin will slaughter him the next time they encounter each other. She recommends that Joshua heed her advice, but he makes light of the situation and even provokes Luna, but he doesn't know. She's the queen of trash talk. She thinks of him as no more than a little boy. Joshua, on the other hand, wants Luna to stay like this. After all, her powers are necessary to stop the Zai. But when he's taken over the Runendels, he will make sure that she bites the dust. After the confrontation, Luna meets up with Jin, who is worried about his sister's health. She only held back because Jin instructed her to. After all, that was Joshua's plan from the beginning. Jin hears about the Black Knights guarding him. They're the finest warriors among the Knights of the Runcandle clan. They actually work under CA, so it's strange that they're bothering to protect Joshua. Jin is convinced that his mother has played a part in permitting Joshua the usage for such an elite Runcandle unit. Both Luna and Jin stand to commemorate Timon is less than Unk is greater than S death. The vulnerable older sister of the family is devastated that someone so close to her could betray her to that extent. Luna takes responsibility for her personal faults. Timon became her loved one while her own brother became her enemy. Luna is feeling a gush of emotions no one could understand. She confesses her hatred for fighting among her siblings. The wretched tradition of her clan disgusted her. Jin commends her for helping safeguard her siblings and protecting them from causing each other harm, but her naive approach didn't last for long. All she did was run away from her responsibilities instead. Luna declares that she no longer cares about protecting the clan. She has sworn her allegiance to her baby brother Jin, and she will be unafraid to cut down his enemies. Instead of serving her father, Luna surrenders her sword to Jin Runkendel. This is the only way to make amends with her actions. She doesn't care what happens to her siblings, as that is the cost of her hypocrisy. In response to her bold declaration, Jin swears the same to her sister. He wants to share the responsibility and the suffering of her sister. This time, Jin is the one who comforts her with his undying support. Embracing his older sister, Jin promises to protect her once he claims his spot as a flag bearer. He's the only person who understands her, so Luna's final desire is to create a future where Jin seizes the throne. It's been a while, but Murakana is back to his ranting. He trash talks Joshua for going to absurd lengths against his own brother. Even Jill is disgusted. They swear at him, pouring insults until their hearts are satisfied. Jill analyzes Joshua's desperation to assassinate Jin back at the Storm Castle before stopping. It's unclear as to why, but Jin is almost certain that Joshua is aiming to obtain his contract. The Zyphals have already found a way to steal divine contracts, but even so, Joshua can't possibly be working for them. Jin wonders if there's another way to strip a divine contract. Kashmir has found reports on the man who placed a curse on Jin. He's a sorcerer who is hiding himself under an alias. Since Jin has a personal matter to settle, he requests all of his friends not to pursue him for the upcoming 3 months. The man is enjoying his drink at the bar when Jin Runcandle arrives with his own disguise. He acts like a member of the Zeal clan and locates his target. Jin introduces himself as a student of magic, drawing attention from everyone around. Amel throws a fit and empties the bar by threatening the people. With no distractions left, Jin's disguise is ripped apart. Amel can see that he's got an immense amount of mana paired with brilliant physical ability. Amel accuses him, but Jin, since he's perfected his disguise, has no reason to fear his new identity. He adopts the name of his teacher's clan as part of his alias. The name Hister rocks the Elder's world. He can't believe that this man is the descendant of the same clan that were once wiped by the Zyles. To prove his identity, Jin comes up with a concrete excuse of his past. He even shows him the invaluable book written by the so invaluable book, Hister clan. Jin refuses to let anyone touch the object. He opens the book before Amel, and with the flip of every page, Amel's nervousness climbs. He expresses the desire to study the scripture and takes Jin right to his laboratory. Now that they're alone, the Elder wants to know how someone like him could survive the extermination of the Hister clan. Once again, Jin comes up with an elaborate excuse based on the information he knows about the Hister clan. But in any case, it helps add proof to his powers. Amel emphasizes that if he truly is the last descendant of the clan, then the Zyphals aren't going to let him rest easily. They'll place an incredible bounty upon his life. Sensing the man's despair, Amel makes him a deal. He offers his tutelage and reveals his real name as Card Hall of the Backflow Magic. Jin acts shocked, claiming that he's the sorcerer who climbed to the 9-star level without receiving any outside help. He even helped teach some of the Zeals. He's a master of the mana. Backflow technique. Amel emphasizes his offer for the final Hister to become his pupil. The Histers possessed incredible amounts of magic. The man had endlessly spent his life digging up information about them until one day this nobody called Huel Hister popped out of nowhere. He wants to ensure that his legacy lives on, in the form of Huel Hister. Having acquired a basic understanding of the backflow technique, Amal is ready to teach him advanced levels of the same magic. Of course, it's not like he's doing it for free. He wants to obtain the scripture from Huel. Amal is furious and states that he could easily adopt the forceful approach, and yet he refuses to do so out of his respect. His words have come out of his impatience. So, Amul apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin offers him an exchange. He's okay with handing over the scripture as long as Amul trades it for his book. Amul is tempted by the offer and accepts it. He wants to go and retrieve it at once. Jin is prepared to wait for him until the time comes. Thinks he struck a golden deal. After all, he was going to offer him the book anyway. What's more important to the man is the magic of the Histers, which could help him get ahead of the Zeals. While he's getting ahead of himself, Jin is happy that everything is going according to plan. Amul does return and comes to find that Jin has already mastered the advanced backflow spell. Amal is happy to have stumbled upon a prodigious pupil. Jin retrieves the backflow scripture and hands over the relic of the Histers. Jin has no intentions of reading the book for now. Amal recommends his disciple to get a taste of the real world, and by that he means the humans living in the village. After all, he's an evil man who exercised his magic on innocent lives to perfect his craft. Jin suggests his master use the backflow magic technique on him because he could learn what it truly feels like before testing on real targets. Amul casts one of his advanced techniques, demonstrating his craft. He attempts to absorb Jin's mana, but strangely, the boy is somehow immune to its effects. Amul is terrified when he realizes that the boy's mana exceeds that of an N-star sorcerer. So, as a consequence, he's the one who becomes victim to his own technique. Finally, Jin can help him with some real answers. He shows the man the well of mana with infinite mana surging inside. The existence of this object has made all backflow techniques impossible to work against Jin. As for his getup, he tosses aside his disguise. Jin Run Candle was the boy who suffered a lifetime's worth of abuse by his clan, all because he endured a curse that he was never meant to. The boy that was destined to be doomed has returned from hell to kill his perpetrator. It may have taken Jin a combined total of 44 years. All of it was rewarded in this moment. Jin plans to abuse the same backflow magic technique to forward his mission. After all, the entire world is operating on the magic of the Hister clan. They're the ones who cultivated sorcery for what it was. Jin annihilates Amul's skull, which is nothing compared to the lifetime of abuse that he went through. But for Joshua, he will make sure to inflict copious amounts of pain. Jin leaves, burning everything behind in his wake. Jill is missing Jin for his 3-month-long mission. Murakhan doesn't comprehend how Jin creates new ideas to stir up trouble. Jilly whines because he keeps making her worried. While they're having this talk, Jin is quietly observing them knock themselves out. He's back in one piece, and he's back with a gift from KD for Murakhan to decipher. The Run Candle family shares dinner as they usually would. Joshua seems the most content. The newspaper is filled with reports of the mysterious Jin Gray killing KD. Both the Tona twins are talking out loud, but they can't possibly believe that Jin would be able to defeat a 9-star sorcerer by himself. The sisters Mew and Anne are even more upset at their stupidity. Mary quiets down everyone for ruining her meal. As expected, the Runkindel family dinner is a mess. Joshua takes charge and addresses them to stop. He forwards his suspicions to Jin killing the 9-star sorcerer, but it's clear that it would have been impossible without outside support. Basically, he's accusing Yona without reason. His siblings rise to contest his baseless claim. Joshua tries to control the situation by emphasizing that he was just guessing. It's possible that the group called Anonymous was involved. They're the most powerful assassins, so Joshua thinks it's possible Jin hired them under his name to clear missions. Mary is still pissed that he's taking his hatred for Yona this far. However, Mew is on his side because she's arrogant enough to believe that her Brother could never complete the missions by herself. In response to her incredulous words, Mary knocks the living crap out of Mew before reaching for another punch in her face. She's barely able to contain her anger. But of course, this is exactly what Joshua intended by his provocations. He's playing them for a fiddle. Mary understands her rank in the clan. But she leaves Joshua with a warning to not mess with Luna, or else Kieran will make sure he suffers. He's advised by his siblings to just defeat Yona in a one-on-one fight and make a name for himself. That's how he could prove his strength and make others follow him. But of course, Joshua is a coward who isn't ready to take such an approach. In this tense atmosphere between the siblings, the Tona twins are missing Jin's presence. Talks of the 9-star sorcerer's assassination roam everywhere and reach even the likes of Dante Heron. Veridine wants to go and find Jin with him. Talks of their mission have reached Vymouth. There are speculations that the Zyles were involved in plotting Emul's death. They've been secretly rewarding clans who are helping them benefit. Lars doesn't care if the information is true or not. He just wants the news to reach the ears of the media. Knowing that the Zyfels aren't impatient, he wonders if they're backed into a corner. As for Jin, he's leaving Tun again, much to Julia's annoyance, who doesn't want him to leave. Even Jill is sad that he has to go on yet another mission without rest. Jin's next destination is Sile, the place of the anonymous cult. He wants to retrieve something from that place and meet up with an important person. Jill realizes that he's talking about Yona, who is waiting for his arrival as a reserve flag bearer. Kashmir also has to take care of a certain mission away from Takan. Specifically, this man has to speak to Karan directly. Jin knows, but chooses to remain ignorant. Murakan barges in, having decoded the document. Next, he helps Jin learn the incantations by imprinting it on his body. Now he's gained yet another powerful magic spell to his inventory. It should allow him to take care of all 7-star or weaker sorcerers without much of a problem. Jin activates Shadow Force Release and uses the technique. Enya is accidentally drawn to the pull of his powers, having barely survived the backflow. Jin is just shocked while Quantel is here to retrieve her contractor. She's getting annoyed that Enya's singing is progressing worse by the day. She has the hots for our boy. Unfortunately, Quantel heard about Jin's journey to Sile. She wants to warn him about the training ground where many tourists secretly get assassinated. While Jin is pretty strong, it will be tough if he's up against the best of the best assassins around. Even a capable fighter like Luna struggled surviving against the anonymous assassins. So, as a token for his safety, Quintel gives him an object that will help him when he's cornered. She just wants to support our boy so that he can bring about the best outcome possible. With Jin prepared for his next mission, he leaves. After a long journey, he arrives at the southern entrance of Samali. Jin shows his entry card and states his purpose of visit. Before entering the city, he asks the city guard if the rules of the assassins apply outside the city. Why? Because the guy who literally brought him here lunges to kill him. Jin beats him with a single elbow, which means that the rules of the city apply even outside. He recommends the coachman to look for another job, since he's terrible at assisting people. As for the city guard, at least he's not trying to harm Jin and allows entry. The run candle paves his way to find a beautiful city full of people donning the color white. It's a representation of the assassin's skill to kill without leaving a single trace. Instead of being dazzled, he's creeped out. The new visitors are almost always treated as fresh targets for the assassins. So, it means Jin is definitely going to die if he stays at a lodging. It's going to be a similar fate to the Arena of Cosmos. He looks around for a suitable inn and comes to rent a room. Staying at an inn is dangerous after all. He leads the boy inside and isn't even bothered if Jin doesn't pay any money because he's basically gambling on his life. The man ensures that the boy won't be killed in the room upstairs. Inside, Jin wonders if there are any traps waiting to creep up on him. His composure is shaken when he hears an unexpected clap. Jin prepares to fight, but no one is around. It's impossible to detect their presence. One person is eyeing him down while he's blissfully unaware. Jin knows that he heard someone clap. It's his very own senses that are playing against him now. Yona is impressed by his skills. She was tailing him around to confirm his identity. She's certain that this man is indeed Jin Runandel. Jin grows restless and eyeballs every speck of his room because he's cautious. Yona is stunned because for a mere few seconds, Jin was able to detect her presence. She excitedly observes his confused reactions. She wants to play a game with her little brother to sharpen his senses and make him stronger. 4 days have passed since the event. The man wants him to leave and he doesn't seek any payment from the boy. He's tried everything in his playbook to assassinate the boy, but nothing has worked. He knew from the beginning that he belonged to a known clan, but he wasn't expecting the boy to be this capable. Jin isn't worried about this guy. Instead, he's put off guard by a familiar presence who keeps creeping up on him. The man wants him to leave, and he departs Jin with a piece of advice when he fights another assassin. The easiest way to beat an assassin is to treat him like a magician, as they're capable of pulling off the wildest crap. Jin thanks him and hastens to leave. He's getting a bad feeling all of a sudden because just outside, Jin is met with numerous claw traps. Of course, they're nothing more than a distraction for the assassin to attack him in secret. Jin responds just in time and chases after his opponents. He meets 3 assassins who deploy their traps from the ground to overwhelm him. The traps latch onto his weapon, which means he won't be capable of using it to attack. Sensing their opportunity, the assassins lunge forward to strike him down. But these idiots were unaware about this man's raw physical strength. He casually slaps them away. Jin goes for a finishing move, destroying the man's place while defeating 3 assassins. He leaves a bunch of gold as payment for the damage. The assassins he beat were advanced trainees, and Jin just took care of them without breaking a sweat. Next, he's prepared to hunt down a veteran. Jin shatters the poisonous arrow, but the first one was just a teaser. There are hundreds of arrows raining down on him, forcing Jin to evade their wrath. He's cornered, not knowing where his enemies are attacking him from. When he takes the high ground, the assassins collectively jump on him. Since this is Jin's best opportunity to strike, he kills them all. Jin is confused because way too many of these guys are attacking him for no reason. Meanwhile, Yona is happily enjoying the sight. She's impressed by his skills in combat and hopes that he develops his mind's eye fully after this training. She doesn't even care if Jin dies in the process, as it's just a part of training. Jin has survived the onslaught against the trainees. He is really furious. Against the assassin's leader, he receives a sudden note from this anonymous assassin, and it's confirmed to be Yona. Since she's messing around with him, Jin is ready to use the secret artifact in his arsenal. The Runandels are quick to become victims of poisoning, which is why Jin carries the cure for 10,000 poisons, a rare elixir that guarantees him a chance to survive the worst assassination attempts. Yona was given the same object when she left, but the girl didn't require a use for it since she was naturally immune to poisons after birth. She ended up giving the object to Anne, who fully supported Joshua in both of his lives. Jin hopes to secure the elixir at all costs, but before he's able to do that, Jin has to somehow survive Yona's deadly games. On the second night, he is viciously hunted again. Jin defeats the assassins using his overwhelming physical strength. He knows someone is hiding behind the door and wonders if it's an outsider of some kind. Lo and behold, the secret travelers are actually Dante, Veridine, much to the annoyance of Jin. They made it his problem that he was so hard to track down. Meanwhile, Jin is out here barely able to contain his rage. Verd and Dante spent their money to travel to this place, trying to lay low from their clans. Jin offers to help them eat whatever they want, so long as they can guarantee him a helping hand. Dante responds generously as he cuts down on the assassins. Yona observes from afar. She certainly wasn't expecting new visitors to come join their game. Sir Owl, the nameless king, comes to warn Yona because her reckless playground has destroyed many houses. The notices Jin run candle and receives a panic attack when he sees Veridine and Dante. Yona rushes to address the situation, but Owl stops her from trying to kill them. She doesn't want any added interruptions ruining her playtime with her brother. Owl suggests playing a game of survival, intending to send real assassins this time. Winning or losing depends on whether these guys survive or not. Yona is desperately hoping for Jin's survival because she likes him. She's going to choose the killers and runs off without addressing how many houses she's destroyed in the process. The following morning, Veridine and Dante are out cold. Jin has noticed how the both of them have massively improved in their abilities. He just can't fathom how the geniuses of his previous life are buffoons in his current one. Jin thinks of a plan to utilize both of them for his gains, in a way that he gets out of the sticky situation. But suddenly, the owl pops right in front of him undetected. He's the best assassin in the city. Jin identifies the nameless king immediately, who congratulates him for putting on a brave face in front of death. Jin is unafraid of death, but he's still nervous on the inside. He wonders if Owl came here to talk about Yona. The man exerts his dominating aura, offended by Jin's arrogant tone. Just as aura alone is enough to suffocate Jin right where he's sitting, he calls off the attack in the name of the Run Candle Patriarch. Jin realizes that he's severely outclassed and apologizes for his bold approach. The Owl tells him that he'll be facing real killers from now on, and it's going to be a huge problem if both Veridine and Dante end up dying. This is a game that Jin has to survive by staking both their lives. It's almost as if the Nameless King is warning Jin to act ahead of time. It's asked if not even Owl can control Yona. He advises Jin to travel to the central part of the city for safety, and the next day, he recommends sending Veridine and Dante back home. In exchange for his mission, the man is happy to lend him a reward. But when Jin asks for the 10,000 poisons elixir, the request infuriates him. But he accepts. It is a valuable trade for his life. His only mission is to protect Veridine and Dante from dying. That said, the Nameless King wonders why Jin Run Candle took the bold approach of mentioning Yona's name. He suddenly realizes that it was a bold attempt to check their connection with each other. Impressed, the Nameless King vanishes before Jin's eyes, who now has to take on the new mission he was assigned. Jin skips no details, and immediately tells the other two jokers about the situation of real killers. Dante and Veridine take the matter lightly, but even as they're traversing through the city, they have yet to feel anyone's presence from around. It's almost as if they're being chased by a hunter. Jin knew the difference between trainees and killers, but he wasn't expecting it to be this much. Yona is enjoying the sights. The Owl thinks her baby brother is most certainly going to die when the assassins initiate their attack. Yona argues that it would be impossible with Jin's awakening. He's moving on instinct from the outside, but even he is beginning to detect sharp movements thanks to his mind's eye. She's proud of her brother's accomplishments, a side of her that not even the Nameless King has noticed before. Jin protects them from a sudden attack and immediately grabs both Veridine and Dante to brace for the incoming projectiles. But right when he's blindsided, the assassin comes rushing to attack. Jin blocks the attack, shocking him with how good his detection ability is. Vidine's ice spell doesn't last much longer. The assassins are sure to ambush them if they prolong the fight. The only way they can survive is by reaching their destination. Vidine mocks the assassins for being weak, but it's almost as if they're keeping their distance for a reason. Turns out it was a distraction. Jin barely survives getting his head pierced from a downward attack. He turns to Veridine and commands him to use the strongest spell in his arsenal. Apparently, it takes 10 minutes of charge, so Veridine gets in preparations for activating the ultimate firestorm. Staring at the spell, Jin finds himself astonished. It's the ultimate magic spell once used by the demonic emperor of the Zippel family. While Veridine is charging the attack, Jin fends off the assassins. He realizes the rest of the killers are concentrated on Dante, who activates his clan's secret technique to wipe them all out. Jin defeats his opponent and has never seen a technique like what Dante used just now. It's clear that Dante has been honing his skills after their fight. Even Veridine's magic is the height of perfection for his age. Just when Jin was congratulating him, Veridine is unhappy to tell our boy that he hit up. The spell failed. Jin emphasizes Dante to run with Veridine, who's out here suffering the backlash of using such a powerful technique. The assassins are hell-bent on cutting them down because they're afraid of what Yona will do to them if they don't. Yona pieces together the clues and grows infuriated. She knows for a fact that the Nameless King secretly helped Jin about the partible. Restricted killing zone. No crimes can be committed in the central area, and thankfully Veridine and Dante have reached the location just fine. The assassins can't do anything now. Yona confronts the Nameless King, who tries to feign ignorance and attempts to lie. Since he broke the promise, Yona will personally step down and take all of them on in their next fight. Yona is like a daughter to the Nameless King. Her talent goes beyond any assassin in the world, often considered the god of murder. Some say she possesses a blade stained with chaos. That's the level of threat Jin and his friends are up against. The Owl can't do anything to interfere in this fight since he broke the terms. He's hoping as best that Jin finds a way to get Dante and Veridine out of this place. He is hoping for Yona to pull her punches when dealing with Jin Runendell since she happens to develop a liking for him. He thinks that if Jin follows his orders, everything will be fine. Or that's what he thought. because Veridine is knocked out cold and by the face of their biggest possible threat. Yona is happy to exploit them when they're most vulnerable. She's most pissed that they had to interfere in her game against her brother. Yona gets frustrated when she sees Jin holding a certain object in his hand, the silver dragon's claw, the same object that Quaitel gifted him to use when he is outclassed. Jin is surprised no one is reacting to this, but our boy doesn't know both assassins are standing behind with a presence so light that he can't sense them at all. Yona is barely able to look at her brother. Jin pretends to greet the owl for the first time to conceal their connection. Jin had already fed his friend sleeping pills so that his conversation with Yona wouldn't be interrupted. The Nameless King questions how he obtained the object. Jin explains that he merely obtained it from a friend. It's an item of reputable importance and will always protect you if waved in front of a nameless killer. Before he gives them the gift, Jin wants to know why real killers were used instead of trainees. He thinks that Yona must be attacking him just like his other siblings, but that's not the truth. The Nameless King explains the terms of their bet. One argued that he would survive, and the other side figured they would lose. Owl won the bet because of their survival, so there won't be any more killers pursuing Jin or his friends. Anymore. They're even safe from the best of the best like Yona. This gift will last for a decade's worth of time. Jin has eliminated a major problem with his involvement, and in exchange for the silver dragon's claw, he will receive a reward. The owl leaves the two of them to speak in private. After all, it is their first encounter with each other in Sam. Yona is an Omega-level introvert with how shy she is. Meanwhile, another group is operating in secret, working for Sir Joshua in order to frame Jin and Yona. Since they're not allowed to kill Jin so far, they have to watch and observe. Back to Jin's conversation with Yona. She clarifies that she's not here to kill him, but rather help him improve. She asks about his friends, and quickly learns that they're members of the Zeal and Hearn clans. Jin is scared that Yona will report them to his family, but she genuinely cares for her baby brother and doesn't want him to get hurt. Unfortunately, the fact that she sent killers after him has shaken his trust in her. Jin confronts her, asking if he's a toy for her to play around with. Yona strongly denies before breaking into tears. She shows a gentle side to herself, proving her innocence that she didn't mean real harm. The best killer was supposed to conceal her emotions, but she's an emotional wreck in front of her brother. Yona had become a killer even before she arrived in a nameless territory. The girl was only 8 years of age when she killed her own cousin at the Storm Castle. Unfortunately, that led her to be punished. But in reality, she was sent here to hone her talent to kill. Siren was afraid that his other children would be at risk from a young age. That's how powerful she was. Yona is happy to speak to Jin without wearing any defenses. Jin thinks it's messed up for their father to treat Yona so carelessly. He expresses the unfairness of how she was treated, how their father considered her nothing more than a killing machine. Yona doesn't bear the conscience to see how messed up it is because killing comes natural to her. Yen wonders if she is a contractor of some kind. She has something, a secret skill, but Yona isn't ready to dive into that yet. After all, she knows about his secret powers, too. Yona claims that she feels genuine fear, as the demon inside of her is aching for her to kill her brother. She's fighting against her natural instincts to not kill him right here. Jin is surprised that she treasures him so much, even though they've met for the first time. Yona offers to give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons. After all, that is the only reason her other siblings come to explore the territory. Jin shocks her by denying any such intentions. He won't start liking her just like that. Yona wants to earn his affection. Jin senses the opportunity and suggests that they walk together as relationships are strengthened through conversation. He takes his sister's hand and contemplates the best way he could treat his pitiful and clueless sister. As they're walking through the city, no one is around. Yona suggests going to a restricted place she likes. Jin thinks he's about to get his ass pushed from the cliff, but Yona thinks he'll survive, even if she does. They arrive at the beautiful garden of green roses shining brightly underneath the moonlight. Yona treasures them with her life and gives her brother a bunch. It's not the first time Jin has received the same roses. After all, he's found them many times by his bedside. Even in his previous life, someone came to leave them by. When Jin struggled the most against his siblings, they were there. He realizes that Yona has spent many years looking after her baby brother from afar. She has always cared for him, even when he had nothing. Jin, genuinely happy, allows her the chance to speak her mind about the things they could never talk about. He learns that she once tried to kill the nameless king for a harsh scolding she received. Yona was unable to kill him back then, but with her current powers, she could probably pull it off. She's intrigued to learn about the silver dragon. Yona wants to collect the silver dragon's claws after all, Jin expresses, being unafraid in her presence. Normally, everyone she has ever talked to is afraid of the tiny killing machine. Jin recommends that she take a job of becoming a florist, studying flowers, and setting up a territory. As long as she doesn't kill her customers, it should be all right. With their conversation coming to a close, Jin has to speak to the nameless king in private. Yona is offended, but suddenly remembers she also has a mission of her own. She takes a dive and leaves, and right when she does, Jin goes away to see the owl. The owl is offended that Jin rebelled against his order, but at least he guaranteed the safety of both heirs of the family. Jin expresses his honest intentions. He wants Yona to live a life away from Sile. Jin will do whatever it is possible to help her. The reason is a simple one. He will tell them she is talented at being a florist. Jin does not wish for Yona's life to be spoiled by becoming a tool of her family. Instead, he wants to bless her with a happy life. The nameless king is hoping Jin has a solid plan for when that happens. Jin will soon leave the territory along with Dante and Veridine. A week after this discussion, Kashmir and Khan are on their way to Karun. It's Kashmir's first time in the Dark Sea, where the owl, Terrace, and Serene are waiting. The dude realizes just how royally he is being in their presence. Terrace is bothered that she can't discuss the topic of marriage with the others around. Similarly, the owl can't talk about Yona with these guys around. Kieran breaks the silence, ordering Kashmir to take a seat. He's the only person that was truly invited. Taurus and the owl popped up out of nowhere. They all have the same question regarding Jin. Seer wants to share a drink with Kashmir. After the others are gone, he checks on Jin's status while Terrace is stunned that this boy can't stop getting himself in more trouble. The owl also came to talk about Jin. He's wary of Terrace, but Chiron signals him to speak. The patriarch laughs when he hears about the silver dragon's claw. Jin wanted him to erase his presence in Sile, which means he wanted him to kill everyone who knew about him. As anyone could expect, it was a bloodbath. They annihilated their own knights who were chasing Jin down. Karen wonders if they've come here to ask for a gift. The owl confirms that it's indeed true. He's proud of the boy's accomplishments, but, more importantly, he wishes for Kieran to read a note left by Jin Runkandel. Back to Jin and his clueless friends. They're still out cold. He checks his pocket and discovers a note tied to the invaluable elixir, ensuring his survival. Yona wishes her brother a happy birthday and writes a note for Yona. That same note is the one Seer is holding. He wants Karan to free Yona from the territory of Samul. Everything written in the note is the truth. Siren laughs like the overpowered manic that he is. He almost doesn't buy it and suspects the owl to have a secret hand in freeing Yona. Siren is prepared to discuss this matter at length at his home. For Kashmir, he has come here to report the death of the 9-star sorcerer, who was taken down by Jin Renandel. Kieran is pumped and requests the others to leave. Terrace wishes to stay, but the patriarch insists that she also leave. While he's pressuring them, Jin is pestering these ridiculous clowns who just don't want to leave Sile. Verdine wants to spend as much time with Jin as possible before he becomes the head of the family. He has his priorities messed up, but Jin is busy and wants to deal with his personal matters. He refuses to address the matter of Katie's death. Dante recognizes that they won't be able to speak often once Jin becomes a flag bearer. It's true that they'll never be able to see each other after being appointed heads of their clans. They suggest they travel together, helping build Jin's reputation on the way. There are many criminal associations they could help take down, but Jin doesn't like the idea of a 3-person adventure. Verd and Dante want to travel with him as friends. Jin entertains the idea for a moment. He wakes up in his bed, not knowing how he even got there in the first place. What's even more strange is that Enya is next to him. Jin recalls drinking the elixir and fainting right afterwards. She was scared for his life. Quick and comes to mention that he's been knocked out for 5 whole days. It usually takes a month, but his run candle body is the reason it didn't take too long. Enya reports that Jill received an urgent summoning from her family. She is headed for the Garden of Swords and will return soon. Right after drinking an abominable elixir, Jin has to drink a really ugly L-looking medicine. He drinks it anyway. Turns out it wasn't even medicine, but actual poison. This idiot Merkin really tried to kill him just now, right after he woke up too. With this, it is confirmed that Jin's body has become fully resistant to the effects of poisoning, but he has to return Quintel's favors by helping train Enya. Quick Nutel emphasizes that they will help support Jin in his battle against his siblings in the future. She wants Enya to become really strong when that time comes. Jin has already decided on his next destination and wants Enya to tag along for the mission. Of course, she's the happiest she can be. In the Garden of Swords, an interesting development occurs. Tyr confronts Joshua regarding Yona. The patriarch isn't so kind as to treat him with respect and smashes his face with a gauntlet. He commands Joshua to get back on his feet. Finally, the ass-whooping this should have received ages ago. Another smack to his face. More and more without mercy. He orders Joshua to take off his precious armor. Saren is pissed that Joshua is being treated like a joke by Jin. But what's more, he gave a precise warning to him and the rest of the siblings regarding Yona. They were reminded not to lay a finger on Yona. Sharon chucks a heavy fist in his stomach, causing Joshua to fall to his knees. The owl is starting to realize that this Quran's bold warning for Yona, who requires his daughter's safety at all costs. Sharon calls his son nothing more than a coward and reminds Joshua that he will soon be taking away his flag-bearer rank. As he's being taken away by the Black Knights, Mary laughs at his pathetic and pitiful condition. Because on the other side, Joshua is raging like a maniac, nearly about to burst in his anger. Sharon speaks to Jillian learns about Jin's next adventure, the armor he retrieved from Joshua. Now Kieran wants Jin to wear and acknowledge what happened. When Jin finally hears this news, he's actually shocked. Jill is excited to tell him how badly he beat the family. He also gifted Jin with the black armor, a legendary equipment. Jin realizes that his father wants him to be different from Joshua, who doesn't fight and relies on cheap tricks. Jin's mission is to fight so many battles that it's incapable of being worn. It was also a way to warn the owl, never to use his daughter for negotiation. Patriarch Seer is 10 steps ahead of everyone with his every action, but Jin fails to understand what caused him to take such extreme limits. Maybe he also feels sorry for Yona. Jin wonders if there's more than what he sees in Yona. His next destination is the Dark Magic Association. He hopes to eliminate the evil mages with his backflow magic. Enya has tagged along on this journey with him. Jin reminds this dumbass not to use their real name on a deadly mission. The girl is flustered and faints. The Dark Magic Association is a deadly organization worshipping evil magic. The one who annihilated them was Rule Zippel, using the same spell that Veridine failed to utilize. It killed their leader. Zippel also happened to be Solder's last contractor, and he wanted the boy to follow in her footsteps in his previous life. The evil mage Ass Croatian is known for their vile deeds. They've reduced the people to a gloomy expression. Jin explains that it's because of the nobles who specifically turn a blind eye when it comes to the criminals. Jin suspects that the Beement territory wants the Academy to eliminate the Dark Mage Association instead. Speaking of which, noble mages arrive at once. The people of the city are happy, thinking that they're the hope needed to put down the evil mages. While everyone is cheering in celebration, Jin declares that all of these mages will come to meet death because of their impossible mission. He shares a meal with Enya, who is still cautious of what he says. Jin explains that the cadets are not powerful enough to bring down the Evil Mage Association despite their training. It's specifically because they lack the practical experience in combat, while the Dark Mages are full of it. The 30 cadets sent on this mission simply aren't enough to defeat the association as a whole. Speaking of those cadets, they share the same sitting area to eat. They're amateurs, and Jin can see that with one look. Jin wants to leave with Enya, but she is traumatized, remembering that these punks are the same ones who mistreated her at the academy. Unfortunately, they happen to catch Jin staring at them. While Enya is shivering to respond, Jin replies, meeting the cadet's offense. He comes to threaten the commoner. The restaurant owner tries to pitch in, but he's attacked for no reason. Agitated, Jin punches the out of the guy for failing in his duties. He walks away with an imposing warning for the cadets. Jin pretends to be a higher mage and instantly dismantles them with just a little bit of his magic. He can't believe that these are the weaklings who bullied Enya. Jin turns the tables on them and threatens to interrogate the cadets for their arrogance. He tasks them with a mission and they have no choice but to comply. With his expert acting skills down, Jin states that it's time for Enya to shine. She roars at the scoundrels to clean up the place. 5 days after the incident, the cadets prepare for an all-out attack against the evil mages. Jin suspects the presence of nearly 50 enemies, and yet the cadets are acting far too relaxed. An unexpected orc comes flying at them, screwing over their defenses. Fortunately, it was taken down almost immediately. Jin orders Chip to obey his command and warn the others of a potential ambush. Scared, the coward forwards this suggestion. Jin fails to comprehend how a low-level orc could be hiding out in the open. What's more is that a 7-star mage has yet to catch on to the details. They have their suspicions on Professor Orton, who was caught eating meat despite being a vegetarian. Jin picks up on this small detail. The cadets are instructed by Orton to form groups of 2 and enter the cave. They're all acting relaxed, believing in the powers of the 7-star sorcerer. Or that's what they thought, because yet another orc comes crashing out of the wall. They await for Orton's desperate orders, but the man happily turns tail. After all, he's the one who conspired their demise. Orton orders the orcs to kill the stupid cadets, but he clearly wasn't expecting a powerful spell hurling at him. Jin prepares to enter this fight while protecting Enya. Jin has commanded use of this amazing spell, wiping away everyone but 2 sorcerers. He thinks they're both at the 8-star level. Still, they're severely injured. Jin is surprised when they recognize the use of his backflow technique. Rolt Joe, a powerful sorcerer, thinks he can deal with a 7-star sorcerer like Jin, but he just doesn't know he's getting outclassed even if he tries. There are even more powerful sorcerers than Ralti in the association, which spells bad news for Jin even if he survives. Instead, Rolt offers him a spot to join the association for his talents. Jin doesn't really care and uses the backflow technique to shut him down. He whacks Roll with such ease that it makes it hard to believe he's an 8-star level sorcerer. The orcs are killed by Enya, who is improving better than Jin's expectations of her. The whole cave shakes to its core as a giant werewolf makes its appearance. He's happy to meet a really powerful mage who isn't even terrified of the monster. Excited, Golf reveals his name and commands the warrior to fight him. Interestingly, this guy offers him to join the Kinsella faction. Jin is surprised to learn that the Dark Magic Association is working in close proximity to the Kinsella faction. Golf wants Jin to join the ranks, as he will be granted a high position almost immediately for being a talented fighter. Jin would have entertained the idea if not for the fact that his opponent is weaker than he is. Offended, Golf fiercely attacks Jin, nearly shattering his barrier. Enya tries to jump in with her wind magic, but he's clearly uninterested in fighting her. While Golf is distracted, Jin has already sliced him with his sword, surprising the werewolf with his dual fighting abilities. Now he's even more pumped to fight the spell sword. Jin is having fun exchanging vicious blows against the werewolf. He clearly overwhelms him, despite not even revealing a hint of his true abilities. Golf understands that Jin is way more powerful than he lets out to be. Through combat, he learns that Jin is a Runundel. To make it a fight of honor, Golf learns his name and prepares to fight Jin with his tribe's name on the line. Jin prepares his special incantation, the same one he used to take down Miron. 1 slash is enough to take him down. The White Wolf does not wish to be spared. He values honor and roars their tribe's pride. Jin responds, with politeness. He will treasure gold in his memories. Jin slices him down with a definitive strike. The fight is ended. Enya wasn't afraid and became an even bigger fan of Jin's abilities. This werewolf was without a doubt much stronger than the one he fought in his cadet days. Yet Jin didn't struggle even a little bit. He wonders if Enya is okay. With seeing so many deaths, she has come to a realization. She doesn't want to hold him down as a burden. Jin reminds her that it's okay if she doesn't fight. As for Chip, he's barely clinging to his life. Enya reveals her true self and emphasizes that she could take him out of his misery right now. She tries to be cool in front of Jin and vows to help her comrades. As for the imposter, Orton, they've captured him after turning the tide. The man thinks that Jin is a student of Card, but it's not Jin he's talking to. It's someone who has uncovered his disguise and isn't afraid to give him a real beating. Elisa is going to enjoy killing him while retrieving information out of the man. After the interrogation, she found out their secret base is in Oyam. It was once the capital of Vansella. But after a demon invasion, things changed. The demons invaded the place to retrieve a relic. The Runendels and Zippels joined forces to take down the threat. It's the only war where two clans allied themselves to face off one threat. They succeeded in defeating the demons in the war. But since it was impossible to restore the capital, the kingdom decided to switch their capital. Oterium is just a breeding ground for demons at its current state. Jin has a bad feeling about this, and curiously asks why the demons made it their hideouts. Issa explains that at least 3 9-star mages are known to be found there. It's worrisome that such powerful warriors exist in that area. The Canelo are a true force to be reckoned with. It's not safe to jump in without a plan. There's also the fact that they possess transformation magic, allowing someone to wear Orton's disguise. Of course, Bubar is the one responsible for these atrocities. Bubare is also linked to the Aviliano clan. Quick and Tell has never heard of human transformation since it is a gift of dragons. Elisa explains that not even the culprit knew about the transformation. Bubar's methods are secret. Jin adds that he once encountered imposters when he was young. He thinks it is time they confront the Transfigurator. Jin intends to use someone to get to him, and wants Kashmir's help to investigate the relationship of the White Wolves and the Kinsalo. 1 week after this discussion, Dante Heron and his father, the Patriarch, learned that a few of the competent cadets died on their mission to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. However, 2 survivors, namely Jin and Austin Gray, survived and successfully defeated the Dark Magic Association. One of them used magic, while the other used swordsmanship. Of course, Dante already suspects Jin's involvement. What's more, is they uncovered a weapon from the White Wolf. They see a sharp cut that only an expert swordsman could make. Dante laughs as even someone like him couldn't make a sharp cut like that. It's a skill of a swordsman at the 8-star level. The boy humbly confirms that he has yet to reach that level with his strength, so their investigation proved baseless. He's extremely impressed by Jin's incredible growth and feels the urge to speak to Veridine. Lots can't see anyone but Dante deploying a precise cut like that, aside from Dante, but he is fooled into believing that Dante is hiding his true powers. A month passed. Jin was waiting at the teleportation portal, concocting his plan. While he's busy contemplating, the woman next to him looks at the swordsman with intrigue. Jin arrives before Bubar's hideout. Bubar is worshipped as the greatest transformation sorcerer of their time. Dudes literally have a statue of this man, tempting Jin to annihilate it to a billion pieces. He knocks on the door and finds Bubar shocked. It's been a while since they met each other. The man is pissed, of course. He doesn't want to welcome Jin, who embarrassed him at the banquet. Bar lunges to attack him, thinking the results will be similar to their previous fight, but Jin isn't playing around. He knocks the out of him instantly. Bishkal sees Jin walking. He's astonished to find Jin when he's clearly in the middle of his mission as a reserve flag bearer. Bubari begs him to kill Jin, but Bishk is frustrated by his antics. He doesn't want to become an enemy to Jin for pointless reasons. Jin apologizes and states his intentions. He came here to commission a sculpture for his father. Bishkek finds it odd. It's as if Jin has changed. Or maybe he's here for something else. Jin wastes no time, claiming that the real purpose of his visit is to meet Bishkol. He wants to fight him, but Bishkol is uninterested in fighting him. Just as he's about to speak, Jin feels a sharp cut, slicing off his hair. It was a test to check Jin's reflexes. Bishkek thinks he's still too weak to challenge him. Jin leaves without causing more trouble, but nearly kills Bubar in the process. He does not condone spewing dirt on the Runandal family name. Bishkol is forced to fight him to the point he's even warning Jin that it may be the fight that ends his life. Jin is prepared to suffer the consequences as long as he maintains his family's name. It's Bubari's stupidity that has escalated the situation to such extremes. Bishk wants the fat idiot to apologize, ordering him with bloodlust. Bubari has to eat dirt as he apologizes to Jin for soiling their family's name. Jin is okay with Bishkol beating him for his rudis, but both swordsmen acknowledge that it was Bubari's fault in the end. He takes his leave while an infuriated Bishkol commands the Fadas to shut up as they have a lot to discuss. Bishkol reveals his findings to Bubari. Their connections with the Zippel family have been cut off. Bubar is insistent in finding a divine object called the compass. Bishkol is happy to ensure its retrieval. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone and reacts immediately, but there's no one around them. Meanwhile, Jin Renondel is secretly attacked by Yona, who came on a mission with him wearing an elaborate disguise. The letter she received from Jin made her very happy since the owl was afraid of Sharon finding out. He prepared a false identity for Yona on this mission. Her objective was to gather information from Bishkal, which is how she was able to eavesdrop in his discussion with Bubari. Jin now knows their plans, but Yona is somewhat wary of Bubari, deeming him one of equal class. She refuses to speak about her secrets because Jin is hiding his own. So, without hesitation, Jin reveals the Shadow Force. Thousands of murderous temptations engulf Yona's body, calling every fiber of her being to kill Jin Runel. She resists her own body, begging Jin to never bring out his powers before her. She's confused why he revealed his powers so carelessly. Jin explains that he wanted to keep them a secret at first, but upon receiving the green roses, he felt complete trust in his sister. He doesn't hope to hide any secrets from her. In fact, he promises to become so strong that she's incapable of killing him despite her temptations. However, even our boy is afraid of messing around with Yona too much because of their father's warning. In the Dark Sea, Seer learns that both Jin and Yona had fun playing around. The Patriarch is impressed by his son's spirit. Kashmir's latest letter reports that Jin defeated another werewolf. Seer remembers fighting the leader of the werewolf tribe, who was powerful. So powerful that he lasted 5 hours against a fight with him. He comes to know about Jin's newest technique, a technique that uses the Shadow Sword and hasn't been used for 1,000 years. It was Tamar's original skill. Kiran is getting sudden goosebumps and hopes to fight a Shadow Force user. Back at Tikon, Kashmir learns from Jin that the one responsible for the creation of the Devil Stone is Bubari. He's meticulously using corpses of dead gods with his ability to create dangerous artifacts. Speaking of the dead gods, Murakhan wonders if it has anything to do with Numoris. It's time to reveal to Jin what Murakhan found years ago in his battle against a giant. It was unclear why it appeared out of nowhere, but the Dark Dragon is almost certain it involved Bubar's involvement. It's possible that he has connections to the god of sculpting, one that disappeared from history itself. He made the creation of the Origin Stone possible in the first place. Eventually, the god was stripped of his rank and forced to become human. The dragons were responsible for annihilating the graveyard giants that he created. But still, it's impossible for Bar to forge a contract with a dead god. Jin adds that there's an item that could even locate divine contractors. That's how they found Ulia. It's an item called the compass, and while it is an imperfect object, it still led to the capture of Li. Jin thinks it's necessary to obtain the compass from their enemies. He plans to steal the compass when it falls into the hands of the Kinsella faction. Jin plans to locate to a safe location. The Silver Dragon suggests they make their move before getting exposed. They will reunite 1 year from now, guarding them from their enemies. Murakhan knows of a place safer than even the Ice Palace. His suggestion, going to the underworld. As crazy as that sounds, Murakhan thinks it's a good experience. The people of that place are legendary warriors, but the underworld has already been felled. Jin struggles to accept such a place even exists. Murakhan tells him that he's the only person who can go as a contractor. Solder at once made a contract with the people of the underworld, a preparation for the incoming magic swordsman of the Runandal clan. In order to perfect his skills, Jin has to venture into the underworld. Jin's objective is to get to the Mitra Desert, but his carelessness could invite unwanted trouble. He has come to ask for help from the watertail species. These little guys are met with an exciting gift from Jin. They take the fish and help him on his way to the desert. Even the little ones are afraid that he'll die reaching his destination. Deeper into the cave, Jin retrieves some water and explores further inside. It's the first time he has seen the golden tongue species. The creatures are irritated that a human is exploring their place, but just 1 gold coin is enough to persuade the greedy little mouse. They lead him to the exit. Beyond the exit lies a market for Jin to explore. Darkspark already knows about Jin Ronkandel. He remembers him from way back then on his mission. The cute little guy vows to keep his secrets to heart. Jin hopes to repay them in kind for all their help. He exits the cave and discovers the store. Jin no longer needs a guide and happily comes to the market. He tries to lay low and requests a dark canine to act as his travel guide to the desert. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Desert, Jin is happy to tip the guy for his trouble. He walks on his own, heading to the underworld. a place so dangerous that his dead body could never be retrieved from it. The underworld is filled with legendary tales of riches and resources. But even the native beastmen could never find the underworld, so traveling the desert was considered suicide as it led to nowhere. The desert defeated anyone who dared challenge it. But at last, Jinrun Candle is here. The Shadow Sword was heavily guarded by the Mong Wang, a species that disappeared overnight for their arrogance. They ultimately challenged the gods and were annihilated. The Devil Stone is so powerful that despite being a replica, it's powerful enough to cause severe damage. The only god that pied the race was Soldaret, who ended up saving a few people of the race and made a contract with them. The contract prohibited anyone else from teaching the ways of the Shadow Sword apart from that race. The first patriarch Tamar learned from them too. Only a handful of records about his existence remain because the Zippel family was insistent on erasing everything about him. The greatest hero of the world does not even share a resting place in the Garden of Swords. Thanks to Jin's journey to meet the Mong Wang, he will be able to hear much about Tamar's adventures. 2 days of constant travel. Stress is starting to overwhelm his body. It's a more difficult quest than fighting against someone stronger than him. Walking through the aimless desert requires courage. It's a test for Jin Renandel to overcome himself. An entire month passed. Jin has yet to encounter food or water. All he sees is death surrounding him. Even his footsteps disappear in mere seconds. There's no way for him to go back. It's necessary that he endure this hardship. Suddenly, the first sign of life, a voice calls out to him. These fools are none other than the Tona twins. Jin is almost certain he's facing an illusion. The Tona twins hurry to attack him. He's surprised by their heavy attacks as they were waiting until he was completely exhausted to attack. Jin wonders if this truly is an illusion he's facing. He tries to escape, but they quickly catch on. Jin barely reacts to their sharp movements in his exhausted state, but he knows that neither of them possesses a strong attack to finish him off. Jin is infuriated that he suffered so much in his previous life when these guys were so weak. He pummels them to the ground, standing as the victor. Ditana and Hyona apologize, but it's Jin who has found himself hesitating to deal the final blow. He knows in his heart and soul that it's necessary to cut his brothers down if he has to advance ahead. Jin delivers the final attack, not because of his hatred, but because he's a member of the Run Candle clan. He is begging for the illusion to fade. Jin has waited an entire day, but they've yet to fade into non-existence. Jin no longer believes that they were illusions. As painful as it is, he buries his brothers as a mark to advance further. Jin rests at night, consuming a dangerous scorpion for nutrients. He wonders how the rest of his siblings are doing. The thought of his brothers devastates Jin. He doesn't have any water left, either. Nothingness awaits him in the scorching heat of the desert. He has lost track of how long the journey has been. Not knowing why he came here, he is caught in desperation because he has just killed his own brothers. Suddenly, a person offers him water. Jin's senses are as sharp as a knife, and he instantly handles her. Valeria is impressed that his skills have massively improved over time. She's his precious teacher from his previous life, and the real final descendant of the Hister family. She acknowledged the boy's talent and taught him magecraft. Back then, he was banished from the Runendell family when he met her, but it's impossible that she knows about that since they never even met each other. The desert he knew has changed into a green scenery. Valeria's appearance is the same as her previous life, so it's not making any sense to him. Jin thinks she's another one of his illusions created out of memory. She offers him a drink, but Jin believes he's going to have to fight her if he consumes the drink. Valeria is confident that she could kill him instantly in his weary state. Valeria strangely knows that he was reborn and orders him to drink so that she can fight him. She calls him her only student. Valeria's words comfort him, but more than that, she just wants Jin to overcome her using every skill in his arsenal. Jin wants to challenge her on the basis of magecraft. She represented everything to him in his previous life, so he hopes to give her a show. Valeria is unafraid as she rains down an incredibly powerful thunder attack. The spear follows him, which makes him realize that Valeria isn't holding back. They fought many times before, but Jin never won. And now she's fighting him on the basis of killing him. She likes his evasive maneuvers, while Jin plans to wear out her mana. Valeria, of course, knew that it's what he was hoping for. She recommends that he use the sword to fight her because there's really no other way he could defeat his teacher. Jin activates backflow magic thanks to the teachings of KD. Valeria is a little upset and says things that would stir his heart. She knows it will affect him. Jin hopes to meet her expectations. He has to use an advanced technique and plans to endure her wrath. 3 minutes of dodging are required for the move to execute. Jin endured for a while, but he wasn't expecting Valeria to catch him. From the ground, she traps him with a giant magic circle while at the same time maintaining her electric spears. The chains burn through Jin's flesh, and he realizes what's going on. The spears are also an illusion, as only a single one contains mana. Jin summons Tease in his most desperate moment, but with his flailing state, it would be difficult to maintain the phoenix for long. Valeria's magic entraps the phoenix for a long enough time that Jin is able to activate his advanced level technique. Valeria is unafraid. She's out here resisting the effects of his technique while simultaneously commanding so many spells at once. But still, Jin refuses to surrender this battle. Valeria unleashes everything in her arsenal to fend him off. Jin draws nearer. His tide reversal was actually a weapon to identify the real spear from the fake. Jin activates his armor, narrowing the distance between the two. Valeria thrusts the Thunder Dragon with its full wrath. Jin coats his blade with shadow force. He refused to use his sword for a reason. Jin pierces the mage with the best attack he's got, a symbol of his utmost respect for his teacher. Valeria remains defeated on the ground. Proud of her student's evolution, she fades into non-existence. After all, this too was just a mirage. Jin refused to hold back in his final attack because if he didn't, he had no choice of winning. He weeps in sadness and regret that he killed the teacher he loved most. That night, he finds himself in a bundle of swords in the desert. From out of nowhere appears yet another mirage. It's the first patriarch, Tamar. One flicker of his shadow force dominates Jin into throwing up. It's as if he was facing a god who forced him to kneel. But if Jin kneeled now, all his sacrifices would have been for nothing. He resists the sheer pressure, overcoming the pain to move ahead, to go on and cut Tamar down. Seeing the boy's relentless stride, Tamar smiles when he hasn't for 1,000 years. Jin's entire body is commanding him to slice the first patriarch. He possesses willpower to cut his siblings, and even kill his own teacher. While he was sad, he did what was required to overcome his shortcomings. The test is coming to an end. Tamar unleashes a shadow wave that nearly kills Jin. But still, he goes on, resisting the hopelessness of his situation. Tamar commands the swords and cuts Jin down all over his body without stopping. But Jin still hasn't accepted defeat. He killed the ones he loved most to get this far, and he wouldn't have hesitated even if there was someone else in their place. His willpower knows no bounds. Jin commands use of the special technique, cutting down anyone who stands in his way, and finally eviscerating Tamar's image. Unfortunately, before he was able to cut him down, Tamar disappeared. Jin roars that he came to cut down the first patriarch, but a voice reminds him of the real reason he came here. The land of the Mayan Wang is his destination. Jin wonders if the voice was also a mirage. Murakhan had told him about the 3 mirages. It's Jin who forgot about them after losing his sanity. With the 3rd mirage finished, he releases his shadow force. But nothing happened. It doesn't make sense at first until Jin cuts down a path revealing the location of the one who tested him. The man is impressed that Solderet's contractor passed the test. Jin, on the other hand, is damn pissed for being played like a fiddle. Tantal has waited for a very long time for Jin. He takes him to La Perosa, the land of the Mun Wang. Jin consumes a drink before spitting it out. It's a special elixir that helps him recover some of his sanity. Tantal wants the boy to rest up before meeting the others. La Perosa was built 5 millennia ago. It's not a surprise. Adventurers lost their way just finding it. Luxury of the highest caliber surrounds them. Everything is made out of gold. Jin takes note of the jewel in his chest. Tantal explains that it's nothing more than a heart. There's no one in the city besides this man, which leads Jin to question how many of his race are left. Tantal explains that nearly 80 people live in the city, a small number, including the battle god and battle kings. They're the siblings who will pass the shadow sword upon Jin, his most anticipated weapon. Tantal takes the boy to the battle temple. It was made for a god and has immense pressure. It's only because of Jin's third test that he was able to make it this far. Tantal warns Jin to be cautious of his words, as they're not the type to let him fly easily. Jin meets his siblings, who are curious to meet Soldier's contractor. They've been dying to teach him since tomorrow. The woman wants to clean him up. Jin is treated like a rag doll as they fight over who gets to wash him clean. Jin enjoys his bath. He had a rough time dealing with the warrior woman. The humans of this era didn't have good hygiene. The size difference is crazy when he compares himself to the warriors. After cleaning himself, Jinden's traditional outerwear, Tantal explains they're headed for the temple to meet the battle god and the 12 kings he saw from before. Inside the temple, Jin notices the illuminated stone on Tantal's body. He wonders if it has something to do with the battle god. Tantal advises him to respond appropriately, or else he's getting his ass sent back to the desert. The door opens at last. Jin stands before the Golden Kings and their battle god. The pressure he's feeling right now is immense. Bai's and the other battle kings are staring him down. The ruler of the place is the battle god, a smaller woman compared to the others, but with such a dominating presence that it eclipses the strength of the other kings. Surprisingly, the battle god comments on the differences between Tamar and Jin's appearance. Yet, they boast the same energy. It's unlikely that Jin will become the better of the two, and they don't expect him to rival Tamar. Still, Bai's trusts in his strength. After all, he's Soldier's contractor. Most of the other kings have already considered him weaker than Tamar, and for good reason. But Jin didn't come here to be treated like an inferior. He's bold enough to claim his name in the presence of the 12 kings. Van, the battle god, introduces herself properly. She makes it clear that the 12 kings are his enemies before becoming his rivals. Jin is okay with that because he senses their open hostility. The problem is he can't get a read on their intentions. Van will conduct his test tomorrow, and until then, she tosses him her own sword to fight. Jin calls it an ordinary sword, but then it immediately absorbs all of his shadow energy. It is drawing out every last bit of his shadow energy. Van tells him that Tamar overcame the shadow-aspiring sword, so she expects the same from our boy. Jin is bold enough to try and back his words. After the procès, meeting is dismissed. Bais argues that it's too soon for Jin to overcome the shadow-absorbing sword. After all, Tamar was much older and stronger when he overcame the sword. Van knows this, but she chooses to act anyway. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar's fall. Their race stands to test the limits of the current Runendel family, which means Van is confident in their evolution and believes they've grown much stronger since then. The next day, Jin turns up, drained of his strength. He couldn't even sleep because the sword kept exhausting his energy. With no amount of shadow force left in his body, Jin's gonna have trouble. Garmin is the first of the 12 kings to test his resolve. He comments on the boy's exhausted condition and emphasizes that he has yet to acknowledge him fully. The first test is to swing his sword 10,000 times. Of course, Jin is confident because he's already done that before. The number goes higher and higher and higher until it reaches 8,000. It impresses Tantal as Jin executes his 9,000th strike. Thanks to Luna's excessive teachings as well as the steel ball training, Jin's sword technique has been perfected. It is the very technique that forms the Runsendel family's mindset. At last, Jin completes his final swing, maintaining his stance. Garmin is impressed by the boy's powers, as many Runendels failed to do the same. The people cheer in Jin's name, but Garmin is tight-lipped. Jin doesn't want to hear lame compliments from the man. He commands Garmin to accept that he's worthy of his teachings. Garmin is embarrassed, but he admits as much. Now the real training begins. Of course, Garmin has no intention of fighting against Jin. Confident of his victory, he thinks that Jin won't even dent his sword. So, the Run Candle decided to prove his strength by pushing him back. Garmin explains that it was a metaphorical figure of speech. The 8th King instructs the boy to take a swing. Jin uses his full strength, but instead he's the one getting pushed back. Jin wants to try again, and Garmin is happy to let him. With only aura left at his disposal, Jin concentrates his strength in a single slash, destroying the landscape with Garmin still pushing him back. Jin can't believe the difference in their skills. He has found himself completely outclassed. The 8th Battle King has taken some level of damage from the boy. He wonders if it's because of his perseverance as a Run Candle who conquered the desert. Even without Jin's shadow force, he's powerful. Garmin gives him 1 week to perfect an attack that will move his sword. The swordsman was expecting him to teach, but Garmin believes the third mirage and the belief that everything can be cut is all he needs. He asks how long it took Tamar to succeed, and discovers that it took him only 2 days. 4 days have since passed. Jin has yet to move Garmin's sword. He has tried nearly 8,000 times. At last, one of his strikes managed to chip Garmin's weapon. He's still behind Tamar's performance, but the 8th Battle King is impressed by the boy's growth nonetheless. In Tamar's case, he didn't have the shadow-absorbing sword wearing him down. Which begs the question if the first patriarch could have succeeded in 4 days like Hin. It's an impressive achievement, and shows that the Runkendale family has been growing in the outside world. Garmin fully acknowledges the boy, and knows that the others will come to see him. Same way. But before that, Garmin requests that he be the first to taste the fruits of his achievement. Jin doesn't know the heck he's talking about, but accepts anyway. Garmin takes the chipped piece of the sword and straight up eats it. Jin is struck speechless with what he just saw. His next training is scheduled to begin tomorrow. That night, Jin is observing the beautiful cityscape of La Perosa. He wonders if he could boast the same qualifications as Tamar and uphold the reputation of being Solderd's contractor. Tantel sees him lost in thought and knows that Jin didn't sleep for 3 days because of his shadow absorption training. He offers him a stone to eat, but Jin is suspicious and doesn't want to consume it right away. It's actually a snack that recovers one's energy. Jin takes a bite out of it and feels rejuvenated. He wants to know which of the Battle Kings is the strongest of them all. Tantal explains that there isn't a ranking system. They're treated as commoners like Tantal. A gloomy, shadowy presence creeps behind Jin, forcing him to react with his sword. It's the 5th Battle King, Boris, who is impressed by Jin's reaction speed. He inspects Jin's teeth and finds it strange that Jin is missing a molar. It happened with his final slash in the 3rd Mirage. Jin was so concentrated and angry that he ended up breaking his tooth. It's a considerable achievement. Boris is happy to lend him one. This guy casually chucks out his own tooth and offers Jin. After all, the teeth of Battle Kings can cut through diamonds. Jin can't believe what he's hearing. Boris disappears, leaving Jin at a loss for words. The following morning, Jin observes how strong the floors are. They're made out of a stone that refuses to be cut, and yet there are marks of a sword all over them. That means the training was incredibly tough. One sword slash is gigantic compared to the rest. Garmin is shocked that he's only just noticing the details of his training ground. The marks are from Tyr, who used the first form of the shadow, sword. Garmin doesn't have high expectations from Jin, and taunts him for it. But our boy doesn't like being compared. He wants to do even better than Tamar. Garmin sheds light on the technique itself. The first form is called Soul Slice, a staple to the Shadow Sword. He demonstrates the attack by coating his blade with shadow energy. Jin doesn't really want to waste time around the details of Shadow Force. He just wants to see the technique. Garmin deploys it before his eyes, unleashing a wave of shadow so sharp that it annihilates everything in its path. Jin compares the attack to be similar to Luna's finishing move. While it's less powerful compared to her attack, it's still effective. That means if Jin can master this one technique, he will defeat any swordsman below the 7-star rank with ease. Garmin only executed half of the technique, which is why his attack was smaller than Tamar's. It's a powerful technique that annihilates a person's soul. That means he could easily use it to defeat even stronger his opponents and overturn the battle. In order to learn this technique, he has to learn how to unite his shadow energy. It's a feeling that Jin is already familiar with. He might be able to replicate the technique without a shadow absorption sword. Jin felt the same when he fought against Mayron. A feeling came over Jin, prompting him to use a swing so powerful that it sliced Mayron. The same happened in his battle against the werewolf and even Tamar. The technique relies on the belief that he can cut anything that stands in his path. Garmin is impressed that he's already familiar with how the technique operates. He wants to show a second demonstration of the technique. Garand annihilates the training round with an even more powerful swing than last time. Strangely enough, Jin's experience taught the Battle King in bettering his technique instead. Jin knows he's hiding something. He tells the boy that he doesn't like using the Shadow Sword as it drains his energy. Jin calls him out for he feels like he's wasting his time and requests to see the Mayun Wang sword. But Garmin strongly declines. stating that it requires a metal heart to use the sword. Jin has a strong reason to see the sword. Only last night, he learned from Tantal that he's going to fight warriors every night after his training. He recommended Jin to take a look at the sword. Tantal couldn't show it to him because it would cause him great trouble. Jin is ready to blackmail Garmin's reputation if he refuses to show him the sword. He has no intentions of backing down. Garmin is forced into a corner and accepts his terms. But right before he's about to show them Wong's sword, Boras chimes in. He's made the perfect tooth for the boy. Jin literally received no say in the matter. Boras just grabs his face and adjusts the tooth in place. It's weird for Jin to be accepting a nasty gift like this. But the moment he receives the tooth, Jin experiences the effects of memory transplantation magic. He learned about it from Valyria in his past life. The Hister clan used a device to exercise the use of such magic. Every bit of information about the Mongwang sword is currently being instilled in his memories. Boris chooses to keep his secrets, but confirms that what he received isn't related to magic. Magic is nothing more than a term of humans. In reality, mages don't exist as a race, and the people who use magic merely become blacksmiths. Boris is one of those blacksmiths, the most skilled one of all. They keep yapping about each other while Jin is contemplating how this civilization could use magic half a millennia ago. It's even more advanced than their current magic. Jin thanks the legendary blacksmith, who didn't just offer him the gift for no reason. Boris wants the boy's second achievement that not even he himself knows about. A month passed as Jin finally managed to learn Soul Slice. He also honed his abilities thanks to Boris's allowing his body to be faster and precise. The techniques of the blacksmith helped him unlock amazing levels of power. It took a while, but Jin eventually became capable of forming an aura heart. At last, he could nearly even execute the Manwang sword. Boris is happy with his development as he formed an aura heart that not even Tamar did. After all, he didn't receive the memory transplant from Boris. The blacksmith reminds him that training his Mongwang sword is nothing more than a secret. He is yet to be acknowledged by the others after all. The Mongwang race were born with jewel hearts made from aura. Every one of them boasts the strengths of a 9-star warrior. Basically, they're the strongest from birth. For Jin, it should be considered impossible as a human. With Garmin and Boris finished with their training, it's time for the 4th Battle King to help with Jin's development. Jin questions what he will learn from the 4th Battle King. The training will focus on the 2nd form of Shadow Sword, a topic of interest for Jin. The 4th Battle King happens to be mute. Although not entirely, she considers it a form of training which started when time stopped for the city. She's finally here, the only Battle King whose presence is undetectable among others. Garmin and Boris have their peculiarities, but she's different. Jin politely introduces himself, but he wasn't expecting to get attacked right away. Rinfa is even faster than Boris. She annihilates Garmin with a show of her strength. Garmin, now enraged, comes to attack her. Even Boris steps in, launching her sword and kicking her away. Renfa seems to be really mad. She doesn't want to hold back against Garmin. Boris takes him and leaves Jin in her care. When he sees her, Jin is reminded of his dear sister Yona. He thinks it should be a good idea to treat her the same. Jin's training with Yona began. He's training by himself and has yet to ask anything from her, which is also why she's observing him training on his own. Just like Yona, she observes him quietly. Every time he tries to gather aura, Renfa appears before him to teach him the 2nd form, but she doesn't like the way he executes the 1st form. Renfa sometimes strikes him down, satisfied with dealing him the blow. If it wasn't for Jin's training with Luna, perfecting his mind's eye, he would have been killed. Still, he hasn't addressed Renfa's weird way of training. He has to make sure Renfa is the one who approaches him instead of the other way around. 10 days passed. Confused, Renfa asks why he's yet to ask about the 2nd form. Jin claims that he's uninterested and instead wants to know why she's not spoken a word. Jin calls her out. He thinks that not communicating with others through speech and instead communicating with writing invalidates the purpose of her training. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't want to train under someone who is hollow on the inside. He wants Renfa to put her efforts into teaching him the same way Garmin and Boris did. After his bold words, he offers an apology and returns to training. For the first time in hundreds of years, Renfa breaks her silence. In order to show her sincerity, she prepares to demonstrate Jin an incredible technique. Rinfa executes a beautiful dance from the first form Jin, learned from Garmin. Each strike resembles a reflection of itself. It's an attack that cuts both ways with one sword. Jin is astonished to witness the miraculous second form. Rinfa completes the beautiful attack after executing it with elegance, impressing even the likes of Boris and Garmin. She asks for his thoughts. Jean is left amazed and is really happy to earn her trust, as the technique she showed days before was just a fake. Boris wants to break the news with the others. Jin performed a feat not even Tamar could by making her talk. The second form is called Scissors, which befits its nature to interlock the Shadow Force. Jin's mission is to copy the technique, but even he knows it's going to take him a while. He also doesn't feel confident with the Shadow Absorption Sword, constantly draining his magic. Renfa explains that the sword doesn't absorb energy, but instead refines the quality of his shadow magic. It's more of a cover, a sheath for his blade. This will further allow Jin to use shadow energy with refined consistency. Rinfa is hoping for our boy to overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword. She loves to over-excellent, and Jin likes this side of her. He wonders why she stopped talking. It was actually a punishment she gave to herself, something Renfa couldn't share with the others. Jin acknowledges her feelings and understands that she must have struggled so long on her own. He's happy to lend her an ear and hear her out. Rinfa ends up telling him everything. She faults herself for the failings of her people. She unnecessarily blames herself for stopping the arrogance of her race from challenging the gods. Rinfa was able to move past this hurdle after Jin's conversation. She thanks him and believes Jin possesses a unique quality to transform others. News of the fourth Battle King reaches the ears of the commoners. They're here to celebrate, and Jin is most happy that she can communicate freely with others. Boris confronts him. He not only knew about her story, but he also knew that Jin Runkendel would be the person who could finally make the fourth Battle King break her silence. The fourth Battle King, the mute Rinfa, began talking once again ever since she started training the Runkandel warrior. Under her tutelage and training, Jin Runkandel sharpened his understanding of his sword skills. She helped him overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword, taking away his powers, and taught him how to control its energy. Apart from that, Jin was taught the Shadow Sword's first form as well as the second form, both devastating attacks that he could now release after constantly learning for 2 weeks. Jin's rate of growth was impressive, and he could at this point only use the ability instead of perfecting it. It was an incomplete technique, but he thought about consistently practicing and getting used to both forms first. Perfection comes later. After all, the Shadow Sword is a real problem obstructing him from doing so. A month passed. By this point, Jin had conquered the shadow-absorbing sword at will and retrieved his own sword. He's surprised to receive his precious weapon again. After all, at first, he was told that his sword won't be used in the temple. Tantal confirms that from this point forward, it's crucial for him to use his weapon as part of his training. Right after he finishes up his training with the fourth Battle King, the real battle begins. Jin will have to face against their kind in actual duels in the form of sparring matches. It's been a while, but it's finally going to happen. Tantal confirms that the first few matches will take place in the afternoon, and people will come to see his strength. Currently, the first Battle King is selecting a suitable opponent for Jin Runkandel's skill level. Jin is excited to finally come face to face with a Manhwa member. Their kind is exceptionally more powerful than average humans, so he has been itching to clash his swords against them ever since he first came here. Tantal worries for him, however. He thinks Jin is taking on a challenge far too difficult for him at his current level. He's right, because the Manhwa are overpowered from birth, and Jin is nothing compared to the strongest of their race. From his words, Jin is able to piece together the fact that he's getting destroyed in the upcoming exhibition match. He was originally thinking that his opponent would be equal to the level of a member of the White Wolves. But this oversimplification and underestimation of the Manhwa makes Tantal laugh, who confirms that only one of their members is strong enough to beat the average warrior from the Red Tiger tribe, which is even tougher than the White Wolves. It's a short way of telling Jin that he's got 0 chances of victory in his upcoming battle. There's also the fact that the first Battle King, the one selecting his upcoming fight, really doesn't like Jin at all. It's almost certain that his opponent will have a tough fight. Jin admits that the typical Hmong member is at least 9-star level when compared to humans, which is just overpowered as hell when you really think about it. Without a doubt, any opponent that gets picked is going to give Jin a tough fight. Tantal is supportive of Jin, however, and is prepared to support him no matter the outcome of his battles. He wonders if Jin followed his advice, the advice to watch the Manhwa sword at least once. Jin remembers going out of his way to do just that, even behind the backs of the Battle Kings. Jin contemplates that he learned about it from the memory chip he received from Boris, and now he's going to see the real deal in his upcoming duel. Tantal is glad that he followed his advice. The next thing is to wait for the duel to come, so he leaves Jin to rest until the afternoon. Some time passes and the fated time arrives. Boris comes to check on Jin's preparation for the fight. Jin isn't worried about making any special preparations, probably because it won't help him much anyway. His only mission is to focus on defeating his opponent. The other Battle King confirms that his strength is commendable, so much so that it is difficult to call Jin Runendel a human being. He has faith and confidence in Jin's abilities and thinks he will fare well in the upcoming fight. But Boris is worried because he thinks failing once can be really demotivating and discouraging for the soul. Renfa argues the same, but all three of his teachers are hopeful for Jin's learning progress. They want him to use this as a learning experience and hone on his mistakes. Jin really doesn't like their pity party circling around him. He knows from Tantal that he's already going to lose, and yet people are treating him like he's already dead lost before the fight even begins. Boris explains that they're worried for a reason. In fact, they're worried that Jin's reaction will be the same as Tamar's the first run candle. This is an interesting piece of information that catches Jin's reaction. He learns from the Battle Kings about Tamar's undefeated record in the outside world. While Tamar was unstoppable in the outside world, he faced limitations in La Perosa and lost many times. Curious to assess his strength, Jin questions how strong Tamar was at the same time of their first duels. Rinfa claims that he was still stronger than him at this level. But even he couldn't defeat the average Mongwang for a long time. Right after his first hard defeat, Tamar's soul took a hit. He stopped eating food and felt like a failure. He wallowed in despair, never knowing what defeat felt like. They assume that Jin had the same trait as the first-run Candle Patriarch, but that's actually wrong. Jin's mentality is far stronger and refined than even Tamar's. He doesn't get why it's a big deal for someone to react in this manner after losing once. Jin isn't the type to lose his morale and give up on his mission. He's already lost many times at the hands of capable warriors and knights before. Defeat isn't a new experience for Jin Runel, who has previously lost countless times in the name of training and growth. What's more, Jin's situation was even worse. He was defeated in his original life and lost his very life. Throughout both of his lives, he has experienced what it feels like to lose. Hearing them out, Jin assures them that there's nothing to worry about as he's not going to end up like Tamar. This confession shocks the Battle Kings who assumed he was just like his predecessor. Anyway, it's time for the fated duel to take place. It's a special one as duels didn't take place for 1,000 years until Jin arrived. The Colosseum is filled with people placing bets on the underdog challenging the Mongwang warrior. The audience is cruel as they're open about Tamar's disappointing defeat in the first battle, who apparently couldn't even survive a bunch of hits before being taken down. The warrior he's facing is a man named Shaku, known and adorned for his lightning-fast speed. He's a tall figure with long hair, and apparently he's a favorite of the crowd as they cheer his name. Shaku politely addresses Jin as the successor to the first patriarch. The underdog has only one request. He wants Shaku to give it his absolute best to try and kill him. Initially, even Shaku is shocked to hear this provocation from the boy. Jin doesn't feel fear, and certainly doesn't want the fight to end up like any typical duel. He wants a real fight to showcase his endurance and strength. Shaku bursts into a heavy laugh, acknowledging Jin's reckless bravery before getting serious and reminding him of his place. Shaku emphasizes that he despises those who are unable to wield the sword. Jin materializes a wave of electricity from his managem and concentrates all of it on his sword. Shaku is astonished. What Jin has done is impossible for his current level. He has just casted use of the Mingwang sword right when he wasn't supposed to. Shaku is offended and calls for the traitor responsible for revealing the Mongwang sword to the unprepared Runendel. Jin is done talking and blitzes his speed to attack him at once. His thunderous speed leaves cracking lightning behind him. Shaku is still in utter disbelief, as even if someone demonstrated the Mongwang sword to the boy, Jin shouldn't be able to cast it at his level. He's actually right. Jin reflects that the Myongwang sword is a fighting art known only to the Mongwang race. That's why he had to create a glowing gem heart using his aura to replicate them. But the heart isn't the only requirement to activate the legendary technique of this race. The answer lies in the memories Boris shared with him. The myrrh he obtained was the key ingredient. Jin practiced the Mongwang sword in secret, exerting himself every day to gain control of its power. He refused to give up until he could cast it. Now he concentrates his full strength in an obliterating blast that destroys the arena. Or, that's what he thought. Because even as he used Mongwang's sword, Shaku merely blocked his attack effortlessly. The man roars for the fifth Battle King, offended to find Boris as the culprit responsible. Shaku takes a breath and casts an energy wave of his own. Before long, he releases a powerful wave of aura. A wave of power falls upon him. Shaku is pissed that Jin deployed the Mongwang sword in battle. He wants to pay him back dearly for disgracing the technique. Shaku isn't letting this one slide, and Jin can only prepare for what's coming at him. He props up a spell and tries to summon Tess. To his great shock, Jin can't even access or summon Tess into this dimension. He wonders if it's because the La Perosa dimension was created by Solder, hindering the Phoenix's access to the dimension. Shaku sees him wide open for an attack, and blitzes past Jin, who is barely able to respond by dodging his vicious attack. Shaku follows up with a second attack, while Jin responds with an attack of his own. The attack slashes Shaku, but doesn't have any effect on the man. He merely releases an energy wave, sending Jin flying back. None of his attacks seem to be working in this battle. Jin lunges forth to try again and attack. Their clashes are almost equal in speed and power, but Jin is slowly getting overwhelmed with every attack. Not only is his opponent extremely fast, the man also boasts an impenetrable defense. There's not a single opening he can exploit for a counterattack. It all seems hopeless for Jin. While Shaku is confidently hammering him down, in this pinch, he decides to make use of a weakness. A weakness of the body that can never be strengthened no matter how much training. Jin plays dirty and pierces Shaku's eyeball with his finger. But to his utter shock, he breaks his finger instead. He had massively underestimated Mongwang's strength. Shaku explains that his cheap trick won't work since their eyes are as tough as their hearts. He only had one chance and he blew that up too. Jin is really in a tough situation right now. He's starting to realize why. These guys are called the strongest species on Earth. The fact that there are hundreds of people like Shaku who are all similar in strength is terrifying. Jin wonders how a powerful race such as this face collapse. Shaku is enjoying himself. So far, he was merely toying around with Jin. But now he's going to use a special technique. Jin's present condition is one of fear and shock. His body can't even bear the confidence to wield his sword properly. Shaku chimes in with a confident punch, explaining how he just used an ability called weapon oppression. Just like its name, the Mongwangs have the ability to imbue power into other weapons, forcing it to stop moving, even in their opponent's grasp. Jin's face is wide open to eat a powerful punch coming full speed right at him. In this critical moment, he takes the initiative to dodge the attack, which causes a shockwave on impact. Jin can't afford to use his sword anymore either, since weapon oppression will kick into effect and work against him. He optimizes to gain distance and leverage a long-ranged battle. But Shaku doesn't seem to be worried at all. He sees Jin running off like a bird and merely catches up without any problems. Jin needs some time to execute the Shadow Sword's first form attack, as it's the only move that could prove effective against Shaku. He exhausts his body's limits to run as fast as he possibly can. Having gained the distance he needs to execute the attack, Jin charges the Shadow Rod's first form, engulfing his weapon in a column of shadows. But as he's chanting the slash, Shaku catches up and stops him from executing it. He catches Jin's sword with his own, preventing him from using the slash at all. Shaku then tosses his weapon away completely before grabbing Jin's clothes and dishing a really strong jab to his face. So powerful, in fact, that it launches Jin away. But the torture doesn't end here. Shaku catches him and decides to give the Runandel a taste of the real Mongwang sword. He stops Jin's foot into the ground, preventing him from moving. Now, that Jin is completely wide open, he eats hundreds of punches from Shaku, one after the other in endless punishment. Shaku releases a final attack with a frontal kick, stomping Jin's entire body into the ground. Then he lunges forth for another charged kick, sending Jin flying into the air. Jin's lifeless body plummets into the ground, all battered and bloodied from impact. At this point, he's incapable of battle. But Shaku isn't quite done. He grabs him again before catching his blade and preparing to deal the final blow. As punishment for Jin using the sword before his time, Shaku intends to slice off his limbs, hoping that he isn't as arrogant in their next match. Jin's pitiful state renders him unable to respond, and just like that, Jinrun Candle loses his legs in painful punishment. After his disgraceful defeat, Jin ended up knocked completely unconscious. Van wanted to use his blood to cure Jin's condition, even though the risks involved were high, as humans cannot handle the blood of the battle god. Usually, Jin could regain his consciousness in this fickle moment. He couldn't figure out what they were talking about. The battle god was fine with the treatment, recognizing Jin to be different from the average human. The blood transfusion process begins with Jin receiving whatever blood he can get from the battle god. After coming in contact with his body, Jin's nerves electrify from the sudden changes. Since he's a human and not a Mongwang, his body reacts abnormally and grows tense under the pressure. A voice calls out for him, confirming that the Run Candle can no longer hear the voice of the god of the darkness. There's a clear error because if Jin cannot survive the blood and eventually dies, then that spells an utter doom. The battle god has previously confirmed that Jin's death implies the complete annihilation of their race. His survival is critical. The battle god Van speaks to the boy in his memory's consciousness, confirming that his death would mean the death of everyone. Jin at this moment is reminded of his miserable past life, and how he faded during that time too. His senses become sharper and more pronounced. The elixir of 10,000 poisons that he acquired from his sister is working itself to maintain Jin's survival. The elixir is so powerful that it will make it impossible for any assassin to kill Jin easily. Jin fights against his body's negative energy, refusing to give up right here and now. He has many objectives under his belt to accomplish. Failing here would be the end of it all. Most importantly, Jin has many people to protect and has to endure this suffering for their sake. Instead of the Mongwangs deciding his fate, Jin takes it upon himself to be the one who decides what happens to him. His mana heart strengthens, and after 1 month of remaining unconscious, Jin finally wakes up again. The very fact that he was able to wake up means that he survived the blood of one of the battle kings. He gets up acknowledging that a month passed. Still, Jin believes that he's wasted too much time like this. He has to be done here by May, and it is March already. In his contemplation, Jin confirms that the only reason he survived is via the effects of the elixir of the 10,000 poisons. For some strange reason, he feels an immense energy and light coming from inside his body. Jin glances at the mana crystal in his chest, which is beaming in a flash of light. He can't believe that he has actually acquired the real deal. Jin had no idea that he could obtain the Mongwang heart after receiving a blood transfusion. Since he's now awake, Van comes to visit him on her own, wanting to know if he's all right. Jin can't fathom what to believe or expect. He acquired the molar from Boros, and then he formed a Mongwang heart thanks to her blood. She acted without even asking for his opinion. It's a surprising objection from Jin, who literally could have lost his life anyway if Van didn't offer her blood. Jin is annoyed that he didn't have any right to decide his fate. He also didn't know he would end up developing a Mongwang heart as a consequence. Van apologizes for acting without permission. But Jin isn't worried about it. All he's concerned about is his new heart. He's trying to understand what's been going on. After all, he received blood from a literal god. Van is surprised that he isn't complaining instead. Jin would have things to say if she was an enemy of some kind. He's worried that having acquired the Mongwang heart means that he has now become a part of their race. He's also unsure about the reaction of the Mongwang people, because people like Shaku might as well kill him for that. Van doesn't deny his words, and thinks that's exactly what will happen. Faced with this situation, Jin asks a curious question. He wonders if he would have gained any acknowledgement from the Mong people and the Battle Kings without Van's help. Van observes his reaction. She can see Jin's fist tensed up in frustration. She counters and asks if he will destroy the heart if her answer is yes, because it is a power that Jin didn't obtain on his own. The Runandel confirms that he's frustrated, but in the end, he also helped create his new heart. It wasn't something he wished for, but at the same time, if Jin failed to meet Van's personal standards, then she wouldn't have decided to offer her blood. Van believes that is required for Jin's succession to become complete. She questions why he wishes to oppose what she has done for him. Jin explains that if it's a heart that he created, then he can always create it again when necessary. He doesn't share any intention of eliminating his new powers if they can be used for good, since they would serve a greater purpose. Van confirms that even if he didn't take her blood, Jin's performance would have gained acknowledgement of her people. Happy with her response, Jin intends to use his new heart to his advantage. He tells Vaughn about his departure in the month of May, as he's also got things to take care of. But he will return to La Perosa after that. So, he wants the battle god to adjust and tune the rate of his training with this trip in mind. Since there are only 2 months of training for Jin to use, she alters his training schedule, commanding the warrior to train with the 7th Battle King in the morning and in the afternoon. He will train with the man who put him in critical position, Shaku. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye in Jin's training. The Mongwang clearly opposed him and grew even more hostile than before, ever since Jin obtained his new heart. But after a while, when they learned that it was against Jin's personal choice in the matter, they came to stop hating him. The Mongwang race is unquestionably fierce and dominant. While normally Jin would have wished to become just as strong as them without having to utilize his new heart, but it's impossible. And he knows that after facing Shaku in 49 matches, the outcome, he lost every single match decisively. But every time he faced defeat, Jin Runandel mustered his spirit to train again. Instead of fixating and turning inside his loss, Jin felt the need to climb higher and stronger than before. He could feel his mind opening to new perspectives and strength. After facing Shaku in 10 whole battles, Jin was starting to believe that he might be nearly as strong as Luna, his older sister, whom he deems the strongest among his siblings. Shaku's overwhelming strength and aura blew apart Jin's chances of victory. Every fight was a fight to survive. After 20 harsh and strong battles, the Run Candle realized that Shaku wasn't an equal to Luna at all. After facing him 30 times, Jin began to grow stronger on his own and was able to match the warrior's blows. By this point, he thought Shaku clearly doesn't hold a candle to Luna's dominating strength. After 40 long battles, Jin had the confidence to believe that he could slice off one of Shaku's arms. Their strength and speed matched each other, and the gap was narrowing with every fight. Jin's physical skills were increasing at a godly rate, and the spars of suffering soon became battles of joy for him. He began to enjoy those fights with Shaku as a rival instead of an underdog. Despite his struggles, Jin still had to seek outside help from the 5th Battle King, Boras. Why, you might ask? It's because after every fight, Jin's body would be mutilated and sliced apart. After a while, Mongwang stopped talking about Tamar, his predecessor. In fact, they were starting to cheer the underdog on more than ever. Now came the day for the 50th duel, where Jin was cheerfully supported by the people. He observes Shaku's stern and annoyed face and mocks him for fearing an incoming loss. Shaku explains that he's actually grown attached since they'd trained together every day. With every battle, it's gotten harder and harder for him to slice Jin's body. But that's not the kind of man Jin wants to face. He wants someone dead serious and strong, coming right at him like they've got a grudge to settle. Jin recommends the man to fight him seriously without any brotherly feelings. Van is eagerly watching this fight take place. She comes to hear from Tantel about Jin's scheduled departure from the land of La Perosa. Tantel makes a quick suggestion. He wants the rest of the people to also have the chance to fight Jin, as Shaku has had enough chances of his own, and fought Jin for too long in their training. The other battle gods also confirm that Jin has gained a positive audience of supporters who spectate him, eagerly waiting for the chance to fight the successor. Van draws to a pause before requesting the permission of the people. Before their fight begins, Van announces Jin's departure in 2 weeks. She thinks it's time they all accepted him as one of their own, allowing them the chance to spar with him without any problems. Van asks if anyone has a problem with what has just been discussed. Some of the Myeongwang are still on the fence about accepting Jin Runchandel as one of their own. But seeing Garmin, Boris, and even Rinfa support Jin in his journey of growth has influenced their hearts. He has impacted the lives of the Battle Kings in his short stay, and he didn't even have an arrogant attitude despite receiving the Battle God's blessings. Even though his limbs were severed each day, Jin had the tenacity to return the next day and fight again. His undying persistence earned him the praise and recognition from the Mong Wang. Instead of despairing like Tamar, he didn't fret about his losses either. In a moment of silence, the first Battle King Valtrock stomps the ground and accepts Jin Runendal as his brother. He leads the pathway for others to accept Jin as well. Boris and Garmin are the happiest homies they can be. They also stomp acknowledgement of Jin Runendel. The gatekeeper Tantel follows, and even Shaku confirms they also believe in Jin Runendel as one of their own. Soon, Jin receives a wave of acknowledgement from every single person at the arena. At last, the Mongwang people have agreed to accept him. Van makes the announcement and declares Jin Runendel as one of their own. After gaining acceptance from the Mongwang people, they decided who would come to fight him using the age-old game of rock, papers, and scissors. The sequence of fighters was soon finalized, and Jin became the victim of many fighters throughout the day. 2 days passed, and even Tantal was there to obliterate Jin's body with fierce slashes. Every morning, he endured. Every on he suffered, and every evening, he suffered even more. Jin endlessly fought the Munwang people without taking any form of rest. He was physically strained all up until he had to face Shaku in their 50th rematch. Jin was pissed after getting the living crap beat out of him in every match. So, he wanted to return the favor. But surprisingly, the moment he landed a small scratch on Shaku's face, the man accepted his defeat and surrendered. Jin was furious like hell that he couldn't dish out the same treatment that he got in return. He was really mad, but at the same time came to accept the fact. After all, his new goal was to beat the Mongwang people instead of Shaku. When the fight finished, Jin regained his composure and helped Shaku get up from the ground. 9 days remained until he departed from the realm. He has a duel, with each of the Battle Kings scheduled right after he returns from the human realm. So, for now, he's simply training with the other Mongwang members for the meantime. In conclusion, that's how he fought a total of 64 endless matches against the Mongwang people. After his battles, Tantal decided to throw a celebratory treat in Jin's name, who has been consistently putting in the effort and surviving the brunt of every battle. He offers Jin the same mineral drink from day one, but he's just not interested in remembering his previous experience, which was filled with disgust and bitter taste. Tantal emphasizes that this time it will taste much different, so he should go ahead and drink up. Jin is surprised and suspicious, but he decides to trust the man anyway. He chugs the drink down, and this time Tantal wasn't kidding around. The drink does taste different. It packs a powerful, rich flavor now. The 5th Battle King explains that the change in taste occurred ever since Jin acquired the Mingwang heart. Jin is pleasantly surprised it's possible to influence his taste. Shaku has become best buddies with him and offers his drink too. Jin has no choice but to accept his drink in kind. They both chug it all down like old rivals. The rest of the party shares a drink with Jin too, pouring him a damn tub of alcohol to drink. This man, Jin, actually gulps down all of it, impressing his fellow brothers. They even toss him in joy and happiness, celebrating the moment to its fullest. After the party, a drunken, defeated Jin returns to the roof. There, he finds one of the Battle Kings waiting for him. Biza's surprise appearance made him wonder why she came here. She draws a wide smile, realizing how happy Jin is, while enjoying the company of her people. She came here to enjoy the beautiful night sky. The dimension was once reproduced by Soldair, but it's actually the same as the original place they belong to. Baiz can't help but admire the purple hues of the sky. Jin curiously asks if she's interested in the outside world ever at all. Baiz explains that since time has forever stopped for the Mongwang people, they merely accepted their fate and no longer possess the desire to return to the outside world. While it sparks her curiosity, Baiz drops a wise thought. She thinks it is pointless to dwell on something they could never have in the first place. The memories of the people they loved are no longer there after all. Jin apologizes for his rude remark. Baiz admits that she heard something from the battle god Van herself. It's been 5 millennia in the outside world, so maybe there is something that could free the Myeongwang people from this dimension too. Jin hears her out, but even he knows that in the modern age, nothing like that has been developed. No amount of magic or advanced technology could free them from this dimension. The reason for that is simple. They've yet to connect to the fire dimension, the home of the phoenixes itself. Magic from the outer dimensions is forbidden and prohibited by every association, too. The kind of magic that could potentially free the Manhwa people will likely never be developed. According to Jin, he still asks if there is any possible way to explore the outside world. Jin remembers Tantal contacting him from the outside world, so he thinks there may be some other way. Bai's confirms that it's because Jin was lingering in the desert, and Tantal was the gatekeeper of the dimension to receive him. Bai's makes a hopeless and pure request to Jin, asking him to explore a method to free the Manhwa people and help them escape this dimension. Jin confirms that he's going to find a way for them to get to the outside world. The following day, Jin contemplates and prepares for his plan to obtain the special compass. If he fails to obtain it now, it's going to be impossible later. Yona's help in extracting information from Bubar's meeting was critical. Something like that won't happen again, so Jin doesn't want to waste this opportunity. His only goal is to succeed in his mission no matter what. Van comes to find him in a distressed state and asks what's keeping him busy. Jin tells her that he was just on his way to talk to her regarding an alarming matter. Van inquires if it has something to do with his departure. Jin confirms that he wants to leave and execute a plan with his friends, but he's still unsure if his current strength will be enough to take on the mission ahead. Van finds it rather hilarious that he's still uncertain in his strength. After all, he's fought one of the toughest people on the planet who are even stronger than humans. They've all reached divinity in their own ways. Jin confirms that he wouldn't have anything to worry about if he actually defeated any of the Manhwangs. The problem is he's still falling short in every fight. He's unafraid of receiving injuries in battle. What Jin is really worried about are his friends who aren't as strong as him and won't be able to survive tough blows. Van senses his shaking confidence and encourages Jin, reminding him that he's the only human on the planet that can become their salvation. That means if the current Jin is finding himself uncertain, then the very fate of the Manhwa tribe will flicker in his uncertainty. She hands him a brand new weapon as a gift. This sword is the Phoenix Thunder Sword, slightly adjusted by Boras for Jin to use. With whatever time he has left, Van wants Jin to fight against her and improve his strength. The battle god has extended her challenge to the swordsman. Jin is initially stunned to hear this, and his reaction is understandable. He talks about how his training with the Battle Kings hasn't even concluded, indicating that he's not nearly strong enough to face the one that sits at the top. However, Van points out that Jin is facing a shortage of time. He doesn't exactly have forever to live here, which is why she's ready to inform the Battle Kings that their training with him will be cut short. For the rest of the period, he's going to be personally trained by her. Van's intention from day one is crystal clear. She wants to make sure that Jin Runnen's burdens are alleviated, and by the time their training is finished, that he's much stronger than he was before. She tells Jin that she'll make sure he's capable of facing himself properly. Surprised as he may be, the only instruction he is given is to take out his blade every time he is prepared to survive. In other words, he internalizes that Vaughn is instructing him to take out his Sigman blade. Initially, he had no idea what was the meaning of her ambiguous message. But it all began becoming clear the second he stepped in the battle arena with the battle god in her glory. Van's mere presence alone commanded an authority from the world itself. Her light blinded everything in her path. A titanic and towering mountain for the run candle to chase. At that moment, a single thought clung to his mind. Despite his fear and discomfort, Jinran Candle realized that he was going to rip to 1,000 shreds the second he unsheathed his blade. He could see himself getting annihilated just being in her presence alone, despite thinking of numerous different strategies to face her wrath to perhaps in some way outsmart her or maybe closing the gap between the two. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You just can't gulf a power gap that massive even if you've got the brains of light, Yagami. Jinran Candle simulated many different outcomes in his mind, poking around solutions to his most prominent problem yet. But there wasn't any way of surviving the ultimate outcome. Everything would result in his decapitation. Everything. Hundreds of simulations later, Jinran Kandal is faced with a nightmarish understanding that despite him taking out his blade countless times, the end result is all the same. The reality is so grim that he wants to reject it, defy it, deny it, but deep down he's seen it. He knows that death is inevitable, that he will perish in the attempt of even challenging Vaughn. The imaginative aspect alone puts him on edge, despite his training and experiences so far. He can't find an opening, not a single penetrative opening to exploit even the smallest of advantages. This is more of a battle of mental fortitude at this point for him. 5 full days passed. Jin Runkendel couldn't do anything until the 5th day. Mustering all of his will and determination, he burst forth to try and unshath his weapon for the first time in this hellish training period. Sigund was unleashed. Despite Jin Runkendel having nearly 100,000 deaths in the span of a few days that went by. That's a testament to how powerful Vaughn is. But today is a bit different. He unleashes Sigmund's wrath. The thunder itself cuts through the heavens and crackles down to the ground. Here at last he's made an opening, a single opening from which he managed to unleash one attack. When the dust settles, it is revealed that Vaughn is standing there unfazed, unflinching, and unharmed. All she had to do was catch his blade with a single finger. Despite the minimal effort it took for her to catch his weapon, the battle god still commends the Ronandal prodigy for his valiant effort. It was better than all the attempts he made in the past. The only question that leaves her confused is why didn't he do something like this sooner? His hesitation became his own undoing. To that, the exhausted Jin replies that the only reason he even managed to get his blade out of his sheath is because he saw a slight chance that he wouldn't die in this instance. At the same time, despite his attempt, he still failed to land a strike on her. The wise battle god encourages him not to lose heart, as there are countless people in this world, although they may have been powerful, were never even able to lift a finger against Vaughn out of fear. This woman is the literal embodiment of aura. You just can't do in her presence. The intriguing part is pointed out and emphasized by Vaughn. Jin could have done what he did just now, 5 days ago too. It's merely that he lacked faith in his own abilities and strength, which is why he hesitated in the fear of death. She furthers this explanation by enlightening Jin about his wavering faith. He had all the strength. Nothing changed there. The only difference was his attitude about his own abilities. Letting out a relieving smile, the Run Candle finally realizes the point of the lesson. It wasn't to hone his physical abilities or to defeat his opponent. No, it was something much greater than that. The purpose of this training was to remind him to entrust his own abilities to believe in himself. By his own admission, Jin recalls believing in himself with godlike determination when facing the mirage of his predecessor. But during this time in the sacred realm, he forgot about it. Van confirms this notion that pain and agony are responsible for shaking one's belief in oneself. She also goes on to state that if he hadn't learned this lesson, and that if he still wavered in his confidence, she would have retrieved the blade from him as he would be unready for it. On a side note, I think this is an important learning moment for us all. Sometimes believing in ourselves and being optimistic is the only thing necessary to achieve our goals, and I hope you guys can apply this lesson to your life. Jin Candle's belief in himself has been regained, and he has the confidence to think that he can at least strike the battle god once. Van seconds his thoughts, agreeing that he proved it with his previous attack. So for the 4 days from then on, the Swordmaster was able to learn a technique from the battle god herself, a technique that revolves around the Sigmund blade, and a skill only the wielder of the godly sword could hope to obtain. With the training period finally finished, Jin Runkandel sheathes his weapon, stating that he can finally relax for a while. The mesmerizing battle god agrees, and hopes to face him again the next time their fates cross each other. The rest of her tribe is waiting in the hall, and she allows him a chance to say goodbye to them before returning. Feeling endlessly grateful, Jin bows his head, thanking her. But she stops him, grabbing his face as she shares that kindness isn't something to be given, but an ordinary custom to their tribe. If anything, she's best pleased after his achievements in his short training period in her land. She'll wait for Jin and actually treats him as one of her own kind by calling him her brother, wishing the best for his travels. The scene is actually heartwarming and makes the Run Candle really happy as the scene comes to a close. And so on May 17th of the year 1797, Jin Runkendel bid his farewells to the Mongwang tribe and finally left La Praosa, recalling his goal of what to do next. The good thing about his departure is that they even allowed him the opportunity to take some objects alongside him. Of course, he couldn't do anything for the freedom of the tribe itself. However, Jin ended up taking some teeth, a few blotches, and a robe personally handcrafted by the Battle King Boris. He also took a jewel drink and some cacto for his travels. After a long journey, he was able to return to the original realm and exited the Great Mitra Desert. The difference in his training could be felt while returning home. He wasn't so sure if it was the training itself or the fact that he obtained a heart of the tribe, but for some reason, Jin didn't feel an iota of exhaustion on his way back. His travels continued for 4 days, and he reached the waypoint where he broke off from his guide at the start of the journey. The night of May 25, Jin Run Candle reached the part of the forest where he saw the little ones. They're shocked to see him returning from the desert. Jin is pumped to see Dark Flame and even wonders why they're out here of all places. Turns out that they were here for a job and only just returned to Yucca. Dark Flame is really happy that the human didn't die, as everyone from his little gang was worried about him. They're curious to know if he overcame the desert and his trials at last. Jin answers by painting the experience as something he'd never experienced before. An unforgettable time spent. He also recommends talking stuff out since they're both headed in the same direction. For the same reason, Dark Flame is cautious and warns him not to return to their home territory. This surprises him for a moment until he learns that only a few days ago, a red tiger tribe came and they posed great trouble. So, instead of taking the direct route, the little one suggests that he use the market and go around the place. Jin asks how long it will take him to return using that route and learns that it'll be another journey of 4 days. But he can't wait that long because of something urgent, so he asks for a secret passage that could help him. Dark Flame states that there isn't, which gives our boy enough of a reason to just go and confront the Red Tiger tribe. The adorable one warns him of the danger. But let's be honest, after that whole-ass training arc, Bro is way too confident and promises to take care of the threat for them. It leaves the little one perplexed, but yeah, in the end, they end up returning to Yucca. Spying on the tribe, Dark Flame recommends that Jin aim for his own safety and not get tangled up in their troubles. I'm starting to really like these little considerate fellows. The Swordmaster instructs them to go on ahead while he'll take care of the rest. Poor Dark Flame is really sad and worried about him. Meanwhile, the brooding Tiger Tribe warriors welcome the water tails and the gifts they've brought. They even bully the little guy by slapping him on his head. Jin decides to reveal his presence right after witnessing the scene, questioning why the bastards had to hit them even after stealing their money, seeing a human walking up to them from a distance. The Tiger Tribe warriors laugh in arrogance, believing that this guy can't do against them. They're just happy to steal all his belongings. That's until Jin unleashes a golden aura, showing him his menacing presence as he commands that on the contrary, it is what they'll be doing instead. With a frightening order, he commands them to give back everything they stole from the tribes, while his patience is allowing them to live. A clear and resounding message to take back what was lost from the Beastmen tribes. And yet, the energy and power behind that message causes the instincts of the Tiger Tribe to run crazy, frightening them to question the kind of power this human possessed. Foolishly rushing in to strike, the Tiger Warrior thought that perhaps it stood a chance if it landed a preemptive strike before the human could do anything. Jin Run Candle easily tracked him with his eyes, and a mere command of his caused the creature to fall down, restricting its airflow as it struggled to make every breath. The creature kneeled before him, revering him as some kind of god and pleading to be saved. The Run Candle then landed another declaration. He was going to kill the Tiger Warrior if his friend didn't run away alongside him to the count of 3. The countdown began with Jin preparing both of his awesome blades and exuding thrilling energy. Before he could even finish the countdown, the tigers chickened out and ran the hell away from him. The situation is diffused, and Jin has successfully helped the little ones return the fish they bought with their money. It really makes them happy to claim what's their own. Dark Flame tells him to rest up now, and also hopes to throw the human companion a party at his tribe someday. Unfortunately, our boy has to hurry up, because he's got to deal with some stuff. As for the treasure stolen here by the tigers, Jin leaves the responsibility up to Dark Flame to return them. As he's leaving, the rest of the Water Tails celebrate in pure joy, hoping that he will savor a meal with them. Seeing the open invitation, Jin realizes that he's actually hungry from his travels, so he decides to stick around for dinner. They sit by the fireplace enjoying the delicious fish, while Jin inquires if hair dye is sold in the tribe. Dark Flame is pretty shocked that he's asking for a dye out of nowhere. The run candle tells them that he's got to run a disguise and enter a territory. That's why he wants it. For that, the little one offers him an even better solution, recommending the usage of the Golden Tongue tribe, known for their specialty in disguise spells. It's way better than anything a Dai could pull off. In fact, the little one even offers to travel along with him to the tribe. Fast-forwarding ahead, we get to see yet another cute one who celebrates Jin's return and learns that he's in need of a disguise. Immediately, the member of the Golden Tongue tribe puts out his pricing board, startling Jin and asking if he's interested in only hair color. The little businessman understands that maybe the prices listed here are premium, but then again, it's a job that they excel at compared to other species. They utilize a natural essence from the extracts of herbs, and a bonus of that is that the user has a nice scent to them. It's actually high in demand too. Hearing the opportunistic little one trying to hustle the human, Dark Flame steps in, furious, reminding him that this one saved them all by defeating the Red Tiger tribe. They even showcase the many treasures they received as a consequence of recovering goods from the Tiger tribe. Hara is surprised to hear this, and realizes that he may have said too much if the human is owed a favor. It makes it seem like he's conning our boy, which is just hilarious to me. Hara is offended because he thinks he nearly became a terrible seller who's about to cash grab from their savior. As for Dark Flame, the poor boy can't bear the yap session and nearly fades away. Anyway, the merchant holds Jin in high regard for defeating the Red Tiger tribe, and his perception of him has changed. They're very happy because of him, as the merchants in the territory can now resume business without any issues. So, just this once, he's more than happy to do a custom order for free for their beloved savior, using the special spell of their tribe. Man, I just can't get enough of these adorable guys. It was the last day of May when Jin Runendel arrived on the southern island of the Bellalato Empire. The place looks grim, and harbors an edgy atmosphere resembling the same as its appearance from the original timeline. Here, the blonde warrior clad in a badass black outfit has arrived, recalling how this place is still swarmed with trash merchants and the poor, miserable people. Some of them are those who bet their entire savings on the arena tournament and lost it all. Aside from that, the northern region of the same island is lavish and distinguishably different from the misery of this hellscape. That place is enjoyed by the aristocrats and the nobles who love gambling, and it's also the same exact location where the compass trade will happen. Meet young Master Bombroll. In other words, Jin Runendel under the special disguise spell. I have to say that merchant wasn't kidding around. He did a better job than any hair dye would. Spotting a man in the distance, Jin wonders if this snickering man went psycho after going to the arena. But as he's walking past the guy, he is stopped by the clown who hands him a small paper. The resemblance is familiar until you realize this idiot is actually the idiot Jet from before. Extending his kindness, the swordsman leaves him with a bunch of coins, receiving blessings from him. Also, what Jin has noticed in this brief interaction is just how convincing Jet's disguise actually is. His ability to execute well is the reason he recruited this guy, even though he was conned by him in his previous life. Inspecting the piece of paper, Jin learns a bunch of important information that's going to help him in his mission. The coordinate is the Birdbeak Inn, so he follows that and asks for a room. Well, he's quickly told to fudge off, because they have no more rooms here. But then Jin reveals the secret password, catching the receptionist by surprise as he allows them the keys to go to room 203. And so 203 it is. Jin is pretty impressed by Jet's attention to detail and finds a letter in a secret spot. He takes a moment to comprehend the situation. The letter reads that Jin's friends have already arrived and set up spots in different inns. As for the problematic Kenzel clan and the Zippel clan, they've yet to catch on. As for the events that transpired, here is what Jet has to say. Firstly, the shadow organization Kinzello is being led by Archmage Chukin Tolder and 5 8-star magicians under him. They also have access to 3 white tigers on par with the level of assault commanders. That tells you all you need to know about how powerful this team is. Apart from that, they've made sure to place plenty of assassins and archers all over the place. Though Jed is confident of Canello's side, he has no idea who the Zippel family sent from their side. It is as if they're intentionally hiding themselves until the day of the trade. Finally, Jet warns him of his suspicion, believing that both sides must have people scattered around in disguises to blend in with the surroundings. The mission timing is still the same. The exact location is the gambling house in the Grand Estate. Normally, access would be restricted, but it's thanks to the special ticket Jet has left behind in the red box for Jin that he can safely enter the estate without any trouble. Lastly, by the end of the mission, he wants him to escape using the departure location they've already talked about. Jet also decided to write down important information at the back of the letter, including the locations of the inns where our boy's friends are staying. Based on the agreement between the Dark Dragon and Sir Kashmir, they've decided to allow Ceres to take part with them on this mission. The reason is simply because of her vast experience in covert assassinations and guerrilla warfare, making her an excellent tool in the plan. With the content of the letter settled, the merchant intends to return to Takon in hopes that they succeed in their plans. Assessing the information he just received, the Swordmaster understands that he's up against a 9-star mage, as well as 5 8-star magicians, not to mention the powerful White Tigers. The fact that the Canelo family sent such a powerhouse of a team means that the Zippel family would have to send people of equal caliber. Jin predicts that the same despised playground of the pirates will end up as a pure battle of the stars in just 1 day's time. Funnily enough, right in the next scene, Bro is out here trying to gamble for his life, only to get his ass beat consistently by a confident young woman. The rest of the players are worried for the young man who has already spent and lost a 000 gold in amount. You can just see Bro's devastated expression. Clearly, he wasn't ready for this kind of loss. June broke dawn's morning in the gambling house of the Grand Estate. Our boy had just made his fresh entrance inside, and immediately he was being eyed up by noble young women. Bro is a straight-up chick magnet with the way these women are horny for him. The curiosity of his identity makes them want to approach this heroic young man, and they all wish to stay with him for the rest of the night. As he walks past everyone, a fashionable black-haired woman calls him out for being a new guy, and yet his mere presence uplifts the mood of the people around him. The funniest part, this is actually Ceres in secret, but she introduces herself as Zlaya here. As for the stupid cat in her arms, that's our boy Murakon. And honestly, he's the only reason our boy even recognized her disguise. Showing respect, the nobleman greets her. Even though Ceres' disguise isn't as commendable as the Transfigurator Bubari, it still holds impressive weight for being produced straight out of the Ice Palace. Well, Ceres thinks it's about having a fun time playing roulette. It's his first time here after all. Merkin eggs him on to join along too. Our boy, being wise, rejects the offer as he plans to look around first, because in his mind he knows for a damn fact that he'll get ripped off by the greedy bastards. Ceres shows a hint of her personality, and agrees to help him scout around some games before playing. They communicate using code language. On the surface, it looks like they're talking about the dice game, when in reality, she's telling him that the Zippel and the Canelo family are sitting at the table in front. She offers him a chance to sit at the roulette table, which in reality means that he should see for himself. Jin agrees to her suggestion, and Siri emphasizes that he should make haste so that they can set their plan into action quickly. Our boy nervously agrees to the idea, but you can tell he can catch a bad feeling from her implication. In the next scene, Jin is parsing through the information he received by Jet, recalling how the Canelo people could be hiding in plain sight. But that's not the part that worries him right now. What worries him is actually the mage family of the Zippels, who definitely put in a lot more effort into their side. Apart from the fact that they're proud of their work, they've also done a splendid job at disguising themselves as gambling addicts. It makes him wonder if they're all in the caliber of the special class as they predicted. Suddenly, something provokes one of the White Tiger warriors as he smacks his drink on the table and hearkens Jin for his attention. Realizing that they're calling him out of the blue, it makes him wonder if they somehow sense the energy of the Mongwong from him, even though he did such a good job concealing it. Immediately switching personalities, the Run Candle acts like a young noble who is amused to see a white tiger for the first time in his life. He admires and cradles the muscular body of the beast, revering the white tiger and respecting its beautiful hair. But apparently kissing their ass doesn't work, because the beast only gets pissed and demands that he take his hands off him. It makes the beastman question his own senses. At first, he thought that this blonde bastard was dangerous from his scent, but now he just seems like a damn fool. Jin apologizes for not keeping his hands to himself and inquires why he was being called. Instead of bothering him with any questions, the disappointed white tiger turns tail and tells him it was just a false alarm. Though Jin successfully deviated the threat, Things could have taken a really bad turn here if he got caught. Right here and now, he establishes one of his primary mission objectives, which is to eliminate all 3 of the beastmen from the Canelo side. Deciding to head right back, Jin ends up finding Ladies Leia, or in this case, Siri again. The girl is out here destroying people at the roulette wheel and finds herself delighted to see the young man here. Caressing his face, she apologizes for not knowing his name any sooner. When asked for an introduction, Jin notices that Murakhan is spitting out the secret message for this exchange, which reveals that the compass will be exchanged at the central poker table on the 2nd floor. Deciding to around with Murakhan while he's still in his cat form, Bro squishes his face with the note inside his mouth, and he extends his pleasantries by giving a peck on the lady's hand, introducing himself as Bomer. Siri then tells the young noble to sit alongside the table so they can enjoy playing all night. As he's making himself comfortable, our boy glances at the 3 people in front of him. They're all of his friends disguised excellently thanks to the help of the Ice Palace. The dude dressed like a nervous pirate is Kashmir. Then there's Enya, who is writing down math equations on her notepad. And finally, there's Alicia, who looks embarrassed, having to take on the disguise of a man. And I would be too. Siri looks the most stellar of them all and starts off the game by rolling the marble. The roulette wheel swings its wonders, and then we come to the exact scene from last time. Sirius is out here kicking the young noble's ass by winning every game, while Kashmir remarks that our boy has already downed a 000 gold. Jean is struck with despair, but refuses to back out, believing his pride will be tarnished. But in reality, this is actually a clever saying. Let's switch positions and move to a different game. Siri is glad to hear that and allows him the Christverleih, opportunity to choose the game of his choosing. The young noble confidently suggests a game of poker, believing that in that game, she won't be able to best him. Once again, if you guys remember from the scene earlier, the trade will take place at the poker table, so Jin is smartly alluding to that. Siri catches on and tells him that the table is on the 2nd floor, once again going closer to their destination. Inspired by their epic clash, a few people want to follow them and see the conclusion of their duel. As for the 3 hooligans, they're going to stay here and observe any suspicious activities taking place on the 1st floor while they're gone. Sirius is glad and emphasizes that they should wrap up their preparations by 10 for their plan. The clock is approximately 6 minutes away from striking 10, while the crowd is anticipating the conclusion of the match between the 2. The shocking part for them is how the majestic young master keeps on losing, even in a game of his own choosing. Bro's hand is out here, quivering, and he puts on the perfect act of despairing in a loss. Everyone in the crowd pies him for losing, but then again, they all think he made a big mistake by challenging Lady Zia of all people who's the best here. I can just tell Siri is enjoying tormenting our boy here, even if it's for the plan. She pies the young master and believes it's time to go, but before leaving, she drops a message for him while meeting his gaze. The message is that he'll be all good by tomorrow's time, which probably implies something in the success of their plan. The clock is seconds away from striking 10, and our boy is fully aware that an opportunity like this won't present itself again. He has to succeed no matter what happens. Secret communications between the people of the trade have already begun. A man reaches for his bag, and Jin immediately suspects that it has to be the golden compass no matter what. Unleashing the weight of Shadow Force, he initiates his plan to recover the compass by blowing up the damn place. Let's go back 5 minutes before the clock struck 10. A group of individuals made their way past the young master who kept on losing his little games. While he was busy losing, they were busy meeting with a prominent figure who greeted them upon arrival. This man is none other than the Zippel family's representative, Karl Zippel, who was sent here for negotiations. Now, the Canella organization doesn't really give a damn about having introductions of any kind. The Ninstar magician on their end is peeved by the senseless commotion in the crowd around them. This guy who looks like he never had a happy day in his life is actually the representative of the Canello clan. Chukon Toller Karl Zippel tells him that they can't exactly stop the commotion in a gambling house and urges them not to pay attention to the crowd's chatter. Seated in place, the man from the Canello side talks about how he's chronically pissed off because of his advancing age. Yep, that about sums up the boomers of the generation. Anyway, he suspects the Zippel family right away, accusing them of planting thieves among the crowd. Carl basically tells Chukin not to get his panties in a twist because the idiots around them are nothing more than gamblers who can't help themselves. Then, there's the fact that the Zippel family wouldn't go to such lengths just to keep the item after the trade. Knowing that the arrogant Zippel representative is taunting him, Sir Chukan already knows that this guy is trying to put on an act so that the rest of his underlings can execute his plans in motion. The thing is, if an important item such as the compass was returned to the Kinzello clan officially, then the Runkendall family would be suspicious. And in the off chance they didn't, then the Canello clan could easily share the information with both the Bement family as well as the Runkandals. Carl is disgusted to hear the Ninstar magician's humiliating words. However, Chukan is just being cautious, reminding the Zippel family that they're the clowns who broke the alliance in the first place. And yet, even after disrespecting the conditions, they still have the gall to put on a proud face as if nothing even happened. At this point, not even Chukan has any understanding of the intentions of the clan leader. Carl snickers and tells the man that he can go talk to his father if he's so interested about that. But he also provokes him by saying that Chukan doesn't have the balls to go up to the Zippel family's leader. These petty affairs aside, Chukan is done with small talk and wants to get to the seriousness of their business. The compass is destined to fall into the hands of the Kinsello. Now, while this is happening, our boy is sharply alert. He's watching those two men bicker around, and as soon as he sees them reaching for the golden compass, Jin fully moves forward with his plans to retrieve the compass using the Shadow Force. A bright shimmer of light blinds the magicians from both sides as the scene cuts off. And now it's time to go way back before this whole thing even began. Jin's strategy from the get-go was that he'll use his light magic spell the second the compass is brought to his vision. The Dark Dragon, however, was strongly opposed to this stupid plan, believing that it had too many issues with its approach. Kashmir, on the other hand, realized that they were up against mages from both families, so perhaps the goal is to blind them. To that, Jin agreed, stating that most likely mages of 9-star caliber will show up to the event, which meant that they'll be able to react to any and all offensive magic. This kind of natural defense system is difficult to penetrate by any fighter lower than the 8th rank. The second they attack them, their defensive spells will automatically kick into motion, and before these guys can even snatch the compass, they'll have to deal with a bundle of spells from their enemies. That's why the smarter approach is to blind them. The ancient light magic conveniently lasts for a full 10-second duration of its blindness. And in that moment, Jin Runkendell is tasked with the goal of snatching the compass. No matter what happens, he blitzes past the people with godlike speed as the countdown begins. The 7th second is when he dashes ahead and reaches to catch Sir Chukan's group, who is still blinded by the light and unable to comprehend what's going on. On the 4th second, the Canello representative starts accusing Carl, Zippel and his family for pulling off an elaborate scheme just like he suspected. The compass is visible in sight as Jin determinedly lunges forth to snatch it. Jin is 1 second away when he casts a final spell, unleashing an explosive effect right at the end of the flashbang duration. The explosion on the 2nd floor is noticed by people of the gambling house. Siri and Murakhan are put on red alert as they sense his signal from afar. It's go time as they both dash to find him. I think the final part where the explosion went off was unplanned, which is why they're both surprised. The good thing is that they spot the glimmer of the golden compass as Jin tosses it to Ceres. She's glad that he's able to safely execute the strategy and actually catches the artifact, securing it in her grasp. Then she spots her 3 allies, the ones who are ready to act. She uses a silver coin and tosses it right inside the 1st floor. The coin behaves like a contact bomb, unleashing a smoke oak sea screen effect and causing more chaos on the 1st floor. The compass is then safely handed to Enya, who is then instructed to get going. The people inside the gambling house are cautious and realize that they're being ambushed. They're attempting to block the entrance and kill anyone suspicious. While Enya is on the run, our girl series reflects that this last part wasn't actually part of their plan at all. It was supposed to be a safe execution, but now she has to create chaos. The funniest part is how she acts like she's on the side of the Zippel family and unleashes her ice magic. The same goes for Alicia, who is enjoying this far too much by bashing the skulls of those around her. Even Kashmir is in on it. So, I guess their strategy is to make it seem like the attack was perpetrated by the Zippel family. As for Jin's side of the story, Dude is out here realizing that he nearly flunked that plan. The only reason he succeeded is thanks to Sigmund's sword ability, the secret technique he learned from the Mongwang family. Sir Chukan at present is roaring, his frustrations about the item's disappearance, ordering his men to focus on securing it at once. Knowing that this guy's vision will return soon enough, our boy prepares his blade, grasping it with immense power as he understands he should end this battle before it even begins. The Canelo representative is out here shouting insults at the Zippel family for backstabbing them once again, while the blinded Carl is trying his best to reason with him, pointing towards the crackling yellow lightning in his rear. The 9-star magician sees the same. Meanwhile, his beastly warriors urgently rush to check on their leader's condition, questioning if he's doing all right. To the White Tiger's shock, it's the same dangerous energy exuded from the noble from before. Only this time, it has manifested in all its glory. Unleashing the Phoenix Thunder's sword, Sigmund's wrath, Jin Runel releases relentless crackles of lightning. He invokes the Mongwang sword technique, which is simply called lightning. And as the name implies, it's exactly what it does, sending wrathful lightning from the heavens to crash down onto Earth. With the activation of the technique, the ceiling of the estate collapses and leaves debris all over the place. Faced with so much chaos, the leader of the Wolf Warrior tribe tells his men to stop pissing around as they're supposed to. Take on just one opponent. A primal instinct is activated inside of the beast, desiring an epic battle with the human to the point that it wants to know his name. But the second our boy takes another step, those same instincts of honor and pride turn into damn straight fear. The kitty cat is afraid, as Jinrun Candle believes that his instincts would be wise to tell him to run away from this fight. All three of the battle beasts are shuddering in pure terror and realization. They're forced to be made familiar with such a terrifying feeling, a feeling they've never experienced before. To make the scene even more badass, the warrior beast admits that this kind of fear has been imprinted in its blood as a sign to flee from sight. And seeing this human's blade, the White Tiger tribe trembles in awe and fear of the warrior before their eyes. At long last, Jin Runendel activates the battle god's technique, the third sword, the very embodiment of the fear of death. Roaring condemnation, the shrouded swordsman releases a thunderous slash that makes its way to the three beasts. Even the warrior tribe knows that they can't block an attack of this magnitude. So, the leader tells them to dodge at once. But he's far too late, as the moment he turns his attention back to his comrades, they've literally been vaporized out of existence. Bro, literally Thanos snapped them out of here. The despairing sight makes the White Tiger leader sulk in shock and horror. At first, he tries to deny the situation, but then he remembers Sir Chukan and checks to see if he's okay. Realizing that Jin is about to slash the 9-star mage down while he's still blinded, the White Tiger warrior faces his fears, adopting the responsibility as a warrior. And so, he rushes in blindly from behind, shocking Jin on his way. He has to counter the beast warrior's attack. So, he lets out the authority of the Mongwang tribe and stuns the monster with a zapping effect, tossing him further away from the field. Luckily for the White Tiger, it is able to regain its footing. But to his horror, his prized weapon has been heavily chipped from the blow. It's impossible to think that a weapon made to last has been reduced to such a state. Unfortunately, during that small window, Sir Chukan managed to regain his sight and wondered what's going on. His eyes widened at the sight of the shrouded swordsman clad in black, who was aiming his blade right at him. The White Tiger roared a warning to the 9-star mage, alerting the leader to escape. In that pivotal moment, Jin's forward advance is met by the automatic activation of the Zippel defensive spell, protecting him via a barrier. At the same time, the White Tiger bursts with incredible speed to counteract our boy's thunderous dash. But nothing is stopping this man as the entire hall is filled with golden light. The loyal White Tiger gives away its own life to block half of Jin's attack in order to protect its leader. You know what? He deserves true respect, because he's even more loyal than any human so far. Anyway, Jin's monstrous sword strike does a number in its clash against the Zippel barrier. The 9-star mage can't believe his eyes. The defensive barrier is actually crumbling, making him question if his opponent is on par with the level of a 9-star combatant. Knowing that this battle practically threatens his own life, the mage goes on the double to activate even more defensive barriers. While gathering his thoughts, Sir Chukan takes a second to collect his thoughts, narrowing down on his suspicions of the attacker's identity. He thinks that an easy giveaway for any form of glaciers would be Taurus of the Ice Palace. As for swordsmanship itself, from the technique alone, he could deduce if it's Luna or another run candle. But the fact that his opponent strictly used lighting abilities in this battle, knowing that neither family wields the element of lightning, confuses Chuku. In fact, the only family capable of wielding the element is the long-lost Hister family, who has not only lost the ability, but has also gone mostly extinct. So then it makes him wonder if the Bement family is behind this, and if their horrific experiments actually ended up creating a monster of some kind right now. The situation is too blurry for him. He genuinely can't tell. Chukan pleads with the assailant to inquire about his intentions and what family he represents. Of course, anyone would be the stupidest man on the planet to reveal that to his enemies. The Shrouded Knight questions if they're so curious of his identity. The 9-star mage of the Canelo clan finds himself pissed off, especially since he hasn't been humiliated like this in a long while. Not only that, he has zero knowledge of his attacker. It makes him question if his opponent is some kind of magic swordsman. To that, Jinrun Candle argues that it would barely make a difference whether he was or wasn't. After all, by the end of this battle, not a single one of them will be left alive. Hearing that only provokes the Canelo magician even more, as he casts a spell and threatens to kill the knight if he doesn't surrender quickly. But before he can do anything, Karl Zippel shows up applauding Jin for his bravery against a threat of this caliber. The fact that he invoked light magic, used lightning, and that he turns out to be a magic swordsman. On top of it all, this guy is a powerhouse who took on both sides and was ready to take them down. Hearing the guy applaud their enemy, Chukan questions whose side he's on. Deciding to introduce himself properly, Karl Zippel makes himself known as the master of the 4th magic tower and quickly gets to the point. He's extremely fond of the magic swordsman and promises to hand over anything that the shrouded swordsman desires so long, as he becomes an ally to their family, introducing himself as the Tower Master of the 4th magic tower. Karl Zippel has made our protagonist an interesting offer, considering the fact that Jin nearly annihilated all of them into the ground. The audacity of the Zippel family's magician betraying them and extending an offer with good reward to their enemy makes Sir Chukan furious and gets on every fiber of his being. Bro screams so loud that even the mage is like, "Shut the fudge up! You're making me go deaf!" In any case, Karl Zippel expresses that though their enemy may have possession of the compass, the better way of handling this problem isn't to kill someone that could be used as an asset. Pointing to vaporized beastly corpses that are laid out fresh in blood, Karl believes that there's hardly a chance that they pose a challenge to this swordsman. Instead, the best they can do is clear the misunderstanding and resolve the conflict by making their enemy a generous offer. For the first time ever, a villain has decided that fighting their way out isn't a smart choice. And I actually commend that. Let's go over to Sir Chukan's reaction, who is still out here raging like hell, calling out the magician for his nonsensical claims. But Karl stands resolute, stating that if his words are offensive or against the Canelo family's interests, then he could simply make a similar offer to the swordsman. Breaking his silence and letting out a small laugh, Jin finds the offer entertaining on behalf of the Zippels. After all, these guys are prideful as, and yet they're offering to recruiting the same man who brought upon their downfall here. Reading the room, Jin smartly assesses that the flying ship and the Zippels' ultimate weapon, the CAC, is probably far away from this area, which lowers their chances of survival even more. Hearing the shrouded swordsman talk of the flying ship's existence stuns Karl Zippel, as he realizes that this man knows way too much about their family. Not only that, the confidence in his words makes him recall the same incident that nearly left the flying ship destroyed. Moran Zippel's crippling death is a quick reminder as memories flash in his mind. Karl quickly theorizes that this shrouded warrior must be the same man responsible for both of those incidents. The same man that the Midor Elner and the White Knight spotted. Instead of using that as a reference not to with the guy, Bro goes ballistic instead of remaining diplomatic. Karl unleashes his wand and questions why Jin went to the Kalin territory. With his magic staff, he conjures an icicle spell, unleashing his fury as he questions the wealth of knowledge that this warrior possesses upon his family. Within seconds, hundreds of ice spikes are aimed at the shrouded swordsman from the sky. The situation has clearly escalated further, but Jin doesn't give a damn and doesn't even share any information with his enemies. He simply prepares his neon blue sword, ready to fight. Before jumping into battle, he does the Canelo commander a favor by offering a choice. First, Jin tells him that the compass isn't in his possession, not to mention the fact that the most competent bodyguards, those being the white beasts that he just downed, have all been reduced to waste. This puts the 9-star magician in a pinch. In other words, it's actually an offer that he's making to Chukan, a way for him to vent out his frustrations against the Zippel family. Karl hears this and becomes overwhelmingly angry, releasing the fury of his spell in an effort to prevent any kind of alliance from forming in his presence. Those same ice spikes rain down like a meteor shower, but our boy stands there fearless as he commands use of the Mayong Wang sword's thunderbolt technique again. Ripples of electricity bluntly destroy the ice spikes as if they never even posed a threat. Then Jin Run Candle swoops right in, declaring how even the master of a magic tower is pathetic and doesn't meet his expectations. It makes him wonder if Karl is acting recklessly without thought. Also, while this is happening, Bro has already sliced the mage's arm and shattered his wand, releasing a pang of pain and a spurt of blood. The wand hits the ground while the weakened Karl pathetically glances at the swordsman of his undoing. Jin playfully taunts him, stating that if he even attempted to activate the rune script here to call for help, it's them who will get in trouble by their own families. Jin then asks for Chukan's opinions on the matter. Despite being a boiling potato when it comes to his temperament, the 9-star mage actually reflects on how intelligent Jin's strategy is. He's slowly taking care of each of his worries. After all, the second the rune script is activated, reinforcements would come bursting directly from the magic tower. But if that happens, their whole idea of keeping the negotiation a secret from the Runendel and the Bemal family would end up in flames. It's as if their enemy is reading their minds and countering them before things even stride into motion. However, despite that knowledge, Chukan thinks that the swordsman has underestimated the experience of the mages. The one thing about Karl Zippel is that he's capable of commanding magic even without his staff, something that Jinrun Candle probably doesn't even know. To add an additional worry, he's only just beginning to show a hint of his powers. Karl hasn't been going out, but now he's going ballistic and he's pissed at his humiliation. He kind of reminds me of Alexander Anderson from Helsing. Do you guys see the resemblance like I do? Anyway, Karl is out here yapping every insult known in the English dictionary, stating the many ways he'll incinerate the swordsman's body. But suddenly, he sees a wing of blue flames, feathers of a phoenix, the brightest creature in the dimension of fire. A creature that leaves both Karl and Chukan at a loss for words with its very appearance. The wielder of the blue flames and the overseer of the flame dimension, Tess. And it's right there aiding the magic swordsman. The creature's presence puts fear in Chukan. At first, their enemy had possession of an unforeseen lightning sword, and now he has the literal ability to summon Tess at will. Be honest, anyone would be crapping their pants in their position because no one gets paid enough to deal with all of that in one day. Karl Zippel, funnily enough, went from hurling every insult to now quivering in his boots and begging Chukan's help. While he's whining like a baby, though, the 9-star magician makes good use of the opportunity to betray Karl Zippel. Bro really said, if you can't beat them, join them at this point. With his impaled body resting on the ground, Karl C8 believed that his ally betrayed him. Meanwhile, the traitorous Canelo commander states that it's only fair business. After all, the Zippel family is arrogant enough to claim the end of the alliance. And then Karl also doubled down by extending an offer to the swordsman right before his eyes. So, in his point of view, Chukan is basically dealing karma back to the arrogant, forried miserable as he is. Karl finds himself screaming the guy's name before Jin shuts him up by literally kicking his ass and knocking him out cold. The 4th Tower Master is subdued without much difficulty. Jin is glad that the commander of the Canelo Great Plains region is a smart cookie for not fudging this up for himself. Chuck Khan grabs Karl's body, stating that he's making the best use of the situation. As for Jin, he is of the opinion that the Canelo family will benefit a lot more from the capture of Karl Zippel rather than the retrieval of the compass. The fact that he intentionally brought their leader into this makes Sir Chukon realize that Jin's information network really runs deep. It's true that the compass can never be retrieved. And then there's the fact that he lost 8-star magicians under his belt, as well as the amazing white wolves under his command. The only way Sir Chukon can get out of this situation in one piece, and yes, the one piece is real, is if he surrenders Karl Zippel back to the Kinzello clan. The commander has already prepared himself a boat full of products handmade by the Transfigurator Bubar. From the events that unfolded today, no one could have predicted any of it, so he's hoping that his leader will understand some of his explanation. From then on, it's their leader's job to do the rest. Chukon is fully aware that the second he brings up the Shrouded Warrior's abilities to his master, he will definitely send his men out to find more about the guy. The good thing is that Chukon has acquired a good lead and a lot of information on the warrior based on his abilities to narrow down his search. With those thoughts in mind, Chukon disappears into the mist, stating that their meeting is concluded until next time. Right after the dude disappears with Karl's body, the dark dragon, or should I say the tiny dark cat, comes rushing to find our boy. Murakhan is incredibly shocked and happy for the kid's growth after his training period. He saw everything unfold before his eyes, and he's genuinely proud, like an older brother figure for him. He even thinks the kid's nanny will be impressed. While he's ruining Jin's hair, our boy taunts him for practically doing nothing but waiting around like a damn cat. He quickly asks about the state of the compass. Murakhan is more than happy to report that Jin's #1 fan, Enya, took the compass and safely evacuated the island. At long last, the tireless training period of 6 months resulted in a success. As for Siri, Kashmir, and Alicia, Jin wants to know what's up with them, since their original plan was to reunite after the showdown. For that, Murakhan has some stuff to delve into, which gives Jin the impression that maybe they up somewhere. He wants to know if anyone's hurt, but Murakhan denies that. It's the fact that all 3 of his comrades are currently on the run to take care of the rest of the groups in the gambling house. Jin is still at a loss and doesn't get what's happening, so the dark dragon gestures to him to take a look for himself outside. The second he glances out the window, Jin's eyes widen with utter shock. Arriving on a ship is the Beeman family's Special Affairs Division. A completely unexpected turn of events for them. Not to mention that there's a warship sent directly from the Bato Empire, too. The appearance of both unexpected factors has Jin in a nervous and confused state. Evening comes along and the snoozing captain is out cold. Reminds me of when my ass had to wake up for school every morning after the late-night homework. Anyway, the old dude doesn't get what his men are screaming about. That's until he hears the mention of the Imperial warship from the Bato family suddenly popping up out of nowhere. What's concerning is that more are coming from where that one came from. The captain is at first surprised, but then he goes into a state of entertaining laughter. Dude is ecstatic that they can finally execute their plan with this opportunity. The ships owned by the noble families have already begun fleeing from the island because of the dangers imposed. The special force warriors of the Bamah family are insisted that no one else is allowed to take off from the island. After all, they've only just heard that some foreign parties are planning to group up here for a meetup. Before the Bellotto family comes around fully, they want to gather some evidence and arrest the people involved. Witnessing the scene from afar, Jin realizes that his family is also involved with the way they've sent their knights. The run candles probably caught on to the information from somewhere, and it's possible that some of their own spies were here waiting all along among the chaos in the gambling house. The good thing is that Enya was able to evacuate the island long before this went down, because this way they've practically erased all proof of any important meetings. The one thing that's left for them to do is escape, undetected from this damn place. The pirate people are out here ganging up on the 3-run candle knights, believing that this fight will be a piece of cake. Their sole purpose is to protect the ship and to prevent the knights from seizing it. It represents everything to them, so to lose this ship would pose a greater loss to their dignity and pride. As the men are charging with bold confidence, Jin is out here questioning where the hell these guys are getting their confidence from, because they're up against the guardian knights of his family. Crashing into his party, Siri and the others successfully managed to sneak their way in. They're so glad that Jin is secure and he's happy to see them too. He alerts them about the current situation concerning how their planned escape route has been blocked. But Kashmir has one way out, suggesting that they move to the opposite port of the warships before they can even begin to surround the island fully. It's a smart approach. The only viable strategy, in fact, and something that Jin himself agrees with. Right as they're about to put their plan into motion, a loud explosion is heard outside. The boats docked around the island are being annihilated one by one, sending people flying like birds from the impact alone. Murakhan and Jin are terrified because these guys are genuinely serious about blocking every exit way off the island, preventing people from leaving until the investigation is concluded. From the way things are going, Alicia thinks it's too dangerous to rely on the strategy to get to the opposite port because even at their fastest, it's going to take them a minimum of 30 minutes. And by the time they've arrived at the port, the ships will probably already be destroyed. Knowing that any methods of normal escape is impossible, Murakhan quickly suggests that they ride on his back and escape as they're cornered for options. At the same time, Jin points out the obvious that the Dark Dragon revealing his true form here could become risky as the people will begin to target him right after. The Dark Dragon chooses to act defiantly anyway, unleashing his shadowy powers and concluding that there's just no other way. But right as he's initiating his transformation, Kashmir stops him from doing so, which gets on Murakhan's nerves. Funny enough, Kashmir then points to the cage in the sky. Yes, the literal damn island has been fully caged by the Beamant family's Great Link Barrier, a hexagonal trap initiated by the warships to prevent anyone from escaping via aerial flight. Murakhan has no idea what the barrier represents until Kashmir enlightens him, stating that it's a tool of the Royal Guards and a technique specifically developed to counteract any and all flying-type monsters. Even Alicia backs up this claim, agreeing that if the barrier is breached, or if it detects a flying presence, it literally shoots down the target with precise laser beams. Talk about turning a dragon into a medium-rare steak in the air. Siri understands that Murakhan is tough and will probably beast mode the fudge out of the barrier, but the rest of them aren't as durable, so it's a risky plan. Kashmir argues that their last resort isn't viable anymore either, which puts immense pressure on Jin as everything they're trying is ending up in flames. That's until he notices the pirates and remembers their valiant determination to protect their treasured boat no matter what. This makes him search and navigate for the so-called boat they're trying to protect. Things aren't adding up, so Jin requests his group to follow him as he's got a hunch for something. Shortly afterwards, they arrive at the location of the well, where Kashmir suspects that the pirates probably use the same path. Both of them descend down. It's kind of like an underground sewer thing, a tunnel that neither of them knew of until now. Even though Jin doesn't comprehend its purpose fully, he knows for certain that the pirates are hiding something in here, and that is their purpose to search. The scene switches to the pirate group. They're all murmuring and whispering to each other when the room goes quiet upon hearing two warriors emerge from the entryway. Both of them are immediately deemed as the enemies of the pirates, and they want to kill the invading intruders. However, their captain has other ideas. He knows that the voice of the warrior is actually familiar to someone he's met. Jin smiles and asks if he's really speaking to the captain. Instantly realizing that it's Jin Gray, the bastard. The captain roars at him in fury and happiness. Pretending like the diva that he is, Jin acts like he has no idea who that guy is. But the enraged captain isn't so much of a fool to forget about his voice so easily, especially not when he's the reason bro went into debt. Jin won the battle against his opponent and won a crap ton of money, leaving the Pirate King over here in shambles and loss. The Veridine ruined them with his bet placement, causing the captain a world of pain. Seeing the dude crash out like this even has our boy laughing because he knows that Veridine is definitely the type to do that type of stuff. Anyway, he comes clear about his identity and doesn't keep up the act anymore, making his existence known. Anyway, Jin has an issue to confront Cosmos with. Both of them are aware of the situation taking place outside. The warships are destroying every single boat there is, making their escape difficult, if not impossible. To that, Captain Cosmos frustratingly reminds Jin that he isn't going to help his ass no matter what. He then commands his men to kill the guy so they can escape. But before this fight even begins, a thunderous punch is hurled in the guy's face, knocking Cosmos and his ego down and sending his men quivering in their boots. Grabbing Humpty Dumpty's head, Jin emphasizes that he'll pay the guy handsomely for the escape. So, it's less of a request and more of a deal. Jin whispers that he's even willing to get rid of all the debt accrued on Cosmos and even add money on top. which honestly is the best deal ever. It's too good to be true. Making Cosmos question Jin's loyalty, suspecting that he'll kill the pirates after escaping. Realizing that he's got to convince Cosmos, Jin drops a bombshell. He's not Jin Grey, but rather, Jin Runcandle and the family of Swordmasters always keeps its word. Cosmos can't believe that he's been fooled to this degree. Jin even goes as far as to express how Paul Mick's identity is Dante Heron, and that their meeting in the tournament wasn't just any coincidence. The captain finally understands why the Mage of the Zippel family went as far as to help out the two of them in their final match. It just wouldn't make any sense otherwise. But with the knowledge of Jin's ties to the Runendale family, the pirate captain now trusts him. Accepting our boy's offer, he instructs them to follow his command. A little bit of walking later, they were shown the beloved treasure of the pirates, a majestic ship that no one knows about, the secret ship of their escape. Cosmos is happy because with this, they'll be able to make their escape. But Jin is still in wonder of their super-secret plan to escape. He's questioning their methods, especially since the pirates don't seem like a coherent team. The funny thing is, in the very next scene, Bro is out here scared for his life because the ship is going so damn fast. Jin is genuinely sweating with the way Cosmos is commanding the ship. Kashmir and Alicia are screaming while Sirius is the most horrified I've ever seen her be. Perhaps the funniest reaction comes from the cat. Bro can't even hurl his insults because they're getting drowned out by the chaotic rumbling of the ship. Let's go back a few moments and see what really went down. Cosmos instructed our boy to get on the ship because that's the only way to make him understand how they're going to escape. The ship is also docked and loaded with important cargo consisting of barrels and crates. Now Kashmir has his own troubles regarding these pirates, believing that it may be a bit unwise to trust the pirates. The fact that there's barely enough water to make the ship float is one problem already. And then there's the issue that they have to navigate a massive ship into a deep underground pathway which could be dangerous for them. Now, Jin argues that maybe they should entrust the situation to the pirates. After all, they're obviously going to try and do their best for their own survival, so it's not like they're going to botch this up for now. He instructs Kashmir to board the ship with the rest of the squad. Shortly afterwards, the preparations to sail are completed. Cosmos is given the green signal and assures our boy that there's nothing to worry about because from this point on, it's his job to take care of everything, telling his men to fire it up. One of the pirates lights up a thread to an explosive and, well, kaboom. It's a Michael Bay film because the explosion gives the ship the necessary propulsion to take off. These pirates really are crazy and funny. Siri and the others can't believe what the heck just happened. Because of the explosives, the water is crashing down and rapidly advancing towards them. Even Jin is horrified when he sees the water making its way down the path to meet the ship. The tide is literally about to hit them strong when Cosmos has the consideration to remind them to buckle up. Jin's reaction is basically, oh shit, and the ship is then carried away by the water, driving it forth as it cuts into the wave. Jin's face is the same as the one you guys saw earlier. Dude is scared for his life, and this is the same guy who got used to flying on dragons. The ship is going down like a roller coaster, on steroids with a hell of a speed. It's the point that our boy is starting to question the pirate captain's methods, but the crazy Cosmos is enjoying the ride all the way through while Jin's friends are screaming for their life. Curses shouted all over by the cat are contrasted by the pirates who are having the time of their lives. The ships are guided by the water and make their way to an exit way from the opposite side. Seeing the glimmer of light, Cosmos laughs his ass off like a maniac and celebrates creating the order. The ship ejects out of the giant stream and literally stuns their enemies. The men on the warships can't believe what they're seeing. They're all left with the same Sidama-O expression as Cosmos is out here having the happiest day of his life. The ship is literally flying by this point, mind you. Or, well, it's not exactly flying, but rather it's a really long jump, which means it won't be affected by the link barrier by a way of technicality. Cosmos emphasizes this point as the ship manages to cut its way past the aerial barrier. But this is the part that gets troublesome for them. They're about to have a landing, a really mean and abusive one. The kind of landing you only get after your dad's belt becomes your demise for an F on your report card. As the ship is descending, the people of the Beamont family are furious and on red alert. They want to move their ships back, but it's going to take them so much time to catch up that the Pirate King over here is confident that they're clear of trouble. The sails are released as the Pirate King's endless laughter echoes into the sea as all of them successfully escape the surrounded island. Bro is genuinely living the life with the way they are casting fireworks of him after the escape. Anyway, with Mission Impossible over here executed, we now move forward to June 18th and back to the independent city of Tan. The ship has made its way here successfully, and right after Jin sets foot on land, Jill and Enya come rushing for him. The nanny is so happy to see him alive and well. She's always worrying for him like a true mother, and I love that. He's also glad to see Enya executing her side of the mission brilliantly. Receiving a compliment from her idol, the girl literally crashes down like a K-pop stand. She's happy to report that the compass is safe and secure, but his radiant smile isn't. In the next scene, we're back to the meeting room where the group is discussing the usage and the function of the compass. Enya expresses that it operates just like ordinary magic artifacts by infusing magic. And so, Jin pours some of his magic inside, causing the artifact to merge with his energy and light up an epic hologram in the ceiling. It shows the globe in its entirety, as well as red dots as its markers. Kashmir refuses to believe his eyes, questioning if the red dots are supposed to signify actual contractors. Unfortunately, Jin confirms that it must be the case, because they're all detected in the Zippel and Bement family regions. The surprising part, there aren't any signs of contractors in the Tikan region, as pointed out by the Dark Dragon, even though there's literally 3 contractors sitting in the room. To that, Enya expresses her theory. She's done a few experiments and comes to the realization that for some reason, the contractors of the Tan region are seemingly hidden even on the compass. But especially for Jin's case, it's even weirder as his location was ambiguous and undetected even before his arrival in the city. Murakami thinks it's nothing to be surprised about as her idol is literally a contractor of the God of Shadows. Enya is fangirling over him so hard after hearing that it's just another one of his great abilities. Still, Quintel has issues to raise as other than Jin. They've still got Julia and Enya's issue to take care of. This means it's less to do with them and more to do with the region of Taikon itself. Suddenly, the run candle brings out his leading suspicion, the magic mirror. Murakami and Quintel also wonder if it's the reason. After all, it's the only object that holds the properties of the God of Magic as well as the seal of the God of Shadows. This only makes Enya even more of a fangirl because it's thanks to Jin's contributions that their city is blessed. Apart from that, Kashmir is just happy that they're doing good for the time being. The compass is with them too, so it's not like they'll have any immediate threats to worry about. Jet, the sleazy merchant, also shows up reporting his explorations. Apparently, Jin has become extremely famous again. He hands them the papers and, well, Enya is the first to get dazzled by the report. The news reads the appearance of an unknown yet extremely powerful warrior who used his magical weapons and escaped with pirates. The people deem this person to be the young master and noble bomber, someone with a beautiful face, and is suspected to have contracted with the God of Storms for his lightning powers. The strange thing is that it's been nearly 300 years since Fatal contracted with someone. So, it's an astonishing discovery to the people. The news also summarizes how the actions of this young master have led the people of the continent to grow curious of him and to observe his next moves. Murakami is pissed off reading the report and mentions the God of Storms. But it's only good for them as Kashmir thinks that the more chaos the media circulates, the better it will be for them to remain mysterious. Murakami jokes around how Jin is a supernova, according to the news, and in return, our boy only thinks how embarrassing it is to say something like that. His biggest fan, however, is eating up the news in enjoyment, humming and singing to delight. Suddenly, Jin notices something on the map. He spots a contractor in the Hufist region. Though the location is imprecise, it's certainly clear that they're confined in that region. In the next scene, the same news is being read by a certain someone, and that someone is none other than the dude who got slapped by his father not long ago. Anyway, Joshua is curious about his assassin's thoughts, who are all suspicious that this might be the same contractor of the God of Shadows that they were looking for. His other half argues that maybe they're wrong, and this is someone else. By the end, we see Kua jumping into this universe and showing a hint of lightning, which may turn out to be a plot twist that the real contractor of the God of Storms is this dude. Undercut Kalawa is kind of pissed at the remark shared by the crazy lady until Joshua puts him to a dead stop. He regards him as Julian, and questions if someone like him would be capable of taking on and defeating 3 white beast commanders in a single battle. Despite his abilities, even Kua is humble enough to admit that he wouldn't be capable of something like that. This then confirms to the psychotic Joshua that it's finally time for them to help Julian enhance his powers. But Julian's reaction tells me that this enhancement is one that involves suffering and dread. It's been a while since we visited the awesome and yet terrifying Black Sea. The Patriarch is busy slaughtering dragons and reading reports of the so-called bomb roll person who is making a lot of noise in the outside world. His trusted knight tells him that the name was actually brought up in the main estate of the family, where they talked about his ability to beat 3 white tiger commanders on the island. They all suspect the same thing, believing that he might have a contract with the lightning god. The Patriarch then casually admitted that the rest of the family would be stunned to believe that it was actually the youngest son of the Run Candles. The mere mention of Jin like this has the knight at a loss for words. He's told to keep this information a secret. And not just that, Kieran wants him to personally ensure that word doesn't get out to the flag bearers, and that the information is suppressed. Now, Kashmir's letter failed to mention one thing: the intent of going to the island in the first place. This makes the Patriarch question if Kashmir's loyalty is stronger against Jin than Karen himself. It's actually a flex in my opinion. When Karen reads something specific in the letter, he can't help but burst out in a roaring laughter for the Black Sea to hear. Even the knight can tell that the Patriarch is enjoying himself greatly. Handing the knight the same letter, Karen urges him to read the contents as they do appear to be quite amusing. The letter addresses the Patriarch and Jin's admittance at a drinking party. That night, Jin casually admitted that maybe he can rival his father now in terms of judging one's ability based on a single attack. Indeed. Now you guys know why Chiron laughed in ridicule, but the reaction only causes the knight to become furious, as it's quite insulting to say such a thing. Before the knight can say anything more, Karen cuts him off and name drops the mention of the Mongwang tribe. Khan is alerted by the sudden mention and points out that it's supposed to be this unknown race of people that were dubbed the losers of the world and that they were sealed away 5,000 years ago. Karen actually confirms that this is exactly how it is. And yet, the Patriarch has a keen suspicion that his youngest son must have encountered the people of the tribe. It's likely that it was a task doled out by the god of darkness, Soldarat. Here's the most badass fact comparison you'll hear in this story. By Kern's own admission, the battle god Vaughn is powerful enough to rival his strength. This lady is freaking powerful. Now, the reason Jin appears to be so confident is because in his trials against the battle god Vaughn, he finally overcame his hesitation and fear and succeeded in unleashing one powerful strike against the battle god. That's one of the reasons Jin explicitly mentions that he can use that against his father. It's not that he's more powerful or even comparable to either one of them, but it's still something to consider. Khan still defends his Patriarch's reputation and points out that the youngest must be overconfident in his ability when it comes to actual combat. To punish him, he is even ready to bring the Runandel to the Black Sea for punishment. However, Kieran denies any such thing, disagreeing with the idea as a subject of his own curiosity. He's curious if the boy has it in him to take responsibility for the bold words he chose in his statement. That's also why he wants a letter to be prepared and sent to the Anti-Mountains. And something tells me it's going to be really exciting. The juicy parts aside, in the next scene, we get to see that July is nearing its end. Now, in the city of Tan, in his estate, Kashmir is sought out by the merchant Jet, who has come to report something strange. An unknown old lady came to express her approval and support for the Seven Colors organization. She appears strange in behavior, so he wants Kashmir to check on her personally. Now, Kashmir is confused up until the point that it is revealed that the very same woman brought a goddamn ship filled with treasures and gold. Yeah, that's definitely someone big. Sensing the urgency to speak to her immediately, Kashmir seeks a meeting. As for the beautiful dragon, Quaintel, she's alarmed by the sudden stench of uncomfortable energy, comparable to the kind of energy she sensed in the Anti-Mountains. Jin arrives on the scene, expressing his unawareness for the mountains. Quantel decides to drop him a lure of what happened exactly 40 years ago, there was a shocking discovery that all the dragons who decided to take shelter in the mountains ended up slaughtered in cold blood. And it wasn't an army of people that took them all down. No, just one person. It is because of that rumor alone that no dragon ever dared to venture into the Anti-Mountains ever again. This old lady is badass to the point even Murakon is terrified and can't believe someone like that existed. Quantel reveals the existence of Vanessa Olsen, a woman of high competence that the dragons feared as the terror of the Anti-Mountains. Now that is pure aura for this old lady. Speaking of which, Vanessa has stepped into the city of Tan, looking all dripped out with her outfit. Sensing the presence of dragons from the estate, Kashmir personally goes out to greet her with respect, addressing himself as the leader of the organization. He even points to his beloved wife, Alicia, who extends her greetings the same. Just being in the woman's presence, one can feel her, controlled and yet radiant aura. She extends her greetings and praises Kashmir's wife for her beauty. But the pressure she exerts is surely noticed by Elysia, and even seconded by Quantel. She points out that this energy is undoubtedly of the one that is known as the terror of the Anti-Mountains. All this time they thought she died, but apparently the mill is alive and kicking. Murakon is curious if she personally came all the way here to hunt them down, and he's happy to kill her and keep all the gold she brought because, dragons love their gold and all. The Silver Dragon argues otherwise, countering that if that was the case, she would be going batshit crazy and hunting them down already. Even in her prime condition, she didn't really actively go on the hunt down dragons. But the woman is so badass that Murakon is thrilled and wants to face her off. Unable to believe that a human out there exists that can beat down dragons. With the exception of the first patriarch, Tamar, Quantel does her best to alert him that he's no longer in his prime. And it's best he forgot about those times because in his present condition, he's literally going to get demolished even if he had a second life on him. Murakon is still arrogant and states that one can only learn from a proper battle, seeking the approval of Jin Runel. Our boy actually disagrees with the Dark Dragon too, supporting the Silver Dragon's wise words not to provoke the one woman that can him up for life. While Murakon is out here ranting a response to Jin, our boy, on the other hand, internalizes that Vanessa is probably the person that his father personally handpicked to inspect his new skills. This also makes him suspicious of Kashmir, and whether or not he ended up sharing the same little party fact in the letter when reporting to his father. Things get even more spicy when the merchant jet reports that Vanessa is exclusively waiting for Jin in the garden. And if what the Run Kendall suspects is the case, then this could get really ugly for our boy. In the next scene, we find the three important people sharing a meeting with one another in the mesmerizing garden. Kashmir passionately talks about the exquisite dessert that's been a favorite of the people lately. He's hoping it appeals to the madam's palate. Vanessa sarcastically notes that she doesn't have to worry about paying for anything anymore, considering she dropped a massive donation on them. Even Kashmir laughs and agrees that he's grateful for the support. She's hoping that it will be helpful to the organization. Finally, getting to the seriousness of the matter, she requests Kashmir to give the two of them some space and privacy for a conversation. Of course, he quickly leaves while hoping they both enjoy their stay here. Now that both are alone, she gets to the bottom of her true purpose. She was approached personally by Chiron, who requested to check on the youngest. Jin forwards that he understands his father must have sent her, and despite the elderly woman suppressing most of her power, he can feel her intense aura seeping through. It makes him question why, after all this time, he had yet to hear someone so powerful as her. To that, Vanessa simply thinks it's a matter of coincidence and chance. The world is full of powerful people, including Jin Runcandle himself. Having been blessed with sword ability, magic ability, and even a uniquely shadow energy, Jin is rather surprised, but also convinced that his father must place a lot of trust in Vanessa for him to reveal such important information like that easily. To Jin's utter shock, Madame Vanessa goes as far as to admit that the patriarch trusts her so much in fact that he relies on her when needed. Based on her words and declaration of strength, Jin states that her name as the terror of the Anti-Mountains must be true. Then, though that name is fearsome for the dragons, to her it holds little meaning. Instead, she prefers the name Black Knight as much more appealing, and you best know it. At the time, She looked like a goddamn amazing knight. Her appearance in her prime reminds me of how Iris from Solo Leveling looks. Knights will never be not cool. Time to flesh out the concept of Black Knights. You see, a Black Knight is actually a category from the Run Candle clan. After becoming a knight of this caliber, they are known to erase their existence entirely in an effort to serve the family fully. Their contributions are so damn noteworthy to the main family that their names are etched in the Renandel Mausoleum for remembrance and honor in the entire history of Renandels. The Black Knight previously was known as the strongest. This one Black Knight actually teamed up with the Patriarch alongside the strongest humans in the entire world in order to face off against the Black Sea. And you know it, Madame Vanessa, is that Black Knight. She's mega overpowered. Realizing that he's meeting someone of such high stature, Jin bows down in proper respect, deeming himself as a mere reserve flag-bearer who greets the great sword of the family. She's glad that the kid is groomed to have good black manners. But let's be honest, that's not what she's here for. Vanessa orders him to get his weapons quickly. On her way coming here, she saw an island, and that island will be the place of his punishment. Oh boy, as strong as our boy has gotten up to this period, I think he might get his ass kicked by this auntie. The scene cuts to the beautiful sunset as the two warriors set foot on the island. Jin Run Candle has strapped himself with both of his blades, questioning if this punishment is supposed to be a matchup between the two. Vanessa agrees with his thoughts, but she is curious about one thing, the same as us. She wants to know if the boy is aware of his sin that caused her to come all the way here. When Jin says he has no clue, she admires the child's honesty. But because of the child's honesty, she is going to punish him. Now for the good part. Remember when he said he could strike his father at least once? Yeah. Well, that's exactly what she asks him directly as a question. To her and probably everyone in the family, it's the height of insult and ridicule. Even though Jin is just stating a fact from his point of view. Back to the actual scene. He internalizes his correct assumption. It's all because of Kashmir that this is happening now. Unshathing her blade, Vanessa offers the boy a way out. A way to prove his innocence. And that way is simple. She points the blade at the Run Candle and demands that he unleash the fullest of his power. That is the only way he can redeem himself for his arrogance. Jin fully understands that this duel isn't one to the death, but a confirmation to assess his current level of strength. First off, he asks her clearly if the condition of this fight is to actually defeat Vanessa in a straight matchup. The fact that he even amused the possibility of winning over her makes her laugh out immensely. So much so that she believes it will be a victory for him if his weapon makes contact with her body. Of course, Jin is one fast, because the dude literally pulls up with immense speed to make her eat her own words. Using the neon blue blade of lightning, he aims to cut her down. Vanessa finishes up her words, and without even moving from her spot, she waves her blade and deflects Jin's attack, causing him to go back and reclaim his ground. But he's not just done yet. He bolts with super speed, and this time attempts to go for a swing from behind. The slash is clearly aimed for her neck, and it makes sense that holding back against a powerful opponent would be a death wish for him, so he's going all out. Vanessa is really impressed that he's using the Mongwang blade to his advantage. Her inhuman speed allows her to counter his attempt with another deflecting slash. What's more, she's really curious to see how powerful his shadow, energy, and magic abilities have become. The Runandel is really astonished that she shares extensive knowledge about his Mongwang sword, which only proves that his father didn't hold back on leaking his secrets. By the way, Jin is actually visibly struggling. His opponent is using an ordinary sword, and yet her slashes are so intense and fierce that he's having a hard time keeping up with her. Vanessa reminds the boy that the Patriarch trusts her fully, and her words are complemented by the truth of her raw strength as she deflects the lightning sword like it's no big deal. An explosive clash of numerous sword hits takes place back to back. Vanessa finds herself entertained witnessing the Mayong Wong blade of lightning, especially since it's being used by a Run Candle now who specialize in sword ability already. She's also impressed by the boy's usage of deceptive magic. Why? Because in that moment where she was focused on clashing her blade against his, Jin casted magical spells to deter her from behind. Jin has been secretly casting magic with his free hand. From these factors alone, Vanessa has acknowledged one part of the Run Candle that he knows how to actually fight someone. That too, to an impressive amount. She evades one of the spells and blocks the other. So far, it's like Jin is her toy, because she's really hoping for him to show her new things with each instance. Vanessa goes for a retreating motion, and Jin Runendell isn't giving her a break, quickly dashing after her. Just like he fools everyone else with his ancient light magic ability, Jin tries to get the best of her by blinding her with the spell. Even the Black Knight admits that she hasn't seen such an ability in a while. By the way, the spell actually connects. She's blinded to her sight, but unafraid. Jin plunges his sword to strike her down, and a smile carves up on her face. It's the realization that Jin would easily destroy most 9-star knights in a battle. But here's the thing. This woman is the definition of aura. Jin's expression is of absolute shock. It's the most surprised I've ever seen him in the story. Vanessa, despite being blinded, has evaded his stab. Not just that, she returned it with double the force with a hook punch to his side. Yes, this lady can throw hands, literally, too. She got our boy flying to the stratosphere. But Vanessa understands why Kern is so intrigued in the boy's development. Jin catches himself with his blade as blood pours from his body from the previous hit. As he's regaining his breath, the mature elderly woman recalls that Jin is only 17 years old. And even at this age, he's shown to be unbelievably skilled to the fact that it reminds her of Luna's talent at the same age. Recovering from the heavy hit, Jin boldly asks if his sister Luna was capable of striking his father at least once at the same age. Vanessa denies this, but points out that Luna gained that ability right after becoming an 8-year-old. Now, Jin has gained a secondary understanding of the test. It's a way for them to compare the sprouting talent between his strength and Luna's past records. The only problem is if he fails to prove his power in this matchup against the Black Knight, he's going to lose an arm at the very least for his arrogant words. Recalling the agonizing training period he went through on the land of the Wong tribe, Jin has always gotten used to the feeling of losing his limbs. For now, he wants to concentrate his might on proving his ability to his opponent. And so he gathers clumps of energy into his jewel heart, inviting a smile from Madame Vanessa, who wonders if this is the boy's trump card of all things. Just now, he's casted energy spears, dozens of them, in fact. Vanessa reminds the boy to be cautious while using such a thing, signifying that it's pretty damn dangerous that he has such a power. Jin smiles back, hoping that he may have impressed her with this technique. Invoking the technique of the battle god Four Swords, he plunges his lightning blade into the ground and declares the erosion spell. With this, a bunch of magical portals with projectiles appear vertical from the ground. The whole thing reminds of Gilgamesh and Enkidu again, especially when it comes to their main abilities. Ready to impress Vanessa's standards, Jin declares that he's got a lot in store for her. Erosion unleashes a wave of thunderous currents from the very spot he's standing on. Even Vanessa is taking note of the fact that Jin is focusing on merging thunder with the earth as tiny spears pop out from the ground. She also highlights how this particular ability shares a resemblance to magic rather than true swordsmanship. In a way, she's disappointed because she was expecting the technique to be something more than what it is, especially coming from a tribe of people who ruled the world 5,000 years ago. And yet, the technique appears underwhelming in its image. But just as she's admitting her disappointment, a gigantic bolt of thunder descends upon her from the skies. She managed to step aside, just enough to avoid getting hit. But you see, this is exactly the point. All of a sudden, Vanessa finds herself intrigued by the special use of his technique. My guess is that the little spears or blade-like energy points are supposed to attract and focus lightning. Anyway, Jin wastes no time and rushes with full force, recalling how his technique is far, far inferior to the one the battle god personally showed him. However, that's not what it's for. Jin ignites the presence of the blue god of flames tests. I think he's trying to go all out with this one forward lunge, especially with how many variables are at play here. There are lightning points himself and then even Tess. The same tiny spears actually begin to conduct electricity, which means a ton of thunderbolts are on their way to strike his opponent down. But that's not all. Even if the Black Knight is capable of evading all of them as they're coming down, he can still find an opening against her in that vulnerable moment. Tess concentrates its descent alongside the barrage of thunderbolts. But here's the thing. Jin greatly misunderstood his opponent's next move. Vanessa calmly questions if he was hoping for her to dodge, blowing his expectations out of the water. The Black Knight concentrates her power in her blade, showing a hint of her true strength while impressively remarking the emergence of Tess here. Jin's eyes widened in sheer shock. This woman is really about to deflect everything he's about to send her way, and that's exactly what happens. Sharp, precise ripples of sword slashes cut through the air with an intensity so powerful that they destroy the lightning strikes all at once. Finally, there's the direct attack from our favorite blue phoenix itself. Tess unleashed a wave of fire to hit her directly. But even as powerful as this attack is, the Black Knight is capable of slicing through the flames and even going as far as to destroy the manifestation of Tess in that moment. Using this as the opening he needed, that's exactly where Jin Runandal sweeps right in, emerging from the Phoenix as one. Withering body, powering his sword with shadow force and surprising Vanessa to an amazing extent. So far, she's really happy with his battle IQ, and she also greatly regrets being unable to bring a more competent blade with her for a better fight. Warping his blade in the darkness, Jinrun Candle releases the Shadow Sword's first form, the Soul. Slice technique that he perfected just like the first Patriarch Tamar. In response to his slash, Vanessa responds with a powerful strike of her own. The clash releases considerable amounts of energy from both sides, but the outcome is clear. Vanessa's blade fails to withstand the overwhelming force that was generated from the Soul Slice attack, and so it crumbles to hundreds of pieces. By the end of that last strike, Jin Runkendal is once again on the ground, recovering his breath from the sheer energy he exerted in that moment. Vanessa is considerably impressed with the boy's talents, recalling her objective to punish him. But something incredible has happened. Jin Runel successfully left a scratch on her face, which invites a reward from Madame Vanessa for his incredible accomplishment. Our boy is looking seriously glad because he had to basically pull out everything from his arsenal just to get one tiny little scratch in. By the end of their confrontation, both warriors drink like champions. And I really mean that. These guys are downing liquor from giant-ass barrels. Vanessa also learns that Jin ended up drinking the elixir of 10,000 poisons, practically making him immune to every single toxin. Despite his strength, he argues that he's a long shot away from reaching someone like Vanessa in terms of strength. Curious. For her thoughts, he decides to ask her a question. The question is indeed surprising. It's not about learning a technique or some kind of battle advice. Jin simply wants to know how his father and the elderly woman met each other. To that, she reveals that it happened a long time ago. She also takes a serious posture while admitting that this is going to be a long story. Madame Vanessa talks about her early childhood days. She was an orphan with a younger sibling to look after. Tragedy struck one day as a gigantic fire-breathing dragon descended upon their village, blazing the village down in its fury and unleashing destruction everywhere. In that instance, she lost her precious sibling. Fueled with unfathomable revenge, she went on an extensive journey, traveling the Anti-Mountains, knowing that the dragons lived there. Because she was on a quest for revenge, this mad lad destroyed every single dragon in the mountain range on her own. And yet, even after all of that, she still couldn't discover the beast that destroyed her village and took from her precious sibling. Eventually, she decided to set up a base in the mountains. The moment she confronted a dragon, she demolished it without remorse. But it didn't stop there. She did the same when it came to people. Basically, she killed everyone in her way. Vanessa admits that she had gone fully insane, mad in the pursuit of revenge. Her kill count for dragons reached over 100, which is freaking insane considering their caliber of strength in this story. And yet, even after all these years, she's been unable to track down the one that destroyed her village. 15 years passed after her mad pursuit until one day, the Patriarch, Chiron, decided to personally find her. From the second she laid her eyes on him, she could sense immeasurable power. The only man on the planet who managed to defeat Vanessa in a duel, even after she had gone crazy for 15 long years. After taking her first L, Kieran then personally escorted her to the location where the wild beast that killed her village resided. It turns out that this bastard was actually a guardian dragon that descended from the family of mages, the Zippels. To make it even more interesting, the dragon descended from Kadun's own bloodline. Of course, the creature wanted to protect its bloodline, so Kadun stood by him. What ended up happening was that Jin's father decided to face off with Kadun while she decided to take on the bastard dragon who slaughtered everyone she knew. Having suffered a really powerful slash from Chiron, Kadun flew away like a little. It's only because of that she managed to kill the fire dragon and completed her cycle of revenge. Shortly after the incident, she loyally swore to become Karen's personal Black Knight. This woman gets more amazing with every panel. Such a refreshing character. Jin is amazed and yet at a loss for words. Madame Vanessa emphasizes that there's no point focusing on the past anymore since she's been yapping for quite a bit. The elderly woman decides it's time for him to receive his reward. It's a special map that was entrusted to her from Chiron. Long ago, he instructed her to give the map away to any one of his children who became competent enough in her eyes. The Run Candle is honored to receive such an impressive gift and has no idea what the map represents. Here's the kicker. It's the map charting out the location of the Black Sea. Here's the deal on why this map is so goddamn special. Jin points out that the Black Sea is teeming with high-level monsters, to the point not a single nation ever bothered to carve a map of it. Yes, that even includes the prideful Zippel mages. And yet, the Renandel family has already accomplished this feat. It was once a confidential mission on behalf of Chiron, who led his forces alongside his knight. Having obtained this map, she tells him that he'll have to endure a new test after using the map. It makes the Run Candle question what this is going to be like. The only remarkable place on the map is highlighted with red. That's the spot where Jin is tasked to kill the monsters. These monsters aren't your average high-level beasts either. Rumors have it that they were raised by a powerful witch called Hellerum a long time ago. Okay, side note. I find it really hilarious that this reward just ends up being yet another test for the guy. Poor Jin. The very next day, it can be seen that Vanessa is returning home to the mountains. You can even see a skeleton of a dragon being used as a decoration piece, which is honestly so in character for a monster like her. Interestingly, the Black Knight notices that her door is unlocked, and when she makes her way inside, there's a clear intruder drinking something. She actually talks highly of the person, stating that he's become more and more surprised with his tricks. Not only did Chiron send her a letter, but he also decided to whip up out of nowhere and showed up to her place. The man is chilling like a Zen warrior, enjoying his tea, and he only cares about hearing about the progress of his youngest son. To that, Vanessa points out that Karen's patience is starting to run thin with his growing age. But even according to someone as strict as her, Vanessa argues that Jin Runkendel is showing impressive progress. Of course, Karen smiles, pointing out that he could read her expression the second she entered the room. It meant that she was proud of what she saw in Jin. Casually confirming her own reaction, Vanessa pours down some water and even shares that she's gifted the boy a map as a reward too. Now, that is something that shocks even the likes of the patriarch. And the reason being is that she never once sent it to any of the other children. It makes him wonder if Vanessa had a gut feeling that Jin would end up impressing her in the end. Though Karen is curious about her thoughts, another matter clings to him. He has realized that the moment Vanessa handed over the map to Jin symbolized that she has grown out of her attachment for Luna's talent. Vanessa goes silent all of a sudden before stating that every single Black Knight was fond of Luna's godlike talent. She was the pride of the family, and they all wanted to make sure she rose to the top. Unfortunately, Vanessa thinks that it's because of their carelessness that the eldest sister abandoned her interests in rising to the top, showing no interest in pursuing the rank of matriarch of the clan. Vanessa also reasons that the family's troubles could easily be handed over to Luna, and from then on, they wouldn't worry about focusing on their own duties. Throughout her speech, Karen is silently observing her words. She tells him that it's necessary for them to ensure that Jin Runkandel doesn't become another Luna, which is why she will take extra care for the boy. Also, she has a gut feeling that Joshua is also looming over behind the scenes and observing everything go down. The patriarch counters that Jin isn't the type of person that requires care or consideration like Luna did because of her past, especially because Joshua appears to be troubled in watching Jin's every move. Chiron strongly believes that if his youngest son is unable to control his family's troubles on his own, then he will be worthless against his enemies. To that, Vanessa entertains the possibility of Jin Runkendel becoming yet another Luna, questioning what would happen in that case. But interestingly, Kieran terrifyingly puts that it's the reason she handed the boy the map in the first place, signaling that the boy's upcoming test will be a test of his integrity to the mission. Speaking of which, Jin Runkandel is already speeding his way to the location thanks to Murakon's flight speed. August 15th is when they finally reach the devastating Black Sea. the only location on Earth that no one dares to enter. Following the coordinates given on the map, they successfully find the pillar they were looking for. However, the dark dragon corrects the boys' false observation, pointing out that it's actually the nest of Kulkia, a structure that is formed by a species of flying monsters. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds epic with the way it's shown. Anyway, these ugly, flying creatures clearly don't take a liking to any invaders, so they're strong on the offensive. But really, what can they do against the might of the dark dragon himself? Murakami considers it a bold move on their part to even try and unleash a powerful column of breath that nukes the flying creatures, eviscerating their very molecules as they're caught up in the full range of the blast. The creatures are purely decimated. This show of strength astonishes Jin as he even comments how Murakami has regained more of his power from the looks of it. The dark dragon laughs, countering that it's still nothing to the meteoric rate of improvement Jin has experienced in the silly past few months. Jin tells him that it's still a ton of improvement, taking into consideration that originally Murakami lost his power because his heart was shattered in a fight. The dark dragon is still unimpressed with his current display of power, believing that he is a long way from becoming whole. He's also desperate to find another means to replenish his lost powers. They make their landing as the dark dragon reveals how flight won't help them anymore, so it's best to step down. At first, you guys must be thinking that it's just an excuse. But here's the issue. The atmosphere up ahead is coated with clouds of poison so deadly that they can easily tear through and melt a dragon's scales. However, it adds to Jin's confusion, and the reason is simple. How the hell were those freaky flying monsters flying without any problems? Murakami transforms to his human state and points out an interesting fact. Every single creature that is the inhabitant of the Black Sea has poison running through their veins. It's safe to say that everything here is poisonous, so they have to tread carefully. In the next scene, they're walking their way through a path when Murakami talks highly of the current patriarch's strength. It's insane that someone actually came here and carved a map of this location. The Black Sea is so hellish that not even powerful dragons come here. While reading the map, Jin agrees with Murakami, questioning what the hell his father has been doing in a place like this of all things. Changing topics. The Dark Dragon points out that they've got to annihilate the monsters that the witch Hellerum created. Everything to do with the witch invites trouble according to him. Murakami's knowledge of Hellerum surprises the Runendel as he pries for more information. The Dark Dragon reveals her background. Apparently, the witch was known for one thing. She had a love for all diseases that troubled both gods and demons alike. The most Jin has heard of her is from the history books. And there it is said that Hellerum literally raised all kinds of calamities. Even Murakami confirms this fact, pointing out her human appearance, even though she was a half-demon, adding on to her lifespan thanks to her demonic self. It can be said that her very existence is a curse. So much so that every time she was awakened, the gods preferred to avoid their contractors out of fear. The impressive part, a demon king called Orgel actually once decided to take the toll of her curse entirely when they were together. It is something so impressive that even Murakami holds it in high regard. He even warns Jin that though he has a resistance to curses, the best course of action would be to avoid as much as they can. After all, she might hold a grudge and exact her revenge. Jin interestingly points out how odd the behavior of the Dark Dragon is. Never before did Murakami fear the idea of going up against an opponent, exacting revenge on them. Of course, the Dark Dragon suppresses the humiliation session and emphasizes just how bad things can really get if they end up pissing her off. While they're bantering, a bunch of creatures of hell are making their way up to them. This wolf has brought dozens of his friends along too. Here's the part that worries Jin the most. Even though his dad and Vanessa clearly knew about the location of Hellerum and all the trouble that comes along with her, they still didn't decide to kill her, or kill the creatures for that matter. The Dark Dragon is baffled all the same, almost offended that Jin is asking the question. The hungry wolves that were eyeing them down realize that it's the perfect time to strike down a distracted prey. So, a bunch of them quickly make the jump in an effort to strike down the run candle. But Jin responds beautifully with a barrage of electric slashes that cut the creatures all down and leave their nasty poisonous blood trailing on the rocks too. This is clear-cut evidence of what Merkin said earlier. These monsters really do have poison running in their veins, and it's so dangerous that it's grilling a rock. Sometime later, they actually reached the part of the map that was marked. From here on out, Jin doesn't want the Dark Dragon to follow or intervene with the test because it was a task specifically entrusted to him. The Dark Dragon understands that, but still worries for the boy, questioning if he'll be okay to navigate all on his own inside the thorny cage. The Swordmaster strides courageously ahead, displaying no signs of fear as he steps into the domain of the thorns. As he's made his way inside, Jin notices Murakhan from afar and turns his attention to a beautiful butterfly. Its color is a distinct purple that is foreign to the outside world, and for some reason, Jin assesses that the place feels different inside compared to the outer world. Among the thorny structures inside, Jin notices a tangled mess of thorny vines, questioning why it's so large in size. As he's trying to comprehend the situation, a little furball pops out of the vines. It's a cute kitty cat that appears alarming to the Run Candle's eyes. Because this cute kitty is numerous times larger than even the human, if dangerous, then why is a friend shaped? Seeing the creature, Jin begins questioning his senses. He has no idea if he's supposed to take down this monster or not. And it's the first time he's laid his eyes on a mythical creature such as this one. From its adorable and harmless appearance, Jin quickly grows fond of the creature's innocence, and even shows kindness by saying hello. Instead of responding to him, it pounces away using the vines as a means to escape, much to the Runendel's surprise. It's surprising to him how a creature of such size can run away like that when ordinary monsters would be quick to attack. Since it's the only thing keeping its interest, the Runendel decides to chase after the giant pillow to find where it went, but he's a bit lost himself as he can't tell where it went. Suddenly, Jin hears a rumbling noise and becomes terrified when he sees a giant ball of thorny vines bolting down with rapid speed. The ball actually leaps over his head, and before things can get any more predictable, the Runendel decides to slice it down 3 times, cutting the structure down. From inside launches the giant cat, which actually hits him at full impact. Not just that, it smashes him against the vine cage. Yeah, I know we were all thinking that he's found a friend, but apparently not. This cat is a straight-up menace. It launches away again while Jin Runendel is in tatters. He's never been reduced to this condition before, not after his training arc. He now understands the purpose of the creature that tried to lure him. Its mission was to take advantage of its territory to strike down the Swordmaster. Despite the tricky battle, the Swordmaster can't call it quits so early, especially when Vanessa tasked him with the mission. At first, he was figuring out a way to capture the cute thing, but he's done playing around. His next approach is to force the creature to reveal itself. In order to do that, the Runendel unleashes a flame spell. The spell is called the Fire Wave Gale, and as the name implies, it burns everything in its surroundings. It's the perfect attack against a creature that utilizes the thorns as its environmental advantage. Faced against the towering flames, the cat shows an expression of annoyance. The flames are burning down everything around. I think this will really piss the cat off even more. But Jin thinks it's a good way to lure it out, stating that he's going to burn the whole place down otherwise. In the end, the furball decides to reveal itself from the shadows. Here, Jin whips out his thunderous blade, declaring a real battle between them. The funny thing is how Bro is challenging a goddamn cat to a fight. The even funnier thing is how this cat pretends to be the most adorable thing ever and plays cute in front of him to get pity points. But Jin ain't falling for the same trick twice and calls out it's causing the creature to wooze. Deciding to go fully serious, the cat stretches and becomes really huge. Like this thing is the size of a small whale. The cat stops, holding back and uses some kind of hypnosis ability, stunning him with the memories of his first life. The same life where he was humiliated and beat down by his brothers, bullied relentlessly back to back. And even when he was clinging to the edge of his life, while Jin is hypnotized inside his own cage of traumatic thoughts, the mythical creature takes advantage of the situation and uses its sharp paw to cut him down. But to its shock, Jin responds by slicing the creature's paw, even though he was supposed to be hypnotized. The Run Candle reveals that he's grown used to mind control magic, and he despises illusions, so it's going to be tough to get the best of him. Dark energy exudes out of the severed limb, regenerating the mythical creature's body. Jin internalizes his shock. He always knew that a certain type of Heil monsters boasted the ability to regenerate parts of their bodies. To counteract the attempt, the Swordmaster wastes no time and plans to finish off the creature before it can properly regenerate. Using the Manhwa sword, he throws down lightning bolts to finish off the creature. And then the funniest thing happens again. This goddamn uses its razor-sharp paws to punch down on thunderbolts. I think the author is trying to tell us something here. Cats are secretly overpowered gods. Unfortunately, one thunderbolt ends up coming in contact with the stupid cat, causing the giant fluff ball to let out a painful meow as it receives a full shock. While the creature is staggered, the Run Candle uses his second sword, the Shadow Blade, covering it with shadow energy and releasing the first form of his sword technique, the Soul Slice. He unleashes it with so much magnitude that it severs the creature in half, commencing the end of the beast. Or so he thought. Because even an attack as ruthless as this isn't enough to stop the mythical creature from regenerating. Tendrils of flesh and magic begin reconnecting, causing Jin to express his shock. He points out that even the best regeneration magic can't stitch something that was severed in half like that. All of a sudden, Bro is feeling the sheer weight of terror behind his father's request. Karen sent him on his mission for a reason. The impossible goal of this mission is to kill an immortal being, showing just how helpless Jin feels in this moment. The Runkindel faces an immortal opponent. Not knowing why his father has tasked him with a mission of this caliber, from his little knowledge of the creatures of the Black Sea, Jin Runsendel is confident that not even the best of the creatures of the Abyss can regenerate to a scary effect like that. Even when it comes to dragons like Ku and Tile, their regeneration ability is limited to how much time the dragons can reverse. This means that what he's seeing may not be an effective display of talent or skill, but something entirely else. While his confusion grows, the surrounding flames wither away as Jin grips his blade, factoring that what he's seeing isn't a regeneration ability, but a hyperactive curse. And to that effect, Jin asks if the Witch Hurim has placed the curse of immortality upon the creature, and if that is the reason it cannot die. The fluffy creature weeps in agreement, making Jin sense its great pain. It shows how the creature must have been alive all this time for many years, and it has lost the will to even fight anymore. Now that Jin has already burnt down the entire forest, there's no place for the immortal creature to be anymore. The sad little thing appears speechless. Its devastating look even invites an apology from the Runindel. Jin feels guilty for having brought so much pain to the creature, and justifies that it was behalf of a test. The boy emphasizes that the children of the Runkindel, the family, have to follow the patriarch orders to a strict degree. Hearing the word Run Candle actually elicits a surprising reaction from the creature as it stands back up in intrigue. It leaves Jin completely confused because the cat is going on, meowing its way. But Jin simply doesn't understand its language and explains that he's lost on what it's trying to say. The creature meows again and turns around as if to say, "Follow me." Jin senses this and decides to tag along. After a while, they end up arriving at the mythical creature's house. But strangely enough, there's a mystical alcohol bottle in here that snaps the warrior's attention. This is actually the sign of royal liquor, and it's basically the reward for Jin after he successfully completed the test he's been assigned. Grabbing the bottle and popping the lid, the Runindel sits next to the curious fluffball. To entertain his new friend, he talks about how the royal liquor is actually brewed by fairies. The interesting thing about this liquor is that once consumed, the owner of the bottle will tell a story that will be played inside the person's head. And so, following his knowledge, Jin puts the liquor in his mouth, wondering if his father is trying to tell him something. His mind plays the story. A mental imagery forms vividly inside his mind, revealing that the liquor was actually for Luna's sake, who was long destined to come here. In the end, Luna didn't end up taking the mission, which left the immortal cat all alone to herself. It waited many years for Luna to show up while guarding the liquor. Jin's fascination for the cat grows even more, causing him to help the cat out by making it enjoy some of the liquor. The cat's story is just as remarkable. It is told to follow the Runindel who discovered the bottle, and, well, that's how the trial ended. Meanwhile, the catified dark dragon is out here sleeping like a log. Jin calls out to him and scares the life out of the guy when he sees a huge cat right next to the guy. Morikon reveals that the creature's name is Shuri, and even Jin is surprised that they know each other. The dark dragon talks about how his personal pet, Shuri, is actually quite famous. Speaking of which, She takes a liking to the dark dragon right away and cuddles the crap out of him. He struggles to talk about how Shuri is supposed to be a mythical creature known as the Red Jade. It is originally supposed to be a gift from the Demon King to the witch because of her inability to ride horses. Jin is intrigued and questions how it ended up becoming a familiarity. The hilarious bit is how Murakami is practically begging to be freed from its grasp and simultaneously shouting at Jin for not noticing how familiar it's currently being. The fact that Sherry followed Jin all the way here implies that it has discovered its new owner. Jin is still a bit surprised until the cat suddenly remembers something and spits out the red jade. The dark dragon expresses that after infusing this item with his mana, the Swordmaster will become the official owner of it. Jinrun Candle does exactly that, pouring an essence of his own mana into the jade, igniting a connection with the mythical creature. It even takes its giant manifested body and stores it inside the red jade itself. This marks the completion of the possession process, allowing him to summon Shuri at will at any time he pleases. After infusing his mana, Jin pours his mana to test it out, and it summons Shuri right away from the jade. I can't help but point out that this looks like a reference to Pokemon and Pokeballs. Surprisingly, when he summoned it this time, she shrunk in size and became smaller. Merkin fills in the gaps for all of us again and reveals that its real size is only seen when it doesn't have an owner around. The rest of its body is dependent on the contractor. Typically, it gets smaller upon forming a contract. But yeah, Jin is the owner now, and the owner loves his new friend as he cuddles the cutie with love, preferring its current size. Jin officially gives it the name Sheer Runindel to make it a part of his family, allowing the mythical creature to have a place to call home at last. Now that the test has concluded, it's time for us to go back and see what Joshua is pulling with his new scheme to evolve Julian. Experimenting on Island 32, the Bluebird Archipelago, Julian appears chained to a mausoleum of some sort. His body hangs like a puppet as he writhes in agony. The bastard Joshua is literally torturing him to evolve by shoving lightning bolts at him, all the while smiling at the results. I think he's in need of another slapped by the patriarch like last time. Returning from his travels into the city of Tun, Jin decides to gather around his group of friends to show them what he found in the Black Sea. Enya is most excited among the group, wondering what kind of rare weapon he brought along. Pouring his mana into the red jade, he brings forth a creature of magnificent size. It astonishes Jilly and leaves Enya terrified. Even the silver dragon can't believe that he's actually summoned Shuri so casually. Seeing the cat's fluffiness, both Enya and Jill are in awe and admiration. Jin confirms that he's brought Helaram's familiar home after discovering that it isn't a monster, but a mythical creature. The silver dragon enlightens him with a bundle of more facts. Shiz is actually a well-known mythical creature that spans over 2,000 seconds of years. She also, interestingly, reveals that Murakami once had a red jade familiar of his own. At a certain point, Jin inquires more information from him for it, and realizes that it's the reason why he knew about the specifics of their contract. Murakami reveals that his familiar, unfortunately, expired its lifespan, so it basically kicked the bucket already. Quantil tortures him even more by saying how much he loved the familiar, so much so that he made his transfiguration state a cat inspired from his familiar. With so many embarrassing facts revealed about him, Jin is starting to think this guy is actually a softie underneath. Poor Murakami is dying from cringe on the other hand. Apart from that, the silver dragon is rather shocked that a red jade familiar survived, especially when the demons went extinct. To that, Jin reveals that it's actually because Shuri is cursed by immortality, so it doesn't even have a choice in the matter of life and death. Hearing the horrific curse, even the silver dragon thinks it's such a pity for having a shitty curse like that. She suspects that Helaram's experience with certain disasters must have driven her to such lengths. The Run Candle fails to comprehend what he just heard, and asks for more. The silver dragon reveals a bone-chilling fact. The curse of immortality requires a heavy cost starting at the price of 1 million human lives. Now, that is straight up psychotic to think about, and it leaves Jin at a loss for words. Murakami also adds to the tragedy by pointing out how the curse is still ongoing, which alludes to the existence of the witch being alive somewhere as well. But Jin doesn't get why she would choose to abandon Shuri at a dangerous location at the Black Sea. Murakami makes the kitty's day worse by revealing how Helaram broke the contract between the two, which makes the poor thing sad and causes Jin to shout at the dark dragon to read the room. Jin touches upon the royal liquor that he received as a gift from his father, which was apparently guarded in her nest. Though he's unsure, Jin has a suspicion that maybe his father one day thought to send his daughter, Luna, to recover Shuri from the Black Sea one day. But in the end, Luna never took the test, and the one who did it was Jin Candle, who brought the mythical creature to his family. The Dark Dragon also thinks that it gives the implication that Jin is being acknowledged by his father as an heir, though that's something he's still unsure about. It's too unclear. The thing is, Kern had a goddamn soft spot for Luna and gave her the most love of all. But the moment she resigned herself from the path of pursuing matriarchy, he stopped caring about her. This means the very same could happen in Jin's situation. It's a terrifying truth, but it's something he has to be cautious about. After all, remembering what happened to him in his previous life, it becomes clear that his father isn't going to spare him when the moment comes. The boy was discarded and told that he wouldn't die all on his own. It makes Jin's heart break when he rells those memories of being outcast again. His nanny helps him snap out of the memory lane by correcting the boy's view of his father. Even though Jill is a nanny, she has seen Karen's consideration for Luna's gentle and loving nature. This fact actually changes Jin's entire perspective, as his face illuminates brightly. Jilly continues her thoughts. She understands that the poor creature has been cursed with immortality. But to that effect, she also knows that if Luna was tasked to take this test on her own, then because of her dominating nature, she would have put out an endless fury of attempts just to kill the creature. She's not cruel, but fearless and obedient. Now, following this train of thought, the nanny thinks that Chiron must have sensed this. And so the person he really wanted to send was someone who could take on the role of being a patriarch, someone who could look after the creature with consideration and care instead of trying to kill it. It's the exact thing that Jinrun Candle is doing so right now by showing concern for the fluff ball. Believe it or not, Jin ends up conceding and agrees to his nanny's perspective, squishing the face of the kitty as it makes cute sounds. In the next scene, we can see Kashmir talking about the unusual behavior of the compass as of late. It's come to his attention, and that's why he wants Jin to stay updated on the matter. The run, Candle asks for more information and ends up learning that a strange contractor's whereabouts have been spotted in the Hufist region of Bluebird Archipelago. Thanks to the intelligence organization's investigation, they've actually specified the exact location of the contractor that has been spotted there. Jin asks about the location, details, and learns that everything is going down on Island 32, and reports of the investigation conclude that at least one of the Runendell family members have been spotted. Not just that, the report also lays out the confirmation of having spotted Joshua Runendell as the flag bearer and guardian knight. And from the looks of it, they're under the assumption that Joshua actually owns the entire island. The very mention of Joshua's name has Jin going serious and asking about the details of the contractor on the island. If his brother really is hiding a contractor there, then it means it's a place that needs to be checked out properly. Fast forward to Jin and Murhan journeying to the island. The only problem is the weather is going ballistic with literal thunderbolts raining down into the turbulent waves. Jin learns that the seas surrounding this specific island are always like this for some reason. The place is completely uninhabitable for humans because of the raging storms as well as frequent lightning strikes. The fact that the island is known to be dangerous makes it a more alarming matter for Jin, because he thinks that Joshua's intention of hiding a contractor here must be serious. Then the funny thing is how Murakhan is having an even worse time than him. Jin checks up on the guy's motion sickness and questions how the hell dragons can be so damn weak to sailing. The Dark Dragon fires back a snappy response, stating that his condition could be related to his sudden increase in power or something else. But we all know this is probably an excuse to cover up the real reason. Anyway, he asks Jin what his goal is concerning the secret contractor that Joshua is keeping on the island. To that, our boy expresses that everything hinges on the contractor's reaction for that matter. At last, they finally spotted Island 32 of the Bluebird Archipelago. Unfortunately, this is as far as they can go, as not even the ships can course through the rough currents beyond a certain distance. Realizing that they're cornered, Murakhan thinks it's a good idea to use the cute furball to their advantage as a means of travel. The Runendell is shocked. He had no idea that Shuri possessed the capability to swim. The dark dragon smiles and shares that it's actually easy for the creature to swim through such waves without any trouble. Summoning the mythical furball, he makes a request to take him to the island. The cat meows in happiness, and Murakon is the first to mount on its head. Jin also grips some of its fur, and the group takes off by diving right into the waters. To Jin's shock, this thing truly does behave like a Pokémonday. It's casually floating on top of the waters with immense speed, even against such currents. It leaves the Swordmaster astonished. She is going faster than a speedboat with the way it is leaving giant ripples. It doesn't take them much longer than that to step foot on the island. Sherry dries itself off while Jin begins his search for the mysterious contractor. He also retracts the mythical creature back into the red jade to make sure the cute thing doesn't get into an unnecessary fight. While he's doing this, the dark dragon notices something. His lightning mong blade is actually fidgeting and behaving strangely. Jin decides to inspect the blade by pulling it out of its sheath. And when he does that, the beautiful sword is glowing more than before and reveals a set of unknown characters that are foreign to the run candle's eyes. Inspecting the characters, Murakon puts his brain and memory to work and senses the familiarity of these characters. He wonders if the language is fatal at first, but then thinks it might be something else. The lightning blade Sigmong is reacting strangely like a compass, pointing to a specific direction. When Jin looks down in that direction, he sees a lightning bolt crashing down at that exact spot. Immediately, he senses that something is happening where the lightning strikes, which means they got to hurry. The legendary Mong Wang Blade's reaction implored Jin to head out and check the location. Upon arriving there, his eyes widen in shock, while Murakon proclaims his surprise and disbelief upon seeing the Grave of God. The phrase Grave of God is unfamiliar with the run candle until the dark dragon explains that this place is supposed to be the grave of the god of thunder, Graham. This makes the run candle recall his conversation against the battle god Vaughn when he was still training. He wanted to know why his blade was known to be called the Lightning Sword Sigund. Van revealed that it contained the power of the thunder god itself. But here's the surprising bit. This blade actually wasn't conceived from the thunder god at all. In fact, the weapon is responsible for killing the thunder god and then sealing the god's power within itself. Talk about one cold-ass sword. It killed a literal god. Once again, confronting a piece of Meiyongwang history, Jin clearly wasn't expecting to run into a situation like this. Murakon mentions that Grom is confirmed to be dead, and their grave is supposed to be in this place. But that only begs the more serious question. Just why on earth is his scheming older brother Joshua keeping a contractor hidden in this location? While they're contemplating the situation, someone is preparing a blue lightning arrow aiming at them from a distance. The light is blindingly sharp until the warrior releases the arrow with utmost ferocity. The arrow is tracked by Murakon and Jin's perceptive eyes, and the run candle faces little to no trouble in blocking it with his blade. But here's the thing. The attack was actually executed from both directions, meaning Murakon was also targeted by another assailant, and he fended off the blow. While the smoke clears, Jin assesses that they were just struck by a lightning arrow, and then a sword full of wind and poisonous magic. As the smoke cleared, the two familiar assassins made themselves known. They're hungry for battle to take revenge against the run candle after losing track of him last time. Jin, on the other hand, is unsurprised. He was able to guess their identities based off of their attacks alone. These two bastards are the bloodhounds of Luna's nanny, and they're working for Joshua now that she's no longer alive. But they've also brought some company. Jin spots the contractor, the one paired with the lightning god's ability, and the same person who shot the arrow. Remember when they mentioned that the thunder god Grom died? Yeah. Well, Julian has actually made a contract with the wind god, Fatel, who is supposed to be the sibling of the deceased thunder god, hence their shared abilities. Immediately, the assassins instruct Julian to target Jin Runkendel primarily and then take care of the guardian dragon. From that instruction, Julian bursts forth with incredible speed, but instead of following orders, he changes his target to Murakon and charges up a lightning arrow towards him. Now, this sight is a pleasant one for the Dark Dragon. He wanted to be underestimated, knowing that people would aim for him, thinking he was no longer in his prime. But since Merkin is so pissed, he's ready to throw hands and prove his strength. So, he tells our boy to take care of the other two assassins, while he's busy facing off Julian. Gojo's off-brand cousin with a short height releases an arrow from his lightning bow, but Murakhan easily dodges the blast with ease, swirling past the projectile using his shadow energy. Enraged that a contractor has the balls to target a guardian dragon like him, Murakhan gleefully grabs the rascal's skull, happy to have given the opportunity to teach the kid a memorable lesson. And then he shoves Julian's face straight into the ground with such a heavy impact that it releases lightning. The funniest part, bro, is knocked out cold after that single blow. Went to sleep in seconds. Murakhan talks down on the ordinary contractor who thought he was special and overestimated his powers. Normally, you'd expect no one to get back up after that diabolical ass kicking. But Julian's body starts reacting strangely and releases bouts of lighting energy. Let's cut to Jin Runel's side of things as he's currently facing off against the two assassins bloodthirsty for his head, thinking he was the one who caused the downfall of their mother. Of course, it's their mistake thinking that this is the same guy they met back then because Jin casually deflects their sword blow calmly and points out how Joshua must have manipulated the assassins into thinking that he was the one to kill Tune. Jin points out the ridiculousness of the notion that he killed the nanny, but the enraged twins are not having it and are full of bloodlust. As he's clashing his blade against them, Jin tells them the reality of the situation. Tune was killed by assassins disguised in the armor of the executioner knights of their family. What's most interesting is that their very own poison was spotted on the murder weapon. Jun overpowers the assassin with his blade and reveals how Joshua Runkandel is actually supposed to be his eldest sibling. Jun is at a loss for words. All this time, he had no idea that he was facing Jin Runkandel, even accounting for their previous battles. Jin confirms his identity while the other assassin goes ballistic on him. Her attempts to surprise him from an aerial strike are no good as Jin casually moves away using his ultra instinct that he learned from Goku in the other realm. He basically calls both of them as Joshua's puppets who don't even see that they're being manipulated with such ease. The female assassin thinks that this guy is actually just saying all of these things as an excuse because Jin is afraid of them. Jin dishes out a heavy punch against the bitch's side to prove that he's stronger and explains Joshua's scheme. First, his older brother wanted Taimoon to place a curse on him, but because he feared being caught so much, he decided to kill her off to prevent being caught. Also, his punch just now really did a number on the girl. I mean, look at her face. That looks painful. Jin continues by emphasizing that Joshua has full knowledge of the fact that he's a magic swordsman on top of being the contractor of the God of Shadows. The very fact that his brother concealed such crucial information from the both of them implies that he's deceiving them from the beginning. The punch sends her rocking right back, while Kujan finds himself being overwhelmed with the information. He doesn't want to believe it, but Jin also isn't the type to beg them to stop. He's done explaining with words and emphasizes how the both of them simply can't move on from the fact that he wasn't their mother's killer. After all, the guilt of being unable to protect Toon lingers on and traumatizes them. Jin doubles down and really destroys them by declaring them as cowards who can't even stand up to the fight of the real villain, Joshua, who is simultaneously responsible for killing their beloved mother. His haunting words cause the purple-haired freak to go batshit crazy. She releases an outburst so powerful that a tornado surrounds her body. But before Varys can do anything, she is struck by a bolt of thunder so bad that she screams at the top of her lungs. Even Kujan is worried for Varys in her fragile state. While Jin is astonished to discover that the three of them appear to be fighting each other, he wasn't the one who used that lightning attack. It's actually Fatel's power. As for Murakhan, bro is out here sweating all of a sudden, expressing that they've got one big fish to fry. When Jin asks about what went wrong, the Dark Dragon explains that after beating the ever-living crap out of Julian, he caused him to become the incarnation of Fatel. This means that the god of wind itself has descended inside Julian's body. It's a phenomenon that they witnessed once before when the mana god descended into the body of the saint, unleashed her power, and destroyed the Zippel ship of Kok. Right now, it's the exact same thing. Fatel is now in control of the human's body, and their situation just got a hell of a lot more complicated. Jin shows the look of concern on his face as he's witnessing the descent of Fatel from the thunderstorms. Jin Runel is hammered with a wave of memories that are foreign to his own. They're the thoughts of the thunder god Grom, who is furious at Fatel for making a descent upon his very own grave. Not just that, it appears that Grom always lingered with a determination to kill Fight. Though Jin is unaware of the situation that went down between both of the gods, he can't explain what's causing his Thunderblade Sigmund to react so uncontrollably. His sword is furious, and he fears that they'll all be in danger if this goes on. Being opportunistic about the situation, Jin Runkandel calls out Kujan and roars at him to make a choice. He will either die here in vain or escape with the rest of them. If the assassins truly seek the path of vengeance, then they must focus on surviving firsthand. Kujan is in a vulnerable state, clenching his teeth in frustration as he makes his choice to flee the site and protect Varys. As he's running away, Jin's blade becomes freakishly uncontrollable, as the letters inscribed on the sword become even more prominent. The yellow lightning of the Mongwang sword unleashes its fury in response to Fatel's descent, causing Murakan an air of worry. He can't tell what Jin's intentions are. Even our boy is confused, expressing that the blade is reacting on behalf of Graham's anger towards the wind god Fatel. He's ready to follow Merkin's orders, as long as they can get out of this situation without blowing themselves up. The Dark Dragon considers his options and reveals that there is one thing. Since this isn't a full descent of the wind god, they can try a method involving shadow energy. But for that, Murakan will need some time. Jin volunteers to buy him as much time needed, aiming to take on the avatar of a god with his overcharged lightning blade. The Dark Dragon gathers giant lumps of shadow energy and concentrates it inside his body. Next up is for the run candle to act as a barricade. Murakan warns the kid that the dimensional door is about to open. And right as he says that, a wave of blue thunder engulfs the figure of Julian fully. From within that storm unleashes a body that no longer appears human, but mystical in form. It's fatal, and he's descended at last. Fidel declares that he can already sense the power of his brother Grom, and it's coming from none other than the body of a human, or rather the blade wielded by him. In his glory, he points towards Jin, Cardinal, who is genuinely nervous facing a literal god. Even if it hasn't descended at full power, just watching Fatel is putting pressure on him. At the same time, compared to the likes of his father Chiron and the presence of the battle god Vaughn, this much is nothing. He's faced both of them, so he musters the courage to face this trial as well. Showing movement in the presence of the wind, God causes Fatel to become angry. He can't believe that Jin is even bothering to try as a weak human. The wind god unleashes a piercing blast that annihilates the very ground Jin was standing on. Luckily, our boy courageously came forward without any fear, but Fatel's got a lot in store for him. You see, the wind god already has immense portals of energy ready to shoot down our boy, and that's exactly what he does. The laser-like energy blasts flatten the very ground Jin is running from, causing rumbles of lightning as he navigates past each lightning bolt with finesse. While he's dodging, however, the run candle is struck deadened by one of the blasts aimed for his head. Unfortunately, the attack fully connects with his body, knocking him down with a whirlwind of pain as the beam puts him to the ground. In response, Fatal calls the run candle as nothing more than a mere insect for him to squash. While he's unaware of how Jin was able to obtain the lightning sword, he's annoyed that the human is trying to pretend like he's a Mongwang warrior just because of the weapon he possessed alone. He also talks down on Graham, the lightning god, calling him insignificant in comparison. But to Fatel's shock, when the smoke settles, our boy is standing upright with his ever-flowing lightning blade in hand. His jewel heart is erupting with energy, shocking even Fatel to see something like this in possession of a human. Also, can we talk about that ripped body? I need Jin's ab routine, man. Anyway, the Swordmaster points his surging blade right at the god, stating that he obtained the blade Sigmund from someone who killed Grom. He wonders if the deity is familiar with the name of the battle god Vaughn. Her domineering name and authority are more than enough to give Fatel a shock of fear and absurdity. While he's processing his shock, Jin leaps away with super speed, clinging both his hands to his lightning blade, declaring that even a god must know of the power of this weapon. Jin unleashes a lightning storm of his own, calling the god to be a coward for hiding in the skies. The Swordmaster's blade cuts through the skies with thunderous ferocity as he forces Fatel to descend down to the earth. The attack is a clean hit, and it's one so powerful that it causes the currents to become even more chaotic than before. Even from this distance, Kujan can't believe that Jin has become monstrously powerful. It's a difference of night and day from when they first met. Recalling his words regarding Joshua's scheme, his plan to shut Taimune up, and eventually assassinating her, Kujan is starting to find himself convinced, and he questions what he and Varys must do from now on, now that the truth has come to the light. Back to Jin's situation. Remember how he was trying to contain Sigmund's power from spiraling out of control? Well, here's the issue. Now that he released the extent of his slash, the power exploded beyond control. It's because Grom's anger for Fatel is in another league, and he doesn't want to stop until Fatel is killed. It's spiraled so much out of control that Jin is starting to believe that not even Fatel should be able to survive this attack, and that he'll probably win without Murakan's intervention. As for the Wind God, he's out here getting destroyed by a human. The fact that Jin is looking down on him so much causes him to erupt with more of his strength, calling out the human's foolishness for thinking he's won the fight just because one attack connected. Fatal decides to whip out his bow and arrow, calling the human an insect once again, and personally ensuring that he'll punish Jin for his arrogance. But then his eyes widened in shock again. It's the God of Flames, Tess, who has personally come here rearing its body before the Wind God. Fatal, just like any other opponent Jin has faced, is struck with shock when he sees the Phoenix in all of its glory. The Phoenix of Blue Flames calls him a cowardly god, and mocks Fatel before unleashing a spiral of flames to finish him off. Fatal is engulfed in the blue flames beyond what he can take, and his body is at the cusp of withering away. While he's engulfed those flames, Jin Runandel sweeps right in, giving a clean horizontal cut across Fatel's abdomen, using his overcharged lightning blade. It's the end of the Wind God, as Jin confidently declares that the Blue Flame Phoenix is a creature with so much power that it can annihilate a god with a single attack. That's why Fatel was struck with so much fear when it came to the appearance of the Phoenix. Jin looks towards the end of the battle, believing that there's nothing Fatel can do anymore, especially since he descended using a human's body as an incarnation. If the human's body is gone, then there's little he can do. Or so he thought. Because Jin experiences pure shock when he hears Fatel's voice. The Wind God properly acknowledges the run candle for his strength, despite being an insect in comparison. Despite everything that Jin has done, Fatel declares himself as a god that can't be extinguished by such means. Even if his entire body as an incarnation is ripped apart, it's not possible for him to die so easily, a fact that Jin Runel failed to consider. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting that one. Bro hit him with so many attacks. Jin expresses his frustration, realizing that he's facing someone like Shuri with an immortal body. Fatal questions why the human is so disappointed and even mocks him for attempting to strike someone down against their immortal body. The Wind God prepares an all-power final attack, which honestly looks like the one thing that's going to be the end of Jin. It's a gigantic spear from the heavens, and Jin gloriously looks upon it. But it's finally time for Murakan to play his part. He calls Fatel for using the lame immortality approach. Remember the shadow force that the Dark Dragon was charging for so long? Yeah, it's become so overwhelmingly powerful that not even Fatel can contest it for long. Murakan looks down on the god for speaking about immortality right in front of his brother's grave. It's the height of foolishness to the Dark Dragon. The majestic Dark Dragon unveils his true form, stating that it's time for him to play with the incarnation of Fatel. From the moment it went off, Jin could sense Murakan's shadow energy release and stood in shock. Let's actually go back to his younger years when the boy first experienced the Dark Dragon's shadow release technique for the first time. Murakan released a bit of his shadow energy, explaining how it is rooted in one's own shadow. Every single shadow to ever exist in this world is formed by Solderet's powers, such as its divine power. Because of the fact that they're formed due to the God of Darkness's powers, the shadows also serve him completely, which means that, as the sole contractor of Solderet, Jin Runandel can access this energy, harvesting it for himself in a form of one giant release. It was at that time that Murakan laid out a vision for Jin Runel. He could one day become the master of all the shadows in the world after conquering his power. That in turn is the essence of shadow energy release. The young Swordmaster points out that the Dark Dragon has only received half of his original power, and yet he's still so absurdly strong. It makes him shiver to imagine a world where Murakan was at his physical prime. The Dark Dragon has emerged in his true form, engulfing Fatel's night. The beast's declaration of battle pisses off Fatel. He extends his hand to annihilate the creation of Soldaret, dubbing him as nothing more than a mere servant. But suddenly, something happens. Fatal can't do anything. His powers don't work much to his own confusion, and the dark dragon reigns supreme, still engulfing him whole. Fatal's troubles began to worsen as the giant beast dwarfed him in size. While he could do nothing but complain about why his powers weren't working anymore, giving him a demonic glare, Murakan mocks the god for appearing flustered and helpless in the face of losing their power. He thinks Fatel is making a clown out of himself here, recalling the wind god's previous declaration of being unable to die, even if his body was sliced to pieces. Murakan happily takes up the challenge, emphasizing that Fatel has yet to experience the despair of the shadows. He promises to teach God a lesson on humility, on what it truly means to be helpless against the shadows. While this is happening, the wind god is actively losing his sanity, appearing afraid and telling the dark beast to go away. From the dark, Murakan unleashes 2 slashing attacks that pierce the wind god's body through his shadows. This annihilates the incarnation's body to pieces, severing Julian from limb to limb. Fatel is caught off guard and experiences pain, but then again, he's arrogant in his ability to regenerate from such an injury. But as he's attempting to do that, it doesn't work anymore. Murakan severs him again, this time horizontally with a deep cut across his body. The torture continues as the dark dragon continues to sever Fatal's body piece by painful piece. The wind god is writhing in pain and begging to stop the torture, but it's pointless as his body gets annihilated back to back. By this point, even the dark dragon is impressed by the show of persistence by his opponent. He calls the wind god a cockroach who refuses to die. But even then, his body has been slashed dozens of times by now. The dark dragon understands that Fatel must be feeling pretty helpless in his current state, not being able to know what is attacking him. In his torn apart and pitiful state, Fatal tries to crawl his way out like a helpless creature, appearing nothing like a god. He wants Murakan to stop, as even though he's inhabited a human's body as an incarnation, Fatel still holds the rank of a god. Murakan fully understands that gods are supposed to be immortal. But that's exactly why he's enjoying this so much. The wind god curses the dark dragon and promises to spare him if he lets him go. But Murakan is at the most to fudge around with the wind god's ego, questioning where the hell his previous determination went. And where is the same Fatel who was calling the dark dragon a mere creation just a moment ago? Because right now he's just embarrassing himself in front of the dark dragon. Fatal's sanity is shattered and he eventually uses the N-word. Oh, you don't know what it is? It's called no, and that's the only word that comes out of his mouth after the dark dragon rips his body to shreds hundreds of times more. By the end of that process, Murakan is left with a relief from the annoyance. Jean is proud that he was finally able to subdue the threat successfully, killing the incarnation at last. To that, the dark dragon emphasizes that Fatel is still alive. It's just that his descent into Earth has been prevented, and the process will no longer continue. After all, the dark dragon made sure to put the wind god into a never-ending cycle of pain. God or not, Fatal's consciousness eventually broke its spirit, unable to take the pain as it left the body of Julian. At long last, Julian's body is let go of as the wind god escapes through the dimensional door. The skies are cleared from the grasp of the dark clouds. The shadow energy disperses into nothingness. By the end of it all, Julian is sitting there with his family jewels out, his body frying from the energy release. Murakan also returns to his normal state, commenting how it had been a long while since he had to use his abilities to such an extent. I mean, I genuinely wonder what kind of opponent can withstand an attack that involves an endless cycle of pain. The Dark Dragon is glad that the incarnation process is halted, and because of that, Julian won't be able to wake up for at least a week's worth of time. Damn, that's a coma. Jin inspects the unconscious Julian's body and realizes that he's still breathing, which is a good sign. With this threat cleared, all they got to do now is check on the 2 assassins that fled, Kujon and Varys. As the Runendel is mentioning this, Murakan's body suddenly flops to the ground. Jin shows obvious concern for his friend, but the dragon assures him that there's nothing wrong. He's just taking a small break after releasing so much of his power at the same time. Instead of believing his words, Jin makes fun of him on the contrary, pointing out how the Dark Dragon looks completely gassed out and doesn't even look remotely fine. That gets the tough guy personality inside Murakon firing off as he roars at the kid. He's just going to rest for a bit, but he wants Shuri to be placed in guard instead. Jin summons the fluff ball, and instead of giving him time to rest, it snuggles the crap out of Murakon instead. Jin is such a devil. He leaves Murakon all alone as Shuri's plaything while the poor guy's begging him to take her with him. Sometime later, we get to see the Swordmaster searching around for both Kujan and Varys, but it appears that both of them must have left the island already. Suddenly, Jin's eyes glance towards a boat just nearby. However, even he thinks it's a little too small to accompany two people at once. Then, he hears a loud hissing noise coming from Shuri way back. Sensing trouble, Jin switches direction to head right back. Let's see what's going on. Shuri is out here going ballistic because of a certain someone. It's Joshua, and he's rather surprised to discover Julian's situation, as well as Murakon laying flat behind. He wonders if Jin is also here. The older Runandel tells the overgrown cat that he's not in the mood to kill an irrelevant familiar. All he cares about is their owner. To that, Sherry hisses even more. But before it can do anything, Jin makes his superhero landing, confronting his brother with a serious glare and questioning what brought him here. Joshua has the same question for Jin, inquiring why a reserve flag bearer of all people has come to this island. While this is happening, Jin is trying to internalize the situation. He wonders if Joshua took a boat to his way here, and based on that information, he concludes that Joshua must be alone. The arrogant older Runandel is actually quite glad that they're getting to meet each other. After all, he's got lots to discuss with the youngest. Jin straight up tells him to drop the because. There's no point pretending anymore. Joshua is baffled to hear such a response at first, but then our boy clarifies his answer. Just like how Joshua has been keeping tabs on his little brother's adventures and powers, Jin also knows and has been following everything connected to Joshua. Based on his reaction, the arrogant older Run-Candle assesses that his little brother is quite angry. Joshua is basically saying that Jin's reaction is inappropriate, meaning he's still trying to act innocent as if he's committed no sin. Jin decides to drop proof, recalling the message he read when he was in the Kadart research facility. There, it read, that the man known as Jin Grey won't be receiving an easy death. Joshua appears smug, impressed that his little message left a number on his baby brother. After all, despite the incident being reported by every news source in the world, no one in the entire world could figure out Jin's identity as a Run-Candle. And now for the most pivotal reveal, Jin Run. Candle declares that it was his brother Joshua who placed the special curse on his body while he was an infant. It's important because it's the very reason Jin suffered so much scrutiny from his family in his first life. Now he thinks Joshua made a major mistake by letting him live. The same confident, calm, and determined, Jin now released Shadow, energy that is chaotic, dangerous, and threatening. He believes that what comes next will be a result of Joshua's own mistake as he failed to kill Jin Run-Candle instead of placing a shitty curse on him. And with that declaration, the descendant of the first patriarch and the contractor of the God of Shadows, Jin Run-Candle points his blade at his one true nemesis. In response, Joshua lets out an evil smile, as if he's entertained by all that's happened because of him. It appears that this confrontation is full of surprises. As Joshua finally greets Shadow Energy in its truest form, he proclaims that the Shadow Energy was supposed to be his, but to that, Jin Runel calls him delusional forever, even thinking that. Not just that, he challenges his older brother to come try and steal the power for himself. Jin rushes with chaotic speeds, roaring why his cowardly brother refused to bring knights alongside him this time, like he did against Luna. The contractor of the God of Shadows releases a Shadow Slice, pointing out that his older brother isn't the type to take on a fight all on his own. To that, Joshua leaps upwards, taking his blade out and questioning if his little brother is so arrogant to assume that he can take him on merely because of soldiers' authority alone. In his hand, he's wielding the silver sword, sir. The reason Jin is so shocked to see the blade is actually because Joshua doesn't use this weapon every day. It's not his favorite sword, to say the least. And yet, his opponent hurls the blade right at him. The ground crumbles as Jin evades the heavy blow. But his older brother isn't done executing his attack just yet. He follows through with incredible speeds, descending right into the same spot where he launched his blade in a heavy crash. From that spot, Joshua emerges with the silver sword again, his eyes determined like a snake to laser down his brother. Joshua is starting to enjoy the fight, realizing that Jin actually underestimated his powers, thinking that he was weak all this time without any physical dominance. He thinks that Jin must have taken a look around Joshua. The knights are always guarding him, and he's always using cowardly and petty tactics to overwhelm his enemies. As Joshua swings his silver blade, he thinks that Jin must have thought that the skill difference between him and Luna was far too vast, that Joshua was incomparable and insignificant. The arrogant run candle emphasizes that Jin's theories and thoughts are all useless. According to him, he has the ability to match Luna's power anytime he desires. By the way, I have to tell you guys that Jin, despite receiving all of his training, is actually struggling against Joshua here. He's on the back foot and receiving massive cuts all throughout his body. Finally, understanding that a flag bearer of the Runkendell family is capable of carrying his own weight, Joshua prepares another heavy attack. Questioning if his youngest brother knows about the way of their world, he is unfamiliar with the ugliness, a path that Jin has yet to walk. Saying so, Joshua hammers a really strong downward slash, which Jin has to block with the full weight of his body. Despite having blocked the attack, the backlash is so heavy that he's coughing out blood in severe pain. Joshua then compares the ever-growing realization of the Zippel family surpassing the Runcandle family even though Chiron's there. The strongest knight is alive and well, and yet their families are experiencing a disparity. Joshua blows Jin away with an explosive kick that looks straight out of Dragon Ball. Then he follows up with Jin's flailing body, stating the truth of why Chiron has yet to cast Joshua aside, even though he understands that Joshua doesn't even meet his standards. According to the eldest brother himself, the reason is simple. Even though the patriarch is unsatisfied by Joshua in every manner imaginable, there is one thing that separates him from the rest. By the way, while he's giving this speech, Jin is genuinely helpless in the air. He knows that he can't dodge this attack. So, his next best approach is to take the blow head-on. Joshua prepares his attack and continues his speech, concluding that their father, Chiron, understands that the person most wary of all their enemies in the clan is none other than Joshua himself. In that moment, Jin invokes what little shadow force energy he can to match the blow of his brother's attack. Their swords collide in equal might, both sending ripples of energy throughout the battlefield. Both opposing energies form a twister of slashes until nothing is left but a crater in that space. The crumbled arena is just a home ground to the Runendells. Jin stands breathless and exhausted, internalizing that he never even dared to expect less from Joshua. The only thing he always thought was that his brother lacked the qualities of an acting patriarch in his father's place. But it's only thanks to Luna's rejection of the throne that Joshua can flex so much right now. I mean, this guy is styling in the middle of the fight. He's seriously confident in his victory. At the same time, he's actually impressed by the might of the Shadow Sword as Jin was able to endure the previous blow. From the smoke emerges the youngest Runendell's familiar. It's the giant furball who wants to protect its master. But Jin knows that this fight is his alone. So, he instructs Shuri to focus on protecting Murakhan only for now. Funnily enough, Joshua offers fake sympathy to them. He also thinks that Jin probably overestimates himself if he thinks that Joshua ever needed to hold Murakhan in a hostage situation just to face him head-on. But to our boy, he knows the kind of tricks that this guy has pulled in the past. That's why he's afraid and conscious of Murakhan's condition, even while he's fighting. The older brother becomes hypocritical in his statement, calling Jin out for being arrogant enough to assume that he won't be able to end Jin's life in a real battle, because if that happened, the contract that Joshua desires so much would no longer be available for him to steal. From this revelation alone, Jin has discovered one thing. His brother knows how to transfer a contract from one body to another. It's just like the Zippel and the Canelo clan. At first, Joshua commends his little brother for having the foresight to think far ahead. But that fact still doesn't change the outcome of this battle. Joshua roars a declaration. He'll make sure Jin Runkendell is made a who can't even use his sword after the fight is over. And that is an even worse punishment than death in their family. At last, Jin speaks from his side, certain his position that Joshua will be unable to kill him no matter what happens. Jin raises his shadow sword, engulfing it with shadow energy. Understanding that even if Joshua states that he won't kill his brother, that still doesn't change the fact that the rest of his allies are currently headed this way. They'll be the ones to execute Jin. But our boy is not going down that easy. At the edge of his raised sword, he focuses on a point of shadow energy. It gathers from the surroundings. While Joshua appears, troubled for the first time ever in this fight, channeling the silver sword's might, Joshua rushes to prevent whatever the hell Jin is about to pull off. He throws his blade at full force, hurling it towards the focused energy sphere of darkness. The light energy from the silver blade is actually absorbed by the shadow energy. Its aura fades into the color black, giving Joshua yet another scare. Jinrun Candle emphasizes his words. He really did warn Joshua back there for good. He could have killed his baby brother way back then. But now it's too late. Invoking the unrevealed special form of the Shadow Sword, Jinrun Candle's Blade of Darkness summons a warrior from Black Lightning itself. Jin cuts through reality, and from within, pops a beam of yellow light. At first, you guys probably think that he's about to hit Joshua with a blast. But get this, a giant figure emerges from the dimensional portal. Joshua's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe that the Sword of Tamar, the first patriarch, can actually be used to cast a summoning. Guess who it is? It's Garmin, one of the Battle Kings from the Forbidden Land. The only problem with this technique is that Jin is incapable of controlling who can be summoned via the summoning technique. At first, he was genuinely afraid that anyone would show up. But it's a good thing that one of the Battle Kings is a necessity for the technique. Garmin puts down his blade, thrilled to see his brother again. Jin apologizes in his exhausted state, stating that he called Garmin out of nowhere because he needed help. The Battle King thinks it's nothing, and is releasing incredible amounts of energy, hoping to help a brother in pain. Both of their jewel hearts shine, symbolic of the Mongwang tribe, as Jin Run Candle declares his one and only command to kill Joshua Run Candle, the man standing in front of him as his enemy. Garmin smiles, gleeful that he's been tasked with such a mission. He readies his blade, announcing himself as the 8th Battle King of the Mongwang tribe and the one who has accepted his brother's request. He offers his victim a chance to say their final words because before long they'll be dead. He also releases a wave of shadow energy to show his might. But Joshua may not be as much of a fraud as I thought he was. This man is out here channeling red aura like he's the devil himself. Surprised to see a living spirit from a dead tribe that was banished from the earth. As for their fight, he's more than happy to cut the musclehead down so that he can move on to punishing his little brother next. Garmin laughs, shit-talking Joshua for pretending to be a warrior of justice even though he's not. His comment clearly agitates that older Runandel who curses at him and points out that it's shameful to pretend to be brothers with Jin when they don't even share the same blood. But I guess that was the straw and the one thing that he shouldn't have said, because the moment he says this, Joshua experiences fear. True fear. His opponent has such monstrous speed that he blitzes past Joshua, who couldn't even lunge from his spot yet. Garmin is ready to end this fight already, seeing as his opponent doesn't really have any significant words left. He then chillingly remarks Joshua, telling him to fall into the depths of despair. The oldest brother is sweating as he turns back to face the wrath of the giant. Garmin unleashes his slicing attack to finish this battle in a single hit. Garmin's confident slash is hardly anything you can call a sword strike. It's more like an explosive bomb that detonated on impact and released a column of shadow energy. By the way, Joshua is coughing blood, while barely being able to hold his blade against the overwhelming might of the Battle King. The dude is literally pinned to the ground while Garmin laughs his ass off. He would have been really disappointed if his opponent over here died in a single attack. But from his experience with Jin and his predecessor, it's clear that the Runadels come out of the womb being built differently. He presses his blade just a bit more, adding so much pressure on Joshua that his gums are bleeding from the sheer weight of being able to block the sword. In his anger, he finally manages to deflect the giant blade and gain some space. Joshua is pissed that a damn spirit is making a mockery out of him here. To pay back Garmin for what he's done, he dashes full speed ahead and crosses the behemoth's body. It makes it seem like Joshua's landed some pretty decisive cuts throughout the Battle King's body. But here's the catch. Garmin speaks of his sheer disappointment. Coming into this family, he had the impression that the Runkindel clan held its merit, especially after the achievements of Jin. But from this match, it's clear that the Runkindel family doesn't hold a candle to the Battle Kings, Garmin feels so disappointed that he thinks it is pointless to show Joshua any respect from his sword. Oh, and here's a little cool fact. That attack that Joshua did earlier, yeah, that ended up in his silver sword being shattered. Look at his expression. Bro is at a loss for words while staring down at his blade. He's shook as hell, but the battle's not over. Garmin goes on the offensive, knocking the wind right out of the older run candle as he smacks away Joshua's body with yet another overwhelming brute force strike. The arrogant Joshua is getting his ass kicked while also starting to believe that Garmin is truly unkillable. It's just the kind of despair one falls into while fighting a spirit of the Forbidden Land. Joshua is afraid of what will emerge from the mist. The behemoth pops right out with a wide grin. His thunderous punch is loaded to shove right down to Runendel's body. Oh, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Like a human's foot stomping down a cockroach, Garmin releases his punch in Joshua's abdomen, causing a vomit of blood to spew right out of his body. The Battle King doesn't look the least impressed after having downed the lifeless Joshua to the ground. He then picks up his body and chucks it right into the air. The brother is already knocked out and this man is still not stopping. Invoking the Myung Wong sword technique in his sword, Garmin activates his oppression ability, which attracts the weapon of his opponent. And so Joshua's blade is flung right to the Battle King's sword like a magnet's pull, attracting his body alongside it. Joshua's body plummets on the hard-ass ground. Fight's not over, as the Battle King pulls his blade, following it up with a heavy smash of his punch slapping Joshua's face and giving it plastic surgery for life. That one punch literally sends this guy miles away from the impact, all the while rupturing the ground from the impact, supercharging his Mongwong sword. Garmin covers his blade in an aura of lighting. From the looks of it, this fight is over. Even Jin knows it. There's just nothing his brother can do anymore. The smoke clears, but instead of Joshua sinking into despair, he sinks into pure madness. A villainous laugh creeps up, psychopathic in its nature, as he releases energy like never before. Jin blocks the excess aura being released from his brother's body and realizes that the real showdown is about to begin. Joshua Run Candle is going to use his strongest ability, but even according to our boy, it's already too late for him. Garmin senses the same raging aura from the older Run Candle, believing that it's a mere waste for someone like him. He dubs the Run Candle's abilities as purely human in nature, meaning he's not a threat to someone like the Mongwong people. While this overflow of aura is happening, it shreds Joshua's body, revealing something completely unexpected. Something that leaves Jin speechless the second he lays his eyes on it. The overflow of red energy reaches the skies as an explosive tornado of red erupts on the land. Here's the really worrying part. Jin is warning Garmin to get the hell away from the place as much as possible because Joshua is using his one final attack. It's a self-destruction technique of the Run Candle family, and if it's coming from his older brother, then that means not even this island will be left in its place. Jin hurries towards their escape, stating that they can use Shure's help to get away as far as possible. But the Battle King has a different opinion. He thinks it's dangerous to leave someone like Joshua here unattended. So, Garmin will do his best to contain the energy with his body, or else none of the others will survive. The Battle King also explains that he was summoned here without his true soul, formed by the shadows of this world. This means that when he fades from the battlefield, he's going to lose the memories of what happened here. But he plans to explain everything to Jin when they next meet each other. Even if Garmin dies here, there isn't going to be any issue because his body will be fully intact in the land of La Perosa. That much he reassures to the youngest Runendel. Jin understands the situation and accepts it, escaping using Shi's speed to get as far away as humanly possible from being blown to 1 billion pieces. Joshua's body has reached the point of no return. His aura is extending out of control. And in this impossible moment, all he has for his little brother is a spiteful challenge. He's damn near certain that Jin won't be able to survive the vicinity of the blast, no matter what he does. With that said, he casts the detonation of the ultimate technique of the Run Candle family, the unstoppable volcano. The explosion starts off like a blinding light of heaven, reminding me of the scene from Dragon Ball Z where Vegeta used Final Explosion to defeat Majin Buu. The radius of the blast is huge. It's swallowing everything in its path. So much so that its penetrating light reaches Jin already, who is supposed to be a considerable distance. away from the impact using sure speed. The grave of Grom is demolished, and caught in between is the 8th Battle King. Garmin stands fearless as he blocks the pulsating chain of explosions with his sword. Using the might of the Shadow Force, he prevents the explosion from making its way to Jinrun Kandel, becoming a final barricade, a shield for his friend and brother. The warping tornado of flames unleashes destruction like any other. Using his might of the Shadow Force, Garmin is able to successfully swing the explosion upwards in the sky, hurting its vicinity, which would have surely demolished Jin along the way. Having done his part, Garmin grins, knowing that he saved our boy, the main character, and simultaneously won our hearts with this feat of bravery and sacrifice. He wants to wait for his brother in the Forbidden Lands. After fleeing a considerable distance from the island, Jin and Shuri finally see the blast erupting fully, destroying everything on the island. This means that it also took out the 8th battle King Algin sighted after he swung his blade. In the aftermath of the explosion, Jinrun Kandel gazes at the sea. What was once a piece of floating land is now nothing. None of it remains. But his thoughts are more concerned about Garmin, the one who valiantly took the fall for his survival. And that concludes the end of Joshua Runkandel, our protagonist's greatest hurdle. But something about the situation upsets our protagonist. It's almost as if it's unfair for Joshua to die this way. Or rather, it's unlike him to end without a cause. And then the impossible happens. I bet what I'm about to tell you guys next is going to shock you. Jin reads the latest news of the Runandel Night appointing ceremony. Lo and behold, Joshua Runkandel is photographed there alive in the flesh, smirking like the cockroach he is. Not even Jin can believe his damn eyes as his expression turns to anger with him crumpling the newspaper. I mean, going through all of that just to find out that your evil brother is still alive must hurt like crap. Not to mention that everyone and their mother hates Joshua. Seeing Joshua alive in the flesh may have ticked our boy off. What about Joshua himself? Just where is he? To find that out, we have to head over to the hideout of a certain witch's lair. Here, the interim patriarch of the Runandel family, the supposed man to succeed Karen, is currently strapped to a chair. He's struggling and writhing in pain from his very spot. Then a voice reminds him that even though he's supposed to be the child of prophecy and become the next leader of the Runkandel family, currently he's trembling in fear in the witch's basement. Manifesting from the shadows, the witch mocks him shamefully, calling him pitiful beyond comparison. In Joshua's sorry-ass state, he questions the witch strongly, asking if she's only come here to make fun of his demise. The witch isn't afraid of him, so she confirms such a fact and agrees that it's exactly the case. Allura makes her dissent, and I think I just had a neuron activation moment after seeing her. The damned Witch of Calamities is furious that this man destroyed the clone she had spent so much time creating. And because of the clone's destruction, Joshua is currently suffering the after effects of what happened. Trembling in agony, thinks it's only fair to laugh at him while he's like this. Tensed up in both pain and anger, the older Runandel emphasizes that it's the only way he had to successfully kill off the Mayong Wang spirit that his little brother summoned to the battlefield. Hearing that makes the witch laugh uproariously in amusement. She calls it a foolish person's strategy. After all, the people of the Mong Wang tribe are already imprisoned in a world separate from their own. Right from the beginning, Joshua basically had nothing to worry about. What the witch really cares about is that he carelessly killed off, discarded the clone that she handcrafted. After putting in so much work, toys with Joshua, and turns back, questioning why the prophecy just had to have chosen this guy of all people. Piercing her gaze towards him, she talks about how everything could have flowed much smoother if only the prophecy revolved around Luna, or even Jin Runel for that matter. While she's saying these things, of course, Joshua is getting pissed as hell like a jealous little prick. The witch even concludes that his father, the patriarch Karen, was supposed to be the original person destined for the prophecy. But a major shift occurred when that man's power exploded beyond comparison and reached the level of Genesis, forever altering his fate. But if he ended up tangled with Haluram instead, she would have been living the life without any troubles because then she wouldn't have to be wrapped up with a clown like Joshua. I just love how she's verbally abusing the crap out of him, and it's actually affecting Joshua with the way he's getting aggressive every moment. Though the witch does point out that the older Kandel did manage to succeed in one thing because with the knowledge of Jin's abilities, they fully understand that he's capable of summoning a spirit from the Mongwang tribe. Apart from that, They also know the exact location of Shuri because of him. Hilarum is disappointed that someone else took her familiar from her. The crazy witch is out here trying to convince Joshua that everything will go his way eventually. But all I'm seeing is how she's expertly manipulating him. Hillam promises to create yet another clone for the Child of Prophecy. The older Run Cadnal is peeved and asks how long it will take her to create another one. The witch laughs at him, stating that it won't be that difficult with the materials he's brought her this time. The scene ends with the notion that Joshua will receive a new clone, and that this annoying insect won't be dying anytime soon. Back to Jin. He's pissed as hell after reading the news report. He's back to Tan, and he's confident that Joshua didn't survive the battle on the island. It's easier for him to assume that there was a mistake in the writing of the article. However, Kashmir verifies that the ceremony indeed took place, and forging a fake image of such an important ceremony would be unthinkable in every way. Jilly brings up a really interesting point. Maybe the Transfiguration Bubar transformed someone to take the appearance of his brother. But Jin shoots down that possibility too, pointing out that the ultimate technique of the Run Candle family that Joshua used in his final moments was in fact real. That thing literally annihilated multiple islands, and it's only possible with a Run Candle's body. The Silver Dragon brings up the theory that perhaps the Joshua that attended the ceremony is the fake one instead of the one that Jin killed. To that, not even our boy knows with a conclusive answer right now. His best shot is to confirm the situation with Julian, the contractor of Fattel, who is currently constrained to prevent any issues. He's certain they'll find something valuable once the kid awakens. There's also Murakan's ranting going on. He's seriously annoyed he couldn't see. Crap because of his unconscious state. Quantel funnily remarks that the Guardian Dragon failed to guard as part of his job. If Jin didn't end up summoning someone from the Mongwang tribe, things would have ended very differently. I just love how the Silver Dragon keeps calling him a useless patient who can never reach the heights of his power again. The Dark Dragon waves off the fuss, understanding her point as she keeps on hammering it to him. Quintel wants him to check up with Misha, who might be a possible lead to help him retrieve his powers back. That suggestion causes Murakan to drop in silence. Jin asks the important question for all of us. Who the hell is Miesa? Quicken reveals that she's actually his older sister, who is also a Dark Dragon. Murakan has had enough of getting steamrolled and rants away, stating that he doesn't accept Misha as his sister. Saying so, he slams the door shut, proving that there's some tension between him and his sister. Even Jin comments on it until he learns the truth of the situation from Quantel. It turns out that when the Dark Dragons were young, Misha picked on him a lot and bullied him around. Eventually, Murakan became powerful, and the first thing that came to his mind was to exact his revenge against his sister for everything she did to him. That makes Jin wonder if the two can really have a successful reunion considering everything that went down. Quantel confirms that although Miesa is also a Dark Dragon, she's not going to kill her brother who was supposed to act as a guardian beast for the Run Candle family as well as the protector of Soldier's contractor. It's just not going to happen. The Silver Dragon intends to tag along for the journey, preventing anything ridiculous like that from happening because, in reality, Michonne and Quintel share an amicable relationship with each other. That night, they come to learn of the Dark Dragon's sudden disappearance. Quantel is mad that he's stupidly left by himself, while Jill retrieves a letter from her room. I think everyone knows who it's from. Jin retrieves the letter. Get ready, folks. This is going to be good. First off, Bro's look of sheer cringe and regret is enough to give you guys an idea of the contents. It starts off by Murakan addressing Jill as his beloved strawberry pie. And the only concern that Murakan shares in his letter is for Jill alone, not his contractor Jin, the man he's supposed to protect. Bro is out here acting like the nanny is his wife and he's going to war. This man even talks about their first encounter and how it felt magical for him. Upon returning, he promises to take Jill on a trip they planned together, while Jin is out here legit ripping the damn letter in half because Bro can't bear the cringe. He also can't believe that Jill decided on a trip with Murakan without even saying a word. The nanny tries to deny anything like that, but her reaction is obvious. Meanwhile, Quantel doesn't care and shows concern for his well-being while he's away. The scene cuts to another town where a cloaked figure is making his way to a hideout. He opens the door and sees Kujan waiting there for him. Apparently, There's supposed to be a trade between the two parties. The assassin asks for his payment up front. The bag of coins is tossed to his side while the man questions the effects of the poison. Kujan emphasizes that this poison is unique, and it's so strong that it's practically untraceable. The unknown man is intrigued looking at the container and asks where Kujan retrieved the poison from. Showing hostility and refusing to answer any more questions, Kujan practically tells him to fudge off because the deal's finished. Afraid of him, the man agrees to leave. The assassin then goes to the other room where his sister's body is quivering in pain from the electrical shock she received the other day. The lightning is causing immense pain in her body while Kujan is begging her to just wait a little while longer. Even a ruthless assassin like him breaks down in tears because he doesn't want to experience the loss of the only family he's got left. The following day, Kashmir arrives with some good news on him. He discovered the location of Kujan Marius. He appears to be hiding in the Delki Kingdom. Jin receives a note pertaining to all the information from Kashmir's organization. They confirm that a rampant surge of blood poisoning has started circulating lately among mercenaries. A member that he personally sent confirmed that it was poison, a lethal one that isn't even registered among academia. These clues are more than enough to confirm Kujan's presence in the kingdom, and Jin is certain of it. Even Kashmir reaches the same conclusion since the Delki Kingdom is home to the Marius family and the safest place for them to be. Just like last time, Jin Runel has to task himself to go to Delki Kingdom immediately. And so that very same day, he tags alongside Alicia and Kashmir to explore the same location where the mercenaries have been arriving to purchase the poison. Upon opening the door, they discover Kujan Maria sitting all alone in a shabby spot. The broken down and defeated assassin can barely recognize Jin Runkandel. But from this, our boy understands that the assassin was actually anticipating his arrival. After all, this is the same assassin duo that made it impossible for themselves to be tracked the first time Jin confronted them. And yet, Kujan revealed himself without any troubles here. Jin thinks that the assassin feared Joshua would catch him after his failure at the island. That's why he signaled Jin to come using this strategy. Kujan begs our boy for help and takes him to the room where Varys is choking blood. Seeing her in such a critical state, Jin understands that the assassin is desperately trying to save his sister's life. Unfortunately, they can barely do anything at this level. Remember that final moment of Varys where she unleashed a questionable amount of mana? That actually resulted in a mana counterflow, or mana backlash. And in her current state, her body's in a state of complete decay, meaning her chances of survival are really slim in this condition. To Jin's surprise, the 8-star assassin kneels in front of him, begging and pleading the young master to save his sister's life, as she's his one and only family left. He's prepared to do anything for Jin as long as he guarantees her survival, even promising to atone for his sins by serving the Runandel young master forever. Jin shows his ruthless side, but not to the point of cruelty. He wants Kujan to get up and prove his worth. It's only after both of them prove their worth that he'll consider taking them under him. The problem with Varys is that she's choking out blood like crazy. At her current state, our boy thinks that the only person who can save her life is a Vankella saint. But even before they can get to that part, they firstly need to get her immediate treatment from a healer. Here's the big issue, though. In the entire region of Hwafester, there are hardly any healers who are knowledgeable about treating the symptoms of mana counterflow. Then, there's the added concern. Even if they do find a healer like that, it's likely going to expose their location to Joshua because of his network. Hearing all of this, Kujan sinks into helplessness and despair. Then, the leader of the city of Tan offers a way out. He suggests retrieving Varys to the city of Tan, then using a healer for an emergency treatment. After that, they'll go look for a Vankella saint. The matter requires immediate precedence, so they're going to have to pull this off right away. Alicia promises to stabilize her body until then, and covers her up in her cloak. Even she knows that Varys' condition is near fatal right now, and that they'll have to hurry before things get worse. Jin agrees with the suggestion and hastens to leave. Kujan is surprised that they're still giving his sister a shot, but the youngest Runkandel does leave with a message, even though their intention is to make sure Varys lives. If a fight breaks out between him and Joshua's servants again, chances are they'll have to forget about his sister. It's just something Kujan has to mentally prepare himself. Tears streaming down his body, he accepts the condition. The four of them rush their way through the Delki kingdom, while Jin points out just how fragile Varys' condition appears to be. If they don't rush at full speed, she'll soon die of organ failure. Kashmir luckily spots the teleportation gate from this distance. Unfortunately, they'll have to come across a whole bunch of people from this point onwards, so it might get troublesome. Even Jin knows that this task won't be easy, especially since he senses someone trailing behind. Not just that, he's also tracked down at least 3 targets. For these guys, our boy recommends Kujan to show his merit and contribution by assassinating all 3 of them. The assassin agrees to the job, and Jin makes it clear that there shouldn't be any attention drawn to him no matter what happens. The assassin leaves to take care of the targets. Kashmir is a bit skeptical because it's difficult to leave no traces behind, while killing someone in broad daylight. The only people capable of doing something like that are high-ranking assassins without any identities. Jin doesn't care. All he cares about is for Kujan to prioritize staying alive by clearing this mission. Speaking of the minion that was trailing them from behind, he's shocked that Jin's group disappeared in an instant. Just when he plans on retreating, a sudden crippling sensation hits him as he falls to the ground in agony. The assassin appears from the dark, revealing that the neurotoxin he used just now is from a desert spider. And within a few moments, the man's heart will stop. The cause of death will be declared as a sudden cardiac arrest. Kujan also reflects that this poison is useless against any opponent beyond the 6-star level, but it's a good thing he's having to deal with trash-level targets rather than a knight from the Runendel family. The Runendel group keeps navigating without any interruptions. A man is trailing them while disguised as someone carrying groceries. The pigeons on the ground are already setting their sights on his bead. Suddenly, one of the pigeons is struck sharply with a tiny projectile. It causes the entire group of pigeons to react in chaos, pestering the people around and causing enough of a distraction for the assassin to slip in from behind and do his job. A smile is carved on Jin's face with him, realizing that the assassination is already under motion. The dude with the grocery bag is swatting away the pigeons in anger until Kujan releases a small poisonous chip on top of the bread. He then grabs it and gestures it inside the guy's mouth. It's the perfect trap. As the man swallows the chip through the bread, the poison touches his mucous membrane and prevents any airway from going out. Here, the cause of death will be deduced as a blockage of airway via food. Yet another masterclass of an assassination by the finest around. Finally, Kujan reaches for his 3rd target using poisonous water. He spills it on top of the guy with the red cap, something the dude clearly didn't expect. Some of it gets in his mouth, causing him to feel hallucinations and dizziness, blocking his senses as he falls into the pond. The man reaches his hand out, and the same bottle drops down on top of him. For this assassination, Kujan states that it will be deduced as an accident. Thanks to the man's alcoholic state, all evidence will be wiped. They'll think it was a drunkard's demise. Walking away as if nothing even happened, the assassin leaves the sounds of terror. As the people discover the dead man's body, the group successfully returns to Kashmir's fancy estate. They've already got Varys a healer to sort her out in an emergency. The good thing is that she's no longer in imminent danger, but even the healer suggests that she take a good amount of rest for a while. Still, the most he was able to prevent was her critical status. Failure to get help from the Vankelis Saints will result in a permanent mana failure for Varys. Hearing this report, the assassin Kujan is eternally grateful for the help that the young Run Candle showed him. Now that Jin has upheld his side of the promise, it's time for Kujan to show his loyalty. In the other room, we get to see Julian in captivity. Symbols of the wind god appear throughout his body as he's bound in chains, restrained so he doesn't last out. Julian's experience changes to one of anger when he hears Jin's voice. The young master apologizes for treating him this way, but it's the safest method for them to make sure he doesn't go batshit crazy again. Fatal's contractor is at a loss for words. His eyes widened in shock when he spots Kujan siding along with Jin because this implies that the assassin betrayed Joshua's orders. However, the truth is even blearer than that. Kujan reveals that it's actually them who were betrayed and manipulated by the older Runendel. There's no point swearing a loyalty to that man when it's clear he left them at the island to suffer and die. The assassin strongly believes that it's less about loyalty and more about the fact that they're so afraid of Joshua's might. Hearing such offensive words, Julian lashes out and tells him to shut up. The assassin offers him a chance to cooperate and side with young Master Jin, who saved all their lives and ensured their survival by treating them. Julian is surprised to hear the words young master attached to Jin's name. After all, he and the other assassins had no clue up until now that their target wasn't Jin Gray, but actually his real identity, Jin Runkindel. Our boy confirms the fact that he's the youngest brother of the same scumbag that is their master. This revelation comes as a surprise to Julian, who finally realizes that this is the same dude his master couldn't shut up about. Jin recalls their fight and reminds the contractor of his powers. He even showcases by unveiling a hint of shadow energy from his blade, confirming that he is indeed Solderet's contractor. Julian is once more struck with shock. He's afraid that this power is about to hurt him, but instead of hurting him, Jin actually tears through his restraints and frees him from the shackles as he flops to the ground. The young master hopes to have an honest discussion with Julian without getting any complications in the way. By the way, he blitzes right in front of Julian to make a proper threat, emphasizing that if the contractor refused to cooperate, then there's no point keeping him around. In the next scene, we're in the middle of the interrogation. So, apparently, the whole plan on the island was just a mere coincidence from Joshua's side of things. He didn't plan or expect for Jin to come. Julian reveals that he was taken there by Joshua to become stronger. Still, our boy is skeptical about the way he obtained so much power, using Fatel's authority against Graham's grave. He wants to know what happened. Julian's dreadful eyes turn to sorrow as he reveals that he's actually just a mere replacement, catching Jin off guard. He continues by stating that Joshua has always wanted to steal the contract of the God of Darkness. But in the off chance that things ended for the worse, if he couldn't obtain Soldret's contract from Jin, he prepared Julian's body to steal his contract instead. A tactic like that is the height of disgust even in the eyes of Jin. Then there's the problem that he was actually there when Joshua died. His detonation was real at the Bluebird Archipelago, and that kind of power simply can't be faked. Yet, it's shocking that the same bastard older brother is alive and well, appearing in the ceremony without any problems. Jin doesn't know how or why, but he's curious if Julian is willing to help him out with an answer here. The helpless contractor of Fatel is prepared to give out every last bit of information he knows. But all he wants, in return, is proper protection. Jin promises to offer him protection as long as the information is worth his time. And so he starts off by mentioning the role of a special woman with prophetic powers. Of course, he's referencing Hellerem here, but neither Jin nor Julian know that yet. That same woman is responsible for influencing every single move that the older Run Candle has made so far. She's also the same woman who referenced him to visit Graham's grave in the islands so that Julian could evolve his powers up a notch. Julian reveals the most important bit of all. The man they fought at the island is nothing more than a carbon copy of his previous master. Jin is surprised by this and asks about the method of clone creation. Unfortunately, not even Fatel's contractor knows about the exact details of what goes down. The only thing he's sure of is the requirement. The creation of one clone requires a sacrifice of an extremely large number of humans, and Julian strongly suspects that the humans that are being used as sacrificial pawns are the death row inmates of the Hufist region. Once more, Jinrun Candle is alarmed by the shocking news. He has one question for Fatel's contractor, though. Even though Julian possessed the information that Joshua would steal his contract one day, he still didn't escape even when he had every reason to. Why is that? Jin guesses that maybe he's using the kid's family as a threat. The truth is similar to that. Julian reveals that Joshua is actually keeping his beloved guardian dragon hostage. The kid has no family, and the only people he knew from his village were eradicated. Every single one of them were killed by the scumbag Run Candle. Julian's pathetic state of being controlled by the same man who destroyed his family is the reason why Varys mocked him, because the kid didn't even have the heart to go against his own enemy. The poor kid is driven to the corner because his guardian dragon is the only thing he cherishes in his life, the only creature he loves. It's a situation similar to Kujun's, who is worried sick for Varys' state. Tears stream down the boy's eyes as he pleads with Jin to help his guardian dragon. The young master gets up from his seat and maintains his neutrality. Unfortunately, since Julian is a prisoner, he can't really help the boy out. At the same time, Jin promises to help Julian if the boy swears his loyalty to him. He allows Julian a chance to go and rescue his beloved guardian dragon on his own by proving his worth. This level of kindness astonishes the young contractor. Jin is hoping that Julian won't end up disappointing him after their conversation, and saying so, he leaves the room with the assassin. The next thing he does is hold a meeting with Quintel and Kashmir discussing the information he received from Fatel's contractor. The Silver Dragon is surprised by the mention of a prophet pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not to mention, this same person boasts the ability to create human clones and steal the contracts of others. Jin is curious if she's got any clue on the prophet's identity. To that, the Silver Dragon persists that all clues point towards the fact that they're dealing with a demon, or even the Demon King here. Lastly, it could also possibly be the Witch Hellerum, who fits the picture for using both methods as a tool. Cloning humans isn't out of the question for her. Neither is the idea of stealing contracts. Jin finds himself in deep contemplation, figuring that perhaps she is a being with connections to their family from within, apart from Joshua. Even the city leader Kashmir seconds this opinion. If a person of that importance is helping out a dude like Joshua, it's clear that most of the important figures within the family are already aware of the truth of her involvement. The only question that remains is to figure out if these people are siding with Joshua, or if they're spectating the scene from the side. The Silver Dragon thinks that if the people are actively supporting the older run candle despite the truth of a demon's involvement, then Timar would probably be disappointed in his lineage. From the looks of things, Jin understands that it's a very sensitive matter even within his family. It's not something for him to easily tackle, at least until he becomes a proper flag bearer, because in that position, a slight mistake causing some scrutiny can be handled by him. Jin. Runendel understands that he can no longer wait 5 whole years to become a flag bearer. He has to act faster, and so he marks down his official declaration to return to his family immediately. Or at least he would have wanted that until Jet's howling voice came rushing to warn his master of something. Apparently, he has received news about a raging fight breaking out between a dragon and a monster. The merchant strongly believes that Murakhan is involved in the scene. All 3 of them express their shock as the scene fades to the battle taking place between a red dragon and a black dragon. The entire battlefield is engulfed in flames as the gigantic red beast prepares a dragon's breath, unleashes a fiery column of flames. The attack is far too strong for Murakhan to take head-on, as it incinerates everything in its path. While the people are crying out in fear, a woman with green hair observes the fight, questioning what the hell is going on. From the red flames emerges the Shadow Dragon, proving that he's not finished yet. Bursting at full speed, Shuri has her master and Quintel mounted on top while they're headed towards Merkin's suspected location. The Silver Dragon feels guilty for leaving him unattended all by himself. But Jin assures her that it's not her fault, and that she has nothing to worry about because Jin would have felt his connection severed from the Dark Dragon if something happened to him. The Silver Dragon is at least confident that Misha won't have Murakhan killed, especially if he's facing off against Kaduna. After all, not even Misha would be able to predict what would happen to Solderate's contract if that happened. At the same time, Quintel suspects that maybe the Dark Dragon's sister drugged him, or perhaps plans to torture him so that she can eventually get to Jin Kandel, his contractor's location. Our boy is hearing her out, when eventually Shuri meows, signifying that they've arrived at their location. At the edge of the cliff, they can see the destroyed town catching flames. Just from this distance, she can confirm Kaduni's dragon breath, as he's the only creature capable of releasing such tortuous flames. Not to mention, Kujan reports that the same fire has been going rampant for several days now, and yet, not a single media outlet has reported it, strongly suggesting that the Zippel family is behind the scenes, controlling the media outlets and suppressing any involvement. The young Master Jin suggests that they enter the city immediately. In the next scene, they've already invaded the city. Jin reports his strange observation. This place is actually called the State of Shul Kingdom. And yet, instead of the kingdom soldiers protecting it, the Holy Vankella Knights are here to protect it instead. Not just that, they're actively blocking any entrance inside the quarters. This means that the Knights are making sure there aren't any witnesses in the fight. The Vankella Kingdom is supposed to be helping out its people, saving the citizens, and protecting the land. And yet, the Knights stand here opposing anyone from going inside. It's truly a strange sight. The same Holy Kingdom that maintained its neutrality in his past life has now appeared to be siding with the Zippel family. Quintel urges precedence on invading the lands to check on the Dark Dragon's location first. Jin alerts her and tells her that they'll take the lead without causing any problems. However, the Silver Dragon wants to take care of the two knights guarding the gate all by herself, believing that she can flawlessly execute the task. The cloaked figure walks up to the Holy Knights, who are both alerted, and warn her to stay back from the restricted area. Before they're able to finish their sentence, Quintal dashes with super speed and smashes a punch so strong that it knocks the Holy Knight flying. The other knight is so dense that he still has the gall to question her intentions. The Silver Dragon effortlessly kicks him down and sends this guy flying too. Lastly, she uses her magical powers to destroy the gate, shattering it to pieces. But here's the neat trick about her magic. Right after they entered inside the gate, Quintel used a reversal of time to restore the gate's condition back to how it was. She did it without even producing the slightest of sound, impressing the likes of Kujan. It's no joke that she's called the Dragon of Time. Inside the restricted area, the group's first impression is just how abysmal and horrifying the place is. After making their way inside, the group's attention is brought towards a sudden announcement addressing the citizens of Santel. The announcer stands on top of Gallows, telling everyone that a dragon is currently facing off against a monster just ahead of the city. But this crazy fanatic doesn't want the citizens to escape, rather perish in the pursuit of heaven and to fall into total despair. As this is happening, the crowd is listening without panicking at all, which appears to be an unusual reaction from the people. The announcer reveals that the same monster is responsible for killing their families and loved ones, but the creature will soon turn to dust. As the dragon will defeat it fully, he prays for the defeat of the monster and the victory of the dragon. Jin instantly notices the use of a spell called Persuasion. Kujin is unaware of it, so Jin elaborates that it's clear from observing the eyes of the spectators that they're possessed by a divine power. It's known as mind control magic. Normally, the spell is pointless against powerful people, but when it comes to ordinary citizens who are already rushing in a state of panic, it's executed perfectly. At the same time, the problem is the Holy King of the city, Michelin, clearly outlined the use of this spell as forbidden among the saints. Also, it appears that the people are pinning the blame on the Dark Dragon for the actions of Khadun, the beast who slaughtered the city. It also reveals that Murakan is still out there fighting if this information is true. Jin agrees with Quintel's thoughts, believing that the Zippels wouldn't have gone as far to pull such a move if Murakan had already been captured. Right now, our boy wants to find out what's going on, why the Saints are acting against the Holy King's orders, and why they're helping the Zippels. The announcer shifts his subject to reveal the invasion of a sinister group of people who have come to harm their city. He wants the public to be wary of their surroundings and report anyone who appears suspicious. With this announcement in motion, the best course of action is for them to hide. But as they're about to leave, one of the people spots them and roars his attention towards the suspicious group. The mind-controlled people rush to capture the group. In an effort to escape, Kujan whips out a trusty grenade that detonates a gust of smoke, allowing them a window to escape. When the smoke settles, the group is nowhere to be found, causing the announcer to furiously issue an order to hunt the wicked group down. Our heroes are running straight towards the scene of the battle, but as they're running, bunch of holy knights prepare themselves for battle and denounce the invaders to drop their weapons at once. But you know how Jin operates. He loves cutting down his enemies. So he whips out his blade of lightning and sends down Zeus's wrath with 4 lightning bolts, annihilating the entire group. When the smoke clears, only one knight remains, protected by a magical barrier they casted. The assassin Kujan is happy to kill the remaining one, until the Holy Knight strangely announces that she's not their enemy. Jin is perplexed and points his blade, asking for clarification in the heat of the battlefield. The Holy Knight raises her hands in surrender, emphasizing that she wouldn't harm innocent people. She also appears to have knowledge of Jin's group siding with the Dark Dragon, who is currently busy trying to stop the rampage of Khadun. The young Runkandel is surprised by her information, because if she was mind-controlled, she wouldn't know such information to begin with. He inquires about the location of the Dark Dragon, as well as her identity. The woman unveils her headpiece, stating that she had been waiting for his arrival. Murakan actually asked her for a favor, which was to protect him until a man known as Jin Runkandel arrived. Lani Salome is introduced as a Class 2 Knight of the Dawn Order of Doctrine Protection, swearing herself as an ally of Jin Runkandel. Jin's group learns about the sudden uproar caused by the arrival of the knights, and they are instructed by Lonnie to quickly hide behind the building while they can. A few moments later, we see that Jin and his friends have already escaped her sight, while Lonnie's commander and his men come over to check her status. Inquiring her on what's going on, the commander learns that Lonnie was attacked by the invaders, and she points them down a false path to waste their time. Meanwhile, Jin is quietly observing the scene from nearby. Before leaving, the commander scolds Lonnie for being so hesitant in her duty that despite the fall of her own allies, she didn't prepare her sword to strike. The commander thinks that it's her stupidity, and because of her beliefs, she can barely be classed as a knight of protection. Hearing those heavy words, Lonnie confesses that she's prepared to face punishment for her actions. But the commander doesn't care about that right now. He just thinks that she's placing far too much trust in a stranger's kindness. His words provoke Lonnie to the point she roars at him, questioning how anyone could call the invaders as pagans to begin with, when they can barely even tell if the invading group is infiltrating in the first place. The fifth commander is starting to have troubled thoughts about her beliefs and commands her to be put under immediate probation. As for the rest of them, he tells Squad 3 to ensure the safety of the injured, and takes the others alongside him to look for the invaders. After the commander has left, the other knights talk down on Lonnie's audacity to speak back to her commander like that, especially when she's the one who disobeyed orders in the first place. They detest her to the point that they can't stand her being in the Order of Protection and spoiling its reputation. Though their words are full of provocation, Lonnie controls herself the best she can. Looking at her from a safe distance, Jin realizes her familiar face. This woman is actually the king's adopted daughter, and in his original life, he'd read up on her personal experiences. Apparently, Lonnie scored a vile reputation for being drunk all of the time and living a carefree life. Despite being the adopted daughter of the king, the people humiliated and made fun of her. But that's the shocking difference, because the woman he sees before his eyes right now is like night and day to what he read in those letters. This version of Lonnie is laser-focused and serious about her goals. After her comrades are gone, she breaks her facade and goes up to Jin, emphasizing that it's their best shot to move while they still can. Of course, she's also ready to navigate an easy path for them until they can reach Murakan's location. A little while passes as the city goes to hell. The Class 2 knight opens up a secret underground passage. She leads them down to the staircase while also pointing out that they're using a forbidden path, so no one will follow them. But that begs the question that's bothering Jin the most. So, he directly asks her why she's helping them out to begin with. The knight talks about her pride in being a citizen of the Holy Kingdom and a daughter of their goddess, Allah. Basically, she doesn't care about honor or her duties of being a knight because of the horror she's witnessing before her eyes. She vividly recalls the terrifying sight of the enormous fire dragon Khadun, who is responsible for all of the violence that is causing the city to burn down. Opposing him is Murakan, who did his absolute best to stop Khadun's wrath from obliterating the city completely. Worried for his sake, the Silver Dragon asks about his condition. Unfortunately, even Lonnie understands that the Dark Dragon is in a very fragile state right now. Even though she's tried her best treating his wounds with divine magic, it still isn't enough to make him recover fully. The knight leads them down to a secret room where Murakan appears to be resting in his cat form. He's beat up and currently trying to recover, and before entering a state of slumber. His last orders were for Jin to find him. Quantel sees his miserable state and points out that he didn't force himself to become like this of his own volition. Rather, it's the only way his body knew how to survive after a brutal battle. It was a response based on instinct, something only the top dragons can do. The Silver Dragon weeps for him, calling him a reckless idiot. But she's glad that even after losing most of his powers from his prime, Murakan still has the ability to use this secret technique. As for Jin, he's equally worried about him. However, Quintel places strong emphasis on their immediate departure, highlighting that if Murakan is left unattended in this state for far too long, he'll never be able to transform into a dragon again. Luckily, Lonnie is already there to lead a path for an exit, allowing the group to escape the city quickly. She urges them to leave, so they waste no time. Jin stops by to thank her for her incredible act of delaying Murakan's doom, because if she hadn't done that, things would have been horrible for them. That's why, on his name as a run candle, he swears that he'll repay her debts. The honest knight feels pride in knowing that she acted on her beliefs and wishes the best for the dark dragon's recovery. Let's change perspective to the reaction of the fire dragon. This guy is pissed off because he was so close to killing Murakhan at last, only for the chance to slip right before him. Even the leader of the Zippel clan is shocked to see him appear so displeased with the situation. Kudun roars at his own anger towards himself, knowing that he made a critical error. The Zippel patriarch highlights how strange it was for them to run into Murakhan when in fact they were trying to look for his sister Misha in the first place. The thing is, if Murakhan had been captured, they could have easily lured Jin as his contractor, and that way they'd finally be able to restore the might of the Devil Stone. Things went south for the Zippels, but at least now they're certain about the meeting between the Shadow Dragon and the Earth Dragons of Bent. The Zippel mastermind intends to patiently look for the next opportunity to strike, highlighting that Murakhan has already lost his previous powers. However, Kudun points out that it's uncertain to conclude that because it's more like Murakhan is slowly recovering his abilities instead. Amusingly, Kellic wonders if there's a way for them to resurrect a dragon's heart without the presence of the Devil Stone. The Fire Dragon is unsure of whether it's possible or not, but he understands that the Shadow Dragons are different from normal ones. He senses that Murakhan wouldn't be moving recklessly if his contractor wasn't nearby. But Kellic doesn't care much about what he's worried about, is the reaction of the Holy King, who appears to have been acting on his own for sending out the Dawn Order of Protection without informing the Zippels at all. Kellic finds the Holy King exhausting to talk to, and understands that there will be a meeting soon. Like the sadistic mastermind he is. He even wonders if it's a good idea to just kill the king, because a noble and good man like him is going to end up in heaven anyway. Kuduni calls his own master completely insane, which is hilarious to me because this is the same dragon that was obliterating an entire city a while ago. The Zippel Patriarch must be completely nuts if he's insane by even Kudun standards. Anyway, let's go back to Kashmir's place. Remember Kujan's sister? Luckily, she's awake, though she's sad after reading her brother's letter, which probably contained a history of events that occurred while she was unconscious. It makes her quest for vengeance meaningless now that they're under Jin's care. Speaking of which, Jill comes around like the nanny of the year and brings her some soup to drink. She treats the girl with kindness, highlighting that she needs rest to hasten the recovery process. Varys' body has yet to replenish itself with mana, but it's progress already that she's experiencing recovery. She also apologizes for everything she and her brother put them through and asks if there's any way to help. The notion of help intrigues Jilly because in the very next scene, she tosses the bloodthirsty assassin right into maid attire. The poor girl is struggling to contain her embarrassment while Jill thinks the dress looks lovely on her. She's also really happy to teach Varys how to clean and get started on her duties. The attire reminds Varys of her mother because she used to be the head nanny of the Run Candles and wore the same outfit. While she's reflecting on her memories of her, a veil of shadow creeps up into a vortex of black, and a spiraling voice comes out. Misha is pissed off that her brother made her come all the way here, and goddamn does she look like a dessert to the eye. In the next scene, our boy makes his return and is welcomed by his nanny. But for Kujan, this man turns into a marshmallow the moment he spots his sister. The beloved siblings reunite at last as Kujan embraces her in a loving manner. He'd started to lose hope in her, but thankfully she's here. It's also uncommon for him to cry, which shows his love for his sister. As for Jin, our boy is also very happy to see her return full speed to recovery. Varys bows down in respect and explains that she read her brother's letter, which talked about Jin's kindness to the two of them. Jan pays his respect to Jin and quickly glances at the bruise across her face. He asks her about it and learns that apparently some guests attacked her. Jill then reveals the shocking arrival of Murakhan's sister, which led one thing to another with Varys. Misha is hosted in the sitting room, while Kujan wastes absolutely no time blitzing with full speed. Bro is pissed off like hell that someone even dared to hurt his sister, and he's so mad in his pursuit that the assassin is ready to nail Misha in the nail for it. Unlucky for his ass, though, Miesa punches the out of the guy and sends him flying to Jupiter. Hilariously, Jin and Quintel quietly observe the scene while the Shadow Dragon officially introduces herself to Soldier's contractor after their previous encounter in the desert. In the next scene, the same brooding dragon is out here enjoying a sweet snack made by Latri, the dragon who's supposed to act as Julia's guardian. Misha senses Julia's powers and realizes that she's a contractor of the god of sight. Jin's perspective is pretty interesting to notice. He clearly remembers encountering a strange shadow in the desert, but had no idea that it was actually Misha all along. It makes him flushed, knowing that she saw his agonizing journey in the desert. But the part that really bugs him is how she was able to trace his location all the way here. The Dark Dragon Sister quickly explains that Murakhan is her puppet, if anything, and she's always had a tracking spell on him from a young age. It functionally works differently from ordinary tracking magic, because Misha has full knowledge of her brother's actions, even though Murakhan is completely unaware. The Silver Dragon thinks that it's a loaded and confusing explanation to which Misha amusingly laughs at. She thinks it is easier to describe such an ability as an authority rather than a specific tracking magic spell. To demonstrate her ability, she plunges her arm into a pool of shadows, promising to entertain Jin. Here's the reason why Misha is the superior shadow dragon. It's because Murakhan only knows how to use his powers to fight. While she can manipulate her shadows to basically do anything, she slips out a small tendril of shadow and demonstrates the effectiveness of even a single trail. With just a single attached shadow, she can instantly discover people's locations. But that's not all. She could also manipulate her shadows to manifest and make complete copies of a person. For example, our boy is terrified when he hears Misha talking in his face and form. This girl is basically a skinwalker. Jin looks at her in terror while she gives him a cheeky smile in his own face. It only makes him realize the sheer possibility that comes with complete command over the shadows. Even Misha highlights that it must feel strange experiencing oneself like this without a mirror. Without with his mind anymore, she releases the form back to her shadows. She wonders how he feels experiencing himself. While Jin sings praises of her excellent command over her powers, he can't even fathom the fact that another one of him can easily exist out there without his knowledge. It goes to show that if humans came to control this power, they would destroy each other. Interestingly, Misha reflects that she's never going to let Jin fall into the same fate as Tamar, and she is hoping that he steps down from the pursuit of power, if anything. The Shadow Dragon continues her watch on him with great intrigue. To Misha's absolute horror, Julia answers her mind, arguing in favor of Jin, and stating that he'll never fall in the pursuit of madness. It really stuns the Shadow Dragon for a second. The realization that she has been outplayed by the little girl, thanks to her abilities granted by the God of Sight, Julia sees something in the run candle that nobody else does. It makes Misha wonder if Julia is witnessing the first patriarch's reincarnation in him. It completely terrifies her to believe that Tamar reincarnated. But an even more shocking thought is the realization that Julia sees Solder himself in his contractor's presence. The Shadow Dragon holds herself down from jumping straight into conclusions, even though she can fully grasp that the God of Darkness no longer communicates with her. She thinks that it's entirely possible that something must have happened for Solder to radio silence on her. Unsurprisingly, Julia's comment about Jin is so vague that her father asks her about what she means. The loving and cuddly girl once again emphasizes her point regarding Jin's pursuits. Our boy actually didn't know what she meant either until he remembered that she's always called him Mister from the first time they met each other. The the Shadow Dragon, gets up to check on Murakhan's condition. She grabs his silly little cat-like body and almost doesn't want to heal him back to full health because she finds him endlessly adorable as a cat. Of course, Jin doesn't like that and understands that Murakhan wouldn't be thrilled about it either. So, he begs her to do her best. She confesses that she's messing around and fully intends to help her brother recover. Misha demands them to leave the room and casually admits that there will be a lot of screaming involved. Her comment is so terrifying that even the unconscious cat is shivering in fear. And it's safe to say the cat's screams reach the moon that night. Jin is patiently waiting outside. The screams are starting to get to him because it's been 3 days since Merkin's recovery, or perhaps torture, began. The Silver Dragon quells his worries, reminding our boy that Misha's going to have to go through an incredibly taxing job of helping Murakhan regain his lost powers. If the process is unsuccessful, he'll still be fine. So, there's nothing to worry about. Except Quintel hides the fact that if the process fails, the Dark Dragon won't ever be able to use his powers again, even if he recovered. A contemplative Jin stares at the little leaf in his hand, questioning the chances of the success rate. Quizinatel reveals that it's an ambiguous 50% for both success and failure, so their odds aren't that bad. At the same time, she's terrified of what will happen if the process results in a failure, which is also why she wants Jin to be mentally prepared for the worst to come. Her words, coupled with Murakun's agonizing screams, isn't a pleasant moment for our boy. It reminds him of his first ever encounter with the Dark Dragon while he was just a helpless little child. A flood of memories comes crashing down in his mind regarding all the sweet memories they spent together on their journey. At last, the day arrives where Misha opens the window, appearing gassed out from the procedure and devastated. Then she confesses the ugly truth. She has failed. Her words terrify Quan Cantel and infuriate Jin enough to roar his name. But suddenly, a fast shadow blitzes out of the window as our beloved Murakon sticks his superhero landing, aura farming in all of his glory. The maniacal dragon laughs like an evil villain. His mere laugh is able to send ripples and shatter structures nearby. At long last, Merkin revels in the glory of his prime, a fresh body and absurd levels of strength. But even while he's out here posing like he's turned Super Saiyan or something, his sister quickly humbles him by kicking his ass. Literally, Nisha's pissed off that he's happy about only gaining 40% of his original power, stating that his body is far too weak to handle its full strength. I have to point out that she's also slapping the out of him while this is happening. So FS for this man in the comments. The Dark Dragon thinks that his sister messed up the procedure on purpose, because if she'd fully restored him to full strength, he'd end up stronger than her. Misha launches this man flying for thinking of something so incredibly stupid, and she follows through with a full beatdown, all the while expressing how much pain she felt just trying to save his ass. As they're bantering against each other, Jin and his group are at a loss for words. Funnily enough, Misha wants to kill his ass right after reviving him only moments ago. The Shadow Dragon concedes his defeat, while Jin is happy as he can ever be seeing his friend nourish back to health. He thanks Miesa, who understands how frustrated they must have felt when it took her days to complete the procedure. She also doesn't want to waste time anymore and plans to leave, highlighting how busy she is compared to her absolute of a pet brother. I just love how she humbles him every chance she gets. Anyway, the Run Candle apologizes for not being able to make it up to her for all her help. To that, Misha assures him that it's her duty to act on behalf of Soldier in case anything goes wrong. And now that she's connected her shadow with him, they can meet at any time. Finally, she advises Jin with a mission to head to the old Otarium. Confused, he asks why, and learns that there's supposed to be a special grimoire, a piece of legendary treasure left behind by Rule Zippel. This grimoire is no joke either, to the point Jin already has previous knowledge of it. He expresses his concerns, bringing up the fact that the Orium is going to be difficult for him to get to with his current level of strength. To that, the Shadow Dragon agrees, and explains that though she intended for him to go there after becoming a flag bearer, it will be too late then. That's why she recommends taking Murakon alongside, who can certainly hold his own, with his current level of restored strength. Her fixation on being late makes Jin wonder if there's another person actively on the hunt for the grimoire. Misha confirms that it's a dangerous mage, someone who Jin already knows about. When he asks for clarification on who it is, Misha utters the words, Arya Owlheart, the same child who is born with a similar destiny like Jin Runel himself. Let's break down what Arya Owlheart even is. It's actually a false identity of Valyria, one of many fake names she used in his previous life. She had a unique fascination for this name, and it really astonishes him to learn that his previous mentor is currently looking for the special grimoire. Jin stops to question what Misha implies when she says that Valyria shares a special destiny along with him. In her response, the Shadow Dragon expresses that Jin is chosen by the shadows while the mage is chosen by history itself. Misha thinks it's a wise choice to support her in her ventures, because she could prove to be an irreplaceable ally to him. This turns Jin inward, reflecting on Valyria's ultimate goal in his previous life. She'd always wanted to discover her family's lost mages, and if history has chosen her for this mission, it begs the question if she is close to attaining her goal. Anyway, Misha switches topics and bullies Murakon, reminding his ass to look after his contractor properly, while she's away. He ends up calling her a granny for it, and, well, you can tell that she's beating him up because of it in the background. Jill turns up with a delicious strawberry pie, which turns the dark dragon into a sweet girl with eyes full of wonder and joy. It really adds to the fact that both Murakami and Misha are the same when it comes to their tastes. In fact, the older sister is even ready to reward the nanny with a small piece of advice. Hilariously, she reveals that Murakami actually has a type for women like Jill, so it's completely fine if she kills him, if he tries to be forceful in his ways. The silver dragon is amused by her jokes and thinks that Misha should take it easy in return. Home. The dark dragon thanks her, says her farewells, and turns to open up her portal. Waving goodbye, Misha leaves, causing Murakami to turn into a beaming prince charming in front of his beloved strawberry pie. Meanwhile, Jin is just happy that Murakami's back, even if he couldn't return with his full strength. Though everyone played a part, the dark dragon remembers the contributions of Lonnie the most. That night is the sole reason he's alive right now, because Kaduni would have tossed him in front of his master. Jin reveals Lonnie's name and explains her role as the adoptive daughter of the Holy Kingdom. The dark dragon cuddles with Shuri and understands that he has a debt to repay for Lonnie's kindness. The Runandel also reveals about certain intel he received from Kashmir during the time Murakami was recovered. Apparently, the Class 2 knights ended up getting drunk at a ceremony and caused problems at the temple. This was taken as a direct offense to the king, causing her to get tossed into a cell. Jin's words infuriate Murakami to the core. The same valiant knight who helped her is now rotting in jail and awaiting her trial, and her life is in grave danger. The perspective cuts to Lonnie herself, who is completely shattered and robbed of her will. The girl covers her face in shame, still being unable to contain her drinking habit. The timeline skips to December 14th in the Holy Kingdom. A crowd of people is gathered for the special event called Advent, where Ayula descended upon their kingdom. It's a celebratory festival that lasts 1 week in praise of the god, and Murakami understands it because Ayula is supposed to be their savior and maker of peace. The people think that every time Allah is enraged, it destroys everything. It's the reason they symbolically represent it as a dormant volcano that can explode at any moment. King Malin is received well by his people, roaring and chanting the Holy King's name. This man is Lonnie's adoptive father, but for some reason, Merkin doesn't appear pleased knowing that this guy is the Holy King. To the point, Jin probes him for it. The Dark Dragon expresses his annoyance because for each Holy King that he met in the past, they all possessed incredible aura. Even though they're not particularly strong, their very own divinity is enough to make them unapproachable. Strangely though, in Michael's case, that doesn't appear to be the case. This man is a mystery on whether or not he possesses aura, but they plan to get all of their answers from his daughter, Lonnie, soon enough. Guarding the capital's Eastern Church, the 2 knights standing by are talking about Lonnie being an alcoholic wench who can't stop herself. It's actually a pretty easy duty for them, since she poses no risk and can't attend the ceremony in her state. The sneaky little Murakami tries to sneak his way past, but eventually gets noticed by the clowns who enjoy a good time playing with the little guy. Unfortunately for these idiots, Murakami has brought a poisonous tube along with him while giving these bastards a murderous look of death. Within a few moments, they both collapse and meet a state of slumber. The Dark Dragon returns to his human form, while Jin finds Kujan's sleeping poison to be quite effective. Hilariously, Murakami is pissed off that even though he's strong as hell right now, his contractor is still messing around by making him do stupid like this. Luckily, one of the guards appears to have dropped their money. Jin doesn't blame them and thinks that the dragon secretly ensured the coins would fall. Anyway, both of them make their way into Lonnie's room, who is reeking of alcohol. The girl is drunk as hell and can barely hold herself together. The drunk knight spots Jin's face, shocked, to find the run candle here of all places. It immediately lightens her up as he begins to question what he's doing here. The young master reminds her of the promised debt he was going to pay. Even Murakami is thrilled to pay his gratitude to the knight. Lonnie is happy to see that he's doing all fine, but it appears that their roles have been switched because now she's the one in trouble. The Shadow Dragon assures her that he's going to help her get out of this mess. Such words of consideration completely devastate the poor girl as tears begin to stream down her eyes. She could only stare at her miserable state in the reflection of the bottle that caused her own demise. She starts crying, like seriously crying. causing Jin and Murakhan to give each other an awkward and confused look. After a while, they decide to sit down and talk about things. Lonnie starts off by saying how she is being threatened, and has recently learned that the Holy King is actually a fake man deliberately put on display by the Zippel family from their own deeds. In fact, her real father is locked up in a place not even she knows about, which is the reason for her miserable state. The young master wonders if this is the work of the transfigurator Bubar, who could have potentially created a placeholder Holy King to fool everyone. Then again, it doesn't make any sense for Bubar to be siding with the Zippels, especially not after what happened last time. Suddenly, Murakhan senses someone's presence approaching nearby. He takes off to deal with the threat, and tells Jin to continue on without him. Our boy emphasizes that Murakhan handles the matter discreetly. But well, before that could even happen, the damn wall shatters as two giant behemoths arrive. The dark dragon looks at the undead creatures in confusion, while Jin is shocked to see the golems. They're the same two men that they dismantled outside, and apparently they've fallen victim to becoming a golem, a state so miserable that death is the only escape. Jin's blood boils in anger as the young master realizes that it's the Zippel family's scheme again. Meanwhile, the shadow dragon simply stares at the golems without a worry. The two creatures prepare to attack him, but this man is way too clean with it. And with just a few swipes of his hand, he slices them up like a steak, dismantling their first attack. Murakhan is enraged to find golems inside the Holy Kingdom and manipulates the shadows to impale one of the creature's bodies. Clenching his fist, the dark dragon unleashes tremendous force, zapping the life force out of them. Unfortunately, he never wanted to kill these people, which is why they went through the tedious process of using a sleeping poison. But now there's no helping it anymore. A piece of rock suddenly falls near them, as Lonnie gets up from her spot and quickly kneels down to command the blessing of Allah. Using her divine magic, she sends off the rotting corpses with a blessing, hoping that her god can comfort their pain after death. After the ritual, the knight breaks down again, shedding tears at the realization that the Holy Kingdom is no longer just, it has been fully corrupted. The situation makes Jin offer her a dilemma. Either she can give up here and live in a peaceful region elsewhere, or she can allow him to help her get better. His words are shocking. Lonnie can't comprehend why anyone would fight for her sake and kingdom. The young master expresses that he still owes her a favor, and he is a Runkandel who naturally depisses the Zippels. So, if anything, it's a deal on their part between the heir of the Runkandel family as well as the heir of the Holy Kingdom. His encouraging words allow her to muster enough courage to take a stand, apologizing for having shown a weak and pathetic side of her. Armed with courage and tenacity, Lonnie accepts the deal and agrees to help. Let's go back a few steps and learn about the fall of the Holy Kingdom at the hands of the Zippels. The mages slowly bought the higher officials of the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, offering them big handouts for their loyalty. Unfortunately, even the Dawn Order of Protection fell victim to this same corruption. Lonnie talks about her mission that was assigned by her father in order to investigate the truth about the Order, but unfortunately, she couldn't find anyone to trust here other than herself. Jean understands that the current Holy King probably felt threatened because of the Knight's report regarding the invaders. She actually confirms his words, doubling down by saying that the Zippel family is responsible for kidnapping her real father shortly after she expressed her report. The man that is currently serving as the Holy King is just a duplicate, someone who behaves and talks exactly like her father would. Though most of the people are fooled by him, Lonnie saw through him. After all, the imposter was unable to recreate the same divinity possessed by her father. Basically, Murakhan's thoughts ended up being true about the strange absence of aura from the Holy King in the ceremony. One thing about the original king is the fact that Michael is incapable of moving his left thumb. However, the moment she saw this imposter actively moving his thumb and confronted him for it, Lonnie was horrifically sent a severed thumb of her father as a response from the Zippels. The mages are psychotic, and even Murakhan thinks the same of them. But Jin is intrigued and asks for the location of the thumb. Unfortunately, the moment she saw it and confirmed it belonged to him, it actually withered away on its own. From this, the young master assumes that there was a fire seal placed on it, an ability that is only capable of being casted if one is the contractor of the god of fire. That implies the involvement of the patriarch Kelak, or the works of the fire dragon Kadun. The situation is much more serious than it seems. So Jin asks about any other people who seem to know about the king's secret regarding his thumb. Lonnie starts off with a bunch of names and finishes up by revealing the name of their commander, Serva. The young master then asks if any of these people appear trustworthy, but unfortunately they're all a lost cause as Lonnie shakes her head in disappointment. Montiano and Konu govern the administrative and regulatory factions, and despite being her father's most trusted friends from childhood, the moment she brought up the matter of his thumb, a sinister smile came over their faces. It's as if they enjoyed her confusion, the look of terror on her face. Lonnie had no chance she was being played from the start. It was that moment that made her realize that her father's most trusted allies ended up becoming the puppets for the Zippel family, making her crash and burn in a drunken state. The Dark Dragon brings up the mention of Serva, who could perhaps be trusted. The good thing is Lonnie hasn't spoken to the man in person. However, many suspected that he had been plotting a scheme to dethrone her father for a long time. This man has also openly vouched for a good association with the Zippel family, so that's not good either. Immersive. It's specifically because of those reasons that Lonnie tends to avoid the man. She responds by revealing her father's hatred for Serva, who always seemed like an enemy. He couldn't stand the thought of seeing his face. Going back to the king's childhood friends, Montiano and Konu, Jin asks about her father's reaction to the both of them. Lonnie shares that they always sat next to him, and they were the only people whom he discussed his personal plans with. Often he would go on walks with them to relieve his stress. Overall, her words grind the gears in our boy's head. Forming his conclusion, he gets up and requests being taken to Serva at once. It's a shocking declaration coming from the Run Candle, especially when Lonnie has already revealed him as an enemy to the throne. However, the young master doesn't really find it pleasing either to hear her father's stupidity. The man kept traitors close to him and allowed his kingdom to get taken over by the Zippels without his knowledge. The scene cuts to Lonnie, who takes her two friends to have a meeting with Serva. The holy guards give them a pass, but the gatekeepers aren't so kind. They demand them to surrender their weapons. Lonnie turns to our boy, who agrees with the idea. Having granted entry, Lonnie discusses the possibility of Vera being a pawn of the Zippels. She has reason to believe that he would plot against her, and even kill her father. Murakhan assures her that nothing of the sort is going to happen with him around because a bunch of puny knights aren't going to stop him. Unfortunately, the part she worries about the most is what they'll do to her father. To that, the young master comforts her with a bittersweet truth bomb. She doesn't have to worry about her father being tortured or not because it's almost certain that he's already been killed. Though it's harsh to hear, Jin tells her that the kingdom has slipped away into the hands of the Zippels. And if they're following that logic, then her father serves no purpose anymore and has already been executed. It's a cold truth, but it's something for the girl to accept. Even Lonnie understands that the possibility is real, but she wants to rely on her resolve and make it known for herself after speaking with Serva. Speaking of their meeting, they get to his room shortly afterwards. Adopting a cocky smile on his face, he welcomes Lonnie as the Holy King's beloved daughter, then doubles down by calling her a drunk troublemaker. Having dropped a verbal jab, he asks about the people behind her. Lonnie reveals that they're just friends, but the cunning and perceptive man already knows the truth. They're the invaders who attacked and killed the men in the Eastern Church. It appears that Vittoria is already one step ahead in terms of his knowledge about the situation. He was actually trying to hunt the invaders down, but finds it glad that they've come to surrender on their own. Furthermore, he even threatens to kill the Holy King if Jin's group continues to pose trouble for them. This little fact implies to Lonnie that her father's still alive. Anyway, Vera orders one of his guards, Kane, to inform the Zippels that they've captured the king's daughter. As for her friends, he plans to capture them for an interrogation later. Murakhan is about to explode his anger, but Jin stops him from doing anything reckless. The Dark Dragon doesn't get it because if they stall for long, these clowns will report everything for the Zippels. Instead of backing down, the arrogant guards continue to trash talk against the invaders who ran away last time. They threaten to use force against them if Jin and Murakhan don't back down, especially when the Holy King's life will also be at risk. Meanwhile, Lonnie is reduced to a puddle of tears. Her body shivers as tears pour out uncontrollably down her face. She regrets ever having to come here, realizing that her kingdom fell to ruin because she was too late to notice anything. If that wasn't enough, her father didn't do much to prevent their demise either. While she's bursting in anger, Jin comforts her by asking her to lift her head. The moment she opens her eyes, the two guards have already been killed. As for Veda, turns out that he isn't a bad guy at all. And instead, he's eternally grateful that the young master saved the king's daughter. Vura apologizes for everything that happened and assures Lonnie that she did the right thing by coming here because it will be fine from now on. Murakhan is left completely speechless and doesn't get what the heck is happening. It's revealed that Jin didn't do a thing to kill those guards. It was done so by Vura's own blade, and he's proud of Lonnie for having done so much on her part. Lonnie's brain is having a meltdown, realizing that she doubted Vura all along. Not realizing that he was on her side, he doesn't mind and actually finds it relieving that she's doing okay. Remember when Jin was brainstorming the possibilities earlier? He actually pieced together the information that Vitora is secretly an ally of the king. But he's also surprised to see the Holy Commander, recognizing him immediately. Vitor explains that he first saw the boy at the Lone Tree Bridge party that Kirin hosted upon his return. Back then, he noticed Jin and left without a word. But now, it's time for him to reveal the truth about his true association with Lonnie's father. You see, the whole public enemy thing was actually a false persona. Vura and King Malin deliberately acted like enemies conspiring against each other, when in reality, they were allies trying to keep the balance of the world. Jin adds on by stating that the Zippels had no clue, and because they suspected Vura to despise the king, they approached him and began thinking he was an ally. In reality, that was never the case. The Holy Kingdom is a mess right now, divided into two factions. One supporting the Canelo faction, and the other supporting the Crazy Mages. It's here that Vittoria confesses that the fake king is actually placed by the Canelo family, who can command the use of shapeshifters to do their bidding. This means Bubar and Canelo are involved in this mess. Vura explains that initially both groups tried to take over the Holy Kingdom together, but for some strange reason, they no longer appear to be cooperating with each other. Of course, this is once again because of Jin's involvement, but no one knows about that. Vura continues by stating that the kingdom is now split between the moderates faction who were sworn to the Zippels and the hardliners who follow the Canal. In reality, a third and very tiny proportion cares about the Holy Kingdom. Moving on. Jin hands him the fragment of the golem he took earlier and asks about the human experimentations that have been going on. He also expresses how the soldiers in the Eastern Church became golems shortly after they handled them. Fueled with rage, Servata frustratingly reveals that the Canelo have been leading their horrific experiments for 6 months now, and they've even taken innocent citizens as lab rats. This is a shocking revelation for Jin, who always assumed that the Zippels were behind the cause of experimentation, but it turns out to be the opposite. Over 100 people are taken as lab rats just to end up sacrificed as experiments in their name. The fact that Lonnie couldn't even catch wind of this is heartbreaking for her. However, the commander assures her that it's not her fault. It's the shortcoming of him and her father who failed to stop all of this. Murakhan chimes in with his objections, questioning why Vura has yet to come in contact with the Runandel or any other family for help. Unfortunately, the commander fears that if the Run Candles truly end up supporting them, there won't be a Holy Kingdom left. Even Jin understands that his family could easily swing that as a motivation to start a proper war, because in reality, their house doesn't require the use of the Holy Kingdom, but rather its saints, as well as its treasures. The commander emphasizes that the Zippel family has full knowledge of the experimentation process of the Canelo, but it seems like they're not showing any active involvement. This makes Jin realize that it's a cunning strategy to expose the Canelo to the public when the Zippels find it convenient. This way, they'll become the heroes in the eyes of the world. Not just that. From what the golems he encountered today, the young master vividly remembers their appearance to be different from last time. That's because these golems aren't created by the Zippels like they were before. At the same time, it bothers him about the motive of the Canelo faction to focus on creating golems in the first place. While he's deep in thought, the Dark Dragon probes his mind. Jin has figured out a way to take down both factions at once, while at the same time sustaining little damage. His words surprise both Lonnie and Vura, who wonder if something of the sort is even possible. The Run Candle reveals that he intends to go to the old Orium first, and right after dealing with the Kinzello, he'll help the citizens be freed. With the citizens out, they'll come forward with the truth. However, the commander still thinks it's a reckless plan if it's being left up to just 2 people. In the chance that Jin pulls this plan off successfully, there's still the issue that the idiots who supported the Canelo would probably end up joining the Zippels. To that, the young master expresses that he will remain firm on his stance. He'll bring the Canelo to their knees and then target the Zippel family through the people. All he demands is for the commander to trust in their plan. Vura eventually gives in and agrees while Lonnie backs up her friends, believing that they're not the type to say stuff for no reason. Seeing Lonnie act so freely, the commander feels a hint of relief. All this time, he was banking on his chances that the king's daughter would be the reason to help gather the rest of the loyal servants. And with that tiny group, they do something about the 2 factions, but that ineffective plan means nothing anymore. When Jin Runel has been sent as a blessing to their kingdom to save them all, though he's frustrated, the commander of the Holy Knights places his complete trust in the young master and asks for anything of his service. Jin orders him to keep on maintaining his disguise as a servant of the Zippels and to make sure Lonnie's fine until their return. With that promise made, our boy turns his back, promising that he'll be back. He earns the gratitude of the commander, while Murakan is excited for what's to come. The Dark Dragon advises Vura to act like he's been injured after a fight against his invaders. But here's the shocking part. This man literally chops his own damn arm off just to keep up with the act. Even Lonnie screams in worry, preparing to heal him at once. But the commander stops her, explaining that it's the only way to make the Zippel family believe about what went down, especially when his own guards are dead. In his final act, Vura hands his sword to the young master and tells him the exact room where all of their weapons have been stored. Jin clasps the blade and declares that he'll return before the ceremony closes. Let's go. Ahead and head to the old Orium, a place that is currently being used to experiment all kinds of ugly things. One of the researchers expressed sadness for being unable to save another test subject when suddenly the room goes red as a warning signal startles everyone. The men have no idea what's going on. The barriers they placed have been tampered with and removed. The evil mages have no idea because the barriers weren't even destroyed, just completely nullified. While they're piecing the situation together, they realize that an intruder is making his way. Both men take a step towards the window to see what's going on, only to witness an ever-lazing shadow dragon making his godly descent. The winged beast of black has completely dissolved the barriers and has taken control. Terrified, the men roar out a signal to attack the dragon at once, but Murakan simply enjoys himself, imbuing himself with dark magic before sending out his tendrils and engulfing the entire Otarium in a coat of black. Content with what he's done, he smiles at their amusing yet helpless attempts. The mages can no longer control their magic, allowing the dark dragon to make his move. To summarize just how powerful Murakan has gotten, let's talk about what he just did. With a single swipe of his hand, he slices the Otarium like butter, cleaving it clean. But not just that. He quickly makes a devastating descent to deepen the blow. Having marked his descent, Murakan shares that any remaining survivors will quickly meet their doom. Because the dark dragon hasn't just come to invade, it has come for their death. At that moment, Murakan and Jin had reached Kinsel as less than Unk is greater than's research base, just as the intelligence they had received had indicated. While Murakan was creating a distraction above ground, Jin remained hidden below, preparing to find a way inside. As he glanced upward, Jin couldn't help but marvel internally. No wonder Murakan was always boasting about his glory days. If what he was displaying now was only 40% of his true power, then it was truly beyond comprehension. Still, Jin didn't allow himself to be distracted. He reminded himself that while Murakan stirred chaos, he needed to use the secret passage that Lady Katmia had told him about and locate the imprisoned civilians. At the same time, several members of Kinsella were rushing out in panic, having heard the news that a dragon was rampaging nearby. Among them were Susan Listista, the clan leader of the Lolista family, and Chukan Tolder, the Grand Mage of Ans. Both appeared shaken, unable to comprehend how the barrier they had erected could be destroyed so easily. While they were on their way to restore the barrier, a massive fist came hurtling toward them, from out of nowhere, so swiftly that neither had any time to react. As the strike neared, expressions of pure terror overtook their faces. It seemed they were both questioning whether such seasoned mages as themselves were about to perish in such a meaningless way. A deafening explosion rang out the next instant. The Black Dragon's fist had crashed into a protective barrier made from the Grand Mage's mana. Yet resisting such overwhelming force was no simple feat. Chukon suffered a serious injury despite the support of several subordinate mages. Susan, recognizing the danger, knew she had to distract the Black Dragon while Chukon remained on defense. She had to buy time somehow, at least until their master arrived. And elsewhere, inside a dark secret chamber, strange sounds echoed continuously. At the center of the room stood a man with tattoos covering his bald head, murmuring in an ancient tongue. It was he who had been chanting those arcane words. He raised a staff and struck it into the ground, releasing a surge of immense magical energy. A ceiling formation quickly took shape, enveloping the entire chamber. From that formation, countless strands of mana burst outward, surging through the chamber, which was lined with containment cylinders filled with a greenish liquid. A twisted smile curled across the man's face, suggesting that everything was proceeding according to plan. The liquid inside the containers began to bubble violently and shift in color from green to a deep blood-like red. As anticipated, the contents of those containers turned out to be none other than biomachines, cyborgs created from humans through Kinzel's research. Back on the outside beneath Mount Zin, Jin had followed the secret path exactly as Kat Mia had instructed. After a brief search, he finally found the chamber where Kinzilla had been conducting their experiments. But it appeared he had arrived too late. The place was now completely empty. He wondered grimly if he had missed them. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, asking whether he was an ally of the Black Dragon and if he had come from the Holy Nation. Jin didn't hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he spun around and held his sword to the stranger's throat, demanding to know who they were. The woman raised her hands in surrender. She introduced herself as Muchila, a saintess of the Dawn Association who protected sacred doctrines under the order of His Holiness, the Holy King. She had infiltrated the Dark Magic Association 3 years ago and had been working covertly as a research assistant ever since. Upon hearing this, Jin asked if she knew where the captured civilians had been taken, but Sela told him it was already too late. They had been turned into biomachines and taken away by her superior. Jin then pressed further, asking how many people from the Holy Nation had been held there. At first, Sela lowered her head in silence. After a moment, she replied that it had likely been around 800 individuals. The battle outside showed no sign of calming down under the fierce attacks of the Black Dragon. The defenders were barely holding on. One of them couldn't help but wonder how on earth their lord hadn't arrived yet. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed. It seemed unbelievable that the Black Dragon had dared to charge this deep into enemy territory. Moroccan sensed that a new figure had entered the scene. Meanwhile, in the underground facility, the Archmage Chukon, Tolder, and Susan visibly brightened with relief, realizing that their lord had finally arrived. They both acknowledged how fortunate they were. Had he been even slightly later, they might not have held out any longer. The newcomer remarked that this was quite the unexpected gift. He had just been looking for new material. He was none other than the president of the Dark Magic Association. Not only had a perfect specimen delivered itself to him, but he now had the chance to test his weapons. To him, nothing could be more thrilling. Even if the opponent was a mighty Black Dragon, there was no way it could handle such a vast army of biomechanical soldiers. He declared that it was time to see just how powerful this famed Black Dragon truly was. As soon as he finished speaking, the biomechanical soldiers below began accumulating energy simultaneously, aiming straight at Murakan. The man warned the dragon that it would be best to regret ever setting foot in this place. At once, a torrent of energy beams shot from the mouths of the mechanical soldiers, hurtling toward the Black Dragon in a coordinated assault. Deep inside a hidden chamber, another conversation continued undisturbed. Jin asked if the biomechanical soldiers had been modeled after the race of the Shadow Lords, silently wondering how such a feat had even been possible. Sela opened the door herself and revealed that Dee had successfully restored and cultivated the bloodline of the ancient Shadow Lord race. Long thought to have vanished thousands of years ago, he had managed to recreate and even replicate it. Jean, furious, questioned aloud whether Du had truly dared to tamper with the sacred bloodline of the Shadow Lords. As he followed Sela, she went on to explain that those who had been turned into mechanical soldiers could no longer be saved. Then she pointed toward a room ahead, saying there was something she wanted him to see. Inside were many unmoving bodies, victims of failed experiments, disfigured and barely clinging to life. Sela confessed that Du had ordered their disposal, but she had secretly hidden them instead. Without a mana-supplying device, they wouldn't even be able to survive. She admitted her own inability to restore them to their original forms, but believed that a high-ranking healer from the Holy Nation might still have a chance. She assured Jane that this was the very reason she had come. Their exchange, however, was suddenly interrupted by a violent tremor, likely an aftershock from the battle above. The biomechanical soldiers on the surface began coughing up blood. Sela panicked, realizing the mana supply had been severed. Although the devices still appeared functional, she couldn't understand why this was happening. It seemed that the entire mana reserve of the facility was being drained. The battle had truly begun. After explaining this, Jean quickly turned to leave, telling Sela to take care of the survivors until he returned, promising that this wouldn't take long. Outside, the first wave of attack by nearly 1,000 biomechanical giants had been completed. Du stood at the forefront, laughing maniacally, praying that the divine gaze of Adulla would shine upon the black dragon. To him, it was a spectacular sight. 800 giants created from the bloodline of the Shadow Lords. And yet, the black dragon couldn't even resist. But the dragon, in turn, merely smiled with a cryptic expression. He declared that it was time to begin. Having finally run out of patience, a mighty roar erupted from his throat, radiating immense power across the battlefield. Du immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he turned, he saw the energy cores of all the biogs had shut down. In a flash, the mechanical army had lost all its strength. At that moment, another figure entered the fray. Accusingly, he denounced Du for turning innocent civilians into monsters. He questioned if this was the man who had dared to defile his bloodline, calling them all scum. He claimed they deserved to be torn to pieces. Chukan's mouth fell open in disbelief. He couldn't believe that wretched man had appeared here. Du too was stunned when his comrade referred to the new figure as B. Regardless of their expressions, Zin stood above with the azure lightning sword of the sealed gate in his hand, surrounded by thunder and lightning lighting up the sky. He coldly declared that this would be the day they were wiped off the face of the world. The expressions on the enemies below turned grim, especially Du, who sensed something unusual about the young man confronting him. According to the direction of the wind and thunderstorm, bolts of lightning rained down upon the ground where they stood. The earth was easily torn apart by the overwhelming power, and the low-ranking soldiers were effortlessly annihilated. Panic spread among the ranks in the face of the sudden devastation. Only one remained fixated. Joe, who stood wide-eyed, staring intently at the young man before him. He recognized that immense power. It was the very thing he had always pursued, the heart of a dark sovereign. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from sorrow, but from sheer ecstasy. It was beautiful. Everything he had spent his life chasing now appeared before him, so close he could almost grasp it. Thoughts began racing through his mind. I want it. That heart must be mine. As his desire intensified, his expression twisted into madness, like that of a beast who had finally laid eyes on its most desired prey. Without hesitation, he ordered his biomechanical soldiers to attack and rip out the heart of his opponent. Jin didn't back down. Without fear, he charged forward. His first wave of enemies were hundreds of towering giants stampeding toward him. Sparks exploded from their mouths and bombardments erupted across the land. In moments, the ground was engulfed in flames, but behind the thick curtain of smoke, something began to emerge. It was Jin, completely unharmed. Not a single scratch on his body despite the fierce onslaught. It was now his turn to retaliate. With a single slash, a sword strike powerful enough to destroy heaven, and earth tore through the advancing army of biomechanical giants, effortlessly cleaving them into pieces. Joe screamed in rage, demanding to know what his forces were doing and ordering them to restrain Jin immediately. Only now did he begin to realize that this opponent was far more formidable than he had initially believed. From above, Jin calmly instructed Murakhan to kill all the Lachias, everyone except the one in command. Murakhan casually responded that it was a trivial task, likening it to child's play. Then the black dragon let out a roar and swung his claw toward the horde of giants. A surge of dark energy erupted, prompting astonishment even from Joe, whose eyes widened once again. Was this the power of darkness? Soon, darkness consumed the entire battlefield. This was Moron's domain. With a mere snap of his fingers, hundreds of biogs were obliterated. The waves of dark aura pierced through their bodies with ease. Even Chuan and Suze, powerful grand mages in their own right, barely escaped death. Joe looked around, in panic. His once proud army had been reduced to nothing. He found himself asking internally what on earth was happening. The proud legion he had built was gone, crushed in moments. From above, Jin coldly told him to surrender, declaring that he had already lost. Yet Joe, defiant as ever, retorted that he hadn't wanted to use that, but now it seemed he had no other choice. He began chanting in an ancient tongue, holding tightly to his staff. As dark energy surged around him, a powerful seal formed, one that made it clear just how dangerous the spell was. Jin remained calm, standing firmly on the scorched ground. Nothing had happened yet. Then suddenly, the earth around him shook, violently, as if something massive were about to rise. And it did. In the next instant, a colossal monster erupted from the ground. Fortunately, Jin managed to leap away just in time to avoid escaping Maw. He soon realized that this creature was nearly the same size as Murakhan in his black dragon form. Yet, something felt off. Jin sensed multiple energy, sources emanating from the creature, and a growing unease settled over him. Jin landed nearby, eyes locked onto the monstrous being. Meanwhile, Joe was grinning maniacally. He mocked Jin, asking if the boy was stunned into silence by his greatest masterpiece. With exaggerated reverence, he introduced it as the pinnacle of all his life's experiments. The creature's body was crafted from the flesh and skin of monsters, taking the form of a massive white elephant. Most terrifying of all was its core, a fusion of 5 phoenix hearts crystallized into one. According to Joe, it was created specifically to overpower even the greatest mage of their age, Kiazippo. This, he declared, proudly, was his ultimate creation. Pollock, the frost golem that had devoured fire. While Joe grinned like a madman beneath him, Murakhan looked on with a surprising calm. That monstrous thing did indeed carry enough power to bring catastrophe, he admitted to himself. But then he questioned Joe aloud, wondering how the fool could dare present a golem imbued with phoenix essence right in front of the ruler of the Fire Realm. Joe, of course, had no idea what the dragon was talking about. Murakhan then shifted back into his human form and approached Jin. He warned the boy that the old man had completely lost his sanity. From this moment forward, Murakhan declared he would ignore the contract between them and forcibly draw upon Jin's power. Jin was taken aback. Forcibly use my power, he thought. But before he could make sense of it, Murakhan had already begun to act. Following the stream of mana flowing from Murakhan into the summoning sigil, a gate to the Fire Realm was opened. Watching the process, Cho assumed they were summoning a phoenix. He noted that the creature's size was fairly large, but ultimately dismissed it as an ordinary phoenix. In his mind, he thought that if they truly wanted to face someone like Paul, the summoned beast would need to be at least on par with Bayot from the CIA. However, just as he finished that thought, his eyes widened in disbelief, forming perfect circles. He was struck silent, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stared at what was emerging. It wasn't something that any mage would fail to recognize. What stood before him was the pride and aspiration of every mage across the continent. Murakhan, drenched in sweat and visibly uneasy, seemed to be reassuring himself, hoping that the creature wouldn't go so far as to kill its own contractor, because the entity that had just been summoned from the Fire Realm was none other than the Blue Flame Phoenix Test, the king of all phoenixes. At that moment, after Murakhan had lent Jin his power to summon Test, the great creature descended from the skies, engulfed in blazing blue fire. Witnessing the terrifying sight, Puz's face twisted with fear as he screamed, unable to believe that such a mere novice could possibly summon Test. Yet disbelief changed nothing. The image of the azure phoenix spreading its wings in the heavens shattered all of his perceptions. The magical force within. Jin poured out in resonance with the beat of Test's wings. Blue flames filled the sky as the phoenix spewed a torrent of azure fire toward the ground. The sight left the enemy even more horrified, his mouth wide open in ceaseless cries. At his command, the monstrous beast, Puke, desperately attempted to swallow the flames. The massive creature opened its maw, grotesquely formed from the remnants of countless beings, and devoured the torrent of fire rushing toward it. But Test's blaze grew only fiercer, rapidly covering the entire battlefield in blue light. No matter how much Puke tried to consume, it was never enough. Nearby, Denjo, who was maintaining a defensive spell, grew increasingly anxious. He cursed under his breath, urging Puke to endure. Fearing that his prized creation would soon collapse under the phoenix's overwhelming might, his fears were realized in the next instant. Test unleashed a thunderous cry, its azure flames surging violently until they formed a blazing whirlwind. The devastating power overwhelmed everything. Jin collapsed into unconsciousness from the strain, his body falling into Murakan's arms while Puke convulsed, coughing blood as the defensive array cracked apart. He was struck with despair as he realized that the protective formation was breaking, and a heartbeat later, the eternal fire of the phoenix swallowed him whole. Near him, Puke's monstrous pet met the same fate. The flames tore its body apart with ease, and the colossal carcass crashed into the earth with a terrible roar. Horrified, Morn shouted desperately, demanding that it stop. He pleaded with Test not to drain Jin's life away merely out of wrath. For Jin was already unconscious and on the verge of collapse in his arms. He begged the phoenix to calm itself and withdraw before a disaster truly unfolded. At last, with Murakan's earnest plea, Test relented. The blue phoenix dissolved into pure flame and vanished into the gateway beneath the earth, returning to the fire realm. Puke's smoldering remains fell beside its master, marking the final destruction of the Black Society. Kneeling on the ground with the last of his strength, D realized that everything had ended in futility. In his final moments, he lamented and whispered an apology to the General Director. Yet, just as despair consumed him, a sudden voice echoed from above, followed by a brilliant light shining across the sky. The voice urged him not to give up, proclaiming that as long as he still remained, they could begin anew. Shocked, Du lifted his gaze with a glimmer of hope as the radiant light grew brighter, addressing him directly from the heavens. Murakan and Jin, now regaining consciousness, also heard the words and understood that the battle was not truly over. Du immediately knelt, declaring with reverence that it was his honor to behold the General Director. His words left Murakan and Jin astonished. Could that truly be the General Director of Kenzal? As the brilliance above them grew clearer, a faint yet radiant figure gradually revealed itself. The hazy figure spoke, remarking that so this was how he finally encountered the one Ghibli and Ben had been desperately searching for. He claimed it was a pleasure to meet Boro, and added that he had already heard of Murakan's awakening. With Murakan becoming his guardian dragon, he concluded that Boro must surely be one of the Dark Contractors, which explained why such an extraordinary figure had suddenly appeared on the continent. Murakan then shouted furiously, demanding to know what the figure was and how it dared to call his name as though they were familiar. He wanted to know who the figure truly was. In response to Murakan's barrage of questions, the figure replied calmly that it was truly disappointing that Murakan had forgotten the one who had once saved his life. The figure insisted that it had been the one who stopped him when he went berserk right before being killed by Tema. Murakan froze in shock and angrily asked how the figure dared mention that name, asserting with rage that the intruder could only be some demon who had overheard fragments of the past. He insisted that the one who had gone mad that day was not him, but Ta. But before Murakan could finish, the figure cut him off, asking if that was really what he wished to claim. It said that not only had Murakan failed to recognize him, but he also dared to suggest that the incident had been TMA's fault. At this, Murakan roared in anger, shouting that the wretch should shut his mouth for daring to mention Ta again. His aura surged violently throughout his body as he swore he would kill the figure immediately, along with his subordinate, Kin Zilo, and send them all to hell. Jin, standing beside him, realized that the stranger was only trying to provoke Merkin and urged him not to fall for the bait. But it seemed too late. The figure sneered that sending him to hell was something Merkin had not been able to achieve, even at his peak. Pointing with his hand, the figure created a small sphere of light which suddenly burst open, unleashing a white mist that blanketed the entire sky. Moroccan's eyes remained fixed on the sight without blinking. But before he realized it, the world around him had vanished, as if nothing existed anymore. He wondered in disbelief if this was some form of illusion magic affecting him, questioning who this wretch really was. Then the voice echoed again, asking Murakhan whether he truly had lost his memory, or if he had merely rearranged it to benefit himself. It questioned whether Murkan truly believed the one who had gone berserk that day was TMA and not himself. At those words, Merkin's expression twisted strangely as fragments of memory resurfaced. Images drenched in crimson and himself standing over a corpse. The voice continued, saying that it had witnessed everything that day, but it was understandable since everyone had at least one truth they could not bear to admit. It said it understood him because the pain of losing that dear friend was surely real. Though the words were spoken gently, they tore open Moroccan's wound. His face turned pale with horror as if he could not accept it. His aura spun out of control and his eyes drowned in anger. His entire body became enveloped in energy as he roared with burning fury on the verge of completely losing himself. Just as it seemed a villain might be born in that moment, a sudden fist of affection struck Moroccan's face out of nowhere. Even the radiant figure above was stunned into silence. Jin's punch landed hard, distorting the dragon's handsome face. Merkin angrily cursed, demanding what the brat had just done, rubbing his bruised face while insulting him. But soon he realized something. Standing beside him, Jin asked if he had finally regained his senses. Merkin cursed bitterly, struggling to his feet, and admitted that the snake-like wretch had bewitched him for a moment. He apologized to Jin, calling it his disgrace. The figure above stroked his chin with hidden meaning, remarking that if Merkin had been able to restrain that madness so easily back then, perhaps TMA would never have died. Jin stopped Merkin from advancing and instead turned toward their opponent, questioning him. He remarked that it was surprising how much the supposed leader of Canelo talked. If the man were truly strong enough to oppose the first patriarch of the Run Candle, then a single strike should have been more than enough to annihilate them all. Jin wondered why such a person would waste time on cheap healing tricks. Since the man remained silent, Jin concluded that he must not have such strength at all. He reflected that he should have realized it earlier the moment the enemy relied on illusions to provoke them. To Jin, a true powerhouse worthy of being a leader would have already crushed them before uttering a single word, as had been the case with all the strong figures he had ever known. At that moment, the figure moved his lips slightly, admitting that Jin was right. He addressed Jin as the son of the Runendel, and as his light flared once more, he explained that he was not currently in a condition to truly fight all them, so the battle would end there. As he spoke, he conjured something resembling a miniature black hole. When it detonated, fragments scattered like shards of space itself, leaving a crack running across the sky directly in front of him. Jin realized with a start that this time it was no illusion. The man was attempting something real. The enemy continued, saying that he needed to clean up a few matters first. The fragments shot toward the central laboratory of Canelo, and his target turned out to be one of his own subordinates. The subordinate only managed to whisper faintly, addressing him as commander before the shards pierced through his body. Blood sprayed across the ground as the great mage Chukan collapsed, nearly killed instantly. Looking down from above, the figure spread his fingers and coldly remarked that he was sorry. But he did not have the luxury to save Chukan as well. He dismissed him as nothing more than a man whose only talent was boasting a little more than the average person. With those words, shards of fragmented space swirled around his body, and beside him was Joe, already enveloped in a special spatial barrier. A massive pillar of light descended, engulfing both of them and erasing their images completely from Jin's sight. The man left only a parting message, expressing that he hoped they would meet again under less unpleasant circumstances. Watching the light fade, Jin silently questioned what exactly the leader of Canelo was. It seemed clear that for some reason the man was unable to wield his full power. Yet the fact that even Merkin was captivated proved that he was immensely strong. Merkin himself wondered the same. What kind of monster could warp space in such a way? He had never heard of any demon capable of such a feat. Could that man even be a demon at all? Since he knew both Murakan and Sirar, he must have lived for over 1,000 years. And he even seemed to know about the Spectre clan and their attempted resurrection. Jin speculated that the figure was likely a being from the era when they once ruled the world. The fact that he had chosen to rescue only Joe strongly suggested that Joe was of critical importance to Kinsella. Afterward, Jin approached Chukan, who lay unconscious from blood loss. Hearing the footsteps, Chukan forced his eyes open. Jin asked him if he was still breathing, remarking bitterly that it must be agonizing to fall by the very blade of his own master. He asked if Chukan had any last words. Chukan is less than Ankh is greater than S. Lips trembled, unable to form complete sentences. But he raised a piece of paper and whispered weakly that it contained the location of his spellbook. Jin quickly took it from him. And in that moment, Chukan released his final breath. He exhaled as though relieved of a great burden, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed as he passed away. Jin examined the paper carefully and found that it contained the coordinates of Chukan is less than Ankh is greater than S grimoire. Regardless of whether the man had been a friend or foe, no wizard would want the lifelong culmination of his work to disappear without a trace, and Jin intended to honor that wish. Later, Jin and Merkin returned to the cavern where the others were receiving treatment. Jin informed the old dragon that he had encountered a saint here. She had been sent by the Holy King on a mission and had stayed in the region for a long time, so she likely knew the location of the spellbook. However, the moment they entered, they found everyone kneeling on the ground in tears before the saintly woman known as Mushula. Stunned, Jin asked what had happened. One of the villagers explained that she had exhausted her life force to save them and had now returned to the embrace of the divine. The man held up a book, explaining that before her final breath, she had entrusted it to him to deliver to Jin. It was a notebook, her diary. Holding the diary in his hands, Jin silently vowed that he would never forget her sacrifice. He swore that he would reveal the truth to the world, so that there would be no more victims like her. To him, Musala was the purest and most virtuous saint he had ever known. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the footsteps of a wandering sorceress came to a halt. She gazed upon a distant castle shrouded in rising smoke. Her striking red hair marked her presence. She was none other than Valeria Hire, Ginrun Candle's master from his previous life. Whether Jin and his former master would soon cross paths remained an unanswered question. At that moment, within the Grand Hall of Canello's headquarters, many of the organization's key members had already gathered. Bisco Ibriano remarked that the commander was far too late, and admitted he had truly begun to worry that something might have happened. Among those present was B. Sidrixer, a great warrior of the White Wolf clan and the supreme commander of Kinsel is less than Ankh is greater than's revolutionary army. He stated frankly that aside from the two brothers, he had yet to find any human who pleased him. The thought that the commander had to personally step in to rescue someone filled him with anger. Another voice agreed, saying that in moments like this, it was frustrating that only the commander could wield spatial powers. Bisco, however, reflected to himself that the commander was indispensable for the great cause ahead, while others such as Bua or Ju were nothing but constant headaches. Just then, a sudden violet light appeared before them, startling both men. A gate began to form, and from within emerged the Supreme Commander alongside another figure. The two had returned exactly as expected, yet the moment the commander appeared, he began coughing up mouthfuls of blood, leaving Bisco and Sidrixer deeply alarmed. They understood that his body was in an exhausted state. The commander reassured them that he was fine and only needed some rest. As he walked to the center of the hall, his steps unsteady, Bisco quickly ran forward to support him and insisted on leading him to rest. Meanwhile, the other figure who had come through the gate was drenched in cold sweat. Barrack growled menacingly as, though ready to devour the man alive, and demanded to know how he dared to let the commander risk his precious life for his own. The commander tapped lightly on the arm of the chair and told Barrack not to be so harsh, insisting that this was not a complete failure. He added that the most intriguing revelation from the recent journey was the true identity of Baimio. It turned out that the man had come from Runendel, and judging from his age, he seemed to be the youngest son of the clan. The commander admitted he was genuinely curious whether Zippo and Ben were aware of this truth. These words left Bisco completely shocked. He turned toward the respected commander and asked in disbelief whether Bamio was in fact Jin Runel. The commander confirmed it, saying that if the youngest son of Runandel was indeed named Jin, then that must be the case. But he wondered why Bisco seemed so concerned with the boy. Bisco hastily explained that he was simply surprised, as it was startling to think that the reserve flag-bearer Jin Runandel was actually Bomio. The commander recalled that he had borrowed Ju's sight at the time and had personally witnessed everything. He explained that Jin did not merely possess the magic and strength of the Ghost King clan, but had also formed pacts with the fire god Tess and the Lord of Darkness. This meant that he had broken the long-standing covenant with Zippel. There was no way, the commander reasoned, that Ken would be unaware of what his son intended. It seemed to him that Runandel was preparing for a direct confrontation with Zippel, and he insisted that they too must prepare for this outcome. Hearing the commander's detailed explanation, Bisco sank into his own thoughts. If it was true that Bameo was none other than young Master Jin, then Jin's connection with Booba at the banquet and his sudden visit to the sculpture workshop were all explained. It meant Jin had already known who Bubba and he were, and had deliberately approached them. That had to be the case. Clearly, on the day when Bubba and he had been discussing the matter of retrieving the compass, he had felt the faint presence of someone else nearby. They had carried out countless investigations trying to uncover the source of the information leak. Yet, it turned out the culprit was himself all along. As the deputy commander, Bisco, after a flood of thoughts ran through his mind, understood clearly that he had to take responsibility for everything that had happened. He slowly spoke up, intending to tell the commander that he had something to say. Yet at that very moment, the commander interrupted, stating that something terrible had occurred. He remarked that it seemed they had forgotten something crucial, Ryan Zippel's magic tome, which was also the final form of the Hell of Annihilation from the Black Heaven. He admitted that in the haste of their escape, it had been left behind. Turning his gaze toward Du, he asked if Du was the one holding it. However, what greeted him was merely Du's bewildered expression, showing he had no idea what was going on. Du confessed that he had been overwhelmed to the point of losing all awareness. This provoked the commander into furious insults, calling him a useless, pathetic fool, and demanding to know who was to be held accountable for that damned book. He scolded him further, saying that as the leader of the Black Sorcerers Guild, it was unacceptable to forget something so critical. Du, close to tears, pleaded for Barrack to reconsider, reminding him that the entire council had already been destroyed and that he was the last survivor of that catastrophic event. Yet to BK, all of Du's words sounded like nothing more than feeble excuses. He nearly struck Du down on the spot until Bisco intervened to stop the escalation. Bisco ordered him to stand down, reminding him that the commander had gone to great lengths just to bring Du's life back here. Cornered against the wall, Du was then threatened, being told to get lost like the parasite he was, and that if he were ever seen again, he would be killed without hesitation. The chaos unfolding before his eyes left the Supreme Commander of Canelo with an even greater headache. They had first lost the compass, and now the magic tome of Ron Zippel was also gone. He lamented that they had lost their most vital trump card to stand against Zippel. Then, recalling that his deputy had wanted to speak, he urged Bisco to continue. Bisco admitted that he had intended to mention the magic tome. He explained that although it had indeed been left behind, no one but Zippel could possibly find it, and that even Runandel was unaware of its existence, so there was no need to worry too much. Inwardly, Bisco knew that acknowledging mistakes at this point would solve nothing. The priority was to find a way to deal with the situation at hand. Hearing this, the commander nodded in reluctant agreement. Conceding that Bisco was right, he concluded that perhaps their enemies truly did not know of its existence, and therefore would never be able to locate it. Yet, at that very moment, right before Murakhan and Jin lay the very tome those men had been speaking of, the final form of the Hell of Annihilation from the Black Heaven. It was a masterpiece created by not only the strongest figure of the entire era, but also the greatest sorcerer in history. Just as the journals of Matsala had recorded, the legacy of Ron Zippel had indeed been hidden here. And with it, the supreme magic had now fallen into Jin's hands. Jin remembered and silently gave thanks to her, realizing that without her, he would never have been able to save the remaining survivors or discover this tome. He vowed to himself that he would save the Holy Kingdom and ensure that everyone would remember her as a hero. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Ankila, the people were rejoicing in the final day of the Advent Festival. It was known that the last day had always been the central point of the ceremonies. Just then, the sound of proclamation rang out from within the castle, echoing across the entire city. The announcer declared to the children of Saint Adullah and the honored guests gathered from all corners of the world that the consecration ritual was about to begin, where His Majesty, the Holy King, would perform a miracle. That year, the king's daughter, Lani Salome, would be the one to recite the blessings. Following this, Lani read aloud the sacred blessings from the Holy Scripture, calling upon the chosen children of Adullah to step forward and receive the miraculous benediction. A man under the Holy King's touch rejoiced as he was once again able to see the light. But in truth, it was nothing but a staged deception. The consecration ritual, along with the actors assigned to their roles, was a grand facade. What the Holy Kingdom was carrying out at that very moment was something utterly vile. Suddenly, a group of people wearing black cloaks erupted at the front. They bowed their heads before the Holy King, pleading with him to listen to their story. The false Holy King did not yet understand what was happening, but Lon quickly leaned in to whisper to him, urging him to consecrate them. She reminded him that the previous year he had also failed to drive away the intruders. Amused, he laughed and remarked that it was very good, then questioned how much pain the children of Adullah must have suffered to seek him out. At his words, they hastily pulled down their cloaks, revealing strange and distorted bodies beneath. Shocked exclamations echoed across the square as the crowd beheld the sight. People shouted in horror, asking whether they were monsters. One of the grotesque figures cried out in agony, declaring that they had been dragged into a laboratory and forcibly transformed into their current forms. They demanded to know who was responsible for all of it. The voice of the false Holy King rang out, though his face betrayed his unease. Then a hand pointed straight at Vitura, accusing him as the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights. They claimed he had sold them to Dio's laboratory. They insisted that on the night before the consecration ceremony, there had already been a scheme in motion. Canelo would seize control by force, while Zippel would publicly claim the mantle of justice. Jin then explained that they would rescue the survivors from Kenzel, is less than Unk is greater than's laboratory, and announced that these people had been discovered inside Zippel's fourth magic tower. Someone objected that such a lie would be exposed immediately, but Jin assured them that the plan would succeed. The master of the fourth magic tower was for some reason currently being held as a prisoner by Canelo. That was why Vura's role was crucial, as he was known to side with Zippel and directly oppose the Holy King. After rescuing the survivors, Jin instructed him only to stir chaos and ensure that Zippel's name was revealed. At that point, Kiak Zippel would be forced into a dilemma. Either admit that his third son had been kidnapped by a third-rate terrorist group like Canelo, or take responsibility for the biosynthetic human experiments in place of Kenzel. Back in the present, Vura quickly grabbed the sword at his waist and shouted for silence. He declared that the vile heretics should say one more word, and he would kill them all. Everything up to that moment was unfolding exactly as planned. Yet Lon knew that this also meant Vura would ultimately have to sacrifice his life to see it through. A voice told her not to cry, and she studied herself before fixing her gaze firmly on Vura. She asked how he could so easily brand them as heretics and even draw his sword in the middle of such a sacred consecration ceremony. Vura immediately retorted, urging everyone to open their eyes and look at the monstrous forms before them, insisting it was obvious they had allied with demons. He said that such judgment should be left to the Holy King, but Lon swiftly countered his words, which left him completely enraged. He declared that as the Grand Commander of the Holy Knights, he possessed full authority in the judgment of heresy. He warned her that if she uttered even one more word, he would consider her a heretic as well. With fury etched on his face, Vitora glared at the holy guards blocking his path. One of them spoke up, ordering him to return his sword to its scabbard immediately, warning that unsheathing a weapon without the king's command was treason. Enraged, Vura shouted back that they were his direct subordinates, yet they dared to obstruct him. He declared that he would punish them right there, just as he would the corrupted creatures before him. Those words made the holy priest tremble, not out of fear of their commander, but because they understood that he would no longer be able to stand there much longer. He declared that it was time for him to fulfill his duty and apologized to everyone before shouting for all the Holy Knights to stop. "Commander Vitura!" Immediately, a tense battle erupted. Both sides clashed, turning the square into a chaotic melee. Smoke and dust filled the air as civilians fled in terror, trying to stay as far away from the fighting as possible, which only made the scene more tumultuous. Meanwhile, the experimented citizens drew closer to the Holy King on his throne, imploring him to witness their devotion and grant them consecration. Accusations were hurled that the heretics dared to approach the Holy King so recklessly, while oaths were made that Commander Vitura would save his majesty at once. At that very moment, a whispering voice reached him, apologizing to Vura. Lon immediately restrained the commander's movements, while the other man screamed that all those who stood in his way were heretics, insisting that every heretic deserved to be annihilated. Lon was struck by a sword and hurled aside, struggling desperately to keep hold of her blade. Her body was forced back until she found herself before the false Holy King. Vura charged once again, his sword raised, crying out that the heretics should perish. The night before, he had said something that Lonnie had never thought she would hear. He had asked her to cut him down. He had explained that even if young Lord Jane's plan succeeded, the enemies would merely discard a few stand-ins and then continue to find a way to devour the holy nation. He had asked her what she truly thought the people needed at that moment. Lonnie had not replied, nor had she wanted to hear anything further. Yet, he had insisted that a true leader must accept such a reality. He reminded her that even those who were unrelated to their cause had fought with earth-shaking resolve for the holy nation. He told her to stop behaving like a child and think rationally, emphasizing that becoming the Holy King was not only her father's intention, but also Adula's. He had said that Mishan had already received a sacred decree from Allah, but he admitted that even if God had chosen him, that did not make it right. He had asked whether she would sacrifice him, even turn him into a traitor cursed by history. He swore that even at the cost of his life, he could never allow such a thing. Yet after all this, Lonnie had received neither objection nor further response from him. Vura had simply remained there, gripping the chair of the Holy Knight's command, gazing into Lonnie's tearful eyes, and telling her that his role was to slay the false Holy King with his own hands. He confessed that he had lived as a villain and sided with evil only to await this day. He explained that when she executed him publicly for killing the Holy King, the people would believe that Abdullah's divine will still endured. He apologized for placing such a burden on her shoulders and assured her that both he and Mishan would be watching over her. He urged her to become a true Holy King for the sake of the nation and its people. As Vitura's blade came down, Lonnie's hand shot out with sudden swiftness, seizing the garment of the man behind her and throwing him directly in front of the commander. Vura shouted that such petty tricks could not possibly stop him. Yet his sword continued to fall, cleaving through the body of the false Holy King and ending his life in bitter agony. In that instant, horrified cries erupted from the crowd, denouncing Vitura as the Hound of Zippel, who had brought ruin upon the holy nation, and demanding that he pay for the suffering he had inflicted. Stunned eyes watched the false king's body collapse, while Lon herself screamed in anguish, crying out that the man was her father. She rushed forward, swinging her mighty sword at the traitor before her, while inside, she silently wept for Vura, for he had now become the eternal name of rebellion. Vura urged her to strike him down, while at the same time assuring her that everything would be fine. Those faint words whispered into her ear as she gazed at his tear-soaked face. It was the final stretch of the general's journey, and so, after only a brief exchange of blows, Lonnie's blade finally slashed across Vura's body. She sank down where she stood as blood began to drip onto the floor. Beneath her, one of Vitura's subordinates stepped forward, dragging the civilians aside while shouting that they must serve their sovereign. Yet, his eyes quickly froze in disbelief. Upon the stone dais, both the holy sovereign and the commander had collapsed, their bodies drenched in blood. Struggling to regain composure, he ordered all holy knights to arrest Lonnie Salamome along with the entire rebel force. Merkin then asked Jin whether they should intervene, but Jin replied that it would not be necessary. Indeed, as soon as the holy knights advanced, their steps were halted. Voices cried out in fury, accusing the knights of not only bringing harm upon the sovereign, but now seeking to target Lady Lonnie as well. They denounced them as vile lackey of Zippel, demanding whether they felt no shame before Adula. Lonnie understood that this was the moment when she herself had to act. Slowly, she raised her hand and beams of light began to radiate. Before the astonished eyes of the people of Vanka, everyone realized what it meant. Strange sounds like divine utterances spilled from her lips, and the light grew ever brighter, forcing all to turn toward her. The crowd no longer cared for their previous fears or doubts. The holy knights instantly dropped their weapons, while the citizens folded their hands in prayer before Adula. A new holy sovereign had appeared in Vansella, one blessed by the supreme god. And within that blinding brilliance, a silent hero smiled in deep contentment, though he knew well that his own name would one day be recorded in history with a stigma far more disgraceful than any other. With the death of the rebel Vora and the previous holy king, a new beacon had been lit. The hero who had saved the holy kingdom of Vanala from Zippel became the nation's new symbol of hope. When Lonnie Salome ascended to the throne as the new holy king, order was quickly restored. Among the lists Vura had prepared for Kinsella and Zippel, only the one concerning Zippel was made public. Naturally, this led to Zippel's agents being the first to be captured. The new holy king Lonnie governed with a fiercely anti-Zippel policy. She declared that although the name of the hero who had saved the survivors would remain unspoken, that figure had revealed that biomechanical experiments were being carried out at Zippel's fourth magic tower. She stated that the Holy Kingdom officially demanded an explanation from Zippel, and until that explanation was given, her father's funeral would not be held. Because of these proclamations, the attention of the entire world turned toward Zippel and Vanquilla. News spread that a traitor, in collusion with Zippel, had assassinated the Holy King, and that his daughter Lonnie Salem would now inherit the throne. Reports circulated that human experiments had indeed been conducted in Vansilla inside Zippel's tower, and the new Holy King demanded that Zippel provide a proper explanation. Thus, the whole continent became engulfed in heated news, and after centuries of calm, it seemed that a great fire was about to ignite once more. At the same time, Runendel, who previously had no legitimate reason to interfere in the affairs of the Holy Kingdom, finally gained one. The distant matriarch vowed to report the matter to the clan leader herself and to dispatch emissaries as mourners to Vansilla. Meanwhile, in a remote northern sea, Lady Luna remained sunk in grief after the passing of her nursemaid. It was then that footsteps approached. Luna's instincts alerted her to the presence of Katnia and Thon's two adopted children. To prevent any misunderstanding, Katnia quickly explained their identities to the young lady. As the two others trembled with unease, Luna stepped forward, telling them she had already expected that they would appear sooner or later, and urged them to pay their respects to the deceased. At that, Varys's face, already quivering, broke into tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed toward her mother, the instant Luna finished speaking. Luna understood that feeling well, the pain of being suddenly abandoned by the one dearest to her. While Varys sobbed at the grave, Luna turned to Kujan and asked if he had anything he wished to say to her. His gaze seemed vacant, as though nothing else mattered anymore. As he looked at the young lady, it turned out that she was the only person his mother had truly cherished, as though she were her own child, Luna Runendel. Finally, he bowed his head before her and expressed his thanks. Chon then spoke up. Luna was unsure whether his gratitude was for her presence at the nursemaid's side all this time, or for something else, but she told him to go on, remarking that surely the nursemaid would also wish to see him again at the tombstone of Thon Marius Katnia, expressed surprise, saying he had never imagined Kujan capable of smiling since all the time they had traveled together he had never once seen it. Katna then drew a letter from his coat and explained that there was another reason he had come so far. He said it was a letter from young Master Jin. Luna took the letter and read it with astonishment. Within it, Dino wrote that he was preparing an article to expose the truth about the Holy Kingdom. Once the article was complete, he asked her to depart with them, promising to explain the details along the way. At that very same time, within the castle of the Zippel clan, the clan leader remarked that perhaps this was something they could no longer avoid. A voice rose, directed toward Kiag Zippel, questioning whether the hero who had saved the survivors from the experiments at the fourth magic tower was truly present. It was pointed out that if Zippel admitted his son had been captured by Kenzel, it would damage his prestige. Yet, if he took the blame on behalf of Canelo for the biohumanoid experiments, his honor would be destroyed. He reflected that he liked neither option, but it seemed there was no other way. He then ordered that Commander Fenzoro be contacted and told that Hippo was needed. At the gates of the holy nation of Vonkella, envoys from across the world gathered to mourn the late Holy King. Meanwhile, the people cried out in protest, demanding a proper explanation from Zippel for such barbarity. They shouted accusations that Zippel had murdered the Holy King and turned their brothers into experimental subjects, asking whether the family truly felt no fear of the gods and demanding that the truth be revealed. Yet, in the midst of their uproar, their voices suddenly fell silent. From behind the mountains, a warship appeared in the sky, stunning all who witnessed it. A voice from the ship declared that House Zippel would make a statement. Murakhan muttered irritably that it was sheer arrogance to speak so haughtily while supposedly explaining themselves. Jin shared the same thought, remarking inwardly that he had not expected them to arrive riding a CJ vessel. Then someone aboard the ship began to speak. The envoy first declared that the Holy King's death had been an accident and offered their deepest condolences. He admitted, as the public already knew, that the main house of Zippel had indeed intervened in the politics of Vansilla, and with the help of colluding officials, had allowed terrible biological experiments to be conducted on the populace. However, he stressed that all experiments and political interference were merely the wrongful actions of Hippo, the master of the fourth magic tower. According to him, the Zippel clan had never received any report of such activities, and Hippo, blinded by ambition, had brought shame upon them. Hearing this, Jin quickly realized that they had likely struck some deal with Canelo. The envoy then added that such crimes were treasonous, and that according to Zippel law, Hippo was henceforth expelled from the clan and would face severe punishment. This declaration effectively marked a pure-blooded Zippel as the chosen scapegoat. By inciting the public's fury, they intended for Hippo to be executed on the spot. With the statement made, the crowd now knew exactly who to target. Cries for Hippo's death rose, and people began hurling whatever they could at the man standing trial upon the platform. For Zippel, once Hippo was slain in Vansella by any means, the clan could twist the situation and pressure the holy nation. They would no longer be blamed for the experiments, and as for the political interference, time and wealth would eventually blur the criticism. In the end, their prestige and public image would remain intact, but Jin would never allow matters to unfold as they wished. At that moment, Lon raised his voice, begging the citizens to stop. He acknowledged their fury and grief, but reminded them that they were descendants of Adula. If even they could not show mercy, then who would? He insisted that Hippo must be compelled to explain and apologize himself. With that, Lon approached, cast a spell of grace upon Hippo, and stood ready to listen as one of Adula's children. He urged Hippo to confess and atone personally. With a chilling smile and gaze, Hippo declared that he, the master of the fourth magic tower, had indeed brought disgrace upon his clan through his greed and desire. He admitted that he had carried out those horrific biological experiments upon the citizens of the holy nation, and that all of them had been conducted within his own tower. Just then, hurried footsteps rang out as Dino rushed forward. He cried out to Hippo, insisting that Hippo had not been the one behind those evil experiments, and questioning why he would lie and bear the crime in another's place. Dino then turned to the crowd and apologized for the breach of decorum, introducing himself as Dino Jack Lan and asking forgiveness. He declared that he stood there that day to reveal the truth to all. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket and flung numerous records into the air, proclaiming boldly that while many other officials were guilty, Hippo had nothing to do with it. The people soon recognized him, realizing that this was the journalist who had once exposed the truth about Mayron Zippel's experiments. Everything was falling into place. Zippel would not escape their crimes, even if they sacrificed a pure-blooded member. The crowd began reading the records, which revealed that the Black Magic Society under Canelo had been responsible. The survivors had not been rescued from the fourth tower, but from the Orium fortress, and Hippo himself had been abducted and imprisoned. Even so, a few voices mocked Dino, accusing him of making a mockery of journalism. They questioned how a cold-blooded Zippel could possibly be taken captive by terrorists like Canelo. Dino replied firmly that Canelo was not a mere third-rate terrorist group as the news portrayed, but one of the greatest allies of the Jo clan, to the point that even journalists like him had not known the extent. He reminded them of the explosion on Velado Island 6 months earlier, saying it had been caused by a mysterious supernova. The crowd murmured in surprise, some recalling that the supernova must have been none other than Bamio, wondering if he had also been involved. Dino continued, explaining that Bameo had been present at the site of the explosion and had personally witnessed Zippel and Canelo plotting a secret transaction in the shadows. When the deal collapsed, Canelo had refused to leave empty-handed and had kidnapped Hippo as a hostage. Dino also referred to the Colon massacre of the native people, the very event that had made him a leading journalist. At the time, he had written that the hero who saved the natives had merely been a passerby, but now he revealed that it had been Bamio himself. He added that from that event onward, a bond had formed between them, and he had continued reporting on Bao's heroic feats as a journalist. Murakami, overhearing this, felt delighted and proud, certain that the hero being described was none other than himself. Dino pressed on, stating that this latest incident was no different. Bameo had witnessed with his own eyes the barbaric crimes of enslaving the holy nation and conducting experiments. He was convinced that not only Zippel, but also Canelo had been deeply entangled. At that moment, the hand of the person aboard the ship moved slightly, and he said that he had heard enough. A beam of magic shot straight toward the orator, Dino under the eyes of all the people and the envoys from the empires and clans. It seemed the leader of White Knight was a little overexcited, and Zippel would not care whether that journalist lived or died. But because of that, we now had a reason to intervene, someone thought. And if Runendell intervened, then Zippel would be cast as the villain, and public opinion would tilt entirely in our favor. With that in mind, Rajua quickly drew the sword from his hand and rushed forward. However, at that very instant, another figure appeared. Moving like a flash of lightning, that person cut through the crowd and charged toward the execution ground, scolding that reckless Runel. She could have left him alone. He had not even been attacked directly, so why would he draw his sword so carelessly? The woman was none other than Miss Luna of the Runendell family. She hurried to Dino's position and placed herself in front of him. Then she looked at the incoming magical beam and easily halted it with a single hand. When the beam collided and fragmented into shards that, scattered in all directions, it marked the return of one of the strongest members of the great sword family of the continent. She said that it was good that he had stepped up to defend the journalist, but she could not simply stand by if a representative of Runendell acted so recklessly. She told him to sheath his sword in the second sheath. Rachua's expression at that moment looked sour, and he wondered why the eldest sister had come here. She never involved herself in family matters, so why attend such a public event? Then he thought that perhaps, if the youngest had indeed done something that drew her attention, it would explain her presence. If Bameo had intervened and she knew the perpetrator was the youngest, everything would be explained, and that would make seizing his contract even harder. Of course, Hua understood that this was not the time to disparage Runel, so he quickly put his sword away. As with the first turn, Zippel above was surprised when he heard the reference to the first turn. He repeated the name Runendell to himself. The crowd below was whispering that the person who had appeared must be Luna. The white sword lady was standing beside second young master Rasua. The heir apparent of the great sword family Runel had officially stood up to confront Zippel. Luna whispered that everything Jin had said was true. A few hours earlier, Jin had explained to his sister the plan to expose Zippel. He had also thought Joshua might step forward to claim the credit. But since he could not appear in any official capacity, he had asked their eldest sister to prevent that. Whether or not Zin had requested it, Luna would act. She would never allow him to steal the masterpiece she had painstakingly created. She asked Dino Jacqueline if he was okay with the situation and reminded him that he had made an interesting statement earlier. If he had the chance, he should go to Runkendell's delegation to tell the whole story in detail. At that moment, lights appeared behind them as Zippel's White Knight forces arrived. There, Leader introduced himself as Mon Hensok, deputy commander of White Knight, and apologized, saying he had not expected the guest to charge in like that. Someone retorted sharply that indeed Man of White Knight attempting to kill a journalist in front of so many witnesses would be a sensitive subject for him, and of course, he would never accept such an accusation. Mon insisted that the man had twisted the truth and insulted their clan. He declared that the man deserved to die and told the other party to step back. The other asked who Mon thought he was to pass such judgment and reminded him that he had personally invited the journalist to the envoy of Don Runendell. So the man was their guest now. Mon replied that this was not a personal matter. If they did not yield, they would have no choice but to act. Before words could go further, someone interrupted that calling for a fight was wrong. As soon as that person finished speaking, a whirlwind erupted across the execution ground. The speaker said that the guest was valuable, especially the floating iron mass above them, which was likely worth more than Mon's life. He suggested that Mon would not want it harmed upon leaving. At that point, Mon realized the overwhelming pressure was not mere rumor. Could the entire expose by the journalist have been a Runendell plot? Just as a clash between the two great clans seemed about to break out, the new king spoke up and asked both sides to calm down. The king reminded them that whether Runendell or Zippel, everyone knew the two clans possessed strength far beyond that of their holy nation. But they had not yet held the funeral for his majesty, and therefore should restrain aggressive actions on this soil. Each word from the king felt like a lifeline for Mon, who silently thanked heaven that he now had an excuse to withdraw. But before he could inwardly celebrate, the king's next sentence hit like a slap. He said that they should thank the journalists for they had almost punished the wrong person. He then looked down at the crowd with a satisfied expression, saying that now the truth had been revealed, and there was no way for Zippel to escape. Yet, Jane suddenly noticed a stranger waving at him. The face was both unfamiliar and somehow familiar in his memory. He thought he recognized her. He realized she was Mika Ibriano, sister of Bisco Ibriano, and also another deputy, commander of Canelo. She smiled faintly and indicated that Bamio and Canelo would help him, so he should go easy on them. If both sides made small concessions, there would be no real harm. Dean clearly saw the hints exchanged, though whether he understood them fully was another matter. He wondered aloud whether she was speaking to him. Judging by the look on that fellow's face, it was obvious he did not catch what she had said. He mentally warned that it would be embarrassing if no one in Runandell's household could read lip movements. Amid the uproar above, the situation below the square was equally tense. Magica Ibriano tried to signal Jin with her lips, but he only stood there blankly, failing to catch her meaning. It became clear to her then that no one from the Runendell household had ever been taught how to communicate in such a way. She had intended to tell him that she was speaking to him and expected him to understand her gestures. Yet Jin's vacant expression made it obvious he did not. Frustrated, she decided to emphasize once more that Canelo was willing to cooperate and that they should do the same. After some silent gesturing and invisible shouting, Murakan finally guessed what she was trying to convey. He remarked to Jin that the woman in the wheelchair seemed to be trying to talk to him. Jin, of course, already knew that much. He simply hadn't yet understood what she wanted to say. Both of them agreed that once the crowd dispersed, they would quietly capture her for questioning. They exchanged faint smiles while observing her shouting amidst the restless mob. At that moment, the commotion below reached its peak. The crowd grew more frenzied, surging toward the execution platform, demanding that the people above reveal the truth. They shouted that Zippel was a liar and that they had all been deceived. They proclaimed that Van Runel stood for truth and justice. Even Jin himself had not anticipated that his plan would lead to such a dramatic turning point. Zippel, long regarded as the symbol of righteousness and justice, was now being condemned. While Runendell, the name synonymous with brutality and darkness, was slowly gaining public support. Though the movement had begun only within the Holy Kingdom, the events following the Cologne incident were now shifting global perception entirely. The mob continued to roar, directing the outrage toward the Zippel family. Jin knew the mages of Zippel could not possibly engage Dana Runel here without slaughtering civilians. Their only choice was retreat. Sharing that same realization, the leader of the White Knight Division raised his hand, signaling for his forces to return to Zippel's main castle. Beams of light flared once more as the mages retreated to the CEC warships, leaving behind those now abandoned by their own clan. Luna, satisfied to see everything unfold as expected, turned away, reminding her younger brother that it was time to withdraw. Meanwhile, the second flag bearer and the female journalist, Dino, stood aside as Hosa glared furiously at the older woman who had stolen the spotlight. Dino was now being praised as the radiant star who had turned Runendel into a symbol of justice across the continent. At the same time, the new King Lan approached Hippo's position. Lowering his head, Hippo admitted in a trembling voice that he had nothing left to say in his own defense and asked to be executed. Lan replied that if Hippo was later proven to be the true culprit, that would indeed be his fate. But if his confession turned out to be false, he would instead rot in the Holy Kingdom's underground prison for the rest of his life. The events of that day gave journalists in the square the scoop of a lifetime. News of the Holy Kingdom spread across the world almost instantly. Hippo's confession, Dino's exposé, and the confrontation between the White Knight Division and the Runkendel family dominated every headline. Not once in the past decade had a single national event traveled the world with such speed. Everyone knew who stood behind it all. Jin Rankendel, the 3Mio, once again the center of global attention. That night at the harbor of the Holy Kingdom, Murakan and Jin were deep in conversation. The ancient dragon was fuming, demanding to know who that woman really was. He complained that he had been following her perfectly until she turned into an alley and vanished like smoke. Jin, however, remained calm, telling him not to blame himself since he had already suspected something was off. He explained that it was strange how a man like Lord Bisco, who cherished his sister as if she were a precious jewel, would ever let her wander alone without guards. Jin reasoned that Majika Ibriano must possess some special ability, perhaps something similar to Jonas, or the gluttonous Bubar Gastons, or even akin to the mysterious power of Canelo's leader. Hearing that, Murakan found it odd that mortals seemed to wield such bizarre powers as if they were divine beings themselves. Jin, however, said that Canelo had promised to help, so they would surely make contact again soon, though he had no idea how they planned to do it. Their discussion was cut short when Murakan suddenly pointed toward the sea, where the horizon glowed with a brilliant light. Something was approaching. Jin wondered aloud whether it could be Canelo arriving as promised. Though such a grand entrance seemed far too excessive, he speculated that perhaps they had brought all their warships not just to pay respects, but to make a statement that they were not some petty terrorist group as rumors claimed. He thought it possible that Canelo had been preparing this ever since Hippo's confession. Neither of them had expected that Canelo's power would prove to be this formidable. They realized that the organization was now making a truly serious move. It was soon revealed that Canelo had arrived with 500 warships solely to pay homage to the late King Milan. Only one of those ships was permitted to dock. The commander of that vessel, a White Wolf warrior who served as Canelo's representative, entered the Grand Hall with a few subordinates as instructed, introducing himself as Barak Sidrier, Supreme Commander of the Canelo Revolutionary Army and Great Warrior of the White Wolf tribe. He expressed his sorrow for the passing of King Milan. In response, Great Warrior Barani thanked him for his words, though he could not hide his unease, for this meeting had never been part of the original plan. Above the commotion in the square, Jin's group continued to observe the unfolding events. They quickly realized that the situation was far more serious than they had initially thought. Even the White Wolf clan, those who normally regarded humans as little more than weeds, were showing an unusual degree of respect. Moreover, Murakan noticed that the man named Barak was no ordinary figure. He could probably hold his own even against Jin's sister in battle. Down below, BK, his expression heavy with sorrow, placed a hand on the remains of the late king. He said that perhaps the Holy King was unaware, but around 30 years earlier, he had owed the late King Milan a great debt. The deceased had been, in his words, the greatest man he had ever known. He went on to offer his deepest condolences. Then, turning toward the crowd, he revealed that the prisoners they were holding were members of the Dipple faction. According to him, when the Alliance still existed, these same people had conducted illegal human experiments on their land under the direct orders of Chief Zippel. Every word left Lon utterly astonished. While the White Wolf continued his speech, declaring that the prisoners would soon confess everything themselves, he expressed his hope that the Holy Kingdom would overcome this pain quickly. The crowd erupted into confusion, questioning among themselves what the real truth was. Were those experiments truly carried out by Canelo? Or had Zippel been the true mastermind behind it all? The entire sequence of events seemed orchestrated. First, a display of strength, then subtle gestures of respect toward Lonnie, as though she were the rightful Holy King. And finally, the damning accusation that pinned all responsibility for the human experiments on Zippel. Jin thought that if this truly was Bisco's plan, it was shameless, but undeniably brilliant. It struck Zippel right where it hurt most. As Jin was lost in thought, Barrack finished his statement and prepared to leave. He announced that there was no reason for him to stay any longer and cause discomfort, since they had once been allies of Zippel and therefore shared part of the blame. Before departing, he added one final remark. There was a Zippel laboratory located within the Holy Kingdom itself, and it ought to be investigated. That last comment landed like a thunderclap. The people of the Holy Kingdom could hardly believe their ears. Jin reflected silently that if Barrack's words were true, then Zippel was as good as finished, and that Canelo, intentionally or not, was helping them tremendously. Everyone now knew that Canelo was a power strong enough to abduct even a Tower Master. But Jin was resolved not to stop there. He would expose Canelo for what they truly were, no different from Zippel. At that moment, Dino came rushing up in alarm, reporting to Jin that something terrible had happened. When Jin demanded details, Dino explained that Epipo had been murdered and worse. The name Bameo had been left scrolled at the scene, accompanied by a chilling message written in blood. With your blood, I shall cleanse the souls of the Holy Kingdom's people. Jin was furious at the audacity of anyone daring to sully his second identity's name in such a way, though he kept his outrage unspoken. Within minutes, they were both escorted to the prison where Hippo had been held. The cell was drenched in blood. Hippo's death meant the complete collapse of the scheme designed to destroy Lord Callie's honor by exploiting his son. Around the same time, Kalmia arrived unexpectedly, surprising Jin. He explained that he had come to the Holy Kingdom as a representative of the delegation attending the funeral. The shocking news had apparently come from the Seven Colors, and he questioned how such a thing could happen in the midst of a royal funeral. What Kalmia referred to was, of course, Hippo's murder occurring while the ceremony for the late king was still underway. He immediately demanded to know why the underground prison's security barriers had failed. When he questioned one of the guards, the soldier replied that 2 intruders had breached the defenses using magic. Even reporters had arrived at the site mere moments after the incident. Celsha concluded that it could only have been Zippel, noting bitterly that they had even come prepared with pens in hand, ready to publish. Miran, in contrast, appeared unconcerned, but Kalmia insisted that the matter was extremely grave. He explained that Zippel would soon spread sensational news articles claiming that the Holy Kingdom had demanded excessive atonement despite the Holy King's death, and that Bameo's name had been written on the wall to frame him. They would argue that the Holy King had perished under brutal torture, coerced into false confessions, while Bameo's supposed act of vengeance would cast him as a cold-blooded murderer. Everything was now clear. If the truth behind Hippo's assassination was not brought to light, the Holy Kingdom would have no grounds to accuse Zippel. But if Bio tried to publicly refute the story, they would brand him as a demon and hunt him to the ends of the earth. At that moment, a member of the Seven Colors entered and quietly reported something to Katmia. She then swiftly turned to the others, explaining that they needed to head to the harbor first. At the harbor of the Holy Kingdom of Venia, something dazzling had been placed at its center. A massive pile of gold marked with the crest of the Zippel clan. Someone remarked that the bastards were truly throwing money around as if it were straw. Even in the layers of gold-obsessed dragons, one would rarely see such an abundance of pure gold. The enormous block shimmering under the sunlight was entirely made of solid gold, a gift, or perhaps a weapon from Zippel. It was clear that not only Canelo, but also Zippel had anticipated this situation long ago. They were likely hoping that the Holy Kingdom would accept the gold and quietly bury the entire incident. The amount was staggering, enough to sustain the kingdom's economy for 50 years. Yet, if the offer was refused, Zippel would undoubtedly cut off all aid, plunging the nation into economic crisis. Of course, with the gold placed openly at the harbor, if the Holy Kingdom ignored it or rejected it, Zippel would not retrieve it. But should anyone attempt to take it, they would immediately accuse the Holy Kingdom of theft. Over time. Under sanctions, the people's lives would grow harder, and resentment would inevitably turn toward the royal leadership rather than the true perpetrators. Political factions would once again divide. Unrest would rise and uprisings could follow. In the end, Lonnie and her allies would be remembered as tyrants or incompetent rulers. Amidst all this, Jin decided that he had to reveal the truth, that Baemyo was not the one who had killed Hippo. The declaration startled Katmia, as it was a clear violation of Runendel's code. She reminded him that revealing his identity would gain him no help, and that a provisional flag-bearer was strictly forbidden from exposing their name. Jin calmly replied that if he survived, he would become a full flag-bearer within a year anyway, so remaining hidden until then would no longer matter. But Katmia argued that with the extent of Zippel's preparations, it was evident the entire Holy Kingdom was already surrounded. If Jin broke the rules, no one would help him, and he would lose any chance of escaping and lying low. Jin, however, told her not to worry, assuring her with quiet confidence that someone would help him. On December 24th, 1797, the Holy Kingdom held its final official ceremony, a memorial for the souls who had perished in the biological experiments. Divine light poured over the square like a flowing galaxy. The new Holy King was praying, and this radiance, known as the Prayer of the Galaxy, was a sacred ritual performed whenever tragedy struck the kingdom. As the prayer continued, streams of light began to gather in Lonnie's palms, forming a radiant sphere of holy energy that expanded and floated above the square under the eyes of countless believers. In that moment, the entire capital of the Holy Kingdom was bathed in miraculous brilliance. A beam of light rose sharply into the night sky, piercing the darkness. As the divine power gradually faded, Lonnie felt as though familiar hands were gently touching her. She believed the lost souls had finally returned to the embrace of the Holy Spirit, Adola. The vision within the light slowly dissolved, signaling the end of the ritual. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she folded her hands in prayer, gazing at the faithful kneeling below. The children of Adula, who had been sacrificed so unjustly, had now safely returned to the arms of their God. Then she began to address the people. She reminded them that ever since the Holy Kingdom of Vanka had been re-established, they had endured the hardest of times. Now, she said, all were drowning in grief and despair. But this sorrow would one day end. However, before that peace could come, she regretted to deliver a grave announcement. The night before, Hippo, the prime suspect currently under arrest, had been murdered. Near his body, someone had carved the name Baemyo into the wall, along with the message, "With your blood, I shall cleanse the wrath of the Holy Kingdom's people." Lonnie then declared that the Baemyo she knew would never have done such a thing. He had been a hero who risked his life to protect the kingdom and her dear friend. At that moment, the man who had been waiting nearby stepped forward. Introducing himself to the people, he said that he was Jin Runel, a provisional flag-bearer of the Runendel clan. The moment the hood was removed and the voice rose, every journalist in the hall lost their composure. They thought it was madness. Who could be more upset than Rat Shua at that moment? He wondered whether his youngest son had finally dared to step forward with this mess, and whether the boy truly believed he could survive after breaking the family rules. Yet Rotua knew the reason Zin had acted was because of that contract. He declared that yes, he was Rotua, and that because their mother would do anything to protect him, the punishment he had planned would be withdrawn. He added that he was Baemyo Jane, and told everyone to reveal everything they could recognize to expose those who believed he was the culprit. He insisted with all his honor that he had not killed Hippo, the man imprisoned in the dungeon. He claimed that the head of Jipo had killed his own son to force him into the open, and that because of him, the alliance between Canelo and Jipo had been broken. He also announced that both Canelo and Zippel had carried out human biological experiments, and ordered that Bao should appear and eliminate them. At that same instant, numerous Zippel mages suddenly materialized across the square and began casting offensive spells in unison. Jin, however, did not show the slightest worry. Rat Shua, though he did not want to rescue that damned youngest son, had no other choice. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all Runendel guards to protect the contingency relic. In response to that voice, countless bodyguards swarmed forward. The moment the heir acted provided the pretext for the eldest daughter, Luna, to intervene. She commanded them to stop and told the Runendell guards to protect the citizens, warning that if any civilian died that day, she would punish them. She repeated that the Runendell sentries must protect the family's contingency relic. When Yua waved, the hidden bodyguards appeared en masse, but that very declaration gave Luna cause to step in. She suddenly emerged from behind the crowd and issued a completely opposite order. She told them to stop immediately and announced that from that point on the Runell guards would protect the people. If any innocent died there today, she would be the first to execute them. The Runendell guards began to tremble, unsure whom to obey. Meanwhile, the Zippel side acted in total contrast. A commander shouted for the whole force to attack. Immediately, a barrage of fire element magic was unleashed toward the figure who had appeared on the dais. Jin quickly seized the sword at his hip and delivered a series of cuts that shattered the enemy spells. Thus, the chaotic skirmish erupted in the bustling square. Each collision produced explosions that sent the citizens into a panicked flight. There were also many stray projectiles from the Zippel mages. In that situation, a powerful hand intervened. Luna with extraordinary speed. She appeared wherever stray shots flew and easily intercepted them to keep bystanders safe. Luna landed through the thick dust, to the astonished gazes of those present. They watched the eldest daughter with boundless reverence. She instructed everyone to lower themselves and move slowly toward the square. On Jin's side, he was simultaneously fending off a dozen Zippel mages, moving and quickly assessing their formation. He noticed 4 mages on the left, 6 in the center, and 5 on the right. Indeed, they had surrounded the kingdom exactly as Lord Katmia had warned. They did not know how many or when the reinforcements would arrive. Over there, an old mage suddenly snarled that even if they had to die, giant Runendell must not be allowed to escape. That remark made the future head Rort Schwa anxious. Damn it, he thought. Now, besides himself, they also had to protect the people in this situation. If the youngest was injured, all their efforts would be wasted. So he lunged forward, resolving silently that they should at least keep the youngest alive first and worry about everything else later. He hadn't gone far when a familiar figure appeared, forcing him to stop. It was the second flag bearer, who demanded sharply whether he hadn't understood her previous words. In response to her questioning tone, Hua immediately explained that he was only concerned because the reserve flag bearer had already broken the covenant, and if that boy were to die at the hands of Zippel, the family's honor would be tarnished. But the second flag bearer coldly dismissed the notion that the death of a reserve successor had anything to do with the Runendell's honor, that she stated was a matter the reserves themselves had to handle. She reminded him that their relationship with the Holy Kingdom was far more important than the safety of the youngest child, and before turning away, she warned that if he continued to defy orders, she would be forced to strike him down herself. Bitter as he was at her words, Joshua had no other choice. He understood that if the youngest died, the Runendell name would be ridiculed, a direct humiliation to him, the family's future patriarch. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that the boy, being a bearer of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline, would hardly die so easily. With that reassurance, Joshua turned away and left to carry out his elder sister's command. She ordered the unit to move in that direction, and the troops immediately began to advance. At the same time, on another side of the battlefield, the Holy Kingdom's guards and Lonnie were busy leading civilians to safety. Luna stood at a distance, quietly observing and thinking that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Most of the townspeople had already been evacuated to the central square just as planned. Meanwhile, the noise from the opposite side grew louder. In the center stood Jin, whose excitement was obvious as he received the signal from his comrades. The enemy began to realize that the civilians had been fully evacuated. A mage, sensing the shift, shouted a command for everyone to surround the target. Following the order, the Zippel mages quickly formed a circle with Jin at its center. In that instant, Jin raised his sword, thunderbolt of the Windfang high into the air, and bolts of lightning began to descend around him. The mages, in turn, activated their magic formations, and the battlefield was swallowed in chaos, a tempest of destructive mana and thunderous power. Amid the thick dust, occasional screams rang out as confusion overtook them. Some shouted in panic, asking what was happening and what that thing was that suddenly appeared before them, a massive cat towering over the battlefield. Their disbelief only grew when they realized that Jin was writing it. Yet rather than wonder for long, they focused on the order that was once again given to reform and deploy their next wave of magic circles. From where Jin stood, he could see that the entire perimeter had been fortified by Zippel's ambush. He was surrounded, reinforcements had arrived, and escape should have been impossible. But instead of despair, Jin smiled faintly, as if everything had unfolded just as he expected. He gently stroked Suri's fur and whispered something in an ancient tongue. The cat responded with a low, eager meow, and both man and beast tensed in shared anticipation of the oncoming assault. Then came the command for every mage to direct their spells at Jin Runel. The air blazed with magical light. Jin raised his thunderblade once more, cleaving through the first barrage with ease. A deafening explosion followed, shrouding everything in a cloud of dust. One of the Zippel captains shouted for his men to confirm whether Runendel was still alive, but the words barely left his mouth before he felt a chilling presence rush past his back. Suri darted ahead, and Jin's voice echoed through the storm of dust, mingled with the sound of the cat's growls. The next moment, a dark blur flashed across the dueling ground, followed by a chorus of terrified screams. Someone yelled for the others to chase him, but panic had already set in. They couldn't even see where he was. His speed was monstrous, too fast for their eyes, let alone their spells to follow. Wherever that black silhouette went, blood spilled in its wake, and terror spread among the Zippel ranks. Many began to mutter in disbelief, questioning whether that terrifying figure could truly be only a reserve flag-bearer of Runkendel. As the last of his enemies fell, Jin patted Suri's head with satisfaction. He murmured that, thanks to her, their pincer maneuver had succeeded perfectly. It was time to move on to the next phase. With that, Jin and Suri soared away into the distance, leaving behind a trail of chaos and countless voices shouting in despair for their men to give chase. The Runendel boy had escaped the square. The plush cat carried Jin lightly as it trotted across the rooftops of the city. Their destination, it turned out, was the harbor. Jin noted that all they had to do now was deal with the pile of precious metal at the port. But right in front of Zin, a large blaze suddenly lit the area. Something that had not been part of their plan, and it seemed the harbor was on fire. From that burning scene, a bright, mocking laugh rang out. A savage-looking mage was behind the spectacle. He laughed and declared that it was good, and that everything should be burned to ashes. It soon became clear that the trick had been pulled by Veridin Zippel, a man they had not seen in a long time. Dante Hiron rushed up, urging everyone to flee because the flames were already spreading behind them. Suri finally flew, over, followed by Jin, who asked in puzzlement why they were there. Dante then recognized Vitadine and bewildered blurted out to him, asking where Jin was. Dante's tone showed he had mistaken their relationship. He had thought them close, only to realize that the friendship was not even as strong as that between a man and his cat. Someone introduced the plush cat as Hong and Goku and said they wanted one like it. After some more chatter, Dante scolded them, and Jin quickly climbed down to demand who had dared to set the place on fire. Laughter answered, and it was claimed that Lord Veridin had done it. Jin muttered that having teammates like these was truly something else. Vadian, however, did not rest on his reputation. He pointed at Jane and insisted that Jane had been the one to start the blaze. One of them appealed to Lord Veridin that Jin had only just arrived, so the fire must surely have been set by him. Veridin, intent on flipping the blame, told them to shut their mouths and kept insisting that Jin had done it. After all, Jin was a reserved competitor for the Runendel family, and they could treat the incident as his contribution. The others protested, asking why he persisted in such nonsense when it was obvious that Veridin himself had lit the fire. Speaking with the naive boy was exhausting, they said. Veridin looked furious to the point that Van begged him to drop it, warning that if they continued to accuse Jin, they would all find themselves in serious trouble. Jin stood to the side, helpless, realizing that his actions had probably spiraled beyond his control. This scandal was far more serious than he had intended. Jin then told the others to be quiet, saying there was no time for squabbling and that the Zippel mages who wanted him dead would arrive soon. When asked what he meant, Jin briefly explained that he had already revealed the whole story about the Holy Kingdom's incident. Dante and Veridin were shocked to hear him admit it, and Jane nodded again in confirmation. Jin summarized the situation bluntly. He asked Veridin if he wanted Jin to admit burning the metals. It would be fine to say that Jin had done it because Jin had intended to do so anyway. More importantly, Jin pointed out he had already exposed himself in the square, even declaring that he was a reserve competitor for the Runandel house. He asked them to consider what would happen if an heir behaved like that right now. On hearing this, Veridin's joking expression vanished, and the other two immediately sensed that something was wrong. Someone told Veridin not to make that strained face and warned him not to do anything rash, but no words reached him. Veridin raged, calling them shameless bastards and vowing to kill them all, as if family prestige mattered more than innocent lives. He raised his magic staff and demanded of Jin whether he knew the significance of the gold ingots. Jin urged him to calm down, saying that he understood that was why he had revealed his identity and come forward to deal with the metal himself. Jin added that his stance was different from theirs, because he was a neutral third party. He could give the Holy Kingdom a reason to refuse the gold and walk away. But if Veridin personally killed the Zippel mages now, Jin warned, what would come next? Veridin insisted that Chon would understand his intentions, even pointing out that the assassin who had acted earlier, Hippo, had been sent by Jin's own father. Their argument had barely begun when a distant shout interrupted them. The Zippel mages had arrived. The shout only inflamed Veridin further. He ordered the others to run and vowed to kill the mages himself. Jin realized that Veridin was casting a spell called Heavenly Prison Exterminating Fire. The spell had stabilized, and the mana behind it was far stronger than when Jin had first seen it at Sam. Veridin's level had clearly risen since then. Without hesitation, Jin followed Veridin's earlier instruction and prepared to move out. He told them they would go on ahead. At that moment, Dan asked what Jin meant and protested that if fled, then Veridin would. But before Dan could finish, Jin had already acted. He charged at Vidin, shouting, and delivered a solid punch to Veridin's mouth. Whether Jin intended to save Veridin or not was unclear, but the blow certainly hurt. Vidin rolled several times before landing. Vidin lay there, foam bubbling from his mouth as Dante's face turned deathly pale. One of the mages shouted in panic that Dante's mana was beginning to flow in reverse, warning that it could be dangerous if left unchecked. Another, however, reminded them sharply that this was not the time to worry about such things. Ignoring their panic, Jin quickly wrapped Dante's body tightly in a blanket, confident that the mages of Zippel would know how to handle the situation themselves. Without hesitation, he climbed onto Sor's back and signaled the creature to act. At his command, Sori opened its mouth, and the stuffed cat's sharp fang sank into Dante's flesh, with a sting so sharp it nearly made him cry out in pain. One of the mages exclaimed in alarm that Jin was trying to escape. Immediately the others drew upon their strength, determined to stop him